I opened my eyes, and the universe opened with me, because somehow, I'd become the master of the Myriad Realms Tower, a divine structure that connects every world, every timeline, every legendary hero, to me. One thought, one transaction, and destiny itself changes. My first customer? Saitama. Yes, that's Saitama. He asked for noodles. I asked for his limit-breaking training method. He shrugged, and we traded. That's when it hit me. This tower can trade with anyone, from any realm, and they all need something. Mirongfu from demigods and semi-devils wanted destiny. Duan Lang from Storm Riders wanted power. Zhang Xiaofan from Jade Dynasty wanted a way forward. And then, things got wild. Naruto, up. How many multiverse coins for my 9 tails? I need to find Suzuki. Vegeta, tell me how to beat Kakarot. I am the prince of all Xians. Guyu Fang Yuan, do you have immortal goo? Fang Han, hey, I've got a door here, interested? Hanli, a small bottle for a 9-turn golden pill, fair trade? Sun Wukong, up. How many coins to smack that bald Buddha? Ruthless Emperor, how do I bring him back? Dugu Badian, who wants to kill the heavens with me? One by one, legends stepped out of fiction, and walked into my tower. The more I traded, the stronger I became. Martial arts manuals, immortal pills, cosmic artifacts, forbidden scriptures, all flowing into my hands. Heroes sought me, villains feared me, and every world began to whisper my name, because in the Myriad Realms Tower, I am the true final boss. Countless worlds, infinite destinies, and all their treasures, are just one trade away. He woke up owning a tower that lets him trade with every world, only on Manhwa Recap Haven, where even the strongest beg to make a deal. In one world, a man in a yellow bodysuit, white cape, and red leather gloves dashed through the streets at incredible speed. What caught everyone's attention, if anyone could see him, was his shiny, bald head, gleaming like polished metal. I almost forgot. How could I forget? Today's Saturday, the biggest sale at the supermarket, he shouted to himself, kicking up clouds of dust dozens of meters high behind him. But then Saitama suddenly skidded to a stop. His expression shifted. What's this? A voice, calm, unfamiliar, and somehow inside his head, spoke directly to him. It mentioned something called the Myriad Realms Tower. Saitama's eyes sparkled with excitement. Finally, someone had entered his mind. Someone strong. Someone who might actually put up a fight. He had never met an opponent who could withstand even a single punch. And now, someone had reached him mentally? The thrill of the challenge made his bald head shine even brighter. I've gone bald, but I've become stronger. Invincible. Finally, a worthy opponent. He scanned the empty surroundings. Come out. I recognize your strength. Let's have a fair fight. The voice returned. Ding. Fated one, you have been chosen by the Myriad Realms Tower. Do you wish to enter the Myriad Realms Tower? The Tower of 10,000 Realms? That's where my opponent is. All right. I'm coming, Saitama shouted. In the next instant, he vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, in the endless void, a white, gleaming building floated silently. Inside, a handsome man lay sprawled on the pristine floor tiles. Slowly, he opened his eyes, taking in his surroundings with confusion. Where am I? A torrent of information suddenly flooded his mind. Yaming clutched his head, groaning as knowledge of the myriad worlds, realms, and countless dimensions poured into him. I traveled through time. The building he was in, the Myriad Realms Tower, was no ordinary structure. It drifted freely among all realms. And now, he was its master. Anyone who entered the tower would have their power suppressed, no matter how strong they were. But as the host, Yaming could wield his full strength and control the tower itself. Within this space, he was invincible. Yaming blinked, still struggling to process everything. He was just a regular person. How had he suddenly become the lord of the myriad realms? Excitement bubbled in him. He wanted to try the tower's functions immediately. Myriad Realms Tower, open my personal panel. A holographic display appeared in front of him. Name, Yaming. Myriad Realms Tower Level 1. Realm Rank 0. Celestial Coins, 10. Technique, none. Connecting the world, none. Traded goods, none. The Level 1 tower could only accommodate people of Tier 3 strength, equivalent to the innate realm of internal energy cultivation. Yaming himself had none of it. The tower's currency was all worlds coins, obtained through trading. With them, he could purchase items or techniques. In theory, the tower should contain treasures from all worlds, but for now, it was empty. Fortunately, the tower granted him a free chance to invite a destined individual from any world to trade. This could be anyone, someone with rare skills, powerful weapons, or special abilities. Yaming set up the tower with a simple thought, and a street of shops appeared. All Heaven Coin Exchange Center. Pavilion of Myriad Realms Cultivation Techniques. Pavilion of Divine Weapons across Myriad Realms. Myriad Realms Divine Medicine Pavilion. Bloodline Pavilion of Myriad Realms. Signs hung above each shop, warning that no one below level 5 could enter. Of course, there was nothing inside yet. What would be the point of empty shops? At the entrance, a small room displayed the rules. No force shall be used in the tower. Violation results in temporary or permanent expulsion. The tower can exchange for any item, weapon, cultivation technique, bloodline, or similar object. All trades use Myriad Realms coins. A couple of sofas and a table with tea completed the modest setup. Ye Ming rubbed his hands together. Alright, first transaction. Let's see who comes. A black vortex opened at the entrance, swirling like a miniature black hole. Anyone from any realm could pass through it. Ye Ming waited, his heart pounding with anticipation. He hoped for someone powerful enough to offer a rare cultivation technique or maybe a magic weapon that could produce elixirs endlessly. And then the vortex stirred. A bald man in a yellow bodysuit stepped out. Ye Ming's eyes went wide. That shiny bald head, that cape, it could only be one person. So, you're the strong guy. Ye Ming barely had time to react before Saitama swung a fist at him. Take this. A normal punch. What kind of feeling is that? Ye Ming seemed to empathize with Genos. Those weren't just red leather gloves, they were death approaching. Fortunately, this momentum came quickly and went even faster. An irresistible, indescribable pressure pressed down on Saitama, slamming him to the ground. You're really strong. I'm going to get serious now. Ye Ming didn't react for a while until Saitama spoke again. He looked down and saw that Saitama's face was red from holding his breath, but he still couldn't stand up. But Saitama wasn't angry or upset at all. Instead, he was even happier. Ye Ming coughed, waved his hand, and instantly imprisoned all the power within Saitama's body, then threw him onto the sofa beside him. Ahem! Saitama, take a look at the rules here first. Saitama wanted to stand up, but he couldn't. For the first time, he felt a sense of defeat, realizing that he was not invincible after all. Then he became even more excited. Let's have a fair and square battle. Ye Ming stroked his chin, his eyes flickering. Saitama, the protagonist of the One Punch Man world. No one in the entire world can withstand a single punch from him, not even the cosmic overlord Boros, who traveled across half the universe to fight Saitama. Keep in mind that Boros is capable of destroying planets. He has the power to wipe out entire stars. Even such a powerful alien was still killed by Saitama with a single punch. Saitama is a freakish being in the One Punch Man world, a human who has broken his limiter. He can increase his strength indefinitely, which is why he is so powerful. If you were to ask him what his most valuable possession is, it would undoubtedly be the method to unlock the limiter. Sure, if you want to fight me fair and square, you can make a deal with me. Once the deal is successful, I will fight you fair and square the next time we meet. Saitama smiled and agreed without hesitation. What deal? I agree. Ye Ming was overjoyed. He had succeeded so easily. A page popped up in front of him, showing the transaction details. Saitama-style limit-breaking training method: 100 push UPS, 100 sit UPS, 100 squats, and a 10 km run daily, without air conditioning even on the hottest days. Value: 10 million celestial coins. Note: the poster will not receive any celestial coins in this transaction. The terms of the deal: to have a fair fight with Saitama the next time we meet. It's worth 10 million. No wonder it's Saitama. As expected, it wouldn't be returned. Ye Ming had guessed it beforehand. The first time was already a freebie, it would be too much to give back the heavenly coins. However, getting this cultivation method for free is still a pleasant surprise. As for the next time they meet and fight Saitama, I don't even know when we'll meet again. Alright, I'm initiating the trade. Do you agree? Saitama looked at what appeared before him and agreed without hesitation. Before Saitama could say anything, Ye Ming simply threw him back into his own world. It's not that he's turning his back on me, but what if Saitama lowers his head, then raises it again and tells him that we've met again? Should we fight or not? So that's why. Better safe than sorry. After obtaining the Saitama-style limit-breaking cultivation method, Ye Ming stroked his chin, wondering how he could sell something so expensive. Besides, I can't afford it myself. The Saitama-style limit-breaking cultivation method: first level, 10 heavenly coins, second level, 100 heavenly coins, third level, 1000 heavenly coins, and so on, with the 7th level requiring 10 million heavenly coins. Upon completion of the first level of cultivation, one's strength will reach the peak of Tier 1. Ye Ming's eyes lit up. That's amazing. As expected of Saitama, I just happened to be able to buy the first floor. System purchase of Tier 1. You do not have enough celestial coins. You need 100 celestial coins to purchase the first floor. Damn it. Why? I'm the original poster, I don't get any special privileges, and why do I have to pay 10 times more? After purchasing, you don't need to cultivate, the process will be completed directly. I spoke a little loudly just now, please don't mind. Ye Ming stood up. Now that he had the first item, it was time to sell it. Selling 1,000 heavenly coins will allow you to become a first-tier powerhouse. Come on, invite me. Invitation begins. In a certain world, a man shot out bursts of energy from his hand, causing another man in white to flee in terror, his hair disheveled and in a sorry state. After the man in white fell to the ground, the other man also stopped attacking. However, the man in white felt extremely ashamed and attacked again. Upon seeing this, a man with thick eyebrows and large eyes quickly stepped in, grabbed the white-clad man's Shendeo acupoint, and lifted him up. They spared your life, and you turned around and killed them. What kind of hero are you? I, a fine man, am actually being compared to someone like you. He jerked his arm and threw the man in white away, sending him sprawling and humiliating himself. Just as the man in white was about to bury himself in the ground in shame, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Fated one, you have been chosen by the Myriad Realms Tower. Do you wish to enter the Myriad Realms Tower? He agreed without even thinking about it. He was willing to do anything to get away from here. Yes. A flash of white light, and the man in white disappeared from the spot. Inside the Myriad Realms Tower, a black vortex swirled, and a disheveled man emerged. Ye Ming looked at the man, his eyes revealing the information the man had received. Name, Murong Fu. Identity, young master of the Murong family, one of the 8 immortals in the heavenly dragon realm. Strength, mid-stage of the acquired realm, 2nd tier. Is the mid-term stage of the day after tomorrow the 2nd stage? According to Ye Ming's understanding of Tianlong Ba Bulletin, there seem to be several categories before the day after tomorrow: 3rd rate, 2nd rate, and 1st rate. First comes the acquired, and then comes the innate. In other words, are 3rd rate, 2nd rate, and 1st rate all considered to be of the 1st rank? The strongest in Tianlong Ba Bulletin is a Xian Tian expert, which is a tier 3 expert. Murong Fu's acquired strength is already considered top tier in the world of Tianlong Ba Bulletin. The Murong clan is highly skilled in martial arts and has a far-reaching reputation. Murong Fu himself is handsome, elegant, and famous throughout the martial arts world. Southern Murong and Northern Qiao Feng are known as the 2 great masters of the Central Plains martial arts world. In order to achieve the great cause of restoration as instructed by his ancestors, Murong Fu learned martial arts from various schools and sections. Murong Fu, the only man in demigods and semi-devils who was single-mindedly devoted to his career, focused on upholding his ancestral teachings and striving to restore the great Yan state. Unfortunately, he ended up being betrayed and abandoned by everyone. As the last hope for the restoration of the Yan kingdom, he bore far too much burden. He gave up everything, and although he acted despicably, it was all for the sake of restoring his country. But why does he look so disheveled? He doesn't seem to have gone mad yet. Murong Fu is quite concerned about his image, so how could he be like this? Could it be the scene where he was utterly defeated by Duan Yu? After Ye Ming became the lord of the Myriad Realms Tower, all the memories in his mind became clear, and everything he had ever seen was still vivid in his mind. Murong Fu, please have a seat. Murong Fu's face was full of shock. Where was this? How did I get here? He recalled everything that had happened before, being beaten badly by Duan Yu, and then Qiao Feng ambushing him and throwing him out. Then he heard something in his mind and came over. The multiverse building. He noticed the notice on the side, the Tower of All Heavens transcends all realms. What are the myriad realms and heavens? Murong Fu didn't understand, but he was greatly shocked. Looking at everything around him that he had never seen before, he knew that he had encountered a deity. This is a predestined connection. Murong Fu quickly tidied his appearance and bowed respectfully. Murong Fu greets the immortal. Immortal? Ye Ming raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything more. Sit down. The rules of the Myriad Realms Tower transaction have been transmitted into your mind. You can speak freely about your thoughts. Murong Fu sat on the sofa in surprise. What was this? It was so soft, so comfortable. The items from the immortals are indeed extraordinary. Immortal, I want to become stronger. I want to restore my kingdom. Let my Yin kingdom reappear in the world. Ye Ming nodded. He knew Murong Fu's thoughts the moment he saw him. Sure, I have a cultivation method here. If you cultivate it for 1 month and become a Xiantian expert, after 2 months you can reach the peak of the Xiantian realm. Ye Ming was referring to the Saitama-style limit-breaking cultivation method. The complete cultivation method takes 3 years, but the first level only takes 10 days, the second level takes 20 days, the third level takes 30 days, the fourth level takes double 60 days, the fifth level takes 120 days, the sixth level takes 240 days, and the seventh level takes a whopping 720 days. The total training time, when calculated separately, would be 1,200 days, which is 105 days longer than 3 years. However, there's no way around it. No one can buy all the cultivation methods at once. In other words, Mirong Fu will be able to begin restoring his kingdom once he becomes a Xiantian expert a month later. There are very few experts at the innate realm in the world of Tianlong Ba Bulletin. I reckon there's only one hidden monk. As for whether there are any hidden experts at the innate realm, there may be, but not many. Mirong Fu's eyes were bloodshot, his breathing was rapid, and his heart was pounding. In just 2 months, he reached the peak of the innate realm. You should know that he has cultivated for decades and is only at the mid-stage of the acquired realm. Now he actually has a way to cultivate to the peak of the innate realm within 2 months. With the strength of the innate realm, who can stop him from restoring his kingdom? This was the closest he ever came to restoring his kingdom. Immortal, how can I trade for this cultivation method? The Saitama-style limit-breaking cultivation method's first level does indeed cost 10 heavenly coins, the second level 100 heavenly coins, and the third level 1000 heavenly coins. The cultivation method must be started from scratch, meaning he must buy all 3 levels. As a businessman, you always have to make money. Yaming originally wanted to sell item number 1110 for 10,000, but unfortunately, the system wouldn't allow it. This cultivation method requires the first 3 levels, which cost a total of 1110 heavenly coins. As long as you have 1110 heavenly coins, you can buy it and begin cultivating. If you don't have enough money, you can buy them separately. The first level costs 10 heavenly coins, which will allow you to cultivate to the peak of the first class level. The second level costs 100 heavenly coins, which will allow you to cultivate to the peak of the acquired level. Mirong Fu took a deep breath and, according to the rules of the Myriad Realms Tower in his mind, condensed several secret manuals. This is the ancestral secret technique of my Mirong family, shifting stars and changing positions, and the ancestral secret technique, converging finger, which is no less than the 6 meridians divine sword of the Dali clan. Mirong internal energy, Mirong swordplay, compassionate knife technique, returning wind willow knife, demon subduing knife technique, 18 styles of the woodcutter's knife, 3 ultimate moves of the back mountain, 5 tigers severing the gate knife, and fisherman's hook technique. Mirong Fu directly produced a bunch of martial arts manuals, all of which were martial arts techniques he had practiced and could be directly condensed into martial arts manuals. Martial arts techniques that haven't been learned cannot be condensed, one can only exchange them for martial arts manuals. Although Mirong Fu didn't achieve great fame with the Kanhi finger technique, he had studied it and knew the secret manual. Shifting stars and changing constellations, 3rd tier manual, value, 240 heavenly coins. The Finger of Union, a 3rd tier secret manual, is worth 260 heavenly coins. Mirong internal skill, 3rd tier manual, value, 200 heavenly coins. Mirong sword technique, 2nd tier manual, value, 50 heavenly coins. Compassionate sword technique, 2nd tier manual, value, 30 heavenly coins. Returning wind willow blade, tier 2 manual, value, 40 heavenly coins. Demon slaying blade technique, 2nd tier manual, value, 80 heavenly coins. 18 styles of the chopping wood, tier 1 manual, value, 3 heavenly coins. The 3 ultimate techniques of the back mountain, 2nd tier manual, value, 30 heavenly coins. 5 tigers severing the gate blade, 2nd tier manual, value, 40 heavenly coins. Fisherman's hook technique, tier 1 manual, value, 7 heavenly coins. Tier 1 items typically cost 0 to 10 heavenly coins, tier 2 items cost 10 to 100 heavenly coins, and tier 3 items cost 100 heavenly coins. Yaming waved his hand, and the secret manual in Mirong Fu's hand disappeared. A total of 980 heavenly coins. This is your Myriad Realms token. You can use the Myriad Realms token to return to the Myriad Realms Tower. Your heavenly coins are also inside. Yaming took out a white token and handed it to Mirong Fu, who respectfully accepted it with both hands. The Myriad Realms token specified how many heavenly coins each manual was exchanged for. The fact that 10 manuals were exchanged for 980 heavenly coins was simply beyond his expectations. You have to understand that those are cultivation techniques that can lead to the peak of the innate realm. He had taken a few ordinary cultivation techniques and almost managed to collect 1000 heavenly coins. He thought it was a great deal. Mirong Fu was already prepared. Once he returned, he would immediately go back to Yanziwu and bring all the martial arts techniques over to sell. Although there are no more 3rd tier manuals like Star Shift or Conjunction Finger, there are still several hundred 1st tier manuals. We'll find a way to go to Shaolin Temple later. Mirong Fu's eyes gleamed. He was willing to give anything for the restoration of his kingdom, even if it was just a few secret manuals. Immortal, besides the secret manual, are other things acceptable? For example, gold, elixirs, medicinal herbs, and the like. Sure, anything of value is fine. All right, Immortal, then I'll take my leave now. I need to go back and make some preparations. Oh, right, the cultivation manual has a side effect that I need to tell you about first. Yaming glanced at Mirong Fu's flowing long hair. After practicing this, all your hair will fall out. Mirong Fu was stunned. Had all his hair fallen out? Will he become a monk? Nirong Fu thought about it for a second, then put it out of his mind. What does hair matter when it comes to restoring the kingdom? Even if I lost every single hair on my body, I wouldn't hesitate. Immortal, Nirong Fu takes his leave. Watching Nirong Fu leave, Ye Ming stood up. This transaction involved 980 celestial coins, and I received 98 celestial coins in return. Adding the original 10 heavenly coins, there are a total of 108 heavenly coins. You can start practicing the Saitama training method now. Who can resist becoming the strong? Ye Ming couldn't resist. How many heavenly coins are needed for the first level of Nirong's inner strength? The first layer costs 20 heavenly coins, the second layer costs 200 heavenly coins, and the third layer costs 2000 heavenly coins. Nirong's internal energy can also be cultivated in separate stages. The first stage can cultivate internal strength, the second stage can be cultivated to break through the acquired realm, and the third stage can break through the innate realm. Even Nirong Fu hadn't reached the third level, he had only reached the second level. However, Nirong's internal strength is average. Even if he breaks through to the innate realm, he will only reach the weakest level of innate realm. After breaking through to the innate realm, he will need to change his cultivation method. Therefore, Ye Ming chose to cultivate the Saitama limit-breaking cultivation method. Will I lose my hair after practicing the Saitama-style limit-breaking training method? Won't. Then I will cultivate the first level of the Saitama-style limit-breaking cultivation method. 100 heavenly coins have been used, 8 heavenly coins remain. Ye Ming felt a sudden surge of heat within his body, which circulated throughout him and made him feel extremely comfortable. He felt that his strength, speed, and other aspects had greatly improved. Ye Ming opened his panel, and the realms section had changed. Name, Ye Ming. Myriad Realms Tower Level 1. Realm, Peak of First Order. Celestial Coins 8. Cultivation Technique, Saitama-style limit-breaking cultivation method, First Level. Connecting Worlds, Demigods and Semi-Devils. Traded items, Saitama-style limit-breaking cultivation method, Star Shift, Convergence Finger, Nirong Internal Energy, Nirong Swordplay, Compassionate Saber Technique, Returning Wind Willow Saber, Demon Subduing Saber Technique, 18 Styles of the Woodcutter's Knife, 3 Ultimate Moves of the Back Mountain, 5 Tigers Severing the Gate Saber, Fisherman's Hook Technique. Peak of Tier 1. In an instant, he went from an ordinary person to a peak first-tier powerhouse. Unranked, third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, these are the different levels of the first tier. In other words, Ye Ming's current physical attributes are equivalent to a peak first-rate martial artist. Just as Ye Ming was about to leave the Myriad Realms Tower, another person emerged from the vortex. It was still Nirong Fu, but this time he was not so disheveled, but rather like a refined young gentleman. Immortal. These are my weapons and some pills. I wonder if they can be exchanged for heavenly coins. After returning to the world of Tianlong Ba Bulletin, Nirong Fu immediately found his retainers and took all his pills, weapons, and even most of his gold. He couldn't resist the thought of cultivation techniques that could lead to the peak of the innate realm. Ye Ming looked at the item in Nirong Fu's hand. Tier 2 weapon, value 20 heavenly coins *6. Rejuvenation pill *30, Tier 1 item, value 3 heavenly coins. 100 taels of gold, a first tier item, valued at 10 heavenly coins. Of the 133 items worth of heavenly coins, Ye Ming obtained 13.3 heavenly coins, bringing his total to 21.3 heavenly coins. Nirong Fu's previous 980 heavenly coins, plus these 133 heavenly coins, are just enough to buy the first 3 levels of the Saitama-style limit-breaking cultivation method. Enough! Do you want to buy a cultivation technique? Nirong Fu nodded excitedly. Buy it. Okay, 1,110 heavenly coins have been spent, leaving 3 heavenly coins. Suddenly, a cultivation method appeared in Nirong Fu's mind, and he was stunned after reading it. It's not because it's too difficult, but because it's too easy. Is this kind of exercise really effective? What is an air conditioner? Nirong Fu was somewhat puzzled, but he didn't ask. If you ask that question, wouldn't that mean you don't believe in immortals? Immortal, I think this is only the first 3 levels. Is there a 4th level? Yes, the Saitama-style limit-breaking cultivation method comes from an advanced world. It can help you break your limiter and become stronger without limit. There are 7 levels in total, and each level can make you the peak expert of your current realm. The 3rd level is the peak of the 3rd tier, which is the peak of the innate realm in your world. 7 floors. Nirong Fu's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The 3rd level is the peak of the innate realm. What about the 7th floor? Immortal, how many heavenly coins does this Saitama-style limit-breaking cultivation method cost in total? If you buy it all at once, 10 million heavenly coins will be enough. But if you buy it in layers, each layer is 10 times more expensive. That means the 3rd layer will cost 1,000 heavenly coins and the 4th layer will cost 10,000 heavenly coins. 10 million. Nirong Fu looked at his Myriad Realms token, which contained 3 heavenly coins. Once back to square one, over 1,000 heavenly coins were reduced to just 3 heavenly coins. He felt that even if he traded the entire world of Tianlong Ba Bulletin, he still couldn't afford a cultivation method for the 7th level. Nirong Fu shook his head. Don't think that far ahead. Complete the first 3 levels of cultivation first, and then think about the rest after restoring the kingdom. You might not be able to get to the 7th floor, but you might be able to get to the 4th or 5th floor. Thank you for your guidance, Immortal. I will take my leave now. After Nirong Fu returned to the world of Tianlong Ba Bulletin, Bao Butong and the other 3 people stared at him with wide eyes. Young master, where's the weapon? The weapon is nowhere to be found. Nirong Fu smiled and waved his hand. Weapons are not important. He glanced at Xiao Fang beside him and snorted coldly. Xiao Fang, I have lost this time, but you cannot speak ill of my name, Nirong Fu. Let's fight again in a year, and then I will show you the power of my name, Nirong Fu of Gasu. Let's go. Nirong Fu turned to leave with Bao Butong and the other 3, but Wang Yuyan spoke up when she saw this. Cousin. Nirong Fu glanced at Wang Yuyan. This cousin was practically an encyclopedia, having been well versed in martial arts from various schools since childhood. Perhaps she could come in handy. Moreover, the Langhuan Jade Cave of Mantua Manor is just like the Huanchi Water Pavilion of their Kanhe Manor, containing a large number of secret manuals. Cousin, come here. A hint of joy appeared on Wang Yuyan's face. After glancing at Duanyu, she quickly ran to Nirong Fu's side. Fairy's sister. Duanyu reached out his hand to try to stop her, but Wang Yuyan's mind was entirely on Nirong Fu, and she had no time for Duanyu. Nirong Bo, who was hiding to the side, glanced at Nirong Fu and nodded. This guy wasn't completely beyond redemption. Nirong Fu ignored these trivial matters and only wanted to return to Kanhe Manor as soon as possible. He glanced longingly at the Shaolin Temple's Sutra repository. As the saying goes, all martial arts under heaven originated from Shaolin. If one could exchange all of Shaolin's martial arts, one might be able to buy the 4th level of Saitama's limit-breaking cultivation method. It's just a pity. I will definitely come back after I break through to the innate realm. Nirong Fu strode down the mountain. Everything here was irrelevant to him. He only wanted to return to Kanhe Manor as soon as possible to cultivate and break through to the innate realm. On the way, Nirong Fu wasted no time. He didn't even ride a horse, insisting on running on foot. He not only had to run 10 kilometers, but also do 100 push UPS, 100 sit UPS, and 100 squats. These strange actions made Bao Butong think that the young master had gone mad, and he couldn't stop shaking his head. However, after completing the first day of cultivation, Nirong Fu directly broke through from the mid-stage of the acquired realm to the late stage of the acquired realm. He had been stuck at the mid-stage of the acquired realm for a long time, but he didn't expect to break through on his first cultivation session. Bao Butong and the others were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Even Wang Yuyan, who was known as an encyclopedia, exclaimed that it was impossible. Nirong Fu smiled slightly. This is a cultivation method given by immortals. How could you mortals understand it? He smiled and smoothed his hair, only to find a clump of hair in his hand. Only then did he remember what the immortal had told him. After successfully cultivating the method, all his hair would fall out. He took a deep breath. What did hair matter when it came to restoring his kingdom? Let's go. Back to Kanhe village. Inside the Myriad Realms Tower, Yaming placed martial arts manuals, pills, and other items in the room before disappearing from the tower. When Yaming opened his eyes again, he was back in his small, shabby rented room. Yes, we're back. He can freely travel between the mortal world and the Myriad Realms Tower. He could even build a multiverse tower in the mortal world. Ding! 48,562,500 yuan has been deposited into your bank account. A slight smile appeared on Ye Ming's lips. He had directly copied 21 times Nirong Fu's 100 taels of gold. Gold can be copied for only 1/10 of its value, so copying it 21 times only cost 21 heavenly coins. Ye Ming then had the Myriad Realms Tower directly convert the gold into cash from a completely legitimate source. In the blink of an eye, I went from being penniless to becoming a multimillionaire. More than 48 million. Ye Ming had never seen so much money in his life. With money, I no longer have to be a 996 working slave. The first step is to quit your job and give that scumbag boss who exploits you every day a good scolding. Ye Ming stood up, left the rented room, and walked towards the company. His company is an internet company, and his team leader is abusive, making him work overtime all the time without pay. If it weren't for that meager salary, he would have quit long ago. However, it must be said that the company is quite large and very well known in the industry. At this moment, Ye Ming stood downstairs at the company building, looking up at the more than 20-story building. This entire building belongs to their company. Ye Ming's workplace was on the 10th floor. Before he even reached his workstation, he heard that annoying sound. Ye Ming, what are you doing? What time is it? You're 2 hours late. Do you even want to keep your job? If you don't want to keep your job, just say so now, don't affect the others. A bespectacled man in a suit pointed at Ye Ming's nose and began to hurl insults. He was Ye Ming's team leader, a good-for-nothing who only knew how to suck up to his superiors. Ye Ming reached out and grabbed his finger, flicking it away. Of course, Ye Ming didn't use his full strength and didn't break it, but it still made the team leader feel excruciating pain. Ah, Ye Ming, are you fucking crazy? My hand. The team leader, holding his fingers, glared angrily at Ye Ming. If there's a next time, I'll break your fingers. Ye Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light, startling the team leader into taking 2 steps back. He had never seen such a dangerous look before, as if Ye Ming was about to suddenly attack and kill someone at any moment. You've gone too far. Do you want to quit? The team leader, though outwardly fierce, was actually quite timid, and dared not raise his hand. This is a society governed by the rule of law. Would Ye Ming dare to kill someone? Let alone murder, even assault can get you arrested. Ye Ming ignored him and quickly packed his things. There wasn't anything particularly important, just a photograph. The photo shows 2 children, a boy and a girl. The boy looks a bit like Ye Ming, while the girl is a very beautiful little girl wearing a white dress. Ye Ming was an orphan who grew up in an orphanage. The girl was his only friend in the orphanage, but unfortunately she was later adopted. This photo is very important to Ye Ming. He can give up everything else, but he absolutely must take this photo with him. Ye Ming put the photo into his bag, tidied up the rest of his small items, and headed towards the Human Resources Department. Ye Ming, where are you going? Resign. You idiot, if you say another word, believe me, I'll beat you up. Ye Ming went to the Human Resources Department to process his resignation. The director of the Human Resources Department asked him a lot of questions and tried to persuade him to resign. I'm just letting you know that either I'm going to go through the resignation process now, or you can figure out what to do next. Young people shouldn't be so impatient. Seeing that the guy was still going to keep arguing, Ye Ming turned and left. Hey, where are you going? You need to sign the resignation papers. Ye Ming left without looking back. Just as he stepped out of the office, a tall woman walked towards him. She was wearing a white casual outfit and had her hair tied in a high ponytail. Her youthful and vibrant aura made Ye Ming take a second look. Of course, it was just one glance. He then withdrew his attention and let the beautiful woman slip by. The beautiful woman paused for a moment, then turned to look at Ye Ming. Why does this man look so familiar? She shook her head and went into the Human Resources Department. The group that had been criticizing Ye Ming stood up upon seeing the beautiful woman and respectfully said, President Gu. Mr. Gu nodded and asked curiously, who was that man who just went out? President Gu, that man is Ye Ming from Planning Group 3. He's here to resign. Ye Ming. President Gu's body trembled. No wonder he looked so familiar. It was Xiao Ya. She turned around, opened the door, and ran outside, leaving everyone bewildered. Unfortunately, when she arrived at the elevator, Ye Ming was no longer there. Mr. Gu hurriedly pressed the elevator button, but the elevator was too slow. Without the slightest hesitation, she turned around, pushed open the stairwell door, and began to walk up the stairs. No, it should be said that they ran. She walked down 2 or 3 flights of stairs, grabbed the handrail, and jumped to the side, landing directly on the next floor. She was incredibly agile. Despite the 11-story height, Mr. Gu managed to reach the first floor in less than half a minute, thanks to his hurried pace. As Mr. Gu walked out of the stairwell, the elevator was still on the 3rd floor, not yet on the 1st floor. She took a deep breath, tidied her appearance, and waited for the elevator. With a ding, the elevator doors opened, and President Gu frowned deeply. Ye Ming wasn't inside. Where did this guy go? At that moment, Ye Ming washed his hands in the 11th floor restroom and walked out. He is indeed a first-level cultivator, but even first-level cultivators need to use the restroom. He went to the elevator and got on. The elevator doors had just closed when the other elevator doors opened, and President Gu stepped out and returned to the Human Resources Department. What is Ye Ming's phone number? Ye Ming's SIM card is here. All the contact numbers he left are company-issued numbers. What's your home address? Home address is here. Number 378 Shunfu Road, Qinglian District. After leaving the company, Ye Ming headed straight for the real estate agency next door, deciding to buy a house first. You can't let yourself suffer when others suffer. Do you have villas? Ye Ming entered and asked a question, after which all the real estate agents in the store rushed over. Yes, sir, let me introduce you. Brother, there's something here. We have it. Handsome guy, come here, let me introduce you. Ye Ming glanced around and saw a sweet-looking girl with a good figure, wearing a suit and black stockings, with incredibly long legs. You're the one. The girl beamed with joy, while those around her sighed and turned to leave. Ye Ming is a man, and she's the prettiest among all the agents. Is there anything wrong with Ye Ming choosing her? No problem. A feast for the eyes. Sir, What is your approximate budget? 40 million. The girl's eyes lit up, and she began to introduce everything to Yaming. Unfortunately, Yaming didn't like any of them. Sir, how about this one? This villa is excellent in every way, the only drawback is its remote location. It was originally built by a local tycoon who was looking to sell it soon. Where? It's located in the suburbs, with nothing around it. It was originally intended for vacation use, but the furniture and decorations are all top of the line, and the total cost was over 100 million yuan. Yaming glanced at it and thought it was indeed very nice, but the location wasn't in the suburbs, but in the outskirts. Calling it a villa is an understatement, it's more like a small estate, as the surrounding environment is indeed quite nice. The only downside is that it's too far from the city, it would probably take an hour to drive there. There was nothing around. However, a price of 40 million is still very low. This villa is worth about 200 million, 40 million is a bit outrageous. Ming's eyes gleamed. He didn't care about any problems, if he could buy it cheaply, he might as well buy it. This is the one. Take me to see him, and bring the seller along too. If possible, I'd like to move in today. The beautiful woman's face lit up with joy, and she nodded repeatedly. Okay, sir, please wait a moment while I speak with the homeowner. 10 minutes later, Yaming got into the beautiful woman's Porsche and left the agency. Yes, Porsche. Along the way, the beautiful woman chattered away, and Yaming realized that she was a rich second-generation heir who had come to experience life. The beautiful woman's name is Mu Yiren. She made an agreement with her family that if she could sell a house, her family would give her a house of the same value. But this is just a small agency. It would be quite an achievement if they could sell an ordinary 3-bedroom apartment. Villas are too rare. Not to mention the huge villas that cost tens of millions. That's why Mu Yiren was so happy before. The price of Mu Yiren's Porsche is much higher than the commission she would have earned from selling this house. An hour later, Mu Yiren stopped her car in front of a small manor. A black Maybach had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing Mu Yiren's car, a pale-faced middle-aged man stepped out. From the moment the first sentence was spoken to the moment the contract was signed, it took less than 5 minutes. Once everything was ready, the middle-aged man immediately drove away. Yaming raised an eyebrow. There was definitely something wrong with this house. He glanced at Mu Yiren beside him, who was still grinning foolishly, probably unaware of the trouble going on. Congratulations, brother. Yeah, this house looks really nice. Yaming looked at the small estate behind him, which had a small swimming pool, a garden, and a 3-story villa further in. The entire renovation looks very beautiful, and there are 2 stone lions at the entrance of the manor, which look very majestic. It's very good. A hint of envy flashed in Mu Yiren's eyes, and she secretly made up her mind that she must ask her father to buy a villa like this when she got home today. Brother, yeah, are you heading back to the city now? Would you like me to give you a ride? Ming shook his head. He had originally planned to go back to his rented room to get some clothes, but now he thought better of it. I don't need any of these things anymore, I can just buy more. I'm too lazy to go through all that trouble, and I don't need the money, I still have 8 million. No, I'll stay here. Okay, I'll be going now. I'll treat you to dinner another day. Mu Yiren was in a hurry to go home so that her father would buy her a house, so when she saw that Yaming wasn't coming back, she drove away. Yaming went inside his large villa and took a closer look. It was indeed great value for money, with a very nice interior design. 3 floors above and 2 floors below, luxuriously decorated. Most importantly, it seems like no one has ever lived here. It's a brand new house, and many pieces of furniture still have protective film on them. Yaming arrived at the 2nd basement level, and with a thought, the entire room changed dramatically. The once empty floor has been transformed into a huge room with rows of counters on both sides. What's most surprising is that a black vortex has appeared on the wall. This is exactly what the Myriad Realms building looks like. Yaming bound the Myriad Realms tower to his villa, and the 2nd basement floor of his villa was the room of the Myriad Realms tower. He watched this scene with satisfaction, knowing that he could now receive people from all realms who were destined to meet him here. At this moment, the black vortex suddenly began to fluctuate, and a figure appeared in the room. Where is this? Yaming looked at the man who had suddenly appeared. He was dressed in simple clothes and his face was dirty, making him look very poor. Name: Ip Man. Identity: Ip Man. Dimension: chosen one of the dimensions. Strength: early stage of Ming Jin, Tier 1. Ming Jin? In some worlds, it is impossible to cultivate internal energy. Without methods for cultivating internal energy, one can only cultivate techniques. Overt strength, covert strength, neutralizing strength. In terms of internal energy cultivation, there are 3rd-rate, 2nd-rate, and 1st-rate practitioners. At the same level, internal energy cultivators are far stronger than physical strength cultivators. The world of Ip Man is quite weak. Let alone the peak of the 1st-level transformation realm, it probably has very few even dark realm. If Yaming went to the world of Ip Man, he would be invincible. Ip Man was also completely bewildered. Hadn't he just finished fighting 10 Japanese men? How did he end up here? He looked at Yaming with a simple and honest expression, and bowed with his hands clasped in greeting. I am Ip Man, the Wing Chun master. A message rushed into Ip Man's mind, and he was immediately stunned. This, Ip Man has met the immortal. Yaming nodded. Every time someone came in, they didn't know what was going on. No one read the written instructions. It would be better to just transmit the information directly into everyone's mind. It seems to be working well. Ip Man, sit down. Ip Man sat somewhat awkwardly on the sofa to the side, his body ramrod straight. Immortal, I want to ask how we can stop the people of my Dragon Kingdom from being bullied. Why did he beat up 10 people in the ring? It's all because those islanders are going too far. A cold glint flashed in Yaming's eyes. Japanese. There are many methods. It's up to you to choose. First, you become stronger yourself and defeat them until they dare not resist. Second, you buy technological data and allow China to develop technology far surpassing the world's. Third, you hire a powerful individual from me to destroy the island nation. Fourth, you buy nuclear bombs and drop them directly on the island nation. Fifth, you buy biological poison and use it on the island nation, wiping them all out. Sixth. Yaming's words became increasingly absurd, prompting Yawen to quickly interrupt him. Immortal, I only want to prevent the people of the Dragon Kingdom from being bullied, not to kill all the people of the island nation. Besides, the transaction requires heavenly coins, right? I don't think we have that many. Yaming coughed. Ahem, then gather up some heavenly coins to buy an internal energy cultivation manual, practice it, and then crush the Japanese. Once you're strong enough, beat them until they dare not enter China. Ip Man was puzzled. Could a person really be that strong? It seems impossible for one person to fight against a nation, even by cultivating inner strength. Ip Man voiced his doubts, but Yaming shook his head. That's because the martial arts in your world are too weak. You should know that when internal energy cultivation is at a high level, a single glance can kill, and wiping out a country with a single palm strike is not difficult. Ip Man was greatly shocked. Perhaps his only hobby was martial arts. He hesitated for a moment, then decided to see how many heavenly coins he had first. He raised his hand, and a secret manual appeared. Wing Chun, Tier 1 manual, valued at 2 heavenly coins. Silence, a deathly silence. Ip Man had nothing left but Wing Chun. He had no money, no other secret manuals, only Wing Chun. He looked at Yaming somewhat awkwardly and tentatively asked, Immortal, can 2 heavenly coins be exchanged for an internal energy cultivation manual? Yaming glanced at Yawen and nodded in response to his ashamed gaze. The first level of Murong's internal skill allows one to cultivate internal energy, and only requires 2 heavenly coins. A hint of joy appeared in Ip Man's eyes. Then I'll trouble you, Immortal. I'll buy the first level of Murong's inner strength. Yaming took away the Wing Chun style, and then transferred the first level of Murong's internal energy into Ip Man's head. Ip Man closed his eyes and sensed it, his body trembling with excitement. It really is internal energy. I never thought that would one day be able to cultivate internal energy. Yaming waited until Yawen had recovered enough before saying to him, they can only cultivate internal energy, it's too difficult to prevent the people of the Dragon Kingdom from being bullied. I have a suggestion you'd like to hear. Ip Man's eyes lit up. I am willing to heed the teachings of the immortal. Yaming sighed inwardly. His world was very similar to Ip Man's world. Both countries had suffered a lot of hardships. If he could help, he would certainly be willing to. Unfortunately, the rules of the Myriad Realms Tower are there, and he cannot easily violate them. With the coin of the gods, everything is fine. Without the coin of the gods, nothing will work. Go find the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom, gather all the valuable items together, and then trade them here. Exchange them for some advanced technologies from the future world to strengthen the Dragon Kingdom's national power. Only when the Dragon Kingdom is strong will other countries not dare to act recklessly. Dignity lies only on the edge of the sword, and truth lies only within the range of a shot. That's all I have to say. The rest is up to you. Ip Man bowed respectfully and remained standing for a long time. Thank you for your guidance, Immortal. On behalf of the people of the Dragon Kingdom, I thank you. Watching Ip Man leave, Yaming shook his head, hoping that Ip Man could keep his word. This matter is neither simple nor difficult in a way. It all depends on whether he can gain the country's trust. After returning home, Ip Man did not think about how to contact his superiors. Instead, he closed the door and began to cultivate in seclusion. He can't convince the country with just words, he needs to cultivate his inner strength first. Inside the villa, Yaming toured the entire villa before starting to purchase any items he needed. All the clothes, pants, shoes, toiletries, etc., are in the old house, and I need to buy them all again. Fortunately, with today's advanced technology, there are same-city delivery services available, so you can order and receive your order on the same day. It's just a pity for President Gu. He's been waiting outside Ye Ming's house for so long but hasn't seen Ye Ming yet. After Ye Ming finished purchasing the items, his takeout order arrived. While Ye Ming was eating takeout, in another dimension, on a high mountain. Why am I still here? Why? I want to go back. I'm going to bring the best technology here, let's see who dares to oppose me. A man dressed in dark, luxurious robes questioned an elderly man with white hair. The old man looked at him calmly and said, "It's just an ordinary box, you've all imagined it to be magical." The richly dressed man was furious and pointed at the treasure box in the center of the table. The lid of the treasure box floated in midair, which looked quite magical. "You're talking nonsense, old man. I used this treasure box to get here, and I'm going to use it to get back now. I'm going to come and go as I please, so give me the treasure box right now." The old man waved his hand. "Sir, don't worry. Since this box can't get you back, you have other options." The man in fine clothes paused for a moment, then glanced at the cloaked man sitting on the stool next to him. The cloaked man suddenly spoke up and asked, "Please speak, sir." The old man pointed to the tea on the table. "The reason lies in the tea itself. A cup of tea tastes bitter and sweet the first time you drink it, and after a second time you savor the aftertaste. But if you keep drinking it, all that will remain in your mouth is bitterness. If you too want to return to where you came from, the only thing you can do is keep drinking like this." The cloaked man looked thoughtfully at the man in fine clothes. "I understand now. There is no time tunnel at all. If we want to go back, we just have to live each day as it comes. After more than 2,000 years, we will naturally go back." The man in the fine clothes also realized what was happening, and looked on incredulously. "It's too painful, too painful. After Xiaoya left, I have nothing to miss. Do you know what's going on? I've already endured 46 years of suffering, and I still have to wait another 2,000 years. Ah!" The man in fine clothes was filled with pain. What did it matter if he held absolute power? Without Xiaoyu, he didn't want to stay in this world for even a moment longer. Ding! "Fated one, you have been chosen by the Myriad Realms Tower. Do you wish to enter the Myriad Realms Tower?" The man in fine clothes suddenly shouted and turned to look behind him. "Who's there? Show yourself." However, there was nothing around, and those words seemed like a hallucination. The old man sighed. "This box has been passed down for 1,000 years, only a destined person will be able to open it." A destined person? Just now, it seemed like someone destined appeared beside my ear. Did I enter some kind of place? Could it be this box? The man in the fine clothes looked at the treasure box. It must be a time tunnel. Enter. The next second, the man in the fine clothes suddenly appeared out of a vortex. Outside the vortex was a familiar place for him: sofa, coffee table, counter. He was overjoyed. They were really back. He's back. A stream of information entered his mind, causing the man in the fine clothes to pause for a moment. The Tower of 10,000 Realms? Isn't this 2,000 years in the future? Impossible. He looked at the stairs to the side and quickly ran over, wanting to leave the room. But it was no use. No matter what I did, I couldn't leave. He had to face reality. He might really have arrived in an extraordinary place. Ye Ming, who was still eating upstairs, suddenly received a message: "Someone else has arrived." He took a sip of water and walked down unhurriedly. To the man in the fancy clothes, Ye Ming's sudden appearance in the room startled him. He immediately knelt down on both knees and respectfully pressed his head to the floor. Zhao Gao greets the immortal. He hasn't knelt down in a long time. Since Qin Shi Huang's death, he has been second only to the emperor in the court, and no one is qualified to receive his bow anymore. But the person in front of me is different. He is a deity. This Myriad Realms Tower surpasses all the heavens and Myriad Realms. Ye Ming glanced at Zhao Gao, whose information appeared before his eyes. Name: Gao Yao. Identity: Lord of the Imperial Carriage Office in the mythological world. Strength: none. Gao Yao. Get up. Gao Yao shuddered. He hadn't used that name in a long time. Everyone thought he was Zhao Gao, the powerful official in charge of the Imperial Carriage Office, but how many people knew that he was actually a cook named Gao Yao? He slowly stood up, a fawning smile on his face, and stood beside the sofa. Your subject. I, Gao Yao, am truly fortunate to have seen the true face of the immortal. People say that the immortal's appearance is unparalleled, transcending the mortal realm. Today, I have seen that the immortal's brows contain the beauty of mountains and rivers, his eyes are deep as if they hold the Milky Way, his face is like jade, his lips are like painted rouge, and he is surrounded by a faint immortal aura. Every step he takes seems to be walking on clouds and mist, which makes people yearn for it and marvel at it. Ye Ming looked at Gao Yao with a strange expression. As expected of Zhao Gao, he had a smooth tongue and could no longer keep Qin Shi Huang happy. Ye Ming was very clear about the situation in the mythological world. There was a Gao Yao and a Yi Xiao Chuan. The two of them traveled from the modern world to 2,000 years ago because of the treasure box. Gao Yao, a cook with little education and extremely bad luck, suffered a lot of hardship. Not only was he castrated, but he was also tortured and humiliated by all sorts of people. Despite the many hardships he endured, he still thought of his brother Yi Xiaochuan. The two are not related by blood, but as one of only two modern people in the world, he always puts Yi Xiaoquan's interests first. Now that he had secured a good position, the first person he thought of was Yi Xiaochuan, and he planned to give the two of them a good life. But what about Yi Xiaochuan? Immersed in the tender embrace of the Lu sisters and Yushu, and in the happiness of becoming Mengyi, he had completely forgotten about Gao Yao, and didn't even remember that such a person existed. If it weren't for Gao Yao, Yi Xiaochuan would have died countless times over. Even after Gao Yao learned that he was Zhao Gao, he still thought about enjoying wealth and glory with Yi Xiaochuan and wielding power in the Qin dynasty together. As a result, Yi Xiaochuan, standing on the moral high ground, righteously condemned Gao Yao. Fortunately, the Lishan giant Buddha didn't exist back then, otherwise the Lishan giant Buddha would have stood up so that Yi Xiaochuan could sit down. Just as Gao Yao said, "You think you're so great, so high and mighty. Do you know what kind of bullying I suffer, just because I'm penniless and powerless? I'm disabled. I'm a damn useless person. You're so great. Everyone loves you. What a terrible place this is, what a terrible place this is. I'm going to climb to the top step by step, step by step, step by step. I'm going to be Zhao Gao." Yi Xiaochuan was immersed in a world of pleasure every day, and had no idea what was happening to Gao Yao. People who try to persuade others to give up suffering without experiencing it themselves are disgusting. Alright, this isn't the Qin dynasty, you don't need to do this. Sit down, Gao Yao. You've done very well. Gao Yao sat on the sofa, took a deep breath, and was surprised that he could actually receive praise from the immortal. Immortal, do you know me? I know everything you've done. It's not easy to go from a cook to Zhao Gao. It's fate that you're here. You know all the rules here. Gao Yao's eyes welled up with tears. The immortal understands me. The immortal understands me. Thank you for your kind words, immortal. I want to go back to the year 2000 to find my Xiaoyu. Ming knew that Gao Yao had this idea. Right now, Gao Yao's mind was full of thoughts about returning to the future. After all, he had already waited for 60 years. But going back to the future isn't that simple. The easiest way is to go back to life. But Ming definitely couldn't say that. Going back to 2000 years in the future is easy, but the problem is, do you have that much multiverse currency? Gao Yao remained silent. Yes, did he really have that many heavenly coins? He only has gold and silver treasures now, but why would a god want gold and silver treasures? In the end, I can only live for 2000 years? But those 2000 years are too hard to endure. Ming shook his head. Gao Yao was stuck in a vicious cycle. Why did you find the year 2000 so difficult? Gao Yao looked at Ming with a confused expression. Yuer is dead, and I have no more attachments in this world. What if she survived? Gao Yao suddenly looked up. That's right. This is an immortal. Isn't it easy for an immortal to resurrect a mortal? Immortal, can you revive Yuer? Gao Yao looked delighted. Of course you can, but unfortunately, it requires a lot of heavenly coins. Besides, you know in your heart that it's not Gao Lan, just someone who looks a lot like Gao Lan. What if she comes back to life and continues to help Yi Xiaochuan? Would that leave her caught between you and Yi Xiaochuan? She is not your biological sister Gao Lan, she is Yu Ji. Ming's words pierced Gao Yao's heart. Of course, he wouldn't tell Gao Yao that people couldn't be resurrected yet. All you need is family. You don't have family in that era, but you can create one. Gao Yao kept his head down. How could he not know? But he was a eunuch. He was a useless person. No, since the immortal said that. That means, he suddenly raised his head, panting heavily, his eyes bloodshot. Immortal, if I wish to become whole again, is it possible? Ming smiled slightly, thinking, this child is teachable. Of course. Recovery is much simpler than the previous two methods. The first method is to buy a rare and precious material that can restore the body, such as the dragon essence and phoenix blood from the world of Fenjian. Not only can it restore the body, it can also grant immortality and make one immortal. The second method is to cultivate a technique that can regenerate severed limbs. In the world of Sword Rain, there is a divine technique called Luo Mo, which can regenerate severed limbs after being mastered. However, both of these methods require a considerable amount of celestial coins. So my suggestion is that you collect celestial coins first, and then we can discuss the rest once you have enough. When Gao Yao heard that there really was a way to restore his body, he was filled with enthusiasm. All heaven's coin. He has to work hard to earn the heavenly coins. When I get back, I'll try to get some gold and silver jewelry, that should be enough to exchange for some heavenly coins. And that treasure box. Since it can't help me travel back in time, the treasure box is useless. I'll just bring it here and sell it. The elixir of immortality. This is definitely valuable. Gao Yao could actually extract the elixir of immortality from his own body, but unfortunately, he would die if he did. Why not just start practicing new ones? Yi Xiaochuan seems to know how to refine an elixir of immortality. A cold glint flashed in Gao Yao's eyes. He hoped the man would know what was good for him. That guy Kui Wenze should still be alive. He didn't believe that Kui Wenze had only refined 3 longevity pills and given them all to Yi Xiaochuan. Thank you for your guidance, immortal. Gao Yao now knows what to do. After Gao Yao left, Ye Ming fell into deep thought. The mythological world is no simple matter. There's the elixir of immortality, time travel, and that Kui Wenze. I wonder if Gao Yao can get his hands on the elixir of immortality. Ye Ming shook his head and stood up. The more people he met, the more he realized that the Myriad Realms Tower had too little to offer. I have nothing, so I can only rely on lying and coaxing. It feels really frustrating. In the mythical world, Gao Yao returned to find that Yi Xiaochuan and the others hadn't even noticed his disappearance. It seems that no matter how long one stays in the Myriad Realms building, returning to one's own world is the same as leaving. He looked at the treasure box on the table. An old man beside him was asking Yi Xiaochuan if there was anything he wanted to put in it. Gao Yao reached out and took off the tiger-shaped jade pendant, then hugged the treasure box to his chest. This box is mine. Yi Xiaochuan stood up. He had already left a message in the box, so of course he couldn't let Gao Yao take it. If Gao Yao is placed in the wrong place, the things inside will not be discovered for 2,000 years. You can't take the box. The old man standing to the side could no longer remain calm. The box was the most important part, and it couldn't be allowed to go wrong. Sir, you shouldn't have taken the box. Old man, stop talking nonsense. Tell me, where is that Kui Wenze guy? Yi Xiaochuan frowned deeply. What are you talking about? Kui Wenze died a long time ago, so many years ago. The old man also shook his head. Sir, Mr. Kui Wenze is a good friend of my master, Bian Shanren. How would I know where he is? Besides, 60 years have passed, and my master is dead. How could Mr. Kui Wenze be alive? Gao Yao sneered. He had been unwilling to get involved in those messy things before, but that didn't mean he was unaware of them. He wasn't very bright, but he understood human nature very well. I, Zhao Gao, understand human nature best. Since Kui Wenze has the elixir of immortality, how could he possibly give it all to Yi Xiaochuan and keep nothing for himself? It's too much of a coincidence that your master, Bian Shanren, and Kui Wenze both knew about the future. I can't figure out why, but if I'm not mistaken, they should be the same person. Gao Yao glanced at Yi Xiaochuan. No one knows the identity of the mysterious Bian Mountain Man, yet he knows that Yi Xiaochuan and I can live for 60 years. It just so happens that the elixir of immortality was given to Yi Xiaochuan by Kui Wenze. It would be impossible if there wasn't some scheming involved. Yi Xiaochuan, you think you're here because of your own choice, but little do you know that it's all part of someone else's scheme. As for me, Zhao Gao, I may not know much else, but when it comes to scheming against people, I'm quite an expert. Yi Xiaoquan's body trembled. He had never even considered this possibility. Kui Wenze was his savior and mentor, and there was indeed a Kui Wenze in history, a legendary ancient immortal. Immortals. Did Kui Wenze really take an elixir of immortality? Otherwise, why would they be called immortals? Looking at it this way, Kui Wenze might really be the mysterious Bian Mountain Man. Yi Xiaochuan suddenly felt as if he were surrounded by a fog, and every step he took seemed to be guided by someone behind him. A look of shock flashed in the old man's eyes. How could this be different from what his master had said? Shouldn't Zhao Gao have left in anger upon hearing that there was no way to return to the future? Then he should have handed the box over to Yi Xiaochuan and then arranged for the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, to be used. Chaos. Utter chaos. He didn't know if his master was Kui Wenze, since he had never seen what Kui Wenze looked like, but almost everything his master said to him before he left came true. Except now. Looking at the old man's appearance, Gao Yao's eyes flashed with a hint of satisfaction. Don't be impatient if you don't tell me. Whether it's Bian Shanren or Kui Wenze, I believe they will come looking for me. Now, Yi Xiaochuan, tell me the recipe for the elixir of immortality? Yi Xiaochuan didn't know what was wrong with Gao Yao. Ever since he learned that he couldn't go back, he had changed a lot. It's no trouble telling you, there are simply no materials available right now, and you can't refine it anyway. You just need to tell me. It is made from the essence of black wind, heavenly star powder, and rare medicinal ingredients. I don't know the exact proportions. Gao Yao glanced at Yi Xiaochuan. You brought me here, and all you've brought me is pain. Remember this, I'll settle this score with you slowly. Slowly. Gao Yao took the box and turned to leave. Yi Xiaochuan, lost in thought, didn't stop him. The old man standing to the side was completely stunned by what he saw. Master, this is not what you said. Should I try to snatch it myself? But I'm in my 60s or 70s, can I win? The old man could only watch helplessly as Gao Yao took the box away. He said to Yi Xiaochuan, who was standing to the side, Sir, he shouldn't have taken this box. You should have taken it and put it back where it belongs. Yi Xiaochuan thought for a moment and then shook his head. It doesn't matter if he takes it or I take it, the box will always end up where it was originally located. Goodbye. Gao Yao, seated on his horse, opened the box, inside which were a letter from home and a map. A letter from home? Gao Yao casually tossed it aside, then opened the map, and sure enough, it was a map of the first emperor's mausoleum. Unfortunately, opening the first emperor's mausoleum is not that easy. He put the map in his pocket, and with a thought, returned to the Myriad Realms Tower. Can this box be traded? Ye Ming raised an eyebrow, not expecting Gao Yao to be so fast. He had just left and was back with the box. The treasure box is the core of the mythical world. If it is traded, the entire spacetime of the mythical world will collapse and all humans will die. Trading is prohibited. The core of a mythological world? Thinking about it carefully, it seems to make sense. If the box were traded, how would Gao Yao and Yi Xiaochuan travel back in time 2,000 years from now? If we hadn't traveled back in time, where would the present-day Jao have come from? If spacetime is not a closed loop, the whole world will have problems. This treasure box cannot be traded unless you want the entire world to die. Gao Yao was stunned for a moment, then hugged the treasure box tightly to his chest. He didn't want to die, and he didn't want his sister Gao Lan to die either. Keep the treasure box for yourself. Wait for Kui Wenzi to come find him. Okay, thank you for your guidance, Immortal. I'll go back and prepare the rest of the items now. Ye Ming nodded, watching Gao Yao leave. Just as he was about to leave, another person emerged from the vortex. This man was dressed as a servant, but he had a very handsome face, full of heroic spirit, and his eyes revealed an extraordinary charm. Name: Duan Lang. Identity: son of the Sword Master of the Southern Lin sect in the world of Fen Jian, a menial servant of the World Alliance. Strength: peak of the innate realm, 3rd tier. Duan Lang, a figure in the turbulent world. Duan Lang, who just appeared, was merely a menial servant of the world society, yet he was actually a martial artist at the peak of the innate realm. You should know that even the strongest warriors in the world, like Mirong Fu, are only at the innate realm. The world of Fen Jian is truly amazing. If Duan Lang were any stronger, he probably wouldn't have been able to come to the Myriad Realms Tower. Duan Lang remained expressionless, but his heart was already churning with turbulent emotions. He initially thought someone was communicating with him telepathically, but he never expected that just by replying with a single sentence, he would actually end up in this place. What incredible power this is! Even Xiong Ba didn't have this kind of skill. Is this a predestined connection with the divine? Thinking of how Xiong Ba and Wen Zhou humiliated him during the day, he wished he could kill them. With so many people around, they actually made him get out of the hall in front of everyone. Utter disgrace. Xiong Ba, one day I will surely kill you. Duan Lang looked at the young man in front of him. He seemed to be about the same age as him, but he couldn't see through him at all. He knew that the person in front of him was the Lord of the Myriad Realms Tower, a true immortal. Duan Lang greets the immortal. Duan Lang, sit down. Ye Ming's eyes sparkled, his heart filled with joy. What a turbulent time. There are so many great things inside. The martial arts manuals are all top-notch, as are various rare and precious materials, including rare items such as dragon essence and phoenix blood. With Duan Lang, I might be able to significantly increase the number of high-end products in my Myriad Realms Tower. Putting everything else aside, Duan Lang's family-inherited mental cultivation method and Eclipse Sword technique alone are probably more powerful than all the techniques except for Saitama's limit break technique. But I didn't expect it to be Duan Lang who came. It seems that the people who come from the Myriad Realms Tower are not righteous people. Mirong Fu was not a good person, Gao Yao was the infamous Zhao Gao in history, and Duan Lang was definitely a villain in the end. The Myriad Realms Tower is a bit unorthodox. Those destined to join the Myriad Realms Tower all possess a strong inner desire, which is why they are chosen by the Myriad Realms Tower, regardless of whether they are righteous or evil. I see. After the explanation, Ye Ming was even more convinced of his guess. People with strong desires are usually villains, aren't they? However, judging from the current situation, Duan Lang is still a good person who values loyalty and righteousness. He was just humiliated by Xiong Ba and gradually turned to the dark side due to various events in the later period. After processing the information in his mind, Duan Lang did not hesitate to condense the cultivation technique in his mind. If he had some doubts before, now that he saw the family's secret manual and the Eclipse Sword technique in his hands, he was certain that he had really encountered a god. The Broken Family Heart Sutra, a 4th-tier secret manual, valued at 9,000 heavenly coins. Eclipse Sword Technique, 4th-tier manual, value 7,500 heavenly coins. Tier 4, 16,500 celestial coins. The price of these two manuals shocked Ye Ming. Together, they cost 16,000 heavenly coins, and he could also obtain 1,650 heavenly coins. That's amazing. This is truly a world of turmoil. The pinnacle of the martial arts world. But why is it only 4th order? The scope of the fourth tier is very broad. Chi refining and foundation establishment belong to the fourth tier. Grandmaster and Celestial being also belong to the fourth tier, all of which belong to the refining essence into Chi stage. After Wan Ji Lu explained it this way, Ye Ming understood what it meant. It's like the first tier, which includes third tier, second tier, and first tier. Judging from the prices of the Broken Family Heart Sutra and the Eclipse Sword Technique, it should be possible to cultivate them to the celestial realm. Acquired, innate, Grandmaster, celestial being. Are these the realms of internal energy cultivation? Ye Ming looked at Duan Lang and said to him, a total of 16,500 heavenly coins. Is there anything you want? Duan Lang nodded and said without hesitation, I want to become stronger. Ye Ming waved his hand, and the treasured artifact appeared. The Saitama style limit breaking cultivation method has 7 levels, each of which can help you reach your peak. You are currently at the peak of the innate realm, at the 3rd level. If you want to break through to the 4th level, you need to buy the 4th level. The first layer costs 10 heavenly coins, the second layer costs 100 heavenly coins, the third layer costs 1000 heavenly coins, and the fourth layer costs 10,000 heavenly coins, for a total of 11,110 heavenly coins. The first 3 levels can be completed in 2 months, but the 4th level alone will take 2 months to complete, which means you can become a peak 4th tier expert in 4 months. This technique is the fastest way to increase strength among all techniques. Its only drawback is that it will cause hair loss, and you will become bald after you finish practicing it. Duan Lang touched his hair and gritted his teeth. I bought it. It's just hair, right? You've lost your dignity, what do you care about hair now? Ye Ming nodded, then suddenly felt that something was a little off. Myriad Realms Tower, can't this side effect be resolved? Won't all my customers become bald? A gathering of monks? If a cultivator practices a technique that surpasses the Saitama style limit breaking cultivation method, or if their strength exceeds the 7th rank, they can grow hair. Ye Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Myriad Realms Tower was not a temple, it would be too unpleasant to look around and see only bald heads. With a wave of his hand, the martial arts manual in Duan Lang's hand disappeared and reappeared on the counter next to him. Ye Ming handed Duan Lang a Myriad Realms token. The Myriad Realms token contains 5,390 heavenly coins. Remember to take it. The cultivation technique is also inside. Duan Lang received the Myriad Realms token, and the Saitama style limit breaking cultivation method entered his mind. He looked at Ye Ming with a strange expression. Could this thing be fake? How can this be so unreliable? Is doing all this useful? Ye Ming saw Duan Lang's gaze and calmly explained. This is a technique of a 7th level expert. It looks simple, but if he went to your world, he could blow your world up with one punch. If Boros could destroy a star with a single punch, Saitama, who could easily defeat Boros, certainly could too. A look of horror flashed in Duan Lang's eyes. A 7th tier expert. He could shatter the world with a single punch. That's amazing. The most powerful person he has ever met is Xiong Ba, but even Xiong Ba couldn't possibly destroy the world with a single punch. Immortal, may I ask what level of strength Xiong Ba possesses? Can I defeat Xiong Ba in 4 months? Xiong Ba? He should be a 4th order rank, but not at the peak of the 4th order rank. According to the division of your world, both Grandmaster and Celestial Realm are 4th order rank, and Xiong Ba is a Celestial Realm martial artist. Duan Lang's lips curled up slightly. 4 months? In 4 months, I will be able to kill Xiong Ba and unify the martial arts world. Ye Ming could tell what Duan Lang was thinking just by looking at him. In your world, the peak of the 4th tier isn't invincible. Duan Lang's smile froze upon hearing this. Could there be another powerful figure he didn't know about? That's impossible. The world society has almost unified the entire Central Plains. There are few people whose strength is similar to his. There are people who are slightly stronger than him, but they can't be much stronger. Please, sage, enlighten me. 5,000 heavenly coins. I'll give you a brief overview, and then I'll give you an opportunity. All right. Thank you, Immortal. Ye Ming transferred 5,000 heavenly coins to Duan Lang and said, there are many strong people in your world. Not only have some people lived for 2,000 years without aging, but there is even an old thing who has lived for 3,000 years without dying. What? 3,000 years? Duan Lang was filled with shock. How could a human possibly live for 3,000 years? Aren't they human beings? No, they are human, they just ate something that allowed them to live for 3,000 years. What is that? This is not something you should know right now, and it would be an insult to those things to try and find out about them with just 5,000 heavenly coins. Duan Lang felt a chill run down his spine. How could someone who could live for 3,000 years possibly buy something for 5,000 heavenly coins? He was overthinking it. Ye Ming continued. You should go to Lingyun Cave immediately. There is a treasure in Lingyun Cave called Blood Bodhi. It is a rare fruit that grows on the ground where the blood of the fire Kylan drips. It has the effect of healing serious injuries and increasing power for those without injuries. Although the more each person eats, the less effective it becomes, it should be helpful to you. Moreover, you can take any extras to the Myriad Realms Tower to trade. Ye Ming thought for a moment and didn't mention the other items. The blood bodhi alone was enough for Duan Lang to earn back the 5,000 heavenly coins. Moreover, further in, the Fire Kirin Sword, Snow Drinking Saber, and 6 absolute techniques of Proud Cold are all too likely to encounter Fire Kirins. Right now, if Duan Lang encounters a Fire Kirin, he will surely die. Oh, right, remember to leave as soon as you find it. There's a Fire Kylan inside Lingyun Cave. Even if you, Nai Feng, and Bullet and Jingyun are all no match for it. Duan Lang returned to his stable, lay down on his straw bed, and pondered Ye Ming's words. Lingyun Cave, Fire Kylan, Blood Bodhi. He was well aware of the Fire Kylan's strength. Even his own father had been easily defeated by the Fire Kylan 10 years ago, so he was definitely no match for it. He might not have entered easily before, but now that he knows there are blood bodhi seeds inside, of course he has to go in and give it a try. Moreover, the immortal had already told him that the Fire Kylan usually only appears during floods in Lishan, and that it is not possible to see the Fire Kylan unless you go too deep into the area. If you really encounter a Fire Kylan, just run. The immortal also told him about the Fire Kylan's fatal weakness, which was the location of the scales that the Duan family ancestor had cut off from the Fire Kylan. That area has no scales to protect it, so it can directly damage the Fire Kylan's internal organs. Duan Lang pondered why the immortal had said he was about to go to Lingyun Cave. Was it because he had calculated that he wanted to obtain the blood bodhi immediately? Broken waves. Duan Lang's body trembled, and he immediately sat up, looking at the person who had spoken. It was actually Lord Dugu. Duan Lang. He tastes humiliation by day and licks his wounds alone by night, receiving no sympathy from others, only becoming fodder for gossip. The city lord of Dugu shook his head, while Dugu Ming behind him looked on with disdain. How long do you plan to live like this? Duan Lang turned his head away. That's my own business. A meaningful smile appeared on the face of the city lord Dugu. I think you know better than I do that you've served the wrong person. What kind of person is Xiong Ba? He only cares about himself. Even his 3 disciples, whom he personally trained, are nothing more than pawns in his game. And what about you? Ha 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 ha. Lord Dugu stood up and sat down behind Duan Lang. Duan Lang, I can see that you have been wronged. Xiong Ba deliberately kept you as a servant just to tarnish the reputation of your Duan family. Have you thought about that? He patted Duan Lang on the shoulder, as if to say, I'm doing this all for your own good. Duan Lang, even if you can endure Xiong Ba's bullying and humiliation, your Duan family ancestors might not agree to you doing this. Lord Dugu offered a series of persuasive words, hoping to lure Duan Lang to his peerless city. Duan Lang had the same idea. Cultivating in the world society was too conspicuous, and he needed to find a different place. Whether it's Wushuan City or anywhere else, as long as it's not within the Tianziawai World Alliance. Watching the Dugu father and son leave, Duan Lang's heart was filled with turmoil. The immortal's prediction actually came true. The city lord of Dugu came to recruit him, and after some back and forth, they actually decided to go to Lingyun Cave. Using the pretext of paying respects to his father, Nai Feng spoke to Xiong Ba, and then they headed to Lingyun Cave. He then took the opportunity to escape and headed to Wushuan City. Just as the immortal said, this is the only safest way Duan Lang can think of to break away from the world society. If I leave directly, I will be killed by Xiong Ba's men as soon as I leave. Even the city lord of Dugu dared not intervene to protect himself. But if you go missing yourself, that's a different story. Duan Lang's eyes flickered as he returned to the world society. I saw Nai Feng as soon as I got to the door. Duan Lang, I thought you were gone. The next day, outside Lingyun Cave, Duan Lang, Nai Feng, and Bullet and Jingyun stood together. Duan Lang and Nai Feng seemed to recall their childhood memories and reminisced about the past. Bullet and Jingyun crossed his arms. I'd like to see what kind of monster could devour both the Southern Scale Sword Master and the Snow Drinking Saber. Duan Lang arrived at his father's grave and knelt down. Father, your unfilial son has disappointed you. Then, Duan Lang silently said to himself, soon, father. You will soon see me restore the Duan family's prestige. Believe me, that day will come very soon. After the worship, the 3 of them came to the Buddha statue. Duan Lang was thinking to himself, how could he enter Lingyun Cave without the 2 of them watching? After reuniting with Lord Dugu, he needed to return to Wushuan City as soon as possible to avoid being purged by Xiong Ba. So we have to go in now. He looked at the Buddha statue and sighed. Great Buddha, please bless me so that I may rise above my circumstances soon. Bullet and Jingyun, standing to the side, said disdainfully, a kingdom cannot be obtained by begging or by crying. Duan Lang was overjoyed, his opportunity had arrived. He pointed at Bullet and Jingyun and said, you're too arrogant. Didn't your father teach you how to respect people? Or do you not even have a father? Shut up. How dare you comment on my father? Do you have a death wish? Bulletin Jingyun turned around angrily, glaring at Duan Lang. Duan Lang stepped forward, wanting to continue provoking Bulletin Jingyun, but was pulled back by Naifeng. Duan Lang, say less. Bulletin Jingyun was furious at Duan Lang's provocative gaze. You're not convinced, are you? That's right. Don't think that just because your father is one of the 3 leaders of the world society, in my eyes. Naifeng grabbed Duan Lang and said sternly, broken waves. Under Naifeng's gaze, Duan Lang fell silent, but judging from Bulletin Jingyun's expression, it seemed that enough had been said. Naifeng quickly walked to Bulletin Jingyun's side. Senior brother Yun, please don't hold it against him for my sake. Humph, a defeated soldier dares to boast of his bravery. Fang, let me teach this brat a lesson. Bulletin Jingyun shoved Naifeng aside, and Duan Lang drew his longsword in the process. The two began to gather their inner strength. Bulletin Jingyun opened and closed his hands wide, and his cloud-dispelling palm caused the surrounding wine to spin rapidly. Duan Lang was not to be outdone, and he used the eclipse sword technique, with a faint red light flashing on the sword. The two struck each other with a palm and a sword, and Naifeng quickly stepped in between to stop them. I don't know what he was thinking, but he didn't use his internal energy and just stood there in the middle. Bulletin Jingyun and Duan Lang were both startled and quickly moved their attacks aside to avoid hurting Naifeng. At the same time, Duan Lang moved his feet slightly and crashed into Bulletin Jingyun's cloud-dispelling palm. Duan Lang's sword energy landed on the lake surface, creating waves tens of meters high, while Bulletin Jingyun's cloud-dispelling palm also landed in front of Duan Lang. Duan Lang used the momentum to fall backward, pretending to be knocked away, and flew onto the Buddha statue before falling into the entrance of Lingyun Cave. Broken waves. Naifeng quickly activated his wind godleg technique and rushed towards the entrance of Lingyun Cave. Bulletin Jingyun frowned. What was Duan Lang up to? Naifeng didn't see it, but he saw it clearly. Duan Lang had obviously run into the cloud-dispelling palm. Is he trying to sow discord between himself and Feng? Snort. Bulletin Jingyun used his lightness skill to arrive at the entrance of Lingyun Cave, where he saw Naifeng with a serious expression. Senior brother Yun. Something's wrong. Duan Lang is missing. There are traces of fire here. Could he have been carried in by a monster? No, I have to go in and find Duan Lang. Bulletin Jingyun quickly grabbed Naifeng. Are you insane? Even your father and Duan Lang's father were no match for you. Are you just courting death by going in now? Naifeng shook off Bulletin Jingyun's hand. No matter what, I can't just watch Duan Lang disappear here. 10 years ago, I watched my father disappear here. 10 years later, are you going to make me watch my best friend disappear like this, his fate unknown? Bulletin Jingyun snorted coldly. Duan Lang clearly wanted to come up here himself. It has nothing to do with me. Who knows if he staged this whole thing just for us? Naifeng was clearly angry, even his voice changed. Senior brother Yun, you've gone too far. If you had held back, Duan Lang wouldn't have been knocked up. Bulletin Jingyun disdained to explain and stood in front of Naifeng. I won't let you in. You're not even sure if he's actually entered Lingyun Cave. You know his eclipse sword technique can still leave burn marks. Naifeng wasn't listening to any of that. He was already completely absorbed in the moment. He might not have acted this way in other places, but Lingyun Cave is different. For the past 10 years, he has hated himself for being too weak to save his father when he was attacked. He will not allow this to happen again. Get out of the way. I need to get in. Naifeng channeled his inner force and kicked out with his wind godleg towards Bulletin Jingyun. Bulletin Jingyun quickly countered with his cloud-dispelling palm, blocking the entrance with all his might. Inside Lingyun Cave, Duan Lang strode forward. He dared not linger here. Firstly, with the presence of the fire Kylan, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Secondly, he was afraid that Naifeng might run in looking for him. If Naifeng encountered the fire Kylan and something happened to him, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Previously, under the Buddha statue, he deliberately exposed a flaw to Bulletin Jingyun, and he also deliberately left a sword mark outside Lingyun Cave. If Bulletin Jingyun sees this, he'll definitely be suspicious, so he'll block Naifeng. However, he didn't know how long he could hold out, since Naifeng's wind god kick was known for its speed, while the cloud-dispelling palm was not good at speed. Naifeng's nickname God of the Wind wasn't given for nothing. A flash of red light passed through Duan Lang's eyes. He looked closely and saw some strange, blood-red fruits growing among the vines in the cave. They were blood bodhi. Overjoyed, Duan Lang took a few steps to the vines and picked all the blood bodhi seeds. There were probably dozens of blood bodhi seeds in this batch, but he didn't have time to count them before turning around and leaving. Roar! A deafening roar echoed from afar, the air suddenly heated up, and a red light flickered from a distant cave. Oh no, a fire Kylan. Duan Lang quickly gathered his inner strength and rushed outwards. In front of Lingyun Cave, Naifeng, who was about to rush in, suddenly changed his expression, and Bulletin Jingyun, who was dead fish face, also suddenly showed expression. They all heard the sounds coming from inside. The two exchanged a glance, and Bulletin Jingyun immediately rushed outside, grabbing at Naifeng. Naifeng rushed towards Lingyun Cave, using the first move of the wind godleg technique, catching the wind in shadows, to instantly bypass Bulletin Jingyun and rush into Lingyun Cave. Startled, Bulletin Jingyun gritted his teeth, turned around, and rushed into Lingyun Cave. Inside Lingyun Cave, Duanlang looked at the white light in the distance and knew that they were about to reach the entrance. The flames behind me were getting closer and closer, and the burning sensation was getting stronger and stronger, as if my back was being burned. As soon as Naifeng entered, he saw Duanlang and the fire Kailan in the distance. He said to Duanlang with a solemn expression, "Duanlang, hurry." He channeled his inner strength and unleashed the fifth move of the wind godleg technique. Wind sweeps away the building. His body spun around, and the surrounding stones flew up with the powerful wind, floating around Naifeng. Of course, Naifeng himself didn't rush forward, he simply kicked the surrounding stones away. As soon as Bulletin Jingyun entered, he immediately waved his palms, unleashing the fourth move of the cloud-dispelling palm, overwhelming mountain and sea. The palm strike was as fierce as a tidal wave, creating a deafening roar within the Lingyun Cave. The wind god kick and cloud-dispelling palm struck the fire Kailan, causing the flames on its body to sway slightly. However, their attack did not stop the fire Kailan at all, on the contrary, it enraged the fire Kailan. With a roar, it increased its speed and arrived behind Duanlang in the blink of an eye. Knowing he could no longer escape, Duanlang drew his longsword and quickly turned to search for the fire Kailan's wounds. Sure enough, the fire Kailan had a wound on its right limb, where there was no scale protection. He brandished his longsword, channeling his inner energy, and the sword gleamed with a faint red light. The first move of the eclipse sword technique, Dawn breaks the sun. The rising sun shines brightly but not fiercely. A beam of white light shot straight toward the fire Kailan's scar, its sharpness instantly alerting the fire Kailan. It quickly dodged backward, and in doing so, spat out a mouthful of flame. Duanlang's face lit up with joy when he saw the fire Kailan retreat. Wielding his longsword to deflect the flames, he used the force to fly backward. Naifeng caught Duanlang from behind and rushed out of Lingyun Cave. Roar! The fire Kailan stood inside the Lingyun Cave, watching the three escape, and roared in dissatisfaction. It snorted and turned back into the depths of Lingyun Cave. "Duanlang, are you alright?" Duanlang shook his head, but inwardly he was extremely relieved. It was a close call. "That damned fire Kailan, I'll kill it one day." Not only did he court death, but he almost got Feng killed too. Duanlang touched the blood body in his arms, paying no attention to Bulletin Jingyun. "Let's leave first, lest it come out." The three left Lingyun Cave and found an inn nearby to stay in. At night, several flaming arrows shot into the room, startling the three men awake. They exchanged glances and rushed out. 10 minutes later, Bulletin Jingyun and Naifeng repelled the assassins, only to find that Duanlang was missing. The next morning, Naifeng rode on his horse, his face full of complicated emotions. "Let's go, don't wait anymore, he has chosen to leave the world society." "Impossible. Duanlang wouldn't leave without saying goodbye. You understand better than anyone that he did this." Bulletin Jingyun rode away, and Naifeng looked around reluctantly, opening his tightly clenched palm to reveal a red blood body seed. Duanlang finally breathed a sigh of relief as he stepped into Wushuan City. Finally, they were safe. After leaving Naifeng and Duguming, he and Duguming hurried back to Wushuan City. "Next, I sold the blood body seeds I had." Inside the Myriad Realms Tower, Yaming was sorting out his gains from this trip. Duanlang's 2 secret manuals cost a total of 16,500 heavenly coins, and he obtained 1,650 heavenly coins, which was quite a windfall. Even at my richest, I didn't have 600 heavenly coins, but now I have over 1,600. It's a pity that the 5,000 heavenly coins weren't returned, 1/10. But thinking about it, it makes sense. They've already taken a cut once, and taking another would be too unfair. The information and money are still there, they'll appear in Chapter 77. With the odd amount added, Yaming now has a total of 1,650.5 heavenly coins. Of these, 0.3 heavenly coins were leftovers, and 0.2 heavenly coins were obtained by Ip Man from trading Wing Chun. Cultivate the second level of the Saitama style limit-breaking cultivation method. Do you wish to consume 1,000 heavenly coins to cultivate the second level of the Saitama style limit-breaking technique? Yes, it's a waste not to have money. What's the point of keeping so many heavenly coins? To breed them? A surge of heat flowed through Yaming's body, and his physique was once again enhanced in all aspects. Strength, speed, reaction time, and even mental strength were all increasing, and he quickly reached the peak of the second tier. Yaming touched his head and breathed a sigh of relief. His hair was still there. Ding, the Myriad Realms Tower has met the upgrade criteria. Upgrade now? Name, Yam Ming. Myriad Realms Tower Level 2. Realm, Peak of Tier 2. Celestial Coins 650.5. Technique, Saitama Style Limit Breaking Cultivation Method, 2nd Level. Connecting Worlds, Demigods and Semi-Devils, Ip Man, Myth, Storm Riders. Traded Items, Saitama Style Limit Breaking Cultivation Method, Severing Family Inner Strength Technique, Eclipse Sword Technique, Wing Chun, Murong Internal Energy. After Yam Ming confirmed the upgrade, the Myriad Realms Tower gained several new functions. First, let's talk about the original function. Previously, the highest level a person with affinity could reach was the peak of the 3rd tier, but now they can reach the peak of the 4th tier. That's one reason. Secondly, previously only one person could come at the same time, but now 2 can come. Moreover, the frequency of those destined to arrive will increase. This is treating Yam Ming like a beast of burden. The previous frequency was already very high, with 3 or 4 people coming every day. We need to speed things up even more, because even more people will come. Fortunately, the work became heavier, and the income also increased. The original 1/10 return has been changed to 2/10 return. In addition to these original functions, a new function has been added. In interdimensional transactions, if a transaction occurs, a person with a predestined connection can enter another person's world with the permission of that person. However, Yam Ming cannot go, or rather, he cannot go for the time being. Once the level of the Myriad Realms Tower increases, I might be able to go there, but not now. Only those destined to be together can pass through the vortex and enter the world of another destined person. This feature has its pros and cons. Duan Lang's entry into IP Man's world is like a dimensional reduction attack. He can easily help Ip Man solve all problems and help Ip Man integrate the world's resources and exchange them for multidimensional currency. However, if Duan Lang really wanted to do something, Ip Man couldn't stop him. Duan Lang could directly kill everyone in IP Man's world. Therefore, the use of this function must be restricted and it cannot be used casually. Just as Yam Ming was pondering, a person walked out of the vortex. It was Duan Lang. Duan Lang pulled out a handful of blood bodhi seeds from his pocket and was about to speak when another person walked out of the vortex. A young girl in white walked out. Her face was pale and sickly. Even though the lamplight was as bright as the sunset, her face was still bloodless, which made her look even more elegant and refined, with an incomparably beautiful appearance. Both Yam Ming and Duan Lang were drawn to the woman, and they sighed inwardly, thinking what a beautiful girl she was. Name, Little Dragon Girl. Identity, in the world of the Return of the Condor Heroes, the 3rd generation leader of the Ancient Tomb Sect. Strength, Peak 1st Class, Tier 1. If Little Dragon Girl is only a top-tier martial artist, then it seems the 5 great strength hasn't reached the innate realm. That makes sense. After all, the Sweeper Monk is only at the innate realm. If the 5 greats had reached the innate realm, they could easily crush anyone below them. However, in the original work, it seems that there was no crushing defeat. Upon seeing Yam Ming, Xiaolanu immediately bowed. Little Dragon Girl of the Ancient Tomb Sect greets the immortal. Yam Ming nodded and said to her, "Little Dragon Girl, please sit down and wait a moment." Little Dragon Girl sat quietly to the side, not daring to move. She was clearly within the Ancient Tomb Sect, and having suffered severe injuries, she knew she wouldn't live much longer. The thought that she wouldn't be able to fulfill her promise to take care of Yang Guo for the rest of her life made her extremely uneasy. As she pondered whether or not to kill Yang Guo, a voice appeared in her mind, and she was transported to the abode of immortals. The celestial objects around him were all so magical, and the thing he was sitting on was incredibly soft. She was so badly injured in the Ancient Tomb Sect that she didn't even have the strength to walk, but after arriving here, it seemed that her injuries had been suppressed. Duan Lang glanced at Xiaolanu and then looked away. Xiaolanu was very beautiful, but firstly, she was not from his world, and secondly, he was focused on becoming a strong person and restoring the prestige of the Duan family. He had no time to think about matters of love and sex. Immortal, what is the value of this blood bodhi? Yam Ming glanced at the blood bodhi, not wondering how Duan Lang had obtained it in such a short time. He always knew that time here was different from time in other worlds. In some worlds, a day might have passed but only a few tens of minutes had passed, while in others, 100 years might have passed but only a day had passed here. Different worlds have different flow rates. Blood bodhi, a 4th-tier rare and precious material, can enhance internal strength and heal injuries. Consuming it once can increase internal strength by 30 years, the second time by 20 years, the third time by 10 years, and the fourth time has no effect. Value, 1,000 heavenly coins. 3 pills that can enhance internal energy for 60 years, not bad. Yam Ming suddenly remembered 2 pills that could enhance internal energy, the Great Rejuvenation Pill and the Lesser Rejuvenation Pill. It is said to be the most precious treasure of Shaolin Temple. The Great Rejuvenation Pill can enhance one's internal energy by 30 years, and the Small Rejuvenation Pill can enhance one's internal energy by 10 years. So, are the effects of Blood Bodhi and Great Rejuvenating Elixir the same? Unlikely. What is a Blood Bodhi seed? That's a rare and precious material nurtured by the blood of a Kylan. What level is the Great Rejuvenation Pill? How can it be compared to it? If Blood Bodhi could talk, it would probably start spewing insults. What level are you to dare achieve the same results as me? Thinking about the differences between the world of Fenjion and other martial arts worlds, I guess internal strength is also divided into different levels. In the world of Fenjion, even a third-rate martial arts manual is probably stronger than the top-tier manuals in these martial arts worlds, probably just because of the difference in internal energy. Perhaps the Great Rejuvenation Pill could indeed increase one's internal strength by 30 years in ordinary martial arts worlds, but whether it could do so in the world of Feng Yun is hard to say. Blood Bodhi, one piece costs 1,000 heavenly coins. Consuming it can increase internal strength by 30 years, but each use reduces the increase by 10 years, and it becomes ineffective after 4 uses. Do you want to exchange it for heavenly coins? Duan Lang's eyes lit up. 60 years of internal energy. Nice one. I've been stuck at the peak of the innate realm for many years. With 3 pills, I'm sure I can break through to the Grandmaster realm. Blood Bodhi seeds also have healing properties, so we can't sell them all. We'll keep a few for later use and give 2 more to Naifeng. No, let's not give it to Naifeng yet. Let's exchange it for heavenly coins to improve our strength. Then we can go to Ling Yun Cave and see if there's any Blood Bodhi there. He only kept 1 Blood Bodhi beforehand because he was afraid that Naifeng would only eat 1, and the rest would be given to Bullet and Jingyun and others. If Naifeng knew that the second Blood Bodhi was less effective, he would definitely give it to Bullet and Jingyun. Just as Duan Lang was pondering, Xiaolang Nu's heart was filled with turbulent waves. 60 years of internal energy. That red fruit can actually increase one's internal energy by 60 years. If it were to be released into the martial arts world, it would surely cause a bloodbath, and even the 5 greats would try to snatch it. Duan Lang had finished his thought and said to Yaming, Immortal, I want to sell 20 Blood Bodhi seeds. Can I use Blood Bodhi seeds here to break through my current level? Trading is possible, but you can't break through here. All the power here is suppressed. Even if you consume the Blood Bodhi, your power will only increase when it returns to your world. A hint of sadness flashed in Duan Lang's eyes. He had only just arrived in Wushuan City and was not yet familiar with his surroundings. It was impossible for him to break through immediately. What if the Dugu family suddenly made a move and disrupted his breakthrough? He never trusted the Dugu family. However, there is one place where you can safely break through without any problems. Duan Lang was overjoyed and quickly asked, Please enlighten me, Immortal. Yaming's lips curled up slightly as he looked at Xiaolang Nu beside him. This place is Xiaolang Nu's world. You can go to Xiaolang Nu's world through the Myriad Realms Tower. The strongest person in her world is probably only at the innate realm. No one can interfere with your breakthrough to the Grandmaster realm, but only if Little Dragon Girl agrees. Moving from one world to another is itself within the scope of trade. He just can't go. Xiaolang Nu was taken aback, not expecting that they would actually talk about her. Duan Lang also turned his attention to Xiaolang Nu, thinking that this was a good idea. Xiaolang Nu suddenly felt immense pressure. She didn't know what the Grandmaster realm was, but she did know about the innate realm. This realm has been lost to the entire martial arts world. Even the 5 greats haven't reached the innate realm. The Grandmaster realm is most likely a realm above the innate realm, and this man, who is about the same age as Yang Guo, is about to break through to the innate realm. Young hero, I'm truly sorry, but the ancient tomb sect forbids men from entering. Duan Lang frowned, not expecting Xiaolang Nu to refuse so directly. Yaming understood Xiaolang Nu's concerns. After all, they were alone together, and Duan Lang was too strong. He would be invincible in the world of the Return of the Condor Heroes. If someone were to do something bad, no one could withstand Duan Lang's attack. He sighed. He still had to take action himself. Duan Lang is the strongest among all his destined companions at this stage, and his world is also the highest level, with an abundance of good things. He couldn't bear the thought of Duan Lang getting into trouble. Little Dragon Girl, aren't you injured? Duan Lang has a few Blood Bodhis. If you take one, you can not only recover but also gain 30 years of internal energy. You should know that Duan Lang's world is not simple. When he says that he has improved his internal strength by 30 years, he means that his internal strength cultivation has increased by 30 years. If it were your world, the improvement would probably be even greater. My opinion is that you can accept this deal. I will guarantee that Duan Lang will not do anything reckless and will come back immediately after the breakthrough. Xiaolang Nu hesitated. Once her strength was restored, she could take care of Yang Guo, so improving her strength was not important to her. Moreover, since even immortals have vouched for it, there shouldn't be any problems. Duan Lang immediately spoke up. Little Dragon Girl, don't worry, I'll just break through to a new level and be back soon. I won't do anything unnecessary. I guarantee it with the name of the Southern Lin Sword Master of the Duan family, I will not act recklessly. Xiaolang Nu was naive and agreed when she heard Duan Lang guarantee it in the name of his family. Oh well, Duan Lang, go and come back quickly. If Miss Xiaolongnu comes back and complains to me, or if I never see Miss Xiaolongnu again, don't blame me for being impolite. Ye Ming's words gave Xiaolongnu a boost of confidence, while also serving as a warning to Duan Lang. Little dragon girl is so beautiful, what if Duan Lang gets any wicked ideas? Duan Lang felt a chill and quickly clasped his hands in greeting. Rest assured, immortal, Duan Lang will definitely behave himself. Then Duan Lang took out a blood bodhi and handed it to Xiaolongnu. Little dragon girl carefully took the fruit, which glowed red, and solemnly placed it in her bosom. The two of them entered the vortex and disappeared. Ye Ming sat on the sofa and put the blood bodhi into the counter next to him. 20 blood bodhi seeds, 20,000 heavenly coins, and I got 4,000 heavenly coins. This feels so good. It would be even better if we had an employee. Should we try to develop some internal energy cultivation techniques? Or should I wait until I have enough 10,000 heavenly coins to buy the Saitama limit break cultivation method on the third level? While strong physical strength and destructive power are important, internal energy cultivation still offers some advantages in certain aspects. The world of the Return of the Condor Heroes, within the ancient tomb sect, Xiaolongnu and Duan Lang appeared on the lake, while Yang Guo lay on the shore with tear stains on his eyes. As soon as Xiaolongnu appeared, her body went limp, and Duan Lang quickly helped her up. With this movement, Yang Guo instantly woke up. "Auntie, who are you?" Yang Guo was furious. This man had actually grabbed his aunt. He raised his hand to attack, intending to teach the man a lesson. "Guo-er." Little dragon girl gave a stern rebuke, then said to Duan Lang, "Young Master Duan, Guo-er is still young, I hope you will not blame him." Yang Guo stopped what he was doing, walked over to Xiaolongnu, and helped her lie down. "Auntie, how are you?" Duan Lang said in a calm tone. "Little dragon girl, you should take the blood bodhi to recover from your injuries first." Little dragon girl didn't try to hold on, she felt she was about to give up. She reluctantly pulled the bodhi seed from her bosom and was about to put it in her mouth. Suddenly, a beautiful Taoist nun appeared and rushed towards Xiaolongnu using her lightness skill. Little dragon girl was already weak, and her hand slipped, causing the blood bodhi to fall onto her body. "Such a treasure should be kept for me, junior sister." Li Machu rolled up her whisk and swept it forward. Yang Guo was shocked and was about to stand up and resist. Little dragon girl held him tightly. Blood bodhi. She knew that with Duan Lang around, Li Machu couldn't do anything to her. Fortunately, Duan Lang returned with her, otherwise, not only would her injuries not have been healed, but the blood bodhi would have been stolen as well. Duan Lang snorted coldly, he had already noticed someone was there. He drew his longsword and swung it, a red sword aura splitting Li Machu's horsetail whisk in two, sending Li Machu flying along with it. This was even with restraint, otherwise, one strike would have cleaved Li Machu in two. Li Machu spat out a mouthful of blood in midair, then crashed into the stone wall and slid down. Hong Lingbo, who was standing nearby, rushed over and helped Li Machu up. "Master!" Li Machu coughed up a mouthful of blood, her internal organs had been injured by that sword strike. That man was too powerful. "Medicine!" Hong Lingbo quickly took out healing pills and fed them to Li Machu. "Go! Quickly!" She helped Li Machu up and ran outside. Another flash of sword light cut through Hong Lingbo's hair and struck the stone wall. The stone wall exploded instantly. Hong Lingbo used her internal energy to block the force of the explosion, but the two of them still fell to the ground at an angle. "If you dare to run again, you're dead." Duan Lang's cold voice rang out, and they immediately dared not move. Beside Duan Lang, Xiaolongnu's complexion instantly turned rosy after taking the blood bodhi. A powerful surge of blood energy nourished her internal organs, and her previous injuries healed almost instantly. Then, her blood and chi circulated together with her internal energy, faster and faster, and Xiaolongnu's internal energy also began to surge. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, 50 years. In the blink of an eye, Xiaolongnu's internal energy increased by 50 years, but it did not stop, only slowed down. Finally, when she had nearly 60 years of internal energy, her blood and chi were completely exhausted. At this moment, Xiaolongnu's cultivation level is at the innate realm. Xiaolongnu opened her eyes, and a powerful internal force emanated from her body. Yang Guo, who was standing next to her, changed his expression and retreated repeatedly. This powerful force actually made it hard for him to breathe. How did Auntie suddenly become so strong? Li Machu, watching from afar, was even more shocked. This aura was stronger than anyone she had ever seen, and even the five greats might not be able to match it. He was so weak before, and now he's so strong in the blink of an eye. Could it be that fruit from earlier? I almost got it. Upon thinking of this, Li Machu became so angry that she coughed up a mouthful of blood and fainted. "Master! Master!" Xiaolongnu glanced at Li Machu and frowned. "Guor, take your senior uncle and senior sister down first." Perhaps before, she would have been wary of Li Machu, but now, she's nothing but a chicken and a dog. "Young Master Duan, thank you for your protection." Please come with me, I will find you a secret room. When Yang Guo saw that Xiaolanu was trying to send him away so that he could be alone with Duanlang, he felt uncomfortable. This broken wave appeared out of nowhere. My aunt has never left the ancient tomb, so be careful not to get scammed. Auntie, I'll stay with you. Those two are already seriously injured, don't worry about them. Little dragon girl turned her head and glared fiercely at Yang Guo. Guoer, that's your senior uncle. Go quickly. Auntie, go quickly. Seeing Xiaolanu's resolute attitude, Yang Guo could only glare at Duanlang. Duanlang ignored Yang Guo, thinking him to be nothing but trash who didn't even have the strength to be acquired later in life. If he hadn't been in Xiaolanu's world and promised the immortals he wouldn't do anything reckless, he would have definitely killed Yang Guo. Little dragon girl smiled apologetically. I apologize, young hero Duan. Guoer is young and doesn't know proper etiquette. Please come with me. Duanlang nodded and followed Xiaolanu into a secret room. Young Master Duan, please go into seclusion without worry. I will protect you at the door. Thank you so much, Miss Little Dragon Girl. You're too kind. I should be thanking you. Duanlang sat cross-legged on the rock, took out a blood bodhi seed and stuffed it directly into his mouth. A powerful surge of blood energy exploded within his body, rapidly merging with the Duan family's inner cultivation technique. Duanlang unleashed his full power and began to break through the barrier. Standing outside the secret room, Xiaolanu suddenly felt an immense pressure coming at her, almost knocking her to the ground. This aura is incredibly powerful. Even the most innate abilities are utterly powerless against this force. She walked a little further away and found a more comfortable spot. Aunt! Yang Guo shouted, startling Xiaolanu. She used her light footwork to quickly come to Yang Guo's side. Yang Guo was overjoyed to see Xiaolanu. Auntie, you! Shut up! Xiaolanu quickly covered Yang Guo's mouth, afraid of disturbing Duanlang's seclusion. A martial artist's breakthrough is of utmost importance. Failure to break through a barrier can result in serious injury at best, and death at worst. Yang Guo looked completely bewildered. Why was his aunt being so harsh with him? Young Master Duan is currently in seclusion undergoing a breakthrough, please refrain from shouting. Xiaolanu removed her hand, and Yang Guo asked in a low voice. Auntie, where did this man come from? He's incredibly strong. This is not your concern. Go and guard your master, I will stay here to protect young hero Duan. Yang Guo frowned. Aunt, why don't you go see your master? I'll protect young Master Duan. Little dragon girl thought for a moment, then shook her head. I'll personally guard this place. Then I'll go with you. You, Sai, whatever. Just remember, don't make too much of a commotion. Good. Yang Guo followed Xiaolanu forward a little, and a powerful aura pressed down on him, almost suffocating him. His face was filled with horror. How could this young hero Duan be so strong? He was even stronger than Uncle Guo. An hour later, the aura finally dissipated, and Duanlang walked out of the secret room, his face glowing. Congratulations, young hero Duan, on your successful breakthrough. Thank you very much, Miss Little Dragon Girl, for providing this wonderful place. Now that I have successfully broken through, I will take my leave. Farewell. All right. Goodbye. After speaking, Duanlang disappeared from this world. Yang Guo looked shocked. Auntie, Yaming sat on the sofa, waiting for Duanlang to arrive. Time flows at different speeds in the two worlds, so he should be back soon. Sure enough, Duanlang had only been gone a short while when he emerged from the vortex again. Name, Duanlang. Identity, son of the sword master of Nanlin in the world of Fenjian. Strength, early stage of Grandmaster, Tier 4. Breakthrough achieved. Thank you for your guidance, Immortal. I have successfully broken through to the Grandmaster realm. Good, it's good that you broke through. After you reach the peak of Grandmaster, you can come to me, and I can trade you some information. Alright, then I'll take my leave now and go back to consolidate my cultivation level. Go! After sending Duanlang away, Yaming was just about to take a rest when Xiaolanu arrived again. Yaming sighed and looked at Xiaolanu's condition. Name, Little Dragon Girl. Identity, in the world of the Return of the Condor Heroes, the third-generation leader of the Ancient Tomb Sect. Strength, early stage of Innate Realm, 3rd tier. Yaming raised an eyebrow. The effect of a single blood bodhi seed was surprisingly good. It directly elevated Xiaolanu from the peak of the first-class realm to the innate realm, surpassing the acquired realm. Wouldn't Little Dragon Girl now be the strongest person in the entire world of the Return of the Condor Heroes? Blood bodhi is truly. Yaming suddenly remembered something and opened his panel. Celestial coins, 4,650.5. Damn! I didn't get a cut from the deal between Little Dragon Girl and Duanlang. Damn it, 200 heavenly coins, just like that, gone. Yaming's heart is aching. A lesson learned the hard way. Fortunately, we know now and it's not too late to change things. If we had known later, we might have suffered even greater losses. Thank you for your help, Immortal. If it weren't for you, little dragon girl wouldn't have recovered from her injuries and improved her strength. Ye Ming waved his hand, heartbroken. Immortal, little dragon girl wants to trade these items. With a wave of her hand, Xiaolongnu produced several martial arts manuals. Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, second tier manual, value 80 heavenly coins. Jade Maiden Sword Technique, second tier manual, value 50 heavenly coins. Jade Maiden Pure Heart Sword Technique, second tier manual, value 70 heavenly coins. Heavenly Net and Earthly Net Formation, second tier secret manual, value 30 heavenly coins. Beauty Fist Technique, second tier manual, value 15 heavenly coins. Sparrow Catching Technique, tier 1 manual, value 3 heavenly coins. Ye Ming was heartbroken over the 100 heavenly coins that had disappeared, so he didn't even glance at them before waving his hand and collecting them all. A total of 248 heavenly coins. This is the Myriad Realms token. Xiaolongnu traded everything for just over 200 Zushin coins, and gave Ye Ming back only 49.6 Zushin coins. Ye Ming's heart ached even more. Little Dragon Girl was shocked to see that all these things combined couldn't compare to a single blood bodhi. She had heard Ye Ming say that a blood bodhi costs 1,000 heavenly coins. Immortal, I only have 248 heavenly coins. Can I trade some items with them? Ye Ming sighed, came to his senses, and realized that he couldn't get it back no matter how much he grieved, so he might as well consider it a lesson learned. Sure. What do you want? Little Dragon Girl thought for a moment. What did she want? Cultivation techniques? I don't need any for now. My strength has already reached the innate realm, which means I'm practically invincible. So I don't need to cultivate any techniques for the time being. The blood bodhi is a good resource for cultivation, but it's too expensive for her to afford. After thinking it over, it seems she can't afford anything. Why don't we buy Yang Guo a cultivation technique? Neither the Quanzhen Heart Sutra nor the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra are particularly good techniques. If only I had young Master Duan's martial arts techniques. Immortal, I wish to purchase a profound cultivation technique. Ye Ming waved his hand, and 2 cultivation techniques appeared. One was naturally the Genlu cultivation method, the Saitama style limit-breaking cultivation method, and the other was the Duan family heart method. Duan Lang's family's internal strength has an extremely high upper limit, estimated to be up to the peak of the celestial realm. Of these 2 methods, one is the Saitama style limit-breaking cultivation method, which is a 7th order cultivation method. It can be cultivated to the peak of the 7th order within 3 years. Peak of the 7th rank. Xiaolongnu was shocked. She had overheard Ye Ming and Duan Lang chatting before, and it seemed that Duan Shaoxia was only at the 4th level after breaking through. How strong must the 7th level be? This cultivation method must be very expensive. 10 million celestial coins. You jest, Immortal. I only have this much heavenly coins. The first level costs 10 heavenly coins, and the second level costs 100 heavenly coins. You can buy the first 2 levels and complete the cultivation in 3 months, reaching the peak of the acquired realm. Little Dragon Girl's eyes lit up. 3 months. Peak of the day after tomorrow. That's a good idea. Then I'll buy the first 2 floors. I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush. The Saitama training method has a side effect. After you finish training, you'll lose all your hair and become bald. Little Dragon Girl was stunned for a moment. She's become bald? She recalled Yang Guo's face, and then thought of what Yang Guo would look like without hair, and her body shuddered. Without hair, wouldn't he become a monk? Guo'er is a member of the Ancient Tomb sect. How can the Ancient Tomb sect have monks? That's right, Guo'er can't be a monk. Immortal, what about the other cultivation method? Ye Ming laughed heartily. Just as he had thought, perhaps Xiaolongnu already had some feelings for Yang Guo. How could she possibly let Yang Guo go bald? Xiaolongnu had been in the Ancient Tomb the whole time and had never met a man except for Yang Guo. Having been together for so long, and considering they were naked while practicing the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, how could they not have developed feelings for each other? Women in that dynasty were so conservative that they would die if you saw just a shoulder, let alone the whole body. The two haven't crossed that barrier yet simply because of their different social statuses. As for the relationship barrier, those who are just speculating should reflect on their own actions. The other cultivation method is Duan Lang's family heirloom, which costs 9,000 heavenly coins. The first level costs 9 heavenly coins, and the second level costs 90 heavenly coins. It can be cultivated to the peak of the acquired realm, but how long it takes to cultivate depends on one's talent. A look of surprise appeared on Xiaolongnu's face. Young Master Duan's martial arts technique is wonderful. It's a technique that leads directly to the Grandmaster realm. Looking at Xiaolongnu's appearance, Ye Ming couldn't bear to discourage her. Duan Lang has exceptional talent, and cultivation in his world is easier than in yours, but it still took him 20 years to reach the 3rd level. If you want Yang Guo to cultivate, you'd better prepare a blood bodhi. The smile on Xiaolongnu's face froze. Blood bodhi was not so easy to obtain. 1,000 heavenly coins. All the cultivation techniques she possessed only earned her 200 heavenly coins in total. I have some news, it only costs 100 heavenly coins, do you want to hear it? Yes. Please, immortal, guide me. Your ancient tomb sect does have a coffin, right? On the coffin is the 9-yin manual carved by Wang Chongyang. That martial arts manual can be exchanged for a lot of heavenly coins, as well as some internal energy cultivation techniques and martial arts from the Quanzhen sect. That's all I have to say. Think about the rest yourself. Little dragon girl nodded, she had forgotten about that. If we could get more martial arts manuals, wouldn't we be able to exchange them for the blood bodhi? I've always heard that all martial arts in the world originated from Shaolin. If we could exchange all the martial arts manuals of Shaolin Temple, wouldn't it be easy to get a blood bodhi? Thank you for your guidance, immortal. Little dragon girl now knows what to do. Yaming swiped 299 heavenly coins and was about to speak when another person emerged from the vortex. There are people here again? There are way too many of them. No, I need to find a laborer. I want to be a boss, not a slave. Hey, cousin, what are you doing here? Nirong Fu stared blankly at Xiaolan Nu, his mind going blank. Why was she also able to come to the Myriad Realms Tower? Xiaolan Nu was a little confused. Looking at Nirong Fu's appearance, she bowed. I am Xiaolan Nu from the Ancient Tomb Sect. Greetings, young hero. Little dragon girl. What kind of sect is the Ancient Tomb Sect? I've never heard of it. However, he was certain that the person in front of him who looked exactly like his cousin Wang Yuyan might be from another world. I am Nirong Fu from Gasu. I have just met Miss Xiaolan Nu. I mistook you for my cousin before. Please forgive me. Xiaolan Nu was stunned for a moment. She had never left the ancient tomb, but she was still very clear about some things. For example, Nirong Fu of Gasu. More than 100 years ago, there were two powerful figures in the martial arts world, Xiao Feng in the north and Nirong Fu in the south. Are you the master of the Nirong family of Gasu, known in the Central Plains as the Northern Xiao Feng and Southern Nirong? Nirong Fu was also stunned. The person in front of him actually knew him. It is indeed I, young lady, have you heard of me? You are actually from the same world as me. Little dragon girl bowed again. I have met Senior Nirong. I have heard of your name before. More than 100 years ago, you and Senior Xiao Feng were known as the strongest young generation in the martial arts world. 100 years ago? Nirong Fu muttered to himself, glancing at Xiaolan Nu. Could this girl be a descendant of his cousin? Otherwise, how could she look so much like her? If she were from the future, perhaps she would know what would happen there? Then do you know if I have successfully restored my kingdom? The Yan Kingdom. My great Yan Kingdom, have I successfully restored it? Little dragon girl shook her head. This is the Song dynasty now. As for the Yan Kingdom, I have never heard of it. Nirong Fu was struck dumb and collapsed onto the sofa. The restoration of the kingdom has failed. I still haven't been able to restore the kingdom? How could this happen? Yaming coughed as he looked at Nirong Fu. Ahem. You two are from different worlds, so you don't need to take little dragon girl's words to heart. Nirong Fu then realized what was happening and, without greeting the immortal, quickly bowed. Nirong Fu has met the immortal. The immortal said that this little dragon girl is not from the same world as me, but she knows my name, and she looks just like my cousin. She must be a descendant of my cousin. Little dragon girl was also stunned. She was a descendant of Nirong Fu's cousin? To be honest, she doesn't even know who her parents are. Nirong Fu mistook her as soon as he arrived. Could it be that he really is a descendant of Nirong's cousin? Ming shook his head. The two worlds are related. There was Nirong Fu in Xiaolan Nu's world, but there might not be Xiaolan Nu in Nirong Fu's world. The world of Little Dragon Girl has a slight connection to your world, but you can completely ignore it, and you can also ignore what she says. The moment you entered the Myriad Realms building, your original life trajectory changed. Nirong Fu, if you hadn't entered the Myriad Realms Tower, the ending might have been as Little Dragon Girl said. But now that the Myriad Realms Tower exists, do you still think so? Nirong Fu shook his head. With the Kia limit-breaking cultivation method, he would become a top expert in the Central Plains in a few months. At that time, wouldn't restoring the country be a piece of cake? Little Dragon Girl, before you entered the Myriad Realms Tower, did you ever imagine that your strength could reach the innate realm in a single day? Little Dragon Girl shook her head. That was the innate realm, a realm even the five greats hadn't reached. How could she have imagined that she could one day become an innate realm expert? Not to mention that he now even knows the method to break through to the Grandmaster realm. Given time, becoming a Grandmaster level martial artist is not a dream. Nirong Fu was shocked. This person who looked just like his cousin was actually a Xiantian realm expert. This, Miss Little Dragon Girl is actually at the innate realm. My apologies. Senior Mirong, you are too kind. I was just lucky, and with the help of the immortal, I was able to complete a transaction with young Hero Duan. Nirong Fu was stunned for a moment. He had completed a transaction and suddenly became a Xiantian? He looked at Ye Ming, his eyes filled with disbelief. Immortal, who is this young hero Duan? He actually helped little dragon girl break through to the innate realm. Does that mean I can too? Ye Ming coughed and said, don't look at me like that. We didn't have this many good things before. You can only blame yourself for arriving too early. Ahem, Duan Lang is another traitor. You'll see him when you have the chance. He's a grandmaster level martial artist, a realm above the innate realm. Above the innate level. Is the highest level of mastery above the innate level? If you want to improve your strength, there is a chance. Blood Bodhi, 1000 heavenly coins, can improve your cultivation by 30 years, and it may be even higher. Ask Little Dragon Girl for the specific effects. Little Dragon Girl ate a Blood Bodhi and improved from the peak of the first-class realm to the innate realm. Nirong Fu's eyes lit up, almost glowing. He has advanced from the peak of the first-rate realm to the innate realm. Wouldn't that mean I could also reach the innate realm? The Blood Bodhi has enhanced my internal strength by nearly 60 years. The Immortal once said that Duan Shaoxia's world is more powerful, and they can only enhance it by 30 years, but our world is weaker, so the enhancement effect is almost doubled. Enhance your internal strength by 60 years. Nirong Fu's breathing quickened, as if he could see the flags of the Yan Kingdom fluttering in the sky above the central plains. Immortal, I want to buy the Blood Bodhi. This is the martial arts manual I want to exchange for. With a wave of his hand, Nirong Fu displayed several thick stacks of secret manuals in front of Ye Ming. Dragon Capturing Skill, Incomplete, Vidra Palm, Dragon Claw Hand, Eagle Claw Skill, Tiger Claw Skill, Vidra Fist, Vidra Finger, Formless Calamity Finger, Flower Picking Finger, Terra Leaf Finger, Sky Splitting Divine Fist, Sky Splitting Palm, Flaming Blade, Stone Gripping Fist, Universe in the Sleeve, Great Compassion Hand, Demon Subduing Staff Technique, Wiachuo Palm, Bodhidharma Palm, Prajna Palm, Tathagata Thousand Hands Technique, Great Wisdom and Great Samadhi Finger, Affliction Removing Finger, Indra Claw, Nirvana Claw, Keizaya Demon Subduing Skill, Maha Finger Technique, Burning Wood Blade Technique, Great Wiachuo Pestle, Lion's Roar, Tiger Subduing Fist, Arhat Fist, 18 Capturing Hands. Almost all martial arts schools are available here, including Shaolin, Beggar's Sect, and Free and Unfettered Sect. However, Shaolin's Yi Jin Jing, the Beggar's Sect's 18 Subduing Dragon Palms, the Dali Duan family's 1-Finger Divine Skill, and the 6 Meridian Divine Sword are not included. The more powerful martial arts techniques inside cost several hundred yuan, while the rest cost only tens of yuan. Northern Darkness Divine Art, 3rd tier manual, value 800 heavenly coins. Lingbo Weiabu, a 3rd tier manual, valued at 500 Zushin coins. Dog Beating Stick Technique, incomplete, tier 3 manual, value 100 heavenly coins. Minor Formless Skill, tier 3 manual, value 700 heavenly coins. I won't list the rest one by one, but all the martial arts manuals combined actually cost 21,000 heavenly coins. There are about 20 third-tier manuals, dozens of second-tier manuals, and dozens of first-tier manuals. Keep in mind that Duan Lang, who is already a grandmaster, only has 20,000 heavenly coins, while Mirong Fu has 20,000 in one go. This is a huge windfall. It's easy to imagine how much Mirong Fu's strength will improve. Good, a total of 21,000 heavenly coins have been sent to your Myriad Realms token. Your secret manual is all the secret manuals in the Water Pavilion and the Langhuan Jade Cave, isn't it? Mirong Fu's face lit up with a bright smile. More than 20,000 heavenly coins. It's out. It's out. The Immortal is indeed omniscient. It contains all the secret manuals from my Mirong family's Huanchi Water Pavilion and the Wang family's Langhuan Jade Cave. Apart from some sect's secret techniques, most of them are here. Ye Ming glanced at Xiaolinu and felt sorry for the girl. The 3 great martial arts treasure troves in the world of Tianlong Ba Bulletin are the Shaolin Temple Sutra Repository, the Mirong family's Huanchi Water Pavilion, and the Wang family's Langhuan Jade Cave. These 3 treasure troves contain most of the martial arts in the world. It seems that those destined to come to the martial arts world later are in for some bad luck. Mirong Fu smiled shyly. What did the remaining destined people have to do with him? Little Dragon Girl now understands why the Immortal glanced at her. Her world is similar to Mirong Fu's, and their martial arts are also similar. Does that mean that many martial arts techniques in our world can no longer be traded? She seemed to have seen a lot of the 72 Shaolin arts. Little Dragon Girl's expression was somewhat unpleasant, and she bowed slightly. Immortal, Little Dragon Girl will take her leave now. Go! Mirong Fu was still immersed in joy and hadn't reacted yet. Immortal, how many blood bodhis are there in total? I'll exchange them all. 1 adds 60 years, 10 adds 600 years. My goodness, this is absolutely invincible. The maximum number of blood bodhi seeds that can be taken is 3. More than that will have no effect, and the effect decreases with each additional seed. 1 seed lasts for 30 years, the second for 20 years, and the third for 10 years. So there were limitations after all, no wonder it's so incredible. Okay, then let's start with 3, no, 4. 1 for my cousin. Mirong Fu began a revenge spending spree, spending 4,000 heavenly coins in one go. Ya Ming handed him 4 blood bodhi seeds. Mirong Fu looked at the slightly reddish fruits and was very excited. This is his hope for restoring his kingdom. Now that we have the blood bodhi, shouldn't we also change our cultivation method? Mirong Fu pondered for a moment. The previous Kia limit-breaking cultivation method could reach the peak of the innate realm in 3 months, but with this blood bodhi, it seemed that he could reach the peak of the innate realm in less than 3 months. Is Saitama's limit break technique still useful? When in doubt, consult an immortal. I thought that reaching the innate realm in 3 months was already quite impressive, but who knew there was such a treasure as the blood bodhi? Immortal, now that we have this blood bodhi, do we still need to purchase and practice the Saitama cultivation method? Perhaps there are other similar blood bodhi items later on. Ya Ming knew what Mirong Fu was thinking. In fact, there seemed to be quite a few treasures similar to the blood bodhi. However, the more you improve, the more celestial coins you need, and some things don't even guarantee that you'll break through to the next stage. That depends on you. There will definitely be things like the blood bodhi, or even more powerful, in the future, but can you guarantee that you can keep buying similar items until you reach the 7th tier? The advantage of the Saitama-style limit-breaking cultivation method is that it can reach the 7th level in a short time, as long as you have enough heavenly coins. Of course, the only downside is that you'll lose all your hair. Mirong Fu nodded. In fact, he knew the answer in his heart, but he was just a little reluctant to part with his hair. If we restore the country in the future, and people say that the ruler of Yan is bald, how embarrassing would that be? In fact, Saitama's training method is mainly for people of lower world levels, as they can obtain more heavenly coins by becoming stronger. In worlds with immense power, those destined to enter the Myriad Realms Tower might reach the 7th rank or even higher. In those cases, Saitama's cultivation method would be utterly useless. I understand, thank you for your guidance, Immortal. I wish to purchase the 4th level of Saitama's limit break cultivation method. I suggest you wait. With the remaining 17,000 heavenly coins, you can buy this, the Duan Family Heart Sutra, a 4th tier internal energy manual, for 9,000 heavenly coins. Duan Lang's world is a bit more advanced than yours, and their internal energy is better, with more powerful moves. The acquired experts in their world could probably easily defeat the innate experts in your world. If you want to practice swordsmanship, you can buy the Eclipse Sword technique for 7,500 heavenly coins. If you don't want to practice swordsmanship, you can wait a while, there will be other martial arts manuals later. You can wait until you've completed the 4th level of the Saitama limit break cultivation method in 3 months before buying it. Mirong Fu thought about it and realized that it was indeed the case. He had bought the 4th level of the Kia limit breaking cultivation method but couldn't cultivate it now, so he might as well switch to internal energy cultivation. Not only can it increase one's own strength, but it can also teach internal skills to one's subordinates, thereby improving their strength. As long as I don't hand it all over at once, their strength won't surpass mine. If I have a bunch of acquired martial artists under my command who can defeat those with innate abilities, then not only the whole Central Plains, but the whole world will be mine. I can plant the flag of the Yan Kingdom in every corner of the world. Alright, I'll listen to the Immortal. I'll buy out the entire family's cultivation technique. With a wave of his hand, Mirong Fu reduced the 21,000 heavenly coins to only 8,000 in the blink of an eye. After obtaining the Duan Family Heart Sutra, Mirong Fu left in a hurry, and Yaming finally breathed a sigh of relief, able to rest for a while. He had just stretched when little dragon girl returned. Immortal, these are the 9-yin manual and some cultivation techniques from our ancient tomb. 9-yin manual, a 3rd-tier secret manual, and 900 heavenly coins. Quanzhen sword technique, 2nd-tier manual, 50 heavenly coins. The scattered martial arts manuals barely amounted to 1,000 heavenly coins. Some of them are duplicates, all 1,100 heavenly coins. Okay, I want a blood bodhi seed. After Xiaolongnu obtained the blood bodhi, a smile appeared on her lips. What are your plans for the future? Yaming asked curiously. Xiaolongnu's life has been completely changed, and with the blood bodhi, Yang Guo's life will also change. So he was very curious whether Xiaolongnu would stay in the ancient tomb forever, or what. Xiaolongnu fell into thought upon hearing this. What were her plans? She grew up in an ancient tomb and usually cultivated there. She's already at the innate realm, invincible in the world of the return of the Conjured Heroes, so what's the point of cultivating anymore? Besides, she couldn't continue practicing her cultivation technique. She was somewhat lost at this moment. She couldn't leave the ancient tomb for the time being, as she had sworn never to leave it for the rest of her life. She can only leave if a man, unaware of this rule, is willing to give his life for her. After thinking for a long time, little dragon girl shook her head. I don't know either. Ya Ming nodded. It was expected. Little Dragon Girl had no worldly desires, and given the special nature of the ancient tomb sect, it was perfectly normal that she didn't know what to do. Alright, let me give you a few pointers. Mirong Fu has already returned to his own world. Once he breaks through to the innate realm, he will collect all kinds of martial arts and cultivation techniques from all over the world. At that time, most of the cultivation techniques in your world will no longer be able to be exchanged for heavenly coins. Go back and think it over carefully. When you've made up your mind, come to me. I have a deal to discuss with you. Little Dragon Girl nodded and turned to leave. Yaming stood there, watching Xiaolongnu leave before staring intently at the vortex. After a few minutes, finally no one came out. Yaming's eyes lit up, and he slumped onto the sofa. It's finally over. Yaming opened his panel and tapped on his gains for the day. After breaking through to the peak of the second tier, I only had 650.5 heavenly coins left. After the Myriad Realms Tower was upgraded to level 2, the commission rate became 20%. Duan Lang then sold 20 blood Bodhi stones and received 4,000 heavenly coins. Xiao Long made her first transaction, receiving 248 heavenly coins and 49.6 heavenly coins. Then there was Mirong Fu's transaction of 21,000 heavenly coins, in which he received 4,200 heavenly coins. Xiaolongnu's last transaction involved 1,100 heavenly coins, in which she received 220 heavenly coins. That adds up to a total of 9,120.1 heavenly coins. Name: Yaming. Myriad Realms Tower Level 2. Realm: Peak of Tier 2. Celestial Coins: 9,120.1. Technique: Saitama Style Limit Breaking Cultivation Method, 2nd Level. Connecting Worlds, Demigods and Semi-Devils, Ip Man, Myth, Storm Riders, The Return of the Condor Heroes. Traded items: Saitama Style Limit Breaking Cultivation Method, Severing Family Heart Sutra, Eclipse Sword Technique, 9-Yin Manual, Lingbo Steps, Northern Darkness Divine Art. Over 9,000 heavenly coins, what a windfall! The system was also upgraded to level 2, enabling the interdimensional trading function, which allowed Duan Lang to successfully break through. I'm just too tired. After the meal, people kept coming in, one group after another. We've only opened 5 worlds so far, and there are already so many people. If there are more worlds later, won't I be exhausted? With over 9,000 heavenly coins, shouldn't I be able to upgrade myself? The 3rd level of the Saitama Style Limit Breaking Cultivation Method requires 1,000 heavenly coins, but Yaming needs 10,000 heavenly coins, so he is still short 900 heavenly coins. Now the question is, should we wait until we have all 900 heavenly coins, or should we use other methods to improve our strength first? For example, internal energy cultivation. The current Saitama Style Limit Breaking training method is somewhat monotonous in its attacks, and the use of internal energy seems to be more unusual. Ding! At level 3 of the Myriad Realms Tower, you can consume heavenly coins to deduce your exclusive cultivation technique. This technique is invincible among those of the same level. Level 3? How can I reach level 3? Complete a transaction of 1 million heavenly coins to advance to level 3. A transaction volume of 1 million celestial coins? The total number of people in Manchuria is less than 100,000 right now. Reaching 1 million is quite difficult, it will probably take about 10 days. Not necessarily. If Duan Lang comes along and puts in some effort, they could raise 1 million in a few days. Let's keep these 9,000 heavenly coins for now. Yaming didn't believe that deduce cultivation techniques for free, it would be embarrassing if he ran out of money later. He stretched and went back upstairs, it was already dark outside. He yawned and walked towards the bedroom. On the other side, inside a luxurious villa similar to Yaming's villa, Mu Yiren looked at her father with excitement and began to recount her glorious achievements of the day. Oh, sell a villa worth 40 million? Not bad. Since I promised you, I will definitely do it. Which villa do you want, as long as the value is similar? Mu Yiren took out a tablet from behind her back and placed it in front of her father. On the tablet was a luxurious manor that looked even more luxurious and larger than Yaming's. Of course, the price is also much higher, with a price tag of 300 million written below. Wow, 40 million for a 300 million estate? You're so greedy, you even take advantage of your father. Oh, Dad, it's a bit more expensive. The villas I sold were about the same price as this estate, just cheaper. Mu Tiancheng tapped Mu Yiren's head and said affectionately, "You really think your father is a fool? How could 40 million possibly buy a manor like this?" Mu Yiren sat up straight, her straight nose slightly wrinkled. "It really is, that manor in the western suburbs, it really sold for 40 million. Mu Tianken's eyes narrowed, and the smile on his face gradually faded. "Which manor? The one in the western suburbs? Is the seller surnamed Li?" "Yeah, Dad, you know." Mu Tianken's expression gradually turned serious. Why was it that house? He wasn't the only one who knew about that house, everyone prominent in the city knew about it. The manor cost 2 or 300 million to build, so 40 million is a great deal, but why doesn't anyone buy it? Of course, it's because there's something wrong with that manor. Otherwise, it would have been sold long ago. Who are the people buying the house? Mu Yiren also sensed something was amiss. Her father's expression seemed a bit too serious. It's a young man named Ye Ming, he looks a bit older than me. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the house? A young man named Ye Ming? A person who can come up with 40 million should not be underestimated, their family background must be quite impressive. However, he must not be a local, otherwise how could he have bought that manor? The Zhang family has their eye on that manor. They've declared that anyone who dares to buy it is going against them. That's the Zhang family, the dominant family in Leshan City, and one of the 4 martial arts families in the south. Martial arts families, as the name suggests, are families that practice martial arts. They don't learn fancy but impractical moves, they learn ancient martial arts that can actually kill. Ancient martial arts practitioners are like a dimensional destroyer against ordinary people, sending out a single ancient martial arts practitioner can easily wipe out an entire family. So that house has been sitting there, and nobody dares to buy it. Who knew such a thing would suddenly happen? Mu Tiancheng was a little flustered at the moment, wondering if this matter would involve him. Although he was very rich and his company was very large, he was no match for ancient martial arts practitioners. He suddenly stood up, his face showing anxiety. No, we have to find a way to salvage this. He turned to look at Mu Yiren and quickly asked, has their house been transferred to the new owner? Yes, the transfer is complete. The seller came with his people, and the transfer was done on the spot. Mu Tianken's vision went black, and he lay down on the sofa. It's all over, it's all over. Mu Yiren was startled by this scene and quickly asked, Dad, what's wrong? Sai, there's something wrong with that apartment. The owner offended the Zhang family, a martial arts clan, which is why no one is buying it. It's my fault for not telling you, anyone who can come up with 40 million should know about this. I'm afraid the Zhang family will blame us, and then we're finished. Mu Yiren was shocked. She had heard of martial arts families, and her father had repeatedly told her not to offend them. They only care about their own interests and don't even care about the country. Anyone could be sent to wipe out the entire Mu family. Mu Yiren's tears streamed down her face. Dad, what do we do now? I'm so sorry, I really didn't know this would happen. Sai, it's not your fault. I'll contact some old friends and see if we can settle this with money. At worst, we can just give up the company. Mu Tianken's company was built step by step by him, and it took him a lifetime of hard work to get it to where it is today. However, when faced with the choice between his company and his daughter, he chose his daughter. He only has his daughter left since his wife died. Mu Yiren threw herself into Mu Tianken's arms, tears streaming down her face. I'm sorry, Dad. It's alright, it's not your fault. You didn't know about this in the first place. I wish I hadn't let you experience life like this. It really proves the old saying, abusing your daughter may feel good for a while, but chasing her back will be like going through hell. I almost ended up in the crematorium. Mu Yiren raised her red, tear-filled eyes, looking utterly pitiful. Dad, what about Ye Ming, the person who bought the house? Will something happen to him? Sai, it's bound to happen. The Zhang family doesn't have a very good reputation. Should I tell him? Mu Tiancheng fell silent. If he said something, what if the person ran away and the Zhang family couldn't find them? Wouldn't he end up taking all the blame? If I don't say anything, my conscience won't allow it. Most importantly, my daughter's conscience definitely won't allow it. This might even affect my daughter. Could you remind him? This is all we can do. Mu Yiren nodded and took out her phone to send a message to Ye Ming, but Ye Ming was already resting and didn't see it at all. Meanwhile, President Gu waited outside Ye Ming's rented apartment for a whole day, but didn't see him. Left with no other option, she went to the landlord, but unfortunately, the landlord told her some bad news. Ye Ming? He moved out today. Where did he go? I don't know. I do have his phone number, let me see. 175XXXXXXXX. After receiving the phone number, Mr. Gu dialed it directly, but no one answered the call. Is he asleep? Oh well, no rush, we'll fight him tomorrow. You wait, little yeah, when I find you tomorrow, I'll teach you a lesson. Mr. Gu turned and left, went downstairs, and got into the Maybach that had been waiting for him. The vehicle slowly started moving, and as the soothing music inside played, Mr. Gu closed his eyes. The assistant next to him was looking at his phone when he suddenly exclaimed, "Ha? Miss, there's new information about the Zhang family." Explain. The villa that the Zhang family had previously mentioned was bought by some hothead for 40 million. A hothead? Yes, it seems to be a guy named Ye Ming. Leshan City, Zhang family. At this moment, in one of the Zhang family's villas, Zhang Hao was playing around with several beautiful young girls in his room. A burly middle-aged man walked to the door and knocked. A knock sounded on the door, and Zhang Hao frowned. Roll. Young master, the villa in the western suburbs has been sold. Who the hell bought this? Daring to go against me, John Hao, do they have a death wish? A young man named Ye Ming. Kill him? Do I need to teach you? And that guy surnamed Li, does he really think he's safe just because he sold the house? Kill him too, and get the money back while you're at it. Yes, young master, there's one more thing. Are you ever going to stop? This house was sold by the Mu family. The Mu family? The Mu group? How dare they go against the John family? Find a martial artist and wipe out their entire family. It's not really appropriate, the authorities are keeping a close eye on things lately. But the Mu family has contacted us, they have no intention of selling the house and are willing to compensate us. They're keeping a close eye on us? Then take the money first, and we'll wipe them out later. If word gets out that there are still people in Leshan City who dare to go against the John family, wouldn't the other families laugh at us? The Mu family's daughter is a college student, a virgin, and quite pretty. The door was suddenly opened, and Zhang Hao pulled his robe tighter to avoid exposing his belongings to everyone. In the room, several naked girls lay on the bed and sofa without any covering. Let me see the photos. The man took out his phone, which displayed a photo of Mu Yiren. Dressed in a JK uniform, she looks fresh and lovely, her delicate face radiating youthful vitality. Good, bring it over tomorrow, then have them come up with 1 billion, and that'll be the end of it. Yes, young master. Zhang Hao patted the man on the shoulder, a smile appearing on his face. Uncle Yun, you understand me best. Uncle Yun smiled slightly, and was about to say something when Zhang Hao continued. But if you knock on the door again while I'm doing my business, I'll kill you. Zhang Hao turned his head, slammed the door shut. The smile on Uncle Yun's face slowly disappeared, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. That damned guy. If Zhang Hao weren't the only heir of the Zhang family, he would have killed Zhang Hao. What is that? How dare a piece of trash talk to me like that? At the Mu family villa, Mu Tiancheng paced back and forth, finally receiving a phone call. Brother, what did the Zhang family say? There was a moment of silence on the other end, then the speaker said, 1 billion. Mu Tiancheng breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it could be resolved with money, that was fine. Okay, 10 billion it is, no big deal. Thank you so much. Some other time. Also, I need you to send your daughter over tomorrow night. Think it over carefully. Knowing the Zhang family as I do, if you don't send her over, you'll all be dead. The one who bought the villa and the one who sold it probably won't live to see tomorrow morning. You have 1 day left, so prepare yourself mentally. Sigh. The call ended, and Mu Tiancheng stood there dumbfounded. Either die, or send your daughter to the Zhang family? Sending my daughter there is worse than dying. Those beasts from the Zhang family dare to bully my daughter? Not a chance. Dad, what did he say? Mu Yiren asked from the side, her eyes full of nervousness. Mu Tiancheng looked at her and patted her head. Let's go, let's leave Leshan City now. Mu Yiren suddenly grabbed Mu Tiancheng's arm, her eyes dimming. Dad, the Zhang family is a martial arts family, we can't escape, can we? How will you know if you don't try? I'll make a few calls. You pack your things first. Mu Tiancheng walked to the side and started making phone calls, using his connections. As Mu Yiren watched her father's retreating figure, tears streamed down her face. Actually, she heard what was happening on the phone. As long as I get through this, they can survive. I'm sorry, father. I caused this mess myself, and I'll deal with it myself. Mu Yiren muttered to herself, then quietly left the study. Half an hour later, Mu Tiancheng slammed his hand on the desk, sweeping all the documents off the table onto the floor. He contacted everyone, friends, business partners, and even the police. But it was no use, the entire city of Leshan was under lockdown, and train, high-speed rail, and plane tickets were all unavailable. All the police station said was that they would send 2 officers to protect them, but what good was that? It's a pity he doesn't know anyone in the martial arts world, otherwise he wouldn't have ended up like this. All he can do now is drive away with his daughter. If we leave, we might still have a chance to survive. He rushed to look for his daughter, but she wasn't in the villa. Mu Tiancheng's heart skipped a beat. Where was he? He rushed outside and found his car was gone. The girl had indeed run out. He instantly knew what Mu Yiren wanted to do. She wanted to go to the Zhang family. As long as we go to the Zhang family, the Mu family will be fine. Mu Tiancheng immediately opened his phone, found the car's location, and thankfully he had installed a GPS tracker beforehand. The vehicle had stopped, and the location displayed was surprisingly in the suburbs. Is this the villa the Zhang family mentioned? Mu Tiancheng realized that if his daughter had overheard the entire conversation, she probably already knew that the young man who bought the house would die today. So she went to find the young man and asked him to leave? What a silly child. Mu Tiancheng quickly called his bodyguards and drove there. At that moment, at the entrance of Ye Ming's manor, Mu Yiren had just gotten out of the car when she saw a Maybach stop behind her. A beautiful woman in a white tracksuit got out of the back seat of the Maybach. She didn't look at Mu Yiren, but instead stared at the villa next to her, which was completely dark. Is Xiao already asleep? Are you also here to see Brother Ya? When Mu Yiren's voice came, President Gu turned his gaze to Mu Yiren and looked her up and down. Are you Xiao Ye's girlfriend? I didn't expect him to be so lucky. Not only did he win 48 million in the lottery, but he also found such a beautiful girlfriend. President Gu had already found out everything about Ye Ming on his way here. He was in such a hurry that he forgot to use his own power. Once back in the car, she remembered her identity and investigated Ye Ming. Ye Ming's luck is truly phenomenal. He actually won 48 million yuan after tax in the lottery, and then unexpectedly bought this villa, which caused him a lot of trouble. If I hadn't run into him today, he might not have seen the sun rise tomorrow. Just like when they were kids, they never give us a break. Mu Yiren quickly waved her hand. No, I'm Brother Ye's friend, Mu Yiren, and you are. Mu Yiren? Isn't that the woman who sold the house to Xiao Ye? If I hadn't known that Mu Yiren didn't do it on purpose, I would definitely have confronted her. Me? I'm Ye Ming's older sister, Gu Qingcheng. Why are you here so late? Brother Ye's sister? One surname is Ye, and the other surname is Gu. Forget it, I can't worry about that anymore. I need to speak with Brother Ye. He might be in danger. I tried calling him but he didn't answer, so I had to come over here. Gu Qingcheng looked Mu Yiren up and down. This little girl seemed like a nice person. The Zhang family didn't hide the news, so she found out about it too. Such a good girl can't be allowed to be ruined by that beast Zhang Hao. Really? That's perfect, let's go in together. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Ye Ming suddenly sat up in bed, his eyes glazed over and his hair disheveled. Ding dong, ding dong. He picked up his phone and saw it was already 3 a.m. Who would be ringing the doorbell so late at night? Who's making so many phone calls? Mu Yiren? And sending so many WeChat messages? As Ye Ming got up, he looked at his phone and got a general idea of the situation. He opened the door, sat down on the sofa, poured himself a glass of water, and drank it to clear his head. A moment later, two girls, Gu Qingcheng and Mu Yiren, walked in. Ye Ming looked at Gu Qingcheng curiously. Who was this? She looked somewhat familiar. Gu Qingcheng looked at Ye Ming with complicated emotions, as if he overlapped with a small figure from her memory. Brother Ye, get out of here quickly, it's dangerous. Mu Yiren spoke anxiously, her eyes slightly red. Ye Ming scratched his head and poured her a cup of hot water. Sit down, and your friends, sit down and have some water. I saw your message. It's just that some seller offended someone. It's okay, I can handle it, don't worry. Seeing Ye Ming's nonchalant attitude, Mu Yiren was almost frantic with worry. She didn't even realize that Ye Ming was treating Gu Qingcheng as her friend. Brother Ye, this is different. The Zhang family is very powerful. Hey, how powerful can he be? Does he have 2 extra arms or 2 extra legs? In a society governed by law, what can he do? It's really different. The Zhang family is a family with ancient martial arts. Ye Ming had just taken a sip of water when he choked. Cough cough cough, WH. What? Ancient martial arts family? Ancient martial arts actually exist in the real world? And there are martial artists there? He really didn't know. Mu Yiren nodded worriedly. Yes, there is ancient martial arts. It's not a novel plot, it's real. My father told me that the Zhang family is one of the 4 major martial arts families in the south, and their strength is extremely powerful. They could easily destroy our Mu family. Ye Ming's eyes narrowed, and he sat up straight. Extremely powerful? Do you know anything about these 4 martial arts families? Which 4 families are they, and what is their strength? Mu Yiren's eyes were filled with confusion. How could she know that martial arts families were completely outside her reach? Gu Qingcheng looked at Ye Ming with some curiosity, but Ye Ming's reaction seemed rather indifferent. If an ordinary person knew about the existence of ancient martial arts practitioners, would they react like this? He didn't suspect anything. Instead, he seriously inquired about the situation of ancient martial arts families, which in itself was very suspicious. Gu Qingcheng thought for a moment, then suddenly spoke. The 4 major martial arts families in the south, the Zhang family of Leshan, the Xian family of Fenghe, the Jin family of Tianlin, and the Gu family of the southeast. The 4 major martial arts families are roughly equal in strength, and the heads of the families are all internal strength martial artists. I heard that each of these 4 families has an old master who has reached the transformation level. Transformation of internal energy? Ancestor? How ridiculous it is to put those 2 words together. Ye Ming had thought that the martial arts in the real world were much stronger, and that there might be innate, grandmaster, or even celestial level martial artists. And you're telling me that those who have reached the transformation realm are all ancestors? What about the acquired realm? What about the innate realm? Gu Qingcheng was a little stunned. She seemed to see disdain in Ye Ming's eyes. Was she seeing things? That's a transformation realm technique. There are fewer than 20 transformation realm experts in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Having internal strength already makes one a powerful expert. Ye Ming leaned back on the sofa, not taking the Zhang family seriously at all. If any of them had even a basic innate realm cultivation, I would pay more attention to them, even if they were at the transformation realm. If you want to die, then come on. However, this woman actually knows about martial arts families, so her identity is quite extraordinary. Why does it look so familiar? Yi Ren, your friend is quite impressive, knowing so much about martial arts families. Mu Yiren was stunned. She was wondering why Ye Ming's sister knew so much when she heard Ye Ming's question. Isn't she your sister? Ye Ming was full of questions and pointed to himself. My sister? Isn't she your friend? Mu Yiren shrank back and leaned against the sofa. I ran into her at your door. She said she's your sister, Gu Qingcheng. Ye Ming looked at Gu Qingcheng. Gu, you're from the Gu family in the southeast? Mu Yiren was startled. The Gu family, a martial arts family? No wonder they knew so much. Is she here to cause trouble for brother Ye? Gu Qingcheng nodded, readily acknowledging her identity. I am from the Gu family in southeast China. Oh, you're here to see me too? Yes. Did the Zhang family send you? That's not it. Ye Ming blinked and looked at Gu Qingcheng, the feeling of familiarity becoming more and more obvious. Then why did you contact me? Besides being a member of the Southeast Gu family, I am also the CEO of Southeast Technology. Ye Ming suddenly remembered that he seemed to have seen a woman when he resigned today. It was her. Oh, I remember now, you're the one from earlier in the day. You wouldn't be looking for me to come back to work, would you? Gu Qingcheng rolled her eyes dramatically. No, whether you want to go to work or not is your business. Besides, you've already won 48 million in the lottery, why would you need to go to work? Ye Ming's eyes narrowed. 48 million? That was the legitimate funding that the Myriad Realms building arranged for him. This guy had investigated himself. Just as Ye Ming was about to say something, the door was suddenly opened. Wow, it's so lively. There are so many people. Two men walked in so ostentatiously, one of them dragging a man who was half beaten to death, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. Ye Ming frowned. The ground was dirty. Damn it. Behind the two men, a woman walked in, her body covered in wounds and blood. I'm sorry, miss, I couldn't stop them. Gu Qingcheng's expression finally changed. This woman was her family's personal assistant and bodyguard. The one on the ground is the driver and bodyguard. Both of them were actually knocked down. Keep in mind that both of them are martial artists at the peak of the Ming Jin realm. Hidden strength. The two words flashed through Gu Qingcheng's mind. Some hidden force has been used. Behind the assistant, a burly man stepped out. It was Uncle Yun, who had reported the situation to Zhang Hao earlier. What an unexpected surprise. I originally just wanted to vent my anger and torture some people, but I didn't expect to have such a pleasant surprise. Uncle Yun glanced at Mu Yiren, then at Gu Qingcheng, a hint of amazement flashing in his eyes. Two absolutely gorgeous girls. I'm so lucky. Gu Qingcheng's pupils contracted. This was truly a master of internal energy. She's only at the mid-stage of Ming Jin, not yet at the Injin level, so she's no match for that guy. A martial artist with internal strength. You are Li Yun? No, the Zhang family's non-family retainers have all changed their surname to Zhang. You should be Zhang Yun. Uncle Yun clapped his hands and said approvingly. As expected of the eldest daughter of the Gu family in Jiangnan, you are indeed knowledgeable. I am Zhang Yun from the Zhang family. Gu Qingcheng's expression remained unchanged, still cold and aloof, but she had a bad feeling in her heart. Since you know I'm the eldest daughter of the Gu family, why do you still dare to stop me? Aren't you afraid that the Gu family will cause trouble for your Zhang family? Leave immediately, and I'll pretend today's events never happened. This villa is acquired by my Gu family. If there are any problems, have Zhang Hao come and talk to me. Gu Qingcheng remained calm and took responsibility for the villa's affairs. Ye Ming raised an eyebrow, looking at Gu Qingcheng's back, feeling a sense of familiarity, as if he could call out her name at any moment. But he had never seen Gu Qingcheng before today. Zhang Yun clutched his stomach and laughed heartily, so exaggeratedly that it made people want to complain. Gu Qingcheng frowned. Oh no, something's wrong. The eldest daughter of the Gu family? Ha 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 ha. You're just like that idiot Zhang Hao. Both of you are morons. You think your people didn't announce their names at the door? Don't you know how to use your brains? You bunch of guys, all you have is a good dad, right? What else do you have besides that? Why should you get whatever you want, while we rogue cultivators have to be your dogs? As a martial artist with internal strength, I'm constantly being bossed around by that good-for-nothing Zhang Hao. If it weren't for his status, I would have strangled him. Zhang Yun stopped his exaggerated and clumsy acting and turned his gaze to Gu Qingcheng. You know what? When I saw you, I was so excited and happy. If I kill you, the Gu family will definitely fight the Zhang family, and that good-for-nothing Zhang Hao will definitely be severely punished. He might even be handed over to take the blame. How wonderful! Not only has it relieved my anger and punished that disgusting Zhang family, but most importantly, Zhang Yun looked at Gu Qingchang and licked his lips. Ugh, that's disgusting. The serious atmosphere was immediately broken by Ye Ming's words. Gu Qingchang had previously felt so disgusted that her scalp tingled, but now she just wanted to laugh. Zhang Yun glanced at Ye Ming beside him, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. You're Ye Ming? That guy with the bad luck? Bad luck? I think I'm pretty lucky. I bought a villa worth 2 or 300 million for 40 million. How can you say I'm unlucky? A hint of surprise flashed in Gu Qingchang's eyes. What was going on with Ye Ming? Do you not know how terrifying martial artists are? Or do they have some hidden cards up their sleeve? To be honest, she couldn't think of any trump cards. It was probably because the other party didn't know how terrifying martial artists could be. Zhang Yun smiled. Lucky? Well, let's see if your luck will last. Zhang Yun looked at his two underlings beside him, and the underlings quickly twisted their necks and walked towards Ye Ming. Ye Ming's face darkened. Did they really think this was a wilderness? This is his home, how can he not respect him as the owner? If these guys were innate martial artists or grandmaster martial artists, he wouldn't say anything. But a few mere Ming Jin and Jin martial artists, not even at the peak of the first rank, dared to provoke him. Just as Ye Ming was about to make a move, Gu Qingchang blocked his way. If you want to deal with Xiao Ye, you'll have to get past me first. Ye Ming was stunned. It was as if a lightning bolt had flashed through his mind, instantly reminding him of something that happened when he was a child. At that time, he was rather weak, and since he only had the surname Ye and no given name, he was often bullied. Until a little girl in a white dress stood in front of him, just like now, and said to the one who bullied him, if you want to deal with Xiao Ye, you'll have to get past me first. That girl's name is Xiaoa. Like herself, she had no name. However, when Xiao Ye was found, she had a jade pendant with the character Ye on it, while when Ye Ming was found, he only had a piece of paper with the character Ye on it. Xiaoa? Gu Qingchang felt a lump in her throat when she heard Ye Ming's words, and almost burst into tears. Yes, Xiao Ye, I've found you. Zhang Yun clapped his hands and applauded in celebration. Congratulations, Miss Gu, on finding your old sweetheart from the countryside. It would be wonderful if you could die together with him. What are you two idiots still standing there for? Did I tell you to come and watch the gossip? Zhang Yun berated his two underlings, who stood there like idiots. The younger brother rushed forward and slapped Gu Qingchang. Gu Qingchang is a martial artist at the mid-stage of Ming Jin, but these two underlings are actually at the late stage of Ming Jin. She can't even beat them one-on-one, let alone one-on-two. But we have to go, otherwise Xiao Ye will be in danger. Don't hurt Miss Gu. I like wild and rebellious girls. Just as Gu Qingchang was about to make a move, Ye Ming grabbed her hand and pulled her back. A powerful force pulled her back, allowing her to dodge the attack. The two martial artists, both possessing the strength of Ming Jin, exchanged a glance and then stepped forward to attack once more. Ye Ming was speechless. What was the difference between the moves of these ancient martial artists and fancy but ineffective techniques? Sometimes Ye Ming felt that he still needed some internal strength, otherwise he would be just like them, an idiot. We still need to upgrade the Myriad Realms Tower to level 3 as soon as possible. Ye Ming pulled Gu Qingchang to the sofa and pressed her down, completely ignoring the two hands that were already swinging from behind. Careful. Don't worry. Since you're here, just sit down and let me, the host, take care of things. Ye Ming looked into Gu Qingchang's eyes. Now, it's my turn to protect you. Ye Ming turned around, and the two of them simultaneously struck Ye Ming's chest with their palms. A huge recoil force instantly sent them flying. The two crashed into the wall, but fortunately, they didn't dent it. Zhang Yun's pupils contracted, and he immediately had a bad feeling. This guy is actually a martial arts practitioner. No wonder you were so confident, you're a martial artist too. To have become a dark force martial artist at such a young age, it's a pity you ran into. Before he could finish speaking, Ye Ming appeared in front of Zhang Yun and slapped him across the face. Zhang Yun was sent flying by the slap, losing 2 of his teeth. You old bastard, I've put up with you for too long. You barged into my house and then kept babbling on and on. Do you really think I have no temper? Zhang Yun covered her face, her eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? You! Zhang Yun stared intently at Ye Ming, but the next second, Ye Ming disappeared again. Even with his internal strength, he couldn't see how Ye Ming moved. This strength, could it be transforming internal energy? I actually provoked such a young expert at the transformation realm? With a smack, Zhang Yun was sent flying again. You like the wild, huh? Ye Ming appeared beside Zhang Yun in an instant and slapped him again. You like people who resist, right? Smack! Go ahead and resist. Smack! Don't you like it? Smack! Where did your arrogant attitude go? Smack! I loved how defiant you were just now. Zhang Yun's face looked like a pig's head, with all his teeth knocked out. He still couldn't see Ye Ming's movement trajectory clearly, like a ghost. Ye Ming snorted coldly and threw Zhang Yun at the feet of his two underlings. The two underlings were so frightened that they immediately knelt down. Senior, spare our lives. We were forced into this by Zhang Yun. I have an 80-year-old mother to support and a 3-month-old baby crying for milk. Please, senior, spare my life. Ye Ming appeared behind the two, grabbed their necks, and with a gentle press, shattered their spines. Before the two henchmen could react, their bodies went limp on the ground, unable to move. Ye Ming then walked back to the sofa and sat down next to Gu Qingcheng. Gu Qingcheng stared wide-eyed, utterly shocked. These were a master of internal strength and two martial artists at the late stage of external strength, and they were crippled in an instant. What has Xiao Ye gone through all these years? How did she become so amazing? Mu Yiren, standing to the side, had no concept of this. She simply thought that Ye Ming must also be a powerful ancient martial artist. She was prepared to sacrifice herself, but now things seemed to have taken a turn for the better? If I hadn't come, I definitely wouldn't have encountered these things. Good deeds are truly rewarded. The most shocked person was Gu Qingcheng's female assistant. She thought it was a story of a rich girl finding her childhood poor boy, but she never expected such a big twist. The poor young man suddenly became a top martial arts expert, and the rich girl became his little fangirl. This is totally a plot from a novel. So exciting. So good. I love it. Ye Ming drank the water in his glass in one gulp, leaned back on the sofa, and looked at Gu Qingcheng, who had a strange look in her eyes. What's wrong, Xiaowa? Why are you looking at me like that? A glint of surprise flashed in Gu Qingcheng's eyes. She had been cultivating ever since she was adopted by the Gu family, and she was only at the mid-stage of Ming Jin. Even so, she was already a well-known genius in the martial arts world. Ye Ming is even a little younger than her, yet he is so much stronger. How did he cultivate? You feel somewhat unfamiliar to me. Ye Ming raised an eyebrow and looked Gu Qingcheng up and down, especially at two prominent areas. You seem a bit unfamiliar to me too. I remember you being so flat-chested when you were little, but now you're, tisk tisk tisk, girls really do change a lot as they grow up. A blush flashed across Gu Qingcheng's face, but she quickly concealed it. You rascal, the food in the orphanage when you were a kid was bad, you didn't get enough nutrition, of course you didn't develop properly. But you, how come you've become so powerful all of a sudden? You can easily defeat even a martial artist with internal energy. You wouldn't happen to be in the late stage of internal energy, would you? Transformation realm? She wouldn't even dare to dream of it. The Gu family's ancestor was already 100 years old and had only reached the transformation realm martial artist level, while their family head was only at the late stage of the dark realm. This is already overestimating Ye Ming. That Zhang Yun is only at the early stage of inner strength. Ye Ming smacked his lips. Late stage of dark force? Holy crap. You really underestimate me. Even if a martial artist at the transformation realm comes, he'll still fight them without hesitation. Me? The acquired realm, ever heard of it? I'm at the peak of the acquired realm. All the transformation realm cultivators are like chicks in front of me, I can take them down in an instant. Gu Qingcheng rolled her eyes. She's quite the braggart, huh? And she's at the acquired realm. She had never even heard of this realm. You can say that to me, but if word gets out, the entire martial arts world will come after you. Ye Ming shook his head. These days, nobody believes you when you tell the truth. He glanced at the driver and Gu Qingcheng's assistant lying on the ground, then pretended to rummage around and pulled out 2 rejuvenation pills from his pocket. Here are 2 healing pills. Give them to your men, and then take care of these 3 guys. He's like a lunatic. Why can't we talk during the day? Why does he have to come here at night? Gu Qingcheng stared at Ye Ming in astonishment. Pills? Isn't that something from legends? There are no such things as elixirs in the martial arts world, they are just legendary things in movies and TV shows. When martial artists are injured, they mainly rely on doctors for treatment and take some traditional Chinese medicine. Where did you get these pills from? Who cares where the pills came from? If you don't give them to the guy on the ground, he's going to die. Gu Qingcheng quickly handed the pills to her assistant, who gave one to the driver and took one herself. The assistant felt an energy flowing through his body, beginning to heal his injuries. Although the rejuvenation pill is a trash pill, only of the first rank, it can easily heal damage caused by Ming Jin and Jin attacks. Their complexions immediately improved, and their pain lessened considerably. This is the legendary elixir. It's amazing. Thank you so much, Senior Ye. Ye Ming was somewhat confused by what his assistant said. The legendary elixir? That's right. There's always been talk about pills in the martial arts world, but I've never actually seen one. Occasionally, a single pill that seems to appear out of nowhere can fetch tens of millions at auction. Ye Ming's expression froze. Tens of millions? Did I just give away 20 million right away? Oh, my heart aches so much. Ming clutched his heart and lay down on the sofa, looking utterly dejected. Gu Qingcheng smiled when she saw his expression. I'll transfer 20 million to you then. If you still have any left, I'll buy a few more. Ming sat up abruptly and looked at Gu Qingcheng. Sure, I have 28 left. If you buy them all, the 2 I just bought are a free gift. Gu Qingcheng looked at her assistant. Xiao Ao, transfer the money. 300 million. Assistant Xiao Ao nodded. Buying 30 healing pills for 300 million is a great deal. You can make 10 times your money by simply selling it. This elixir is so effective, it could be used to save your life. Senior, yeah, what is your bank card number? 253235832349. Okay, it's been turned around. Ming took out his phone and saw that 300 million yuan had been deposited into his bank account, leaving a balance of 308,013,247 yuan. Holy crap! 3 heavenly coins sold for 300 million. I'm such a sucker. I spent 21 heavenly coins to get 48 million, and now I only need 3 heavenly coins for 300 million. Myriad Realms Tower, you owe me heavenly coins. This is the original poster's personal action and has nothing to do with the Myriad Realms building. Ming sighed and tossed his phone aside. You're tired, go to sleep. We can talk about it tomorrow. Go upstairs and find an empty room to stay in. Ming stood up and walked upstairs, pausing as he passed Gu Qingcheng. You're not going to suddenly disappear again, are you? Gu Qingcheng was stunned for a moment, looking at Ming's back, as if she saw that little boy from the past. Won't. Gu Qingcheng watched Ming enter the room, and didn't turn back for a long time. She turned to look at Mu Yiren. Miss Mu, it's so late, it's not safe to go back. Why don't you find a place to stay? Mu Yiren nodded. She knew the layout of the house very well. Everything that happened tonight was too magical, she needs to process it properly. As Mu Yiren left, Gu Qingcheng's expression gradually turned cold, and her entire demeanor changed instantly, as if she could freeze everything. Xiao Ya is still too young, he actually spared their lives. Xiao Yao, take care of them all, then throw them into the Zhang family. I'll call the old man. The Zhang family is going too far. Xiao Yao, her face as cold as ice, walked up to Zhang Yun and his 2 henchmen and crushed their throats. How dare they lay a hand on a young lady? Ming returned to his room and tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. His mind was filled with images of Gu Qingcheng and Xiao Ya. To be honest, he had been looking forward to meeting Xiao every day, but when he actually encountered it, he didn't know what to say. Can you tell me how hard he's had all these years? That's all in the past. Xiao seems to be doing quite well, so there's no need to say these things. Ming pondered for a moment, then slowly drifted into sleep. In his dream, he met all sorts of people, obtained countless celestial coins, and became a top-tier powerhouse, drooling with joy all over his pillow. In the world of demigods and semi-devils, in a secret room of Canhe Manor, Fu suddenly opened his eyes, and a powerful aura emanated from his body. Ha ha ha! I, Fu, have finally broken through to the innate realm. The 3 blood Bodhi seeds had already raised his strength to the innate realm, and he even rushed straight to the late innate realm stage. The first blood Bodhi provided 60 years of internal energy, the second boosted it by 40 years, and the third by 20 years. A total of 120 years of internal energy. He directly pushed his Murong internal skill to the maximum level, but he did not stop his seclusion. He spent 3 days changing his cultivation method from Murong internal energy to Duan family mental cultivation. The Duan family Heart Sutra truly lives up to its reputation as a high-level world technique. Its difficulty far surpasses that of my own Murong inner power. His cultivation level dropped directly from the late stage of the innate realm to the early stage, but the depth of his internal energy was no less than that of someone in the late stage of the innate realm. Fu also had a feeling that he could easily defeat his former self now. He pushed open the door to the secret room and went out. The bag outside was different, and Wang Yuyan and the others were overjoyed. Congratulations, young master, on mastering your divine skill. With this breakthrough, Qiao Feng is no longer a match for you. You could easily crush him with one hand. Congratulations, cousin, on your great progress and breakthrough to a new level. Fu laughed heartily, looked at Wang Yuyan, and immediately hugged her. Haha, cousin, I really owe you a lot for your help this time. Without you, I wouldn't be where I am now. Cousin, would you like to learn martial arts? Wang Yuyan blushed, made a token effort to break free, but then gave up. All she can think about now is how warm her cousin's embrace is. Ha! Practicing martial arts? I don't want to practice martial arts. What's so good about fighting and killing? Fu released Wang Yuyan and looked at her face, which was as beautiful as a fairy. Previously, he lacked the strength and was focused on restoring his kingdom, so he naturally dared not think about personal matters. Now that he has the power, restoring his kingdom is no longer a problem, so naturally he should consider the queen consort of Yan. He always knew about Wang Yuyan's feelings for him. Mirong Fu held Wang Yuyan's hand and looked into her eyes. Cousin, I was too cold before, I won't be like that again. After I revive the Yan kingdom, be my queen. Just as Bao Butong was about to speak, several people covered his mouth and pulled him out. Wang Yuyan felt as if she had won the lottery, her heart was overwhelmed with joy, and she was completely dizzy. Cousin, you mean it? You really want to? I do. Mirong Fu embraced Wang Yuyan once more, and Wang Yuyan's mind was completely filled with happiness. And you? Who is that? But cousin, you still need to learn martial arts. I recently obtained a set of internal energy cultivation techniques. Practicing them can prolong your life. The stronger you are, the longer you will live. Wang Yuyan hesitated for a moment. She was well versed in all the martial arts techniques in the world, and it seemed that no technique could be so powerful. Cousin, are you talking about the innate skill? Or the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies supreme skill? Mirong Fu smiled mysteriously. None of those. This is an internal energy cultivation method I comprehended from all the techniques in Huanchi Water Pavilion and Langhuan Jade Cave. I call it the Mirong Heart Method. Anyway, nobody in this world knows about the Duan Family Heart Sutra, so it's fine for me to call it the Mirong Heart Sutra. The Mirong Heart Sutra? Since my cousin wants me to learn martial arts, then I will. But isn't it a bit too late now? It's not too late. Look what this is. Mirong Fu took out the last remaining blood bodhi seed and placed it in front of Wang Yuyan. Wang Yuyan looked at the blood bodhi with some curiosity, but she couldn't find its origin in her knowledge base. This is a treasure. A blood bodhi. One of these can increase one's internal energy by 30 years. Wang Yuyan quickly waved her hand. It's too precious, cousin. You should use it, I don't need it. Don't worry, this one was prepared especially for you. Wang Yuyan was so moved she almost cried. After enduring her cousin's coldness for so many years, she suddenly felt that it was all worth it. My cousin cares about her so much. I'm so happy. In the world of Ip Man straightens his clothes. He became famous after being challenged by the islanders and then defeating them in one move, taking down more than a dozen armed soldiers in a row. The name of Ip Man, the master of Wing Chun, not only resounded in Foshan, but also throughout the entire country. For the sake of the people of China, Ip Man decided to follow Ip Ming's instructions. Now he's going to meet the people sent from above. If the conversation goes well, he might soon have the power of the entire Dragon Kingdom to help him raise the heavenly coins. In the mythological world, Gao Yao has returned to his residence. Although he is no longer the head of the Imperial Carriage Office, his influence remains. In just a few days, he gathered a large number of precious items, including Ganoderma lucidum, ginseng, and various medicinal herbs. Of course, there was also a great deal of gold and silver treasure. After he exchanged some items from the Myriad Realms Tower, he hired someone to open Qin Shi Huang's tomb. In the Broken Wave world, Broken Wave was consolidating his cultivation in a secret chamber prepared by Peerless City. Thinking of the shocked look on City Lord Dugu's face earlier, he found it amusing. He plans to find a way to obtain some martial arts manuals once his cultivation level is consolidated. Wushuan City is a powerful force, so they should have quite a few martial arts masters. I'll go to Lingyun Cave again sooner or later. In the world of the Return of the Condor Heroes, Xiaolangno hesitated for a long time before finally telling Yang Guo about the Myriad Realms Tower. Yang Guo was shocked after hearing this and said that of course he would exchange the secret manuals of various sects for the heavenly coins. Since Ant can't go out, let Guoer go out in her place. Our first stop is the Quanzhen sect. In one world, moonlight falls on the trees, casting shimmering silver rays through the branches onto the ground. A man was brandishing a sword in the moonlight, the blade flashing and reflecting the moonlight. The man twirled his longsword, shouted, and thrust it towards the stone. The longsword shattered the moment it touched the stone, the blade flying everywhere. The man lay on the rock, staring at the hilt of the sword in his hand, his heart filled with immense sorrow. He threw down the sword hilt, heartbroken. Heavens! I can't even master the Huashan sword technique. When will I ever get my revenge? He suddenly ran to the tree and frantically rammed his body against it. He was unwilling to accept it. His entire family was wiped out, but he lacked the power to take revenge. He finally thought he had found a home, but he never expected that the hypocrite Yubukan would try to kill him time and time again. Why? Ding! Fated one, you have been chosen by the Myriad Realms Tower. Do you wish to enter the Myriad Realms Tower? He heard a sound in his ear, and he sat up abruptly, looking around. There was no one there, but a golden robe slowly descended from the sky. He caught the robe, but before he could even look at it, he heard a voice again. Ding! Fated one, you have been chosen by the Myriad Realms Tower. Do you wish to enter the Myriad Realms Tower? He hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Inside the Myriad Realms Tower, the man emerged from the vortex and saw everything around him. Where is this? The information surfaced in his mind, and his entire body began to tremble. A predestined fate. This is a predestined connection. This is a land of immortals. I have a chance to get my revenge. He looked at the robe in his hand and curiously opened it to take a look. The Evil Repelling Sword Manual. Father, Mother, if you are watching from heaven, you protected me and allowed me to obtain the ancestral Evil Repelling Sword Manual. I also received a destiny to immortality. Lin Pingzi flipped through the Evil Repelling Sword Manual in his hand, and after seeing the first sentence, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. To practice this skill, one must first castrate oneself. He's about to marry Yu Lingshan, how can he cultivate this? Yu Bucken did indeed try to kill him many times, but Yu Lingshan didn't know that. Yu Lingshan treated him very well. But without the Evil Repelling Sword Manual, how can I possibly take revenge? There's someone else here. A man in fine clothes walked in behind Lin Pingzi. Lin Pingzi quickly composed himself, turned around, and bowed respectfully. Lin Pingzi of the Huashan sect greets the immortal. Gao Yao was stunned for a moment. An immortal? There are no immortals here. Oh, he thinks I'm some kind of immortal? I am not an immortal, my name is Gao Yao, and I am also here to find an immortal. However, it seems that the immortal is not here. Gao Yao walked over and sat down on the sofa. He had been here several times before and was quite familiar with the place. He could tell that the immortal was not someone who cared about formalities and etiquette. Sit down. The immortal probably has something to attend to, but he'll be here soon. Lin Pingzi hesitated for a moment, then walked over and sat down opposite Gao Yao. The moment his butt touched the sofa, the sinking sensation made him bounce up. Gao Yao smiled. Haha, this is a sofa, it's very soft. You're not from modern society, are you? Lin Pingzi's clothes were somewhat like those of their era, definitely not modern, and he didn't even know what a sofa was. Lin Pingzi didn't understand anything about modern society. He hesitated for a moment, then sat down. Senior, have you been here before? Yes, I've been here a few times. Just call me Gao Yao. Senior, I want to ask, is everything in my mind real? Lin Pingzi still couldn't quite believe it. Had he really encountered a predestined connection with the immortals? Of course. I remember there are some tradable items in that cabinet over there, you can take a look. You can trade anything here. Gao Yao stood up. He felt that there seemed to be more cabinets around him than there had been when he came before. Lin Pingzi also stood up and looked into the display case. Saitama-style limit-breaking cultivation method, a 7th-tier secret manual, which can enable one to break through to the peak of the 7th tier within 3 years. Price, 10 million All Heavens coins. 7th rank? What level of strength is 7th rank? 10 million celestial coins? He knew about the heavenly coins and that he could exchange his own things for them, but he didn't know how many heavenly coins he had. Duan Family Heart Sutra, a 4th-tier secret manual, is the family heirloom of the Duan family, the Southern Lin Sword Master of the Wind and Cloud World. It can be cultivated to the peak of the celestial realm. Price, 9,000 Zushin coins. Eclipse Sword Technique, a 4th-tier manual, the family heirloom sword technique of the Duan family, the chief swordsman of the Southern Lin Sword in the Wind and Cloud World. Price, 7,500 heavenly coins. Lin Pingzi looked at the Evil Repelling Sword Manual in his hand. To practice this skill, one must first castrate oneself. Get lost. Anyone who wants to practice can practice. Rubbish. The swordsmanship of a celestial realm martial artist is definitely more powerful than the Evil Repelling Sword Manual. I just don't know what the celestial realm is, but it must be above the acquired realm. Lin Pingzi continued reading and saw hundreds of martial arts manuals, including the Nine-Yin Manual and the Murong Heart Sutra. From the secret manuals that could be cultivated to the peak of the first-class level to the secret manuals that could be cultivated to the peak of the celestial realm, he roughly understood the division of realms. From third-rate to first-rate, then comes the acquired martial artist, the innate martial artist, and above that, the celestial realm martial artist. Without cultivating a mid-grade 4th-tier secret manual to the peak of the Grandmaster level, the next level after Grandmaster is Celestial Realm. Lin Pingzi was dazzled by all sorts of secret manuals and martial arts techniques. Dragon Capturing Skill, Nine-Yin White Bone Claw, Northern Darkness Divine Skill, and the 72 Shaolin Arts are all legendary martial arts, and they can all be found here. After reading the manual, he looked elsewhere. Blood Bodhi, a 4th-tier rare and precious material, can enhance internal strength and heal injuries. Consuming it once can increase internal strength by 30 years, the second time by 20 years, the third time by 10 years, and the fourth time has no effect. Value, 1,000 heavenly coins. Hiss increases internal strength by 60. Lin Pingzi's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he needed. With the Blood Bodhi, I can immediately take my revenge, kill that hypocrite Yu Bucken, and kill Zhou Lingchan. 1,000 celestial coins. I wonder if I can exchange what I have for 1,000 heavenly coins. The most valuable thing he has is probably the Evil Repelling Sword Manual. Gao Yao watched it from the side and shook his head. Currently, the most useful thing for him is the blood bodhi. Buy an internal skill and then buy the blood bodhi, and his strength will skyrocket. What will Yi Xiao Chuan be then? I could kill him easily. After looking around at internal cultivation techniques, I found them to be either too expensive or too slow. I needed the assistance of the blood bodhi. But blood bodhi seeds are too expensive. Upstairs, Ye Ming stretched, tidied himself up, and went out. On the first floor, Gu Qingchang, dressed in home clothes and wearing an apron, was busy in the kitchen. You're up. Go wash up and come eat. Ye Ming rubbed his eyes and watched Gu Qingchang bring breakfast to the table, suddenly feeling a very warm feeling. Good. While Ye Ming was washing up, he received a message from the Myriad Realms Tower that someone was already waiting downstairs for the transaction. However, Ye Ming didn't pay much attention to it. After washing up, she sat down at the table and began to eat the breakfast that Gu Qingchang had prepared for her. At the dinner table, the two remained silent for a moment, neither of them speaking. The person who is most familiar to me seems like a stranger at this moment. After finishing his meal, Ye Ming looked around. There's no one else, just the two of us. Your little sweetheart was picked up by her father last night, and I called Xiao Ao to handle other matters. Ye Ming touched his nose. I only just met Mu Yiren, we're not lovers. Gu Qingchang took a sip of milk and licked her lips. If someone hears this, they'll be heartbroken. They came all the way here last night to remind you, and the Mu family almost went bankrupt because of selling your house. Ye Ming frowned. The Mu family was almost wiped out? What's the meaning? The Zhang family is, after all, a martial arts family. The Mu family offended the Zhang family, so they could only try to apologize. Zhang Hao of the Zhang family asked the Mu family to come up with 1 billion yuan and then have Mu Yiren spend the night with Zhang Hao before the matter was settled. Yesterday, Mu Yiren was probably planning to tell you and then go to the Zhang family. Ye Ming paused, realizing that Mu Yiren hadn't told him about this. The Zhang family, a family renowned for martial arts? How about we wipe out the Zhang family? Gu Qingchang thought Ye Ming was troubled by the Zhang family's affairs, and smiled slightly. You didn't think things through before you made your move, and now you're scared. Don't worry, I've already contacted the Gu family. The Gu family can handle things with the Zhang family. I've also given special instructions to your little lover. Ye Ming rolled his eyes. He had already said she wasn't his mistress. Okay. Thank you so much, Sister Xiaoa. Upon hearing this familiar address, Gu Qingchang's two large eyes instantly curved into crescent moons. You're welcome. After finishing their meal, Ye Ming and Gu Qingchang put the tableware in the kitchen together. Such a large place needs people. Gu Qingchang suddenly said something, and Ye Ming immediately responded. You can come and stay here. Gu Qingchang glanced at him. I'm not a nanny. Besides, I sometimes have to go to the company, let's talk about it later. Gu Qingchang turned and left the kitchen, taking off her apron. I'm going to the office, I have things to do. Wash the dishes yourself. Do the washing up? It doesn't exist. Ye Ming left the kitchen and headed downstairs. Upon arriving at the second basement level, they saw Gao Yao and another newly arrived person with whom they had a connection. Name Lin Pingzi. Identity, from the world of swordsman. Strength, peak of the third tier, tier 1. Wow, his strength is quite low. Apart from Ip Man and Gao Yao, no one's strength is lower than his. Gao Yao, Lin Pingzi? Ye Ming's eyes darted back and forth between the two, but there was nothing there either time. Then the two met. This must be a special kind of fate. Gao Yao greets the immortal. As soon as Gao Yao spoke, Lin Pingzi quickly bowed. Lin Pingzi of the Huashan sect has met the immortal. Ye Ming walked to the sofa and said to the two of them, sit down. Gao Yao, you're lucky. You actually ran into Lin Pingzi. Gao Yao was taken aback. Lucky me, I ran into Lin Pingzi? What did that mean? Gao Yao and Lin Pingzi exchanged a glance, both looking puzzled. Lin Pingzi, you go first. Have you gotten your hands on the evil-slaying sword manual yet? Lin Pingzi's eyes were filled with shock. As expected of an immortal, he knew about it so soon after he obtained the evil-repelling sword manual. Reporting to the immortal, I have obtained it. This is it. Lin Pingzi raised the cassock in his hand, and Ye Ming glanced at it. A secret manual appeared in the air. Evil-repelling sword manual, Tier 3 secret manual, value 400 heavenly coins. Lin Pingzi was stunned for a moment, then quickly condensed the rest of the secret manuals as well. Huashan sword technique, second tier manual, value 20 heavenly coins. The rest are just some miscellaneous secret manuals, which only add up to 450 heavenly coins. 450 heavenly coins, this is your Myriad Realms token. Ye Ming tossed the token to Lin Pingzi, and then opened the evil repelling sword manual in front of Gao Yao. The first page of the evil repelling sword manual has 8 large characters written on it. To practice this skill, one must first castrate oneself. Gao Yao's pupils constricted sharply upon seeing these 8 characters, and his hands trembled slightly. No wonder the immortal said he was lucky. This must be the most suitable cultivation method for him. This Lin Pingzi possesses the evil repelling sword manual, could it be? Gao Yao's gaze drifted down to Lin Pingzi's lower body. Lin Pingzi quickly brought his legs together and explained, I haven't practiced this yet, but I still have mine. Gao Yao sighed with some regret, and Lin Pingzi felt a chill run down his spine. Why did he see disappointment in Gao Yao's eyes? Thank you for your kindness, immortal. Ye Ming didn't directly say that he was a eunuch, which was a way of saving face for him. However, this evil repelling sword manual belongs to Lin Pingzi after all, and they might need to communicate with him later, so it's impossible to keep this information hidden. Anyway, so many years have passed, he's already used to it. Immortal, I want to buy this evil repelling sword manual. With a wave of his hand, a pile of items appeared. They are all antiques, gold and silver jewelry, and medicinal herbs. Unfortunately, all these items combined only amount to a few dozen heavenly coins. The antiques and precious medicinal herbs are all mortal items, classified as Tier 1 items. Gold and silver jewelry are also mortal objects, and in theory they should be worth some money. Mirong Fu exchanged a lot of heavenly coins for his gold. It's a pity that this time it was only a few heavenly coins. Myriad Realms Tower, why are all these gold and silver treasures only worth so few heavenly coins? Ding, I was in the beginner period before, so I bought some gold and silver jewelry. Now that you don't need these, the price is very low. Ye Ming shook his head and handed the 45 heavenly coins to Gao Yao. Lin Pingzi 450, Gao Yao 45, what a coincidence. The value is too low. I doubt you can exchange it. Lin Pingzi looked at Gao Yao, whose purchase of the evil repelling sword manual indicated that he was an incomplete person, and I almost became an incomplete person myself. Brother Gao, you. Gao Yao chuckled self-deprecatingly, never expecting that the things he had collected for so long would only be worth so few heavenly coins. Yes, I am a eunuch, for various reasons. Looking at the dejected look on Gao Yao's face, Lin Pingzi seemed to think of himself. If he hadn't encountered the Myriad Realms Tower, he probably would have ended up in a similar situation to Gao Yao. Brother Gao, don't laugh at me, but if I hadn't encountered an immortal, I might have already cut myself off by now. Gao Yao was startled and looked up at Lin Pingzi. Lin Pingzi said bitterly, my whole family was wiped out. I joined a sect, but the sect leader also wanted to kill me. I wanted to take revenge, but my strength was too weak. All I had was the family's evil repelling sword manual, which was the only way for me to get revenge. Gao Yao felt as if he had found a kindred spirit. The other person was also having a miserable time, even more so than him. His entire family was wiped out. He couldn't even bear to imagine what Gao Lan looked like when she was killed. Brother, we're all unfortunate souls. I was dragged back 2,000 years by a damned guy, and I suffered endless torment and humiliation. Brother Gao, I've suffered terribly these past few days, barely escaping death. Serving Qin Shi Huang was like walking on thin ice. The two brothers, sharing the same plight, actually started chatting. At this moment, Lin Pingzi looked up at Ye Ming, as if he had made a decision. Immortal, may I sell the evil repelling sword manual to Brother Gao at a discount? Lin Pingzi was truly deeply moved. He thought about his past and realized that if someone could help him, it would be like a ray of light illuminating his dark world. His past was not illuminated, but he wanted to illuminate the world of others. Gao Yao's expression changed. The Immortal's Myriad Realms Tower is a place of trade. It is already good enough that it can buy and sell at the original price. If the transaction is conducted in private without going through the Myriad Realms Tower, wouldn't that be equivalent to ruining the Immortal's livelihood? Zhao Gao understood Lin Pingzi's good intentions. He was Zhao Gao, but he would not betray those who were genuinely kind to him. Brother Lin, you can't say that. It's already very kind of the Immortal to give us a platform to meet. We can buy whatever we need from the Immortal. How can we trade so casually? Lin Pingzi immediately realized what was happening and quickly stood up to kneel down. Immortal, it was my oversight. With a wave of his hand, Ye Ming made Lin Pingzi feel a tremendous force preventing him from kneeling down. Sit down, I'm not that petty. The Myriad Realms Tower platform is meant for you to trade, but private transactions are strictly prohibited. He learned his lesson the hard way last time when Duan Lang traded a blood body he had never traded before with Xiao Long, resulting in a loss of 400 Zushin coins. He will not suffer such a loss again in the future. Want to do it privately? No way. Once private transactions are allowed, all sorts of situations will arise. For example, Duan Lang could directly trade his cultivation manual with people from other worlds. He could sell a 9,000 heavenly coin for 5,000. As long as there were enough buyers, Duan Lang would not lack heavenly coins. Now that he has no shortage of celestial coins, will he continue to dig for treasures in his world? Definitely not. Ye Ming directly listed the prohibition of private transactions as the third point of attention, which would be transmitted to the minds of all those who were destined to enter. However, this is not entirely absolute. In cases like Lin Pingzi and Gao Yao, it's not impossible for Lin Pingzi to give the evil repelling sword manual to Gao Yao, but he must obtain Ye Ming's consent. When there are more people in the future, they will need to apply for permission to conduct private transactions. Ye Ming thinks this is reasonable, so it's fine. Of course, Ye Ming reserves the right of final interpretation. For example, Ye Ming felt that things were reasonable right now. Disappointment was evident on both Gao Yao's and Lin Pingzi's faces. Gao Yao patted Lin Pingzi on the shoulder. "It's alright, brother Gao, if you gather some more things, you'll be able to collect 400 heavenly coins sooner or later." Ye Ming coughed. "Although private transactions are not allowed, once I give permission, it is no longer considered a private transaction." Lin Pingzi's face lit up with joy. "My lord, do you mean?" Gao Yao reacted much faster than Lin Pingzi. He quickly stood up to thank Ye Ming. "Thank you, immortal, for granting my wish." Ye Ming waved his hand. He was still waiting for Gao Yao to get him the elixir of immortality. "It's a pity that Qin Shi Huang is already dead, otherwise we would have given him a world map and seen if he could have unified the world." After the two finished their transaction, Lin Pingzi directly bought the first and second levels of the Saitama limit break cultivation method. "There's nothing I can do, I can't afford blood bodhi seeds. Once I finish the first level of Saitama's limit breaking cultivation method, I can reach the peak of the first class level. At that time, I'll secretly look for the martial arts manuals of the Huashan sect and see if I can exchange them for a blood bodhi. Once you've mastered the first two levels, you'll be at the top of the martial arts world, making things much easier. As for hair loss, that's a minor issue. Losing hair is better than losing your genitals, right?" Gao Yao was also extremely excited. He had actually managed to exchange for a martial arts manual, and it was even the most suitable martial arts manual for eunuchs. He originally intended to give all his heavenly coins to Lin Pingzi, but Lin Pingzi refused, knowing that Jao's world was an ordinary world. Gao Yao could only keep this kindness in his heart and repay it when he was able to in the future. After the two left, Ye Ming glanced at the panel. Lin Pingzi received 450 heavenly coins, and he received 90 heavenly coins. Gao Yao received 45 heavenly coins, and he received 9 heavenly coins, for a total of 99 heavenly coins. Adding the previous 9,120.1 heavenly coins, the total is 9,219.1 heavenly coins. The transaction volume that these ordinary worlds can produce is too low, we need higher worlds. Ye Ming stretched and opened the panel. Name, Ye Ming. Myriad Realms Tower Level 2. Realm, Peak of Tier 2. Celestial Coins, 9,219.1. Technique, Saitama Style Limit Breaking Cultivation Method, 2nd Level. Connecting Worlds, Demigods and Semi-Devils, Ip Man, Myth, Storm Riders, The Return of the Condor Heroes. Traded items, Saitama Style Limit Breaking Cultivation Method, Severing Family Heart Sutra, Eclipse Sword Technique, 9-Yin Manual, Lingbo Steps, Northern Darkness Divine Art. I originally planned to wait until the Myriad Realms Tower reached level 3 before using the heavenly coins, but unfortunately, plans don't always go as expected. The Zhang family, a family renowned for martial arts? Ye Ming hates trouble. So let's just send them to their deaths. However, isn't it too reckless to take action during the day? Here's what we'll do: give the Zhang family a chance to survive tonight. If the Zhang family is in the city and there are many people around, we'll leave them here and deal with them later tonight. Who knows, by tonight I might have 10,000 heavenly coins, and my strength will be able to reach the peak of the 3rd tier. If the Zhang family's residence is in a remote area with few people around, then I'm sorry. Just kill him. Ye Ming took out his phone and sent a message to Mu Yiren, asking for the Zhang family's address. Why not ask Gu Qingcheng? If you were to ask Gu Qingcheng, she would most likely guess what Ye Ming was planning to do, and might not necessarily provide the Zhang family with the information. At the Mu family home, Mu Yiren and Mu Tiancheng sat on the sofa. Mu Tiancheng had dark circles under his eyes, indicating that he hadn't slept all night. On the contrary, Mu Yiren slept very comfortably. Mu Tiancheng already knew what happened last night, but he didn't expect that guy named Ye Ming was also a martial arts practitioner. A martial artist with internal strength is already considered a strong person in the martial arts world. Ye Ming is so young and already has the strength of internal strength, so he must have a powerful force behind him. Furthermore, with the eldest daughter of the Gu family publicly declaring her intention to protect the Mu family, it seems that the Mu family has already escaped danger. But Mu Tiancheng knew that things were not that simple. Leshan City is, after all, Jiang's territory. If Zhang really wants to destroy Mu's family, Gu's family won't have time to come to their aid. A distant solution can't quench a nearby fire. Mu Tiancheng was considering whether he and his daughter should go to Ye Ming's villa to hide. However, the eldest daughter of the Gu family clearly has a different relationship with Ye Ming. If the eldest daughter of the Gu family is offended, the Mu family will still be in trouble. Whether it's the Zhang family or the Gu family, Mu Tiancheng can't afford to offend them. This is the tragedy of ordinary people. If you told others, they probably wouldn't believe it, that a CEO with billions in assets could have such a vulnerable side. Hey, brother, ya sent me a message, asking where the John family is located. Niu Yiren looked at Niu Tiancheng. How could she possibly know where the John family was? Niu Tiancheng's eyes lit up. What was Ye Ming planning by asking about the John family's location? Was he going to deal with the John family? Or was he going to have the forces behind him deal with the John family? Either way, it will be entirely beneficial to the Niu family. I know, I'll tell you, go ahead and send it. But you need to remind them about the John family situation to prevent them from acting too impulsively. Most importantly, we must not let them think that we are taking advantage of them. In the John family compound, Zhang Hao knelt in the middle of the villa, with the corpses of Zhang Yun and the other two behind him. Zhang Hao at this moment is completely different from the Zhang Hao of last night. Yesterday, he was full of arrogance, but now he doesn't dare to lift his head, for fear of being beaten up. You've got some nerve, actually daring to hire someone to kill the eldest daughter of the Gu family. Who gave you the audacity? Have I been too lenient with you lately? You've become lawless. Why don't you just have someone kill me? Zhang Hao quickly looked up and explained. Dad, I didn't arrange for anyone to kill Miss Gu. I'm not stupid. Why would I do such a thing? It must be Zhang Yun. That good-for-nothing Zhang Yun acted on his own initiative. It must be because I scolded him a few times yesterday that he was upset. The Zhang family head threw a water glass from the coffee table, spilling tea all over Zhang Hao. Bullshit. Zhang Yun has been loyal to the Zhang family for so many years, and I only transferred him to you for a year. How could he possibly betray us? Unless... Zhang Hao shrank back, not daring to speak. He didn't treat Zhang Yun well during that year, but Zhang Yun was just a servant, while he was the young master of the Zhang family. Can't he do whatever he wants in the Zhang family? When the Zhang family head saw Zhang Hao's appearance, his eyes narrowed. Call Zhang Yu over and ask this beast how he usually treats Zhang Yun. Zhang Hao panicked and quickly said, Father, I was wrong, but Zhang Yun is nothing but a dog of our Zhang family. How dare he bite his master? He deserves to die. All the servants around him changed their expressions and looked at Zhang Hao with disgust. The Zhang family head went directly to Zhang Hao and slapped him, sending him flying dozens of meters. Of course, it uses a clever technique. It looks like it flies quite far, but actually, nothing happens to it. You useless piece of trash who's good for nothing. From now on, if you dare to step out of the house, I'll break your legs. I'll only go out when I break through to the late stage of Ming Jin. Useless trash. Even an orphan from the Gu family is more capable than you. Take him away. After Zhang Hao was taken back to his room, the Zhang family head lay helplessly on the sofa. Having a son who's like a pig is so incredibly frustrating. He had seen Zhang Hao's performance over the years, but there was nothing he could do. He had been injured a few years ago, which made it difficult for him to have children now. Otherwise I would have created a new account already. After thinking for a moment, the Zhang family had felt that this matter could not be left unresolved. He had lost a martial artist with internal strength, yet the Gu family still demanded an explanation from him. What explanation should they give? Who should we give an explanation to? Who the hell am I supposed to give an explanation for in this life? Not a single member of your Gu family died, but our Zhang family lost one hidden force expert and two visible force experts. It was your Gu family that came here to provoke our Zhang family. You should give us an explanation. If you don't offer appropriate compensation, do you really think the Zhang family is afraid of your Gu family? If this matter isn't resolved perfectly, how can the Zhang family maintain their standing in Leshan City? The Zhang family head beckoned with his finger, and the butler beside him immediately came over. Tonight, wipe out the entire Mu family and give the Gu family a taste of their own medicine. Let them know that this is Leshan City, not Jiangnan City. Yes, master. Where is that man? Ye Ming? That guy? It seems that Miss Gu has quite a few suitors. If he spreads the word that Miss Gu has taken a liking to an ordinary person, naturally some people will cause trouble. The master of the house is wise. Meanwhile, at Ye Ming's home, Ye Ming received a message from Yu Yiren. Unfortunately, the Zhang family's residence is located in the city, surrounded by many people, making it unlikely that they would take action during the day. He has no intention of going against the country at present. In one world, a plane crash landed in a desert in Africa. A white man came out of there, muttering curses. The two crew members behind him jumped off and ran away into the distance. Hey, where are you guys going? Get away from here, the farther the better. Wait a minute, the evidence will be gone soon. The crew ignored everything and ran away into the distance. The white man looked at the black people working around him and an idea suddenly came to mind. But the more he thought about it, the more heartbroken he became. It was all money. Fuck. But it seems there's no other way. Ding. Fated one, you have been chosen by the Myriad Realms Tower. Do you wish to enter the Myriad Realms Tower? What? I'll go anywhere, even to hell, as long as someone's willing to buy this damn thing of mine. As soon as he finished speaking, the white man disappeared from the spot. Inside the Myriad Realms building, the white man emerged from the vortex and knelt down the moment he saw Ye Ming. Oh my god, I've really come to hell. Ye Ming glanced at the white man with some curiosity. How come there are foreigners here too? Name, Yuri Aleph. Identity, Lord of War World. Strength, none. Lord of War? Arms dealer. He remembered this world, which seemed to tell the story of a legendary arms dealer. Get up, Yuri. This isn't hell. You should have a clear picture of everything here in your mind. Yuri looked at Ye Ming in disbelief. He was speaking Chinese, so why could she understand him? Although he had learned a little bit of Chinese, he wasn't fluent enough to speak it like that. My god, is this the Myriad Realms building? What an amazing place. Are you God? Ye Ming waved his hand. Immortal, God, up, whatever, is fine. Sit down. You seem to want to trade something? Oh, right. I'm being targeted. I have 3,000 AX. Ye Ming waved his hand, and a white model of an AK floated in the air, with its price displayed behind it. AK-74 firearm, 100 rounds of ammunition, Tier 1 item, value, 2 heavenly coins. 3,000 AX, 6,000 heavenly coins. Tisk tisk, what a lucky guy. Some people can't even scrape together a few hundred heavenly coins. It's amazing how valuable the guns are. Ye Ming roughly knew how these calculations were done. The AK could injure a first-tier martial artist, so it was calculated based on the price of a first-tier martial artist. 6,000 celestial coins. Yuri had the explanations of the Myriad Realms Tower and the coins of the heavens in his mind. He knew that this thing could be used to buy many things. He is not short of money now, but he is very interested in magical powers. Yuri was very receptive to it. After all, she was a modern person and adapted quickly. God, no problem. Sell it. Does this have magic? Or is it an exorcism spell? Ye Ming raised an eyebrow, looking at Yuri's appearance, which was exactly the same as Nicolas Cage's. It seemed that the actor who played Lord of War was Nicolas Cage. Nicolas Cage has played many roles, including a wizard. Unfortunately, there is no magic involved. Unfortunately, this place only offers Eastern martial arts. There's no magic available yet. However, you can save up some heavenly coins and purchase magic later when it becomes available. You're the only one with firearms right now, but that might not be the case in the future. Yuri is a very shrewd businessman, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to build such a large arms business. Ye Ming's words were very clear, and considering what was in his mind, he was certain that this was an opportunity. The firearms are not valuable, but they are plentiful. An AK with 100 bullets costs 2 heavenly coins. What about 10,000 bullets? What about rockets, missiles, tanks, fighter jets, and nuclear weapons, touted as humanity's greatest weapon of mass destruction? How many multi-dimensional coins would that require? Judging from the appearance of this multiverse building, it probably hasn't been open for long and doesn't connect to many worlds yet. If there are more worlds in the future, firearms will become worthless. Take advantage of this opportunity and sell the weapons as soon as possible. God, I understand. I'll turn the cash I have into firearms as soon as possible. Do you need the operating instructions? Maybe I can even get the manufacturing method for the guns. Ye Ming raised an eyebrow and looked at Yuri with surprise. This guy is really good at business. He's actually willing to hand over the manufacturing methods for firearms, so the firearms must be very useful in the early stages. He could make a fortune just by selling firearms. However, once the methods for manufacturing firearms are available, the usefulness of firearms diminishes considerably, and those with a greater need for them will certainly be more willing to purchase the methods for manufacturing firearms. If you calculate it this way, Yuri will earn a lot less money. Oh, you're willing to sell the gun manufacturing method? Of course. After all, the Myriad Realms building connects to all realms. If I wanted to monopolize the firearms industry, even if the whole world worked together to build weapons for me, it wouldn't be enough to meet the demand. Moreover, people from other technologically advanced worlds will be selling firearms in the future, so I might as well sell the gun manufacturing methods and help others. Smart person. Ye Ming's eyes were full of admiration. He hadn't expected Yuri to see so far ahead. With the help of the Myriad Realms Tower, he would become a prominent figure sooner or later. The black vortex suddenly stirred, and Ip Man stepped out from it. Ip Man has met the immortal. He has met this friend. Yuri glanced at Ip Man's clothes, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. My name is Yuri. Hello. Ye Ming looked at Ye Wen and his expression turned somewhat grim. Could it be that something had gone wrong with what he had told him last time? Immortal, I have already spoken with the higher UPS, but they don't believe me and have locked me up. Cough cough cough. You're locked up now, so what are your plans? I plan to escape and leave this place first. The Kuomintang will never amount to anything. Ip Man said angrily, never expecting that he would not die at the hands of the Japanese, but almost die at the hands of his own people. Yuri suddenly spoke up. Excuse me, may I ask what time your world is in? Judging from your clothes, your world seems to be somewhat similar in style to mine half a century ago. Is your country at war? Ip Man paused for a moment, then nodded. Yes, my country was invaded by an island nation, and it is now 1937. Yuri's eyes lit up. As an arms dealer, his specialty was selling weapons to countries at war. However, he needs to obtain God's permission first. God, may I make a deal with him? Arms. Yaming thought about it for a moment and then decisively agreed. He certainly didn't want anything bad to happen to the Dragon Kingdom in another world. Sure, I'll allow any transaction involving heavenly coins. How do you plan to trade? He doesn't have any heavenly coins. Ip Man was somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, he had no all heavens coins, not a single one. Yuri thought for a moment and said to Ip Man, how about this? I'll provide you with weapons first. You conquer a territory, and then I can give you the weapon manufacturing methods so you can build the weapons yourself. You can repay the heavenly coins with interest. If you can't repay the heavenly coins, you can repay with weapons. For example, I'll provide you with 10,000 weapons, and the interest will increase over time. After 1 year, you'll need to repay me with 20,000 weapons, and so on. How about that? Ip Man looked completely bewildered. He could fight, but he really didn't understand these things. He could only look at Yaming, who said directly, the method works, but it needs some changes. You lend Ip Man your multiverse coins, and then Ip Man buys weapons and weapon crafting methods from me. You two can sign an agreement specifying the interest rate over a certain period. But I need to remind you that once Ip Man dies, all your multiverse coins will be lost. Ip Man, Yuri's idea is very good for you. Of course, you can also refuse and find a place to live out the rest of your life. With your strength, you can live a very easy life. After hearing this, Ip Man decisively shook his head. Immortal, I agree. Ip Man didn't have the ability to help the country before, but now that I do, I will definitely help the country overcome its difficulties. Yaming nodded. He hadn't misjudged the person after all. Very well, in that case, I'll personally give you a copy of the modern history of China. It might be helpful. Yuri, what about you? Without hesitation, Yuri immediately agreed. He had noticed before that this immortal seemed to have a strong connection with the people of the Dragon Kingdom, as he looked like one and spoke the Dragon Kingdom language. It's just some weapons. If I could befriend the immortal, I'd be willing to give them away for free. In business, you must know how to make trade-offs. I think God's method is very good. Let's do it your way. Yaming nodded, stretched out his hand, and a white contract appeared in front of the two of them. Take a look. If there are no problems, sign it. The amount of heavenly coins in the middle will change according to the amount lent out. After glancing at it, the two signed their names, and then Yuri transferred 6,000 All Heavens coins into IP Man's Myriad Realms token. Ip Man went from being penniless to becoming a tycoon in an instant. Thank you, Mr. Yuri. You're welcome. I hope you can have your own place soon. Yaming also said with a smile. Now you can choose what to buy. If you want, you can own 3,000 advanced AK rifles and 300,000 rounds of ammunition. A hint of joy appeared on IP Man's face. Immortal, I want to cultivate my internal energy first. Mr. Yuri, I'm sorry, but I need to become stronger before I can carry out the rest of the plan. After all, I'm still too weak right now. I'd die if I got shot even once. Yuri nodded. Of course he knew how dangerous war was, and saving his life was the priority, otherwise all those thousands of heavenly coins would be wasted. Of course. You've already received the heavenly coins, you can spend them however you like. Thank you. IP Man's face was full of gratitude, and then he looked at IP Ming. Please, Immortal, give me a recommendation. The 9-yen manual, 900 heavenly coins, a blood bodhi, and 1,000 heavenly coins are enough to advance your strength to the acquired or innate level, enough for self-preservation. The remaining 4,000 heavenly coins can be saved to buy firearms. After Ip Man and Yu Rui left, Yaming began to take stock of his gains. He profited 1,200 heavenly coins from the item that cost 6,000 heavenly coins. Adding to the previous 9,000 plus, the total number of heavenly coins has finally exceeded 10,000. Yaming hesitated for a moment, thought for a while, and then decided to use the 10,000 heavenly coins first. You can earn that in a day, so you don't need it. Use the heavenly coins when you have enough, they won't breed if you keep them. Myriad Realms Tower. Using the Saitama style limit breaking cultivation technique, level 3. Ding, do you wish to consume 10,000 heavenly coins to cultivate the third level of the Saitama style limit breaking cultivation method? Yes. As soon as Yaming finished speaking, a warm current, far larger than the previous two, surged from his body, amplifying all aspects of Yaming's being amplified by this warm current. His physique, strength, recovery ability, defense, nerve reaction speed, etc., have all been upgraded to the peak of the third tier. Yaming could blow up his own villa with a single punch now. He brought up his control panel. Name, Yaming. Myriad Realms Tower Level 2. Realm, Peak of the 3rd Tier. Celestial Coins, 419.1. Cultivation Technique, Saitama Style Limit Breaking Cultivation Method, 3rd Level. Connecting Worlds, Demigods and Semi-Devils, Ip Man, The Myth, Storm Riders, The Return of the Condor Heroes, The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, Lord of War. Traded Items, Saitama Style Limit Breaking Cultivation Method, Severing Family Heart Sutra, Eclipse Sword Technique, 9-Yin Manual, Lingbo Steps, Northern Darkness Divine Art. I used 10,000 heavenly coins, and I have 419 heavenly coins left. Yan Ming stretched, his bones cracking and popping. The upgrade of the Myriad Realms Tower is different from one's own cultivation. Once the upgrade is complete, all powers can be perfectly adapted to it. There is no such thing as a stable realm. Once you reach a certain realm, you can perfectly control the power of each realm. The peak of the 3rd tier is equivalent to the peak of the innate realm. You could dominate the world if you entered a typical martial arts world. Yan Ming left the 2nd basement level, intending to take a shower. After breaking through to the innate realm, the impurities in my body were expelled, and now I feel sticky all over. No sooner had Yan Ming left the 2nd basement level than another woman emerged from the vortex. With golden hair, a high-nose bridge, and sharp eyes, her slender figure was accentuated by a red halter top. She was covered in sweat and holding 2 pistols in her hands. Where is this? The Tower of Myriad Realms. Where can everything be traded? A miracle. Miracles really do exist in this world? What do I have to trade? She thought about it for a long time, but still couldn't figure it out. She slumped onto the sofa, saw the tea on the table, poured herself a cup. She hadn't had water in a long time. The woman waited for 20 minutes until Yan Ming finally returned. The moment he entered the room, the woman suddenly raised her gun and almost fired. Sorry. I'm a little nervous. Relax, this isn't your world, there's no such disgusting stuff here. After seeing the woman's information, Yan Ming instantly understood the whole story. Name, Alice. Identity, Resident Evil World. Strength, 2nd tier superhuman. The world of Resident Evil, a world teeming with zombies, a place known as the starting village for all beings. There is some danger, but it's not very great. Of course, this is on the premise that you are not surrounded. If you are surrounded by a horde of zombies, even Deshishin without Phoenix blood would probably die. Would you like something to eat? Yan Ming admired Alice quite a bit. She faced the Umbrella Corporation alone and ultimately saved the zombie world. That was pretty impressive. Alice swallowed hard. Food? She hasn't had any good food in a long time. May I? Of course, just a moment. Yan Ming went upstairs and brought her some food. Alice wolfed down the food, looking as if she hadn't eaten for days, though she probably hadn't enjoyed a meal like this in years. Yan Ming didn't urge her, instead, he seemed to be deep in thought. What's in the Resident Evil world? Red Queen, firearms, T-virus. It seems there's nothing else that's truly useful. Zombies? That thing is completely useless. It might be of some use to a demonic cultivator who needs a soul. After Alice finished eating, she smiled shyly. Thank you for your hospitality. It's all right. Just call me the host. Okay, up. I want to ask if there's any hope for our world? Yes, the Umbrella Corporation has the antidote. Once they get the antidote, they can eliminate the global biochemical virus. Alice's eyes lit up. The antidote. If we get the antidote, we'll be saved. But will she be able to get it? Alice was somewhat confused. The various things she had experienced before had already brought her to the brink of death. Could she still successfully obtain the antidote? Lord, may I request the help of the Myriad Realms Tower? That's possible, but you'll have to offer some compensation. If Alice offers a reward, he can post the task and let other destined people complete it. But without any reward, who would do something so strenuous and thankless? Alice also fell silent. The Umbrella Corporation paid people to do their work. She couldn't possibly get something for nothing. However, after being enhanced by the T-virus, not only were her physical abilities improved, but her mental abilities were also greatly enhanced. My world has artificial intelligence, various weapons, and the T-virus. If I completely open up the world and don't want anything from it, can that be considered a reward? Yan Ming looked at Alice in surprise. This girl was really going all out, even abandoning her own world. Opening up your world isn't necessarily a bad thing, but they might not necessarily go to the Umbrella Corporation for the antidote. It's all right. The whole world is under the surveillance of the Umbrella Corporation. If so many people suddenly appear, they will definitely notice. Besides, all the valuable items are related to the Umbrella Corporation. If they want to get them, they will inevitably come to the Umbrella Corporation. As long as the Umbrella Corporation doesn't keep an eye on me, I will have a chance to slowly plot my scheme. Yan Ming pondered. Opening up a world didn't seem like a bad idea, whether it was for cultivation or to give them a place to train. As long as you are careful, there shouldn't be any major problems. If the Myriad Realms Tower were to open up the Resident Evil world, and someone who went and got bitten, would they bring the T-virus back to their own world? Ding, no. As long as you return before turning into a zombie, the T-virus on your body will be eliminated as a stowaway. Since the problem of T-virus transmission can be solved, it seems there are no major issues. By the way, if the biohazard world opens up, can I go in? Ding. No. How can I enter these worlds? Ding. Once the Myriad Realms Tower reaches level 3, you will gain relevant privileges. Please upgrade your Myriad Realms Tower to level 3 as soon as possible. Level 3? It will arrive soon. Ming looked up at Alice. I agree. But how many people are willing to go is not something I can decide. In the world of demigods and semi-devils, Mirong Fu, accompanied by Wang Yuyan and followed by Bao Butong and his companions, headed towards Shaolin Temple. All martial arts under heaven originated from Shaolin, and Shaolin is one of the 3 great treasure troves of martial arts, so there should be many secret manuals inside that I haven't yet exchanged for. As soon as the group arrived at the foot of Shaolin Mountain, they encountered someone they knew. Fairy sister. We meet again. I've missed you so much. Duanyu was overjoyed to see Wang Yuyan, while Qiao Feng stared at Mirong Fu with a look of astonishment, wondering why this guy's aura had changed so much. Wang Yuyan became anxious when she saw Duanyu acting so familiar. This period was the happiest time of her life. Her cousin treated her very well, and she enjoyed this time very much. I can't let my cousin misunderstand my relationship with Duanyu. Young Master Duan, please have some self-respect. I am already my cousin's woman. Cousin, don't misunderstand, I have nothing to do with young Master Duan. Upon hearing this, Duanyu's face turned deathly pale, his mind filled with Wang Yuyan's words, I am already my cousin's woman. He felt like the sky in his world had collapsed, and he felt completely dizzy and disoriented. Mirong Fu pulled Wang Yuyan into his arms and patted her shoulder. I know. You brat from the Duan family. My cousin is my future queen, how dare you covet her? If you dare to be so reckless again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Duanyu was already in a bad mood, and hearing Mirong Fu's words only fueled his anger. You defeated bastard, all you do is spout nonsense. Mirong Fu's expression changed, and he was about to make a move when Wang Yuyan lightly stepped forward and instantly appeared beside Duanyu, striking out with a palm. I won't allow you to talk about my cousin like that. The expressions of those around her changed, they hadn't even seen Wang Yuyan's movement. Wasn't Wang Yuyan supposed to be unable to perform martial arts? When Duanyu saw that the fairy sister had actually attacked him, he was heartbroken and closed his eyes, looking like he didn't want to live anymore. Qiao Feng, who was standing nearby, quickly stepped in front of Duanyu and unleashed the regretful dragon move. Wang Yuyan frowned. She hadn't used much force to begin with, but with Qiao Feng's intervention, she had no choice but to exert herself. She changed her moves, using the Lingbo Weibu footwork to dodge the palm strike, and then channeled her inner strength to unleash the Tianchen 6 Yang palm. Clouds and rosy hues emerged from Shui Wei. The power of the Tianchen 6 Yang palms is not much less than that of the 18 subduing dragon palms. In addition, Wang Yuyan's internal energy is extremely profound due to the Duan family's internal cultivation method. Although her strength was only at the early stage of the acquired realm, this palm strike was in no way inferior to Qiao Feng's 18 subduing dragon palms. Lingbo Weibu, Tianchen 6 Yang palms. Those around them recognized the 2 unique skills at a glance, as they were both very famous. Qiao Feng's expression changed drastically. This woman clearly didn't know martial arts before, so how did she become so strong now? He hastily swung out a palm, and the 2 palms collided, the resulting shockwave instantly knocking Duanyu away. Su Zhu, who was standing nearby, quickly went over to support Duanyu, looking at the 2 of them in shock. Qiao Feng took 3 steps back, his face full of shock. Wang Yuyan only took 2 steps back, and the difference in their abilities was immediately apparent. Qiao Feng cupped his hands in a respectful gesture and said, Miss Wang, your internal strength is truly impressive. To be able to repel me with only the power of the early stage of the acquired realm is truly admirable. I have lost. Wang Yuyan had a good impression of Qiao Feng, a man of courage and responsibility, and she returned his greeting. My cultivation level is nothing compared to my cousin's. Wang Yuyan returned to Mirong Fu's side, and the 2 were like a divine couple. Mirong Fu opened his folding fan and fanned himself gently, looking incredibly elegant, like a refined gentleman. Qiao Feng, I said before that we would fight again in a few months. Unfortunately, not even a month has passed, and you're no match for my cousin. I, Mirong Fu, am ashamed to be associated with you. What, Northern Qiao Feng, Southern Mirong? From now on, it should be Northern Yuyan, Southern Mirong. Ha ha ha. Clearly, Mirong Fu still remembered what happened last time and was still holding a grudge. Qiao Feng snorted coldly. He had always thought that Wang Yuyan knew Kung Fu, but had just hidden it. As for Mirong Fu, he was able to defeat him in 1 move last time, and he can do it again this time. Mirong Fu, when have you ever needed a woman to prove yourself? Miss Wang is capable, what does that have to do with you? Nirong Fu put the reflector back and placed it at his waist. Nirong Fu, don't even consider you a threat now. Make way, I'm going to Shaolin. What arrogance! Qiao, would like to learn a thing or two from you. Just as Qiao Feng was about to make a move, someone suddenly appeared nearby. Amit Ba. Esteemed benefactors, why are you still lingering at the Shaolin gate? He was wearing a grey robe, and his beard and eyebrows were all white, making him look extremely old. Everyone was startled when they saw the newcomer. Although he was old, no one dared to underestimate him. It's him, the sweeping monk in the library. One person against several powerful opponents. Even with Nirong Fu's father, Xiao Feng, and Xiao Feng's father combined, the three of them couldn't defeat him alone. This is something everyone witnessed. Everyone believed that he had broken through to that legendary realm, the innate realm. Nirong Fu immediately recognized the sweeper monk's cultivation level, early stage of the innate realm, the same as his own. However, in terms of strength, Nirong Fu could defeat 10 sweeper monks. Seeing the sweeper monk's strength, he assumed the sweeper monk was the hidden patriarch of Shaolin, and he spoke up immediately. Old monk, I have come here for your scripture library. May I go in and have a look? Amit Ba, well said. Benefactor, the Shaolin Sutra repository is a key point of Shaolin Temple, and only Shaolin monks are allowed to enter. What if I insist on going in? The people around him looked at Nirong Fu as if he were a fool. This expert was at the innate realm. Even your father couldn't beat him, and you still want to force your way into Shaolin. At this moment, two more people came down from the mountain. They were Nirong Bo and Xiao Feng's father. Fu, step back. Nirong Fu frowned, looked at the newcomer, and his body suddenly stiffened. Father. You weren't dead? Nirong Bo sighed. What happened before is no longer important. I have now become a monk and taken refuge in Buddhism. You should leave. Nirong Fu was stunned. He hadn't lost much hair yet, so how come his father had become a monk first? Father, I want to enter the library. It concerns the restoration of the nation, I must go. Nirong Bo sighed. He was brainwashed too much before. He's still thinking about restoring his kingdom. It's tough on this kid. Fu, forget about restoring the kingdom. Our Nirong family's fate is sealed, we cannot restore the kingdom. Nirong Fu lived his entire life for the restoration of his kingdom, an idea instilled in him by his father. So now Nirong Bo is telling him to give up? How could I possibly give up? He's about to succeed. Why should we give up? Nirong Fu's face was contorted with rage, and his mind was in complete turmoil. No, I can restore my kingdom. No one can stop me. Not even you. Traitor to the Nirong family. Nirong Fu found it hard to accept. He had been instilled with the idea of restoring his country since childhood, and he was determined to do so even if it meant his death. He did so much and sacrificed so much for the restoration of his country. Fortunately, his efforts paid off, and he encountered the Myriad Realms Tower, which gave him hope of restoring his kingdom. And what was the result? The father who had told him since childhood that restoring the country was the great cause was actually telling him to give it up. Nirong Fu, doesn't Fu mean restoration of the kingdom? Bao Butong, who was standing to the side, was furious and spoke up directly. Nirong Bo, what are you saying? The young master is about to restore his kingdom, and you actually want to give up. Bao Butong called Nirong Bo by his name, clearly indicating he was furious. Their retainers were also instilled with the concept of restoring the kingdom, and they would not allow anyone to stop them, even if that person was their former master. Nirong Bo frowned, a nameless anger rising within him. How dare you? Bao Butong, do you know who you're talking to? Nirong Bo snorted coldly. A servant who dared to speak to his master like that was simply courting death. He grew angrier the more he thought about it, and ended up attacking Bao Butong directly. Bao Butong subconsciously took a step back, but the more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he actually rushed out as well. His strength was originally only at the first-rate level, but after switching to the Duan family's mental cultivation method, his level dropped to the second-rate level. Although he possessed formidable internal strength, he was still no match for Nirong Bo. The moment their palms met, Bao Butong spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. As Bao Butong flew backward, he spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm, and Nirong Bo quickly dodged. Pa! What a piece of trash! Even if you can beat me, I'll still not submit to you. Young master will avenge me. A murderous glint flashed across Nirong Bo's face. How dare they spit at him? This time, Nirong Bo didn't intend to hold back. He unleashed all his inner strength and struck Bao Butong with a palm. Enough! Nirong Fu suddenly appeared in front of Nirong Bo and struck out with a palm. Before Nirong Bo could react, he felt a powerful internal force rush into his meridians, and a burning sensation filled his entire body. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his meridians were severed, and he fainted in midair. The sweeping monk quickly caught Murongbo and probed his body with his inner force. A burning sensation appeared, and the sweeping monk's expression changed drastically. He withdrew his inner force. Such powerful internal energy. With his meridians shattered, Master Murong will be a cripple from now on. Those around were shocked to hear this, as Murong Fu's current strength was astounding, that Murongbo couldn't even withstand a single move. They were even more shocked by Murong Fu's ruthlessness. This was their own good father, yet he had crippled him. Amitba, benefactor, how cruel you are to lay such a heavy hand on your own biological father. Murong Fu's eyes were bloodshot, and Wang Yuyan looked at him with concern. If it weren't for the fact that he was my father, he would be dead by now. Anyone who dares to stand in my way of restoring my kingdom must die. That's what he taught me. Since he doesn't want to restore his kingdom, there's no point in keeping his martial arts skills. He should just live a peaceful life as an ordinary person and watch me complete the great cause of my Murong family. The sweeping monk closed his eyes and clasped his hands together in front of his chest. Amitba, benefactor, you have too much violence in you. Why not lay down your butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot? Bald monk, get out of my way. If you don't want me to enter the sutra repository, I'll go in myself. Amitba Buddha, heaven cherishes life. Why are you so stubborn? It's not impossible for you to enter the sutra repository. Why don't you stay here and keep this old monk company? The sweeping monk opened his eyes and stared intently at Murong Fu. Everyone around was watching the two intently. The senior was about to make his move again. Murong Fu is strong, but he still has no chance of winning against the senior. What a pity. They really witnessed Nan Murong's strength. It truly lives up to its reputation, but his opponent is much stronger. The legendary innate martial artist could probably defeat the sweeper monk in an instant. Judging from what this senior said, he intended to imprison Murong Fu in Shaolin Temple. This prodigy had just begun to show his talent, and now he was about to disappear. What a pity, what a pity. What arrogance. Not only will I enter the sutra repository, I will also swagger out of Shaolin Temple. As soon as Murong Fu finished speaking, the sweeping monk vanished from the spot. The people around were shocked, because no one could see how the sweeping monk disappeared. They all believed that Murong Fu would be subdued in the next second. Sure enough, a figure was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Sigh, the old master was indeed powerful. Shaolin will probably be the strongest sect in the future. Wait, something's not right. Why does the person who flew out still have a beard? Everyone stared intently, and were so shocked that they nearly lost their minds. The one who flew out was actually the sweeping monk, a powerful expert at the innate realm. He defeated several top-tier experts from his predecessors. The combined efforts of Qiao Feng, Murongbo, Qiao Feng's father, and Kumarajava could not break through the sweeper monk's defenses, yet Murong Fu so easily inflicted serious injuries upon him. They didn't even see a shadow of the sweeper monk before Murong Fu defeated him. What kind of strength is this? Everyone stared in horror at Murong Fu, who still maintained his elegant demeanor, but the fact that he slowly withdrew his hand confirmed that he had indeed defeated the sweeper monk. Murong Fu looked at the sweeping monk with disdain. He came quickly and left just as quickly. He dared to fight someone with only the strength of the early stage of the innate realm. Although he was only at the early stage of the innate realm, he was not afraid of even the late stage of the innate realm. The sweeping monk looked at Murong Fu with a look of horror. He originally thought that Murong Fu only had unusual internal strength, but he did not expect that his strength was also so strong. His composure, which he had maintained for so many years, was suddenly shattered. He was familiar with most of the martial arts in the world, but he had never seen such domineering internal force before. Now, his meridians felt like they were burning. What kind of internal energy do you have? It's so powerful. Murong Fu sneered. This is a technique I created by combining the internal energy cultivation methods of 100 different martial arts, the Murong Heart method. The sweeping monk spat out a mouthful of blood and coughed incessantly. Ahem, indeed impressive. Young Master Murong truly deserves to be called a martial arts prodigy. I only hope that young Master Murong will show mercy and spare the other Shaolin monks, and I will take full responsibility. Namo Amitba. I'm not here to destroy your Shaolin. I've said it from the beginning, I'm only here for the sutra repository. Murong Fu glanced at the rest of the people around him. Almost all the powerful figures were there. Duan Yu, Su Zhu, Qiao Feng, Prince Duan, and Kumarajava are the four evils. However, since everyone is here, I don't need to go back and forth anymore. Those around him were terrified when they saw Murong Fu's gaze sweep over them. Hand over your cultivation techniques, and I'll spare your lives. In the world of Ip Man unleashed a palm strike, sending a soldier with a gun flying. He then vanished from everyone's sight in a few leaps. Somewhere in Foshan, Ip Man quietly appeared and found his wife. The two embraced tightly and were about to leave when a voice rang in Ip Man's ear. The Myriad Realms Tower will temporarily open the Resident Evil world. Those who are interested can travel to the Resident Evil world through the Myriad Realms Tower. For details, please visit the Myriad Realms Tower. Ip Man paused for a moment, thought for a while, and then disappeared from the world. In the mythical world, Gao Yao wielded a sword, his speed increasing, leaving trails of red after images. The Evil Repelling Sword Manual is not just about sword moves, it also includes a set of internal energy cultivation techniques. Lin Pingzi trained for 3 months and his strength was enough to rival Zhou Lengchen's, which shows how much this martial art could improve the skills of someone who had castrated themselves. Gao Yao hasn't been cultivating for long, but he's already considered one of the top figures in the entire mythological world. He was incredibly excited, this was true inner strength. That's incredible. With a single swing of his sword, the flashing blade instantly cleaved all the surrounding bamboo in two. This evil repelling sword manual is amazing. Lin Pingzi, Gao Yao, will repay your kindness one day. Gao Yao held the sword, a smile playing on his lips. The Myriad Realms Tower will temporarily open the Resident Evil world. Those who are interested can travel to the Resident Evil world through the Myriad Realms Tower. For details, please visit the Myriad Realms Tower. Upon hearing the voice beside him, Gao Yao's eyes lit up with joy, and he vanished from the spot. In the world of Fen Jian, Duan Lang walked out of the martial arts pavilion in Wushuan City with a happy expression. Although it was only some low-level martial arts techniques, he could look at them at will. More advanced techniques can only be viewed freely after making certain contributions. It took Duan Lang a long time to finish reading the cultivation techniques. As long as he had read the techniques, Wan Ji Lu could also retrieve them from his memory. The Myriad Realms Tower will temporarily open the Resident Evil world. Those who are interested can travel to the Resident Evil world through the Myriad Realms Tower. For details, please visit the Myriad Realms Tower. Duan Lang raised an eyebrow. He was just about to exchange some heavenly coins, so he decided to go and take a look. In the world of the Return of the Condor Heroes, Little Dragon Girl and Yang Guo are taking stock of the secret manuals of the Quanzhen sect in the ancient tomb. After consuming the blood bodhi, Yang Guo's strength increased dramatically, approaching the level of the 5 greats. Not only did they loot all the secret manuals of the Quanzhen sect, but they also encountered Wang Feng on the road and obtained the toad stance from him. Auntie, so many secret manuals should be enough to exchange for a lot of heavenly coins. Little Dragon Girl nodded, about to speak. The Myriad Realms Tower will temporarily open the Resident Evil world. Those who are interested can travel to the Resident Evil world through the Myriad Realms Tower. For details, please visit the Myriad Realms Tower. Guoer, I'm going to the Myriad Realms Tower to replace all of these. In the world of swordsmen, Lin Pingzi looked at Yu Lingshan lying beside him, his heart filled with sweetness. I almost became an incomplete person. Thanks to the Myriad Realms Tower. The Myriad Realms Tower will temporarily open the Resident Evil world. Those who are interested can travel to the Resident Evil world through the Myriad Realms Tower. For details, please visit the Myriad Realms Tower. A new world? Is it possible to travel to a new world? Lin Pingzi's eyes flickered as he put on his clothes and disappeared. In the world of Lord of War, Yuri has returned to his residence. The plane was intercepted this time, someone must be trying to sabotage it. Unfortunately, not only did it not make things difficult for him, it also allowed him to come into contact with the Myriad Realms Tower. He should thank this person. Now all he has to do is collect a large amount of weapons, so he won't have to worry about arms buyers in the future. He's probably the first person to have taken the arms business to another world. He had no shortage of money, and the Myriad Realms Tower also had a lot of gold and silver jewelry that he could exchange for at incredibly low prices. Any item you pick out from the Myriad Realms Tower could fetch a lot of money if sold in your own world. The next step is to find a way to get some powerful weapons, grenades, missiles, or even nuclear bombs. The Myriad Realms Tower will temporarily open the Resident Evil world. Those who are interested can travel to the Resident Evil world through the Myriad Realms Tower. For details, please visit the Myriad Realms Tower. Resident Evil? Perhaps we could go over and see if there's any possibility of a deal. Inside the Myriad Realms Tower, Yaming watched as familiar faces emerged from the black vortex. The fact that 2 people can appear at the same time in a level 2 Myriad Realms Tower means that 2 new destined people can appear at the same time. There are no restrictions on those who have been there before. Mirong Fu, Ip Man, Gao Yao, Little Dragon Girl, Duan Lang, Lin Pingzi, Yu Rui, everyone came. The house was originally quite spacious, but with 7 people arriving, plus Yaming and Alice, making a total of 9 people, the room became a bit crowded. After all, the room still had display cases and some furniture, it wasn't empty. Yaming clearly realized this, and with a gentle wave of his hand, everyone suddenly found themselves in a square. The surrounding area is filled with buildings and all kinds of shops, including All Heaven's Coin Exchange, Myriad Realms Cultivation Method Pavilion, Myriad Realms Divine Weapon Pavilion, Myriad Realms Divine Medicine Pavilion, and Myriad Realms Bloodline Pavilion. These are some of the most attractive shops. Not only are they very large, but they also exude a terrifying atmosphere. The sign at the entrance prohibiting entry to those below level 5 gives one a deadly sense of crisis, as if disobeying it would result in being executed on the spot. In the distance, a huge pavilion sits in the very center, with the 3 large characters Wan Ji Lu, meaning Myriad Realms Pavilion, written on it. The 3 words emitted a faint light, giving people a sense of boundless majesty, a majesty truly emanating from above the immortals and gods. Yaming turned his head and smiled at them, opening his arms wide. Welcome to the true Myriad Realms Tower. The words Myriad Realms Tower flashed behind Yaming, and a vast and mighty pressure swept across the entire plaza, making Yaming's figure appear incredibly tall. Yuri and Alice's pupils contracted slightly, their hearts filled with shock. These two were from the modern era. They were very respectful, but they still had some doubts about Yaming's identity. When dealing with Yaming, they treated him as just an ordinary person who was slightly more capable. But now, their thinking has changed. The idea that Yaming was truly an immortal, a god, was deeply etched in everyone's heart. Yaming waved his hand, and a vortex appeared in the square, with the words Resident Evil written on it. This is the spatial passage in the Resident Evil world. Alice, the destined one in the biohazard world, has decided to open her world to all of you. Any items you obtain inside will belong to you. Alice stepped out and looked at these people from different worlds. Most of them gave her a very dangerous feeling. Alice, give everyone a brief introduction to your world, so they can decide whether or not to enter it. Alice nodded and said to the crowd, My name is Alice. I used to work for the Umbrella Corporation, the most powerful business entity in my world. I was in charge of security at a secret research facility called the Hive. This was a large underground laboratory for developing biological weapons, but an accident occurred, the virus spilled out, and many people died. Alice looked at everyone, then said something terrifying without any expression on her face. But the problem is, they're not quite dead yet. The others were a bit confused. What did it mean that many people had died, but they weren't quite dead yet? Alice continued. The T-virus, a virus developed by the Umbrella Corporation, can not only bring the dead back to life, but also cause them to. Wait, you're saying it can bring the dead back to life? Gao Yao suddenly spoke, his face full of excitement. With the T-virus, wouldn't Xiaoya be able to be resurrected? Lin Pingzi's face also showed longing. If he had it, could his father be resurrected? The others all showed longing on their faces. Resurrection. Who doesn't want someone to be resurrected? Even if I don't revive myself, I can keep the skill to use by my subordinates after I die. Seeing their reaction, Yaming coughed twice. These people really dared to think that using the T-virus to revive people meant to drag the whole world down with them. Listen to Alice. Alice could understand their reaction, but unfortunately the T-virus wasn't as good as they thought. The resurrection of the T-virus is different from the resurrection you imagine. It turns people into irrational monsters, and the resurrection is accompanied by terrifying mutations, such as cannibalism. Besides its own kind, it will attack any living thing it sees, and it is highly contagious. Anyone injured by it will turn into a monster. We call these monsters zombies. Because of its transmissibility, the whole world has been infected, and billions of people have been infected and turned into zombies, with less than 1% of the population still alive. Alice paused for a moment, giving everyone time to process what she had said. Apart from Yaming, everyone else felt their scalp tingle and their whole body break out in goosebumps. Hundreds of billions of people. What does this mean? In some worlds, the total number of people probably doesn't even reach tens of billions, while in Alice's world, tens of billions of people have died and turned into monsters. Gao Yao shuddered. He had even considered using the T-virus to revive Yor. He was simply insane. They don't want to go to such a terrifying world. Alice continued. This was all a conspiracy by the Umbrella Corporation. They destroyed all of humanity, but their leaders are still alive and have the antidote for the T-virus. The reason I opened up the Resident Evil world is that I hope to get your help to get the antidote. My world has many valuable items, such as weapons and ammunition, gold and jewelry, artificial intelligence, and even a perfect T-virus that can modify the human body to become stronger. Once you get your hands on these things, they are all yours. But there's one thing to be aware of, the Umbrella Corporation monitors the entire world, and your presence will inevitably attract their attention. They will send someone to arrest you. Of course, all these valuable things are with Umbrella Corporation. That's about it. Alice looked at Yaming and said everything she needed to say. It was all up to them. Those around shook their heads inwardly. It was too dangerous. The rewards are not proportional to the risks. Even if Duan Lang didn't want to enter this world, he was powerful, but he would still get injured if surrounded by hundreds of millions of zombies. He doesn't want to turn into a monster if he gets injured. Even Duan Lang, the strongest among them, didn't want to enter, so naturally the others didn't want to either. Yaming took in everyone's reactions and then said to them, I'd like to add a few points. First, the world of Resident Evil is very dangerous. Whether or not you go is entirely up to you. We will not force you to go. Secondly, the T-virus in the Resident Evil world is highly contagious, but as long as you return to the multiverse building before turning into zombies, the multiverse building will erase the T-virus from your bodies, so you don't need to worry about being infected. Third, you can trade all the items you obtain in the Resident Evil world to the multiverse tower, but you cannot bring them back to your own world, especially the T-virus. This thing is too dangerous. If it enters your world, all of your worlds will be destroyed. Fourth, the zombies inside aren't as terrifying as you think. Apart from a few mutants, the rest of the zombies are even weaker than ordinary people. However, it's still recommended to enter only if you have at least Tier 1 strength. If you don't have Tier 1, you can talk to other people and see if they're willing to take you. Fifth, this Resident Evil world is mainly a world for you to practice and cultivate. You can break through, cultivate, experiment with your internal energy, and hone your abilities. It's not good to kill people in your own world, but here you can kill as you please. You can show off the abilities you wouldn't dare to reveal in your own world. If you feel it's dangerous to break through in the future, you can come to this world to find a place to break through. One last thing, this world is only temporarily open. I might have to charge you all heaven's coins when I enter it again later. I've said everything I needed to say. The rest is up to you. After Ye Ming finished speaking, he looked at everyone, and they fell silent, each pondering what was going on. If the problem of contagiousness is solved, the world will indeed be much less dangerous. Everyone was somewhat tempted. After all, it was another world, and they really wanted to see it for themselves. Immortal, can we return to that world immediately? Yes. We can return immediately using the multiverse token. The Myriad Realms token is bound to each of them. Whenever they think of the Myriad Realms token, it will appear. It is usually inside their bodies, so there is no need to worry about losing it. Wow, I haven't gone all out since I broke through. I can go to that world and give it a try. Duan Lang was the first to speak. With his 4th tier strength, he was almost the strongest single person in the Resident Evil world. As long as large-scale firearms were not used, he could hardly be hurt. Then Lin Pingzi spoke up, saying that although he wasn't the strongest, he was the one who needed the most time to become stronger. Moreover, he didn't have many All Heavens coins, and he could get more All Heavens coins by participating in Resident Evil, so of course he was willing to do so. Nirong Fu and Xiaolongnu then spoke up. Nirong Fu wanted to test his strength, while Xiaolongnu wanted to see other worlds. Gao Yao, Yu Rui, and Ip Man are the 3 with the lowest strength, but they also want to see the other worlds. If they encounter danger, they can just leave. Now, all 7 of them were willing to go. Ye Ming nodded. Then you should go back to your own world and explain things. When you enter other worlds, time in your own world will also flow slowly. Although the flow rate is different, people will definitely notice that you left. Nirong Fu suddenly spoke. Immortal, I have some items I'd like to exchange. Nirong Fu's words made everyone stop in their tracks. They wanted to see what Nirong Fu had exchanged and how many heavenly coins he would receive. Nirong Fu didn't care, after all, they weren't from the same world. With a wave of his hand, some secret manuals appeared in his hand. The 18 Subduing Dragon Palms, a 3rd tier manual, is worth 900 heavenly coins. 6 Meridian's Divine Sword, Tier 3 manual, value 800 heavenly coins. Dragon Capturing Technique, Tier 3 manual, value 100 heavenly coins. I previously exchanged for a fragment, hence the low price. 1 Finger Zen, Tier 3 manual, value 700 heavenly coins. Nameless Heart Sutra, 4th tier manual, value 1,500 heavenly coins. Sweeping Monk. Shaolin 72 Arts, Tier 2 to 3 manuals, value 9,000 heavenly coins. Some have already been redeemed. Yi Jin Jing, a 3rd tier manual, value 950 Zushin coins. Nine Yang True Scripture, a 3rd tier manual, valued at 900 heavenly coins. Besides these well-known secret manuals, there are also some miscellaneous and ordinary ones. To Ye Ming's surprise, the Nine Yang manual was also here. Then he realized that the Nine Yang manual was created by Bodhidharma, and it was found in the Lankavatara Sutra in the Shaolin Temple's library. A total of 19,450 heavenly coins. You've robbed Shaolin and all the other powerful martial arts masters of their martial arts. Heavenly coins transferred. Nirong Fu couldn't hide his smile, he had reaped a great harvest. However, most of the secret manuals from the world of Tianlong Ba Bulletin were brought over in a package, so there will be fewer that can be exchanged in the future. It was just good luck. Once the manuals are all redeemed, I guess I'll get fewer heavenly coins in the future. Ye Ming nodded. Indeed, Nirong Fu's martial arts manuals covered too much ground. It was estimated that people from other martial arts worlds would not be able to exchange for many heavenly coins in the future. Pills can also be exchanged. Although the price is low, you can win by quantity. Most importantly, those pills can sell for a lot of money. My goodness. Nirong Fu nodded thoughtfully. Pills, that's a good idea. Everyone else except Duan Lang was shocked. Nearly 20,000 heavenly coins. They painstakingly managed to get only a few hundred heavenly coins, but Mirong Fu just threw out 20,000 heavenly coins. That's amazing. Yuri was also surprised. He thought his 6,000 heavenly coins were impressive, but he didn't expect that he would have nearly 20,000 heavenly coins with just a few manuals. Sure enough, there are many powerful people in the myriad worlds. Xiaolan Nu's expression was rather unpleasant. She had only just retrieved the martial arts from the Quanzhen sect, and yet Mirong Fu had already collected so many martial arts techniques. Many martial arts techniques in her world are the same as those in the novel Demigods and Semi-Devils, which means she can exchange for far fewer martial arts techniques. She's too embarrassed to exchange them now. Her secret manual probably won't fetch many heavenly coins. After thinking for a moment, she decided to exchange them anyway, because if she didn't, she probably wouldn't be able to get any heavenly coins. Immortal, I also have something to exchange. With a wave of her hand, the secret manual of the Quanzhen sect appeared in her hand. Toad's Skill, 3rd tier manual, value, 500 heavenly coins. Quanzhen sect martial arts, 1st and 2nd tier manuals, value, 1,210 Zushin coins. Many of them are modified from previous martial arts manuals, and the price is relatively low. It costs a total of 1,710 Zushin coins. I'll pass on it. Ye Ming waved his hand, and the manual disappeared. Thank you, Immortal. It was nearly 2,000 heavenly coins again. Although it wasn't as much as Mirong Fu's, it still made Lin Pingzi, Gao Yao, and Ip Man extremely envious. I wish I had that many heavenly coins. Seeing that no one was trading anymore, Duan Lang raised his hand and released his secret manual. Fire Dragon Divine Fist, 4th tier manual, value, 1,400 heavenly coins. Heavenly Blade, 4th tier manual, value, 2,100 heavenly coins. Flying Feather Sword Technique, 4th tier manual, value, 1,100 heavenly coins. Heavenly Dragon Palm, tier 3 manual, value, 700 heavenly coins. Siyuan Leg, a 3rd tier manual, value, 600 heavenly coins. The thick manual appeared in Duan Lang's hands, making everyone's eyelids twitch. Although the quantity is not as large as Mirong Fu's, the value is really high. Most of these manuals are tier 3 manuals, with only 3 tier 4 manuals, but the total value of them is staggering. A total of 39,600 heavenly coins have been transferred. These manuals are all low-level manuals from Washuan City. Even so, none of them are below the 3rd rank. Manuals below the 3rd rank are not worthy of entering Washuan City's Cultivation Manual Pavilion. As expected of a top-tier secret manual at this stage, the world of Fen Jion is truly different. If Indra were here, wouldn't he just conjure up hundreds of thousands of heavenly coins? All eyes were fixed on Duan Lang, nearly 40,000 heavenly coins. Some of them felt they might never be able to acquire so many heavenly coins in their lifetime, but Duan Lang casually produced them, and he didn't seem very satisfied. Mirong Fu was extremely proud before, saying that they were all destined people from all realms, and how many could be as powerful as him. Luckily I didn't say anything, or I would have embarrassed myself. Sigh, what a pity. If I could have entered the 2nd floor of the Washuan City Scripture Pavilion, I could have exchanged for more heavenly coins. These are just low-level martial arts techniques, he wouldn't let me see the high-level ones at all. Duan Lang sighed. If they were top-tier martial arts, each one could probably be exchanged for 8 or 9,000 heavenly coins. Mirong Fu almost choked on his breath. It's true what they say, comparisons are the thief of joy. He robbed all the powerful figures in the Central Plains to obtain these secret manuals. The 3rd rank is already a top-tier manual. As a result, in the Broken Wave world, even the 3rd-tier manuals were low-level martial arts, and even the 4th-tier manuals were low-level martial arts. That's so discouraging. Ye Ming frowned. Duan Lang had more heavenly coins, but fewer places to spend them. All the top-tier martial arts techniques available now are provided by Duan Lang. There's nothing he needs to exchange for. It's fine for a short time, but problems will inevitably arise in the long run. There has to be somewhere where we can spend money. After the Myriad Realms Tower reaches level 2, it should be able to accommodate up to level 4 destined individuals, but so far no one has appeared. It's really quite troublesome. Alright, you have 10 minutes to go back and give your explanations. The Myriad Realms token will notify you when the time is up. 10 minutes in the Myriad Realms building could be several hours for other worlds, enough time for them to explain things. Everyone left, including Alice, who wanted to find a relatively safe place, since the others would all end up next to her once they went in. A smile appeared on Ye Ming's lips. This time, he had reaped a great harvest. With nearly 60,000 heavenly coins worth of items, I've made a killing this time. Just as Ye Ming was about to take stock of his gains, a crying little girl emerged from the vortex. She was wearing a green traditional Chinese dress, and despite her young age, her delicate features were still evident. Brother, save me. Save my mother. Please. Seeing this pretty little girl crying, Ye Ming felt a pang of sympathy and quickly patted her head, saying, Sweetie, don't cry. What happened? I'll help you. The little girl had a long face and her stomach was rumbling. the mountain collapsed, and my mom and I are trapped. We haven't eaten in so long. We're so hungry. Wah, I don't want to die. It's nothing, it's just food, I'll get you some. Ming glanced at the little girl's information and froze on the spot. Name, by A.O. Identity, daughter of the Ghost King sect master in the world of Jade Dynasty. Strength, none. The world of Jade Dynasty? A world of cultivation. Holy crap. It's finally here. Baeo is considered the female protagonist of the Jade Dynasty world. She is the daughter of the Ghost King sect leader of the demonic cult, making her a true second-generation cultivator. Her mother was a member of the Fox clan, a fox demon, but unfortunately she died young. Looking at Baeo now, it seems to be the time when her mother died. The two returned to Six Fox Cave on Fox Hill to visit their relatives, but were instead pinned under the collapsed Six Fox Cave by Pukan, one of the four great monks of Tianyan Temple, using a golden alms bowl. Baeo's mother, Ziokai, was so protective of her daughter that she resolutely cut off her own flesh to feed her. In the end, she could not survive until the Ghost King came to her aid and passed away. What a magnificent and moving display of maternal love. Ming guessed that Xiao Qi was probably severely injured by Pu Kong and then suppressed under the Six Fox Cave. Baeo had no cultivation, no food or water, and was about to die. Xiao Qi then cut off a piece of his own flesh and fed it to Baeo. Unfortunately, she couldn't hold on in the end. When the Ghost King found out about this, he almost killed Baeo because he believed that Baeo was responsible for his wife's death. In the end, he held back and did not make a move. Unfortunately, Baeo still discovered his teleportation, which caused a rift between him and his father. 10 years later, she will meet Zhang Xiaofan, the protagonist of the world of Jade Dynasty. After their experiences, Baeo falls in love with him. In the end, in order to save Zhang Xiaofan, she bravely withstands the Jade Dynasty sword formation of King Yun sect, and her soul is scattered, falling into the Nine Netherworld, unable to be reborn. Fortunately, the Hehuan Bell captured one of Baeo's souls, thus making her immortal and giving her hope of awakening. But in the end, it seems they were not resurrected. Baeo is truly admirable, especially when she used the love spell to save Zhang Xiaofan. 9 Netherworld spirits, all the gods and demons of the heavens, I offer my blood and body as a sacrifice. Through 3 lifetimes and 7 reincarnations, I will be forever condemned to Yama, all for the sake of love. Even in death, I will not regret it. Ming seemed to hear Baeo chanting the love spell. Fortunately, this child encountered the Myriad Realms Tower early on, so such a thing wouldn't happen again. He went upstairs, took some food out of the refrigerator, and handed it to Baeo. You can eat first, and then take it out for your mother to eat. The flow of time here is different from your world. Baeo nodded and wolfed down the food on the table. Thank you, big brother. My mom said I shouldn't take other people's things without permission, so I'll give this to you. The Profound Path of Ghosts and Gods, first level, a 6-tier technique, incomplete. The Ghost Path is profound. Those who practice this technique are surrounded by layers of ghostly shadows, and their yin energy is overwhelming. Value, 42,000 heavenly coins. Ming's eyes widened, his heart filled with shock. The Ghost King sect's cultivation techniques. 6th-tier cultivation technique. Holy crap. Is the first level alone worth 42,000 heavenly coins? How is this divided? Ding, the first level of the Profound Ghost God Path, which has 10 levels, can be cultivated up to the early stage of the 5th rank. It belongs to the 5th rank of cultivation techniques. Ming waved his hand to accept the cultivation technique, and then handed a token to Baeo. This is the Myriad Realms token. You can use the Myriad Realms token to enter the Myriad Realms Tower. The 42,000 heavenly coins from the cultivation technique you just used have been added to your Myriad Realms token. Luckily, those guys weren't around, otherwise they would have been furious to see such a little girl get over 40,000 heavenly coins in a single transaction. Baeo blinked her big eyes and accepted the Myriad Realms token. Big brother, I don't want the heavenly coins, I only want the Myriad Realms tokens. Consider the heavenly coins a gift for your help. Ming shook his head and patted Baeo's little head. The Myriad Realms Tower is a fair place for trade, what you pay is what you get. You can exchange these heavenly coins for blood bodhi, which might be able to heal your mother's injuries. This little girl is really clever, she even knows to test the waters first. The methods of the Myriad Realms Tower are indeed miraculous, but for people in the cultivation world, they are easy to do. Big brother, how much is a single blood bodhi seed? 1,000 heavenly coins per coin. Then I want 40. Cough cough cough. Ming coughed for a moment, he only had 14 pills in his hand. Duan Lang traded 20 blood bodhi beads, Mirong Fu bought 4, Xiao Long Nu bought 1, Ip Man bought 1, leaving 14 beads remaining. Baeo asked for 40 pills right off the bat. There aren't that many. Moreover, this thing probably isn't very useful in the world of cultivation. Buy one first and try it out. If it works, then buy more. Baiao's eyes crinkled as if she sensed something, and she nodded without saying anything more. Okay, I'll do as you say, big brother. Big brother, I'm going back to save my mother now. I'll come visit you again when I have time. Good. Baiao took the blood bodhi and walked into the vortex, disappearing into the Myriad Realms Tower. When she opened her eyes again, she was back in that dark environment. Mother, we're saved. There's food here, eat quickly. A weak female voice rang out. Yaoer, where did you get this food? Save it for later, mother isn't hungry. Mother, please eat quickly, I've already eaten. Oh, right, I still have a blood bodhi seed here, it seems to be able to heal wounds. I checked it and it's not poisonous. Mother, please check it again, and if there's no problem, please eat it. Where did you get these things from? I found it by groping around in the corner. Baiao's voice was somewhat erratic, and Xiaokai didn't press for details. Is that so? This blood bodhi is indeed not poisonous, it even has the aura of a Kylan on it. Baiao's heart skipped a beat. A Kylan? Isn't that the divine beast of the Qingyun sect? She has no good feelings towards the righteous now, especially the bald monks of the Brahma temple. Is it the one from Qingyun sect? No, this Kylan feels very weak, and it's a fire attribute Kylan, while the one from Qingyun sect is only water attribute. Moreover, its aura is very strange, it actually has a kind of demonic aura. If I weren't a fox, I really wouldn't be able to sense it. Baiao breathed a sigh of relief. The Myriad Realms Tower didn't seem fake, the righteous sects wouldn't make such a fuss. They usually just start fighting and killing when they see demonic cultivators. The man clearly recognized the Ghost King sect's cultivation techniques, but he didn't show any reaction, so he probably isn't a righteous person. Can it heal wounds? It should work, I'll give it a try. Good. Half an hour later, Xiao Qi let out a breath. This blood bodhi contains a spiritual energy, and coupled with the pure bloodline of the fire Kylan, it has barely recovered 1/3 of its injuries. Baiao was overjoyed, she had recovered from her injuries. That's great. A smile appeared on Xiao Kai's face, she could now use her demonic power. Yaoer, mother will take you out. Yaming sat on the sofa, rubbed his hands together, and couldn't stop smiling. This is such a huge windfall. Nirongfu traded 19,450 Zushin coins and received 3,890 Zushin coins. Xiaolina traded 1,710 Zushin coins and received 342 Zushin coins. Duanlang traded 39,600 Zushin coins and received 7,920 Zushin coins. He earned 12,152 heavenly coins from those previous transactions alone, breaking the 10,000 mark. Then Baiao came again. Although she only traded one manual, she directly gave him 42,000 heavenly coins, and he got 8,400 heavenly coins. In total, there are 20,552 heavenly coins, which brings the total to over 20,000. This is the richest we've ever been. Most importantly, another amazing world has been created. Zhu Xian is a world of cultivation. Although top-tier combat power isn't the pinnacle of the cultivation world, it's definitely much stronger than the world of Feng Yun in the TV series. Moreover, although the cultivation techniques in the world of Jade Dynasty cannot grant immortality, it is possible to live for thousands of years. Yaming didn't rush to think about the expenses of these heavenly coins, he first opened the Tongxian Ghost God Path to take a look. The Tongxian Ghost God Path is a cultivation technique of the Ghost King sect. Like the Taiji Xianqing Path of the Qingyun sect, it is divided into 3 major realms. However, the Tongxian Ghost God Path that Baiao traded only had the cultivation method for the first major realm. It is unknown whether the Ghost King only gave Baiao the first stage of the cultivation method, or whether Baiao only took out the first stage. Although Baiao is young, her wisdom has already become apparent. The path of the profound ghosts and gods differs from normal martial arts techniques. The first 3 levels are not particularly strong, as they mainly involve cultivating qi. The strength of practitioners in these levels is not necessarily greater than that of practitioners in the first 3 stages. However, once you reach the 4th level and can control objects, your strength will increase significantly, especially after finding a powerful magic weapon, your strength will soar. Yaming glanced at it briefly and made an unexpected discovery. Ghost King Sect, Ghost King Sect, why is it called Ghost King Sect? Could it be that the Ghost King thought this nickname sounded imposing? Of course not. This is because the path of spiritual communication with ghosts and spirits is inherently related to ghosts and souls. When Yaming first obtained the Tongxian Ghost God Path, he discovered that after cultivating it, one would be surrounded by numerous ghostly shadows and exude a chilling aura, as if ghosts were around, hence the name Ghost King Sect. There's a reason why the Ghost King Sect is called a demonic sect. Although it's not mentioned much in the book, the Ghost King Sect must have committed a lot of killings, which can be seen from their cultivation techniques. Moreover, the book records that the Ghost King sect established itself as an independent and arrogant sect with its ruthless methods. Is the method of extracting souls and refining spirits truly ruthless? Of course it's vicious. At the very least, the Dao of mysterious ghosts and gods has methods for extracting and refining the soul, using the soul to accelerate one's cultivation speed. This is why the Ghost King sect has risen to prominence and can rival the Azure Cloud sect. From this perspective, the reason why Baiao lacks strength might be that she doesn't want to cultivate the Tongxian ghost god path. After all, there were no ghostly figures or eerie aura surrounding Baiao, so there was no sense of that when they fought. In other worlds, such techniques would be looked down upon by many, considered demonic methods, and everyone would want to kill them. But things are different in another world, like the world of Resident Evil. The world of Resident Evil has no shortage of souls. If you were to cultivate the Dao of the profound ghosts and gods in the Resident Evil world, your progress would be incredibly fast. The combination of the mysterious path of ghosts and gods and the Resident Evil world might allow for a cultivation speed that rivals Saitama's limit-breaking cultivation method. Unfortunately, the Tongxian ghost god path is a 6th order technique, which can only reach the peak of the 6th order. Ye Ming put away the Tongxian ghost god path and placed it next to the Kia limit-breaking cultivation method. He had no intention of cultivating this thing, it was eerie and unsettling, completely out of character for him. If he were to cultivate, he would cultivate the Teiji Xianxing Dao. Ye Ming smiled. The first cultivation world has arrived. How far away can the others be? He opened his panel. Name, Ye Ming. Myriad Realms Tower Level 2. Realm, Peak of the 3rd Tier. Celestial Coins, 20,971.1. Cultivation Technique, Saitama Style Limit Breaking Cultivation Method, 3rd Level. Connecting Worlds, Jade Dynasty, Demigods and Semi-Devils, Ip Man, The Myth, Storm Riders, The Return of the Condor Heroes, Swordsman, Lord of War, Resident Evil. Items for trade, Saitama Style Limit Breaking Cultivation Method, Profound Ghostly Path, 1st Level, Broken Family Heart Sutra, Eclipse Sword Technique, 9-Yin Manual, Lingbo Steps, Northern Darkness Divine Art. With 20,000 heavenly coins, should I cultivate something? With so many heavenly coins, it would feel strange not to spend them. The black vortex shimmered slightly, and Alice stepped out of it. I've found a safe place. Now we're just waiting for the others. Don't you have anything you want to trade? You know, the more other people enter your world, the less you'll get. Alice hesitated for a moment. Of course she knew, but in her world, humanity was too weak. To be honest, she didn't have any grand ambitions. She just wanted to restore the world and then live as an ordinary person. These past few years have been so exhausting. Ye Ming wasn't particularly interested in whether Alice could eliminate the zombies, since zombies weren't very useful. However, the zombies are now playing a significant role. Even if Alice uses the antidote, zombies infected with the T-virus will not recover but will die directly. It would be better to leave the zombies behind. As long as the zombies are kept under control and don't harm humans, it's fine. For example, building a human city to bring all the survivors together. Alice's desire to restore the normal world is not so simple, too many people have died. However, with the help of the Myriad Realms building, they can quickly restore the level of human civilization, and even go further. Of course, all of this still needs to be discussed with Alice. Alice, I have a suggestion, but the decision is yours, since it's your world. Someone just traded me a cultivation technique that requires a large number of souls, and souls are the last thing the Resident Evil world has in abundance. I know you want to infiltrate Umbrella Corporation, get the antidote, and save all of humanity. After you get the antidote and use it, at most all the zombies will die and humans will be safe. But human civilization has collapsed. How long will it take you to rebuild it? 10 years? 20 years? And it would probably take you several years just to get the antidote. Alice nodded. It would be extremely difficult for her to break into the Umbrella Corporation and obtain the antidote, and various unexpected events would occur. Finding the antidote within a few years would be considered fast. As for restoring the original human civilization, 20 years is far too short. With 99% of the world's population dead, how much of a recovery is possible for the remaining few? It would be good if we could recover to our original level within 100 years. What does the original poster mean? With the power of the Myriad Realms Tower, restoring your world's original civilization is not difficult, let alone reaching a higher level. Alice had actually anticipated that Ye Ming would say this. After all, her IQ had skyrocketed after being modified by the T-virus. The poster's idea is to use the power of the Myriad Realms Tower to gather all the survivors together and then raise zombies in captivity. But using the power of the Myriad Realms Tower requires heavenly coins, and I don't have any heavenly coins. In the previous Resident Evil world, it was indeed impossible to obtain too many heavenly coins, but now it's different. If someone cultivates the technique, then he will definitely want to go to my world. At that time, I can charge admission fees. Those who want to enter my world to cultivate will be charged heavenly coins per day, or help me complete tasks. In this way, with heavenly coins, the survivors in my world can receive help as quickly as possible, and the restoration of human civilization can be achieved faster in the future. Ye Ming snapped his fingers and nodded. Correct. Of course, if you still want to stick to your original ideas, then so be it. I'm just offering suggestions, it's your world, you decide. Although this method doesn't earn you the heavenly coins, it effectively motivates others to acquire them, which is beneficial for the Myriad Realms Tower, other traders, and the Resident Evil world. I never consider myself the master of the world, nor can I make decisions for everyone, but I think this method is quite good. After I rescue all the survivors, I will solicit their opinions, and if they are unwilling, it will not be too late for me to shut down the Resident Evil world. Yeah, Ming nodded. Alice should agree as long as she's not stupid. However, how much in heavenly coins would be a suitable price for the ticket? Yeah, Ming touched his chin. Too high is not good, and too low is not good either. It will be open for free for 3 days. After that, the entrance fee will be 100 Zushin coins per day. Those who can cultivate the Dao of profound ghosts and gods are all rich, while those who are poor are not very strong and probably won't be able to do much if they go in. Okay, let's do as you say. There's one more thing, I'd like to trade this item. Alice raised her hand, and a clump of blood appeared in her palm. Perfect T-Virus Bloodline, Tier 4 Bloodline. After use, one can be transformed into a T-Virus bloodline, ignoring T-Virus defenses, with all-around stat enhancements, extremely strong recovery ability, and a chance to awaken psychic power. Use requires T-Virus. Value, 9,000 All Heavens coins. Bloodlines are similar to martial arts manuals, they can be repeatedly sold to traders. Moreover, Alice's bloodline does not disappear after she sells the perfect T-Virus bloodline. Yaming hadn't expected that the bloodline limit of the perfect T-Virus could reach the 4th rank. Judging from the price, its strength should be comparable to that of a peak celestial realm expert. Bloodlines are different from secret manuals. Secret manuals require cultivation, which may take a very long time. However, as long as one exchanges bloodlines, one can become a first-tier powerhouse. Then, one only needs to develop the bloodline step by step. The deeper the development, the stronger the power. It can be considered an alternative way of growth. Alice's current state seems to be like that of someone who has just fused with the T-Virus bloodline. Her strength is not very high. 9,000 heavenly coins have been transferred. Thank you, Up. Next, several traders arrived at the Myriad Realms Tower one after another, and soon they all gathered together. Apart from Baiao, who was unaware of the situation but was destined to meet someone, everyone else arrived. Alright, now that everyone's here, let's prepare to head to the Resident Evil world. Those with ample All Heavens coins may consider purchasing the latest cultivation techniques from me. You'll be pleasantly surprised when you enter the Resident Evil world. The Resident Evil world will be open for free for 3 days this time. After 3 days, tickets will be required, costing 100 All Heavens coins per day. By the way, these are trade items related to the Resident Evil world. Let me show them to you. Yaming then revealed his perfect T-Virus lineage and gave the instructions. This bloodline is only recommended for those who have not cultivated or whose strength is not strong. Those who have their own cultivation path should not exchange for it, as it is uncertain whether the bloodline can be compatible with internal energy. Upon hearing this, Mirong Fu and Duan Lang, who had initially shown some interest, instantly lost it. This bloodline is very powerful, but if it conflicts with their internal energy cultivation, then forget it. They've cultivated their internal energy for so long, it's impossible for it to be completely destroyed. Ip Man, Gao Yao, Lin Pingzi, and others were somewhat interested, since their own strength was not very great and they had not been training for very long. Yuri was still not very interested, he wanted to be a magician and wasn't interested in melee combat. Since he couldn't use the bloodline, Duan Lang became somewhat interested in the new cultivation technique Yaming mentioned. Immortal, what kind of cultivation method are you talking about? I would like to learn about it, and if it suits me, I will buy it. Duan Lang is incredibly wealthy. He had nearly 40,000 Zushin coins in the last transaction, plus the 20,390 Zushin coins he still had. He has quite a lot of Zushin coins in his possession. There are a total of 59,990 heavenly coins. Yaming raised his hand, revealing the Dao of profound ghosts and gods to everyone. The profound path of ghosts and gods, first level, a 6-tier technique, incomplete. The ghost path is profound. Those who practice this technique are surrounded by layers of ghostly shadows, and their yin energy is overwhelming. Value, 42,000 heavenly coins. The path of profound ghosts and gods is the first level of a 6th-order immortal cultivation technique. The first level has 10 sub-levels, which can be purchased separately or together. Duan Lang was somewhat puzzled. What was this cultivation technique? Immortal, what's the difference between this cultivation method and the martial arts of our world? Cultivation techniques are different from martial arts manuals. The core goal of cultivation techniques is to pursue immortality, transcend the mortal world, and even become an immortal. It requires extremely high talent, perseverance, opportunities, and comprehension. The combat power of cultivation techniques may not be comparable to that of martial artists in the early stages, but it will definitely far surpass that of martial arts in the later stages. Moreover, the methods of cultivators are numerous and very mysterious, which cannot be explained in a short time. The biggest difference is that the lifespan increases greatly with each breakthrough in cultivation techniques. For example, the Tongxian Ghost God Path, if cultivated to perfection, will definitely allow one to live for several thousand years. Duan Lang's eyes lit up. Thousands of years. Immortality, becoming an immortal and attaining enlightenment. Immortal, I want to buy it. The others also showed longing expressions. They couldn't afford the first floor, but they could afford the first few levels. After thinking it over, Ming felt that there were some things he needed to remind them of. You can consider this, the path of the profound ghosts and gods, as a demonic cultivation method. It requires a large number of souls during cultivation, and one's own temperament will become sinister. Although there are a large number of souls in the resident evil world, some people may still not be able to accept it. Duan Lang waved his hand. So what if I need a soul? As long as I can become stronger. Lin Pingzi and Duan Lang shared similar thoughts. As long as they could become stronger, that was enough. Gao Yao, on the other hand, was a bit timid. Upon hearing the word soul, his first reaction was that soul meant ghost, and that he should forget about using ghosts for cultivation. Mirong Fu decided to wait and see how things went before making any decisions, as he was about to restore his kingdom. Little Dragon Girl immediately rejected this cultivation method. She lived in the ancient tomb, but she was a fairy who needed to cultivate with her soul. Forget it. Ip Man and Little Dragon Girl shared the same thought and immediately rejected the martial arts technique. Killing someone is just a matter of beheading them, but extracting their soul is going too far. Aside from Duan Lang, the only person who was interested was Yuri. Yuri was attracted by the long lifespan of the Tongxian Ghost God Path, and the things like extracting souls and refining spirits are very similar to Western demons. Manipulating people's souls is also a form of magic. God, I want to buy this technique too. Ming was taken aback. Could Westerners cultivate Eastern immortality techniques? Cultivating immortality requires spiritual roots and talent, right? The Tower of Myriad Realms. Ding, okay, it all depends on your personal understanding. Ming nodded and looked at Duan Lang and Yu Rui. How many levels do you plan to buy? I suggest you buy the first 3 levels first, and then we can talk about the rest after you've finished cultivating the first 3 levels. Alright, we'll listen to the immortal. Whatever God says goes, however many celestial coins are needed. The first level of the profound ghost god path has 10 levels. The first 3 levels represent the early stage of the 4th rank of Qi refining cultivation, but they have no practical compatibility. If you buy them separately, they will cost 12,600 heavenly coins. From the 4th to the 6th level, one can cultivate to the mid-stage of the 4th rank, which costs 12,600 heavenly coins. The 7th to 9th levels can be cultivated to the 4th stage of perfection, which costs 12,600 heavenly coins. The 10th level, which allows cultivation to the early stage of the 5th rank, requires 4,200 heavenly coins. Ming was somewhat surprised that the Myriad Realms Tower did not charge any extra fees. It's likely related to the fact that the Tongxian Ghost God Path itself has 10 levels, unlike the Saitama-style limit-breaking cultivation method, which is the Myriad Realms Tower forcibly divided into 7 levels. Buying the entire tower would cost 10 million heavenly coins, but if you buy it separately, the last level would still cost 10 million heavenly coins, and if you include the first 6 levels, it would cost 11.11 million heavenly coins. The first 3 levels cost 12,600 heavenly coins. Without the slightest hesitation, Duan Lang took out the Myriad Realms token and bought the first 3 levels of the Profound Ghost God Path. Yuri didn't have that many heavenly coins, he had given them all to IP Man. However, he hasn't been idle these past few days, he's been preparing for it for a while now. He stretched out his hand, and a batch of firearms appeared. 3,000 AK-74 firearms, 100 rounds of ammunition, Tier 1 item, value, 6,000 heavenly coins. 3,000 hand grenades, Tier 1 item, value, 300 heavenly coins. 1,000 rocket launchers, 10 rockets, Tier 1 item, value, 5,000 heavenly coins. 3,000 smoke grenades, Tier 1 item, value, 150 heavenly coins. 3,000 flashbangs, Tier 1 item, value, 150 heavenly coins. 3,000 Colt M1911 pistols, 100 rounds each, Tier 1 item, value, 3,000 celestial coins. A total of 14,600 heavenly coins. After deducting 12,600 heavenly coins, there are 2,000 heavenly coins left. Yuri breathed a sigh of relief, it almost wasn't enough. He had ordered a lot of guns and missiles, but much of the goods had not yet arrived. These are all the items that have arrived so far. The rest belong to him, but they will disappear after being sold to the Myriad Realms Tower, and he has no way of explaining it. Fortunately, these guns were just enough to buy the first 3 levels, and there were still 2,000 heavenly coins left. I thought I could earn a lot, but now it seems like I don't earn that much. Little did they know that the people around them were incredibly envious when they saw how many heavenly coins these items had sold for. Yuri is the weakest among these people, so how come he's so good at exchanging for heavenly coins? He ignored the gazes of others and instead focused his mind on the profound mysteries of the Dao. Upon further reflection, I discovered the problem. Wan Jilu translated the Tongxian ghost god path into a version he could understand, but there were still many terms in it that he didn't understand. For example, meridians, acupoints, and the Danshan. He was so bewildered that he almost wanted to return the product. It would be better to save the money to buy a magician's training method. Why are Eastern cultivation methods so difficult? Yuri looked miserable. He still had to learn about Chinese culture. It was too difficult. Seeing Yuri's appearance, Ye Ming asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Yuri hesitated for a moment, then spoke. "God, there are so many terms I don't understand. What is Danshan? What are acupoints? I feel like I can't cultivate." Ye Ming fell silent. He had thought Yurui couldn't cultivate, but he never expected it to be for this reason. Two choices: first, return the item, and I will erase your memories related to the mysterious ghost and god path. Second, go and learn everything from the Dragon Kingdom, and then cultivate. Yuri scratched his head and glanced at Ye Ming. Learn from the Dragon Kingdom's teachings before you start cultivating. Ye Ming is from China, right? At least he looks like an Easterner. There will definitely be more Eastern things in the future, so it won't hurt to learn more. Yes, it's good to learn more about China. The Western methods have too low a ceiling. Once you reach a higher level, you'll almost always find yourself using Eastern cultivation methods. It's better to learn them early on. Upon hearing this, Yuri and Alice narrowed their eyes slightly and nodded. When Ip Man saw that Yuri was in trouble, he immediately spoke up. "Mr. Yuri, if there's anything you don't understand, feel free to contact me, and I'll help you." Yuri's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected his previous good deeds to actually work. Good deeds are rewarded. "All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Ip Man. I'll lend you these 2,000 heavenly coins for now, as I don't need them for the time being." "Mr. Yuri, you're too kind. You helped me first, and we Chinese people always repay kindness. You don't need the 2,000 heavenly coins, I still have 4,000 heavenly coins left. That works too. Contact me if you need any. I've also prepared several tons of firearms, which will bring in a large sum of heavenly coins when we sell them." Gao Yao, Lin Pingzi silently squatted in the corner drawing circles. "We're all just ordinary people, do you have to be so showy? We struggle to accumulate even a few hundred heavenly coins, let alone you who consistently spends thousands, and now you've hoarded items worth tens of thousands of heavenly coins. That's outrageous. I'll draw a circle and curse you." "All right. Now that everything is ready, you can set off. If you encounter any danger, turn back immediately. I don't want anyone to get into trouble inside." "Understood, God/Op." The black vortex slowly spun, and Ye Ming watched as everyone stepped into the vortex and disappeared into the Myriad Realms building. Ye Ming sighed. "If only I could go in too. Unfortunately, we're still far from reaching 1 million in sales. It's not even enough for half of the 500,000 Zushin coins transaction volume, let alone 1 million. The task ahead is arduous and the road is long. Of the 12,600 celestial coins that Yuri just traded, I received 2,520 celestial coins. Name: Ye Ming. Myriad Realms Tower Level 2. Realm, Peak of the 3rd Tier. Celestial Currency, 23,491.1. Cultivation Technique, Saitama Style Limit Breaking Cultivation Method, 3rd Level. Connecting Worlds, Jade Dynasty, Demigods and Semi-Devils, Ip Man, The Myth, Storm Riders, The Return of the Condor Heroes, Swordsman, Lord of War, Resident Evil. Items for trade: Saitama Style Limit Breaking Cultivation Method, Profound Ghostly Path, 1st Level, Broken Family Heart Sutra, Eclipse Sword Technique, 9-Yin Manual, Lingbo Steps, Northern Darkness Divine Art. What a fruitful harvest! In the world of Resident Evil, on the top floor of a skyscraper, Alice and her group of friends appear. The sun hung high in the sky, its rays scattering across the city, adding a touch of life to this desolate and barren place. Shop windows along the street were broken and scattered with goods, covered in dust and the marks of time. The building's surface is either entwined with vine-like plants or covered with mottled bloodstains and traces of corrosion. An indescribable stench permeated the air, the smell of rotting corpses, making one want to vomit. A gust of wind blew by, swirling up the fallen leaves and scraps of paper on the ground, making a rustling sound that was particularly jarring in the quiet city. The once bustling crowds have vanished, replaced by stench-filled, terrifying zombies roaming the streets and alleys. This is the scene that Duan Lang and his group witnessed when they arrived in this world. Everyone's pupils contracted, and a chill ran through their bodies. "Welcome to my world." As soon as Alice finished speaking, everyone except Duan Lang vomited, including Nirong Fu. Duan Lang suppressed the churning stomach acid, his face deathly pale. He had killed people and seen people being tortured, but he had never seen such a horrific scene. Zombies with half their heads missing, zombies with their intestines and organs exposed to the air. All sorts of bizarre and grotesque zombies undoubtedly challenge people's psychological endurance. There were zombies on the street corner eating people, pulling fresh flesh and blood from their bellies and stuffing it into their mouths. Alice used to vomit when she first saw these things, but now she's used to them. Everyone looked at Alice with pity. They couldn't imagine what would happen to them if their world turned out like that. Let me give you a brief introduction first. There are many kinds of zombies, the most common of which is the kind shown below. They are not even as good as ordinary people. As long as you are not bitten by them, being infected with the T virus is a minor matter. The most powerful thing about zombies is their ability to spread. The head is the most vulnerable part of all zombies. If you blow their head off, they will die. They won't die if they are injured anywhere else except their head. Even if you shatter their heart and make a hole in it, they can still move around. Zombies are sensitive to smells and sounds, especially sounds. If you make a loud noise, zombies from several blocks around will come to swarm you. At that time, you might be facing hundreds or even thousands of zombies. Since this is your first time here, it's best to go with someone who is strong. Besides the ordinary zombies, there will be some mutated zombies. They are very fast or very strong and can bite off your head in an instant. There are also various mutated beasts, so don't let your guard down. Finally, when you encounter survivors, be careful, because in the apocalypse, the human heart is the most terrifying thing. Oh, and one more thing, some of you are from ancient times and may not be familiar with firearms. If you see someone using a black or silver object with a barrel, avoid it if possible, as some weapons can be extremely damaging. Like this gun of mine. Alice picked up her gun and the few grenades she had left to show them, warning them to be careful of these firearms. After all, not everyone can resist or dodge a gun attack. Duan Lang glanced at everyone. He was the strongest among them and should set an example. How about this, let's go together first to get a general idea of the strength of these zombies, and then split up. They had talked before when they were in the Myriad Realms Tower, and got to know each other. Everyone knew that Duan Lang's world was the most powerful, and that Duan Lang's strength was already at the 4th level. Nirong Fu nodded. Okay, I agree. The others naturally had no objections, even the ordinary people gritted their teeth and persevered. Duan Lang drew his longsword and walked at the forefront. Then I'll lead the way. They were on the rooftop of a restaurant. Alice hadn't thoroughly cleaned every corner, but when the group reached the entrance, they didn't find a single zombie. The restaurant door opened, and several zombies nearby ran towards them after hearing the noise. The zombies have evolved over time and can now almost all run, unlike at the beginning when they could only walk. With a swipe of his longsword, a slash of sword energy swept across the area, and before the zombies could even reach them, their heads slid off their necks. Indeed, very weak, just like an ordinary person. Zombies were still approaching from a distance, and Nirong Fu looked eager to try his luck. He raised his hand, extended his index finger, and pointed it at the zombie's head in the distance, instantly piercing through it. Weak. Nirong Fu shook his head. They're just ordinary people, nothing challenging. Moreover, even if you are surrounded in such a place, you can easily escape the encirclement using your light-footed skills. Little Dragon Girl looked around at the appalling environment, with dried bloodstains everywhere, disgusting monsters, and people killing each other at the drop of a hat. She shook her head. She couldn't quite accept this kind of world. I'm so sorry everyone, I really can't adapt to the environment here, so I'll be heading back now. The people around nodded, saying nothing more. Ip Man and Yuri exchanged a glance and spoke in unison. We are of limited strength, so we will leave now. IP Man's main task now is to find a territory of his own. He's seen the new world, but it's not all that great. He might as well go back and take care of his own business. Although his strength had reached the acquired realm after consuming the blood bodhi, his main attack method was still Wing Chun. He didn't want to use his fists to touch these disgusting zombies. Yuri didn't want to stay here either. He was just an ordinary person with no strength, so what was the point of staying here? He has no shortage of celestial coins. After the three took their leave, they disappeared from the spot, leaving only Nirong Fu, Lin Pingzi, Gao Yao, Duan Lang, and Alice behind. The reason Lin Pingzi, Gao Yao, and Nirong Fu didn't leave was because they needed the heavenly coins, which were difficult to obtain in their own world, so they wanted to make some here. Duan Lang wanted to experiment with the Tongxian Ghost and God record, and leave after he had mastered some of its techniques. He has no shortage of celestial coins. I need to find a place to study some cultivation techniques. Where are you planning to go? Duan Lang looked at the group, while Nirong Fu asked Alice. Besides weapons, what else in your world is worth the All Heavens currency? Weapons, T-virus, artificial intelligence. Perhaps the host really needs artificial intelligence, it can help him handle matters related to the Myriad Realms Tower. Where are these things? Especially artificial intelligence. Although I don't know what artificial intelligence is, since you need it, I'll go and get it for you. Within the Umbrella Corporation, these things are all there, and most of them are within the Umbrella Corporation. Okay, I'll go to Umbrella Corporation. Alice thought for a moment and nodded. Lin Pingzi and Gao Yao exchanged a glance and said in unison, "Let's not go. We're too weak. Let's just find some guns here and exchange them for some heavenly coins." Alice pulled a map of the city out of her pocket. She had found it earlier at the convenience store. "Here's a map, it should be helpful." "Thanks." The remaining people split into 3 teams. Duan Lang went to find a place to cultivate, Alice and Nirong Fu planned to go to the Umbrella Corporation, and Lin Pingzi and Gao Yao planned to find a weapons shop or police station to get some firearms. As the strongest, Duan Lang posed almost no threat to this world, especially in the city, where his lightness skill was enough to allow him to escape any encirclement. He casually found a place to hide and study the mystical and supernatural ways of the Tao. Alice and Nirong Fu planned to go to the Umbrella Corporation. Alice had already learned the location of the nearest Umbrella Corporation branch from Yaming. She and Nirong Fu are now planning to go together, but they don't know if they'll have enough time. Since there are no means of transportation in sight, it would definitely take too long to get there on foot. While the two were looking for transportation, Lin Pingzi and Gao Yao had already set off for the weapons shop. Gao Yao held up a map and pointed to several circles. Alice said this is a weapons shop, and there might be firearms and the like inside. This place is a police station, so there must be an armory inside, but I don't know how many firearms are left. Alice marked the map specifically for them, since the map was in English and Gao Yao had never been to school and didn't know English. However, he was a little better than Lin Pingzi. He could read modern maps, while Lin Pingzi couldn't even read modern maps. Lin Pingzi brandished his longsword, employing the Huashan sword technique, and easily beheaded several approaching zombies. At first, he couldn't accept it, but gradually he felt indifferent. In just a few tens of minutes, he killed dozens of zombies, more than he had killed in the Swordsman Online world. "I'm used to it. As long as the blood doesn't splatter on you, it's fine." "How far is the nearest weapons shop?" "It's not far, just around the next street corner." Gao Yao put away the map, drew his sword, which was covered in foul-smelling blood. Most of the time, Gao Yao was the one who took action, while Lin Pingzi was responsible for keeping watch. It wasn't difficult for Lin Pingzi to deal with these zombies. He already possessed internal strength, though it wasn't very high. He had only recently broken through to the 2nd level. Gao Yao had only just cultivated his inner strength after practicing the evil repelling sword manual, so his strength was even lower. Without Lin Pingzi, he wouldn't dare to stay in this world. The two walked to the end of the street, turned a corner, and were instantly stunned. The street was teeming with zombies. There were at least 100 of them at a glance. It turns out this is a pedestrian street, which was quite lively before the apocalypse and attracted many people. Streets like these are disaster zones, teeming with zombies. Lin Pingzi and Gao Yao shrank back and quietly took a few steps back. Gao Yao looked at Lin Pingzi and whispered, "What should we do? If we get surrounded, we'll be bitten to death. They're not much stronger than ordinary people, they can handle a few or a dozen, but dozens would be difficult." Lin Pingzi glanced at the surrounding buildings. They were indeed very tall, often 7 or 8 stories, or even more than 10 stories. He might not be able to do it in an open space, but it's too easy on the street. He's a member of the Huashan sect, so it's normal for him to know some lightness skills. These upper floors have all sorts of protrusions and decorations, which he can use to easily get past them. The question is, what should Gao Yao do? His internal strength wasn't strong enough to pull Gao Yao along to use his lightness skill and run this far. Gao Yao was very good at reading people's expressions and expressions. This was an experience he had gained from spending so much time in the palace. "Brother Lin, why don't you go? I feel like this world might not be the right place for me. I want to go back." Lin Pingzi glanced at Gao Yao and shook his head. "Brother Gao, we agreed to go together. Let's go into this building and start from the rooftop." Gao Yao hesitated for a moment, then Lin Pingzi pulled him into the building. As the two entered the building, 2 zombies ran towards them. Gao Yao swung his longsword so fast that even Lin Pingzi couldn't see it clearly before the heads of the 2 zombies were chopped off. This evil repelling sword manual is truly amazing. Lin Pingzi's words contained a mixture of envy and pride. After all, it was his family's ancestral sword technique, and its strength brought him honor. Unfortunately, he had to castrate himself to practice this sword technique, otherwise he really wanted to try it. Gao Yao has only been cultivating for a short time, yet his strength is already comparable to that of a third-rate martial artist. Gao Yao smiled slightly. The evil repelling sword manual was indeed very powerful and extremely fast. If he had known it before, he wouldn't be in this predicament now. "I have to thank Brother Lin for this, otherwise I would just be an ordinary person. Brother Gao and I hit it off immediately. Now that we've become sworn brothers, there's no need for such formalities anymore." Yes, the two have become sworn brothers, perhaps because they have similar experiences and cherish each other. The two headed towards the rooftop, easily dealing with any zombies they encountered along the way. He didn't even need to use his internal energy, he killed these zombies with just his sword techniques. As he killed more and more zombies, Gao Yao became more and more proficient in using the evil repelling sword technique, and even his cultivation level increased. After arriving at the rooftop, the two jumped to the rooftop of another building. During this time, Lin Pingzi taught Gao Yao some light body skills. If the distance was too far or the place was too high, he would use his lightness skill to jump over with Gao Yao. Before long, the two arrived at the top floor of the weapons shop. At that moment, in a building next to the weapons shop, 3 black men were crouching down on the first floor. The weapons shop is right next door, there must be guns inside, even if it's just one gun. The 3 men each carried a fire axe, a baseball bat, and a crowbar. All 3 were survivors from the neighborhood and had long coveted the weapons shop. There were just too many zombies around, so they didn't dare to come closer. The reason they came here today is because they unexpectedly discovered a place with food, and there was a mutated zombie there that they couldn't deal with without firearms. If we can't solve this, there will be no food. They've been hungry all day. If they don't act now, they won't even have a chance to do anything. There are too many zombies around. It's too risky for the 3 of us to go together. Why don't you go, Pete? Why should I go? Why don't you go? You're carrying a fire axe? I only have a baseball bat. I'll give you the axe, go. I don't know how to use an axe, so you should use it, you're good at it. Fuck. Stop arguing, we're all going together. Nobody's getting away. If we don't get what we need, we're doomed. The black man with the crowbar glared at the other 2. His weapon wasn't the best, but he was the one in charge of the 3. He carried the crowbar because it was easier for him to use. On the other hand, it can also conceal one's identity. Anyone who saw them for the first time would assume that the one with the axe was the boss. Go. Be careful, everyone. The axe-wielding man and the baseball bat-wielding man exchanged a glance and followed behind the crowbar-wielding man. The 3 of them quietly hid behind the car and slowly moved to the side. It was only a distance of about 10 meters, but it took us more than 10 minutes to walk there. Upon entering the weapon shop, the 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the walls inside the shop. Forget guns, there wasn't even a stick. This place has been looted many times already, there wouldn't be any guns left here. Fuck, there isn't one. Why isn't there a single gun? Shut up. Keep your voice down, don't attract the zombies outside. The axe-wielding man looked furious, while the baseball bat man stared outside in terror, fearing that some zombies might hear them and approach. The man with the crowbar observed carefully for a moment, then walked inside. Go check the back warehouse. The 3 arrived at the back of the weapon shop, where there was a room with the word storehouse written on it. Just as the man with the crowbar was about to open the door, he seemed to hear some sounds, and his outstretched hand paused. There are zombies inside. The axe-wielding man and the baseball bat-wielding man trembled, a look of fear appearing on their faces. What should we do? Leave. Leave? Of course, kill them. Don't you have a brain? The presence of zombies inside means no one has been here before, and there's a high chance there are weapons inside. Upon hearing the word weapon, the 2 men's faces lit up with joy. They came here to find weapons, didn't they? All right. Charge in and kill them. You go first, I'll cover you. Why didn't you do it first? You're carrying the axe. Fuck, you gave me the axe. I'm giving it back to you. The 2 repeatedly declined, not daring to go first. The man with the crowbar hesitated, he didn't dare go in. If there were many zombies inside, these 2 idiots would definitely turn around and run away. The first person to open the door is in the most danger. Just as he hesitated, footsteps came from upstairs. Someone's there. The 3 exchanged a glance and immediately split up. The man with the axe hid behind the stairs, while the other 2 hid around the corner. The footsteps upstairs grew closer, and the 3 of them also heard an unfamiliar language. Is this it? Yes, this is the map Alice gave us. The weapon shop should be on the first floor. Gao Yao and Lin Pingzi walked down the stairs, and the man with the crowbar at the corner glanced at them and his expression changed. These 2 people are actually carrying long knives. He gave the baseball bat guy next to him a look, and the baseball bat guy glanced at him discreetly before speaking up. Hello? Anyone here? The axe-wielding man behind the stairs paused for a moment upon hearing the sound, then put down his axe. This is their code: if something is difficult to handle, they will proactively communicate, show weakness, and proceed gradually. Gao Yao suddenly looked towards the corner, his long sword pointing at that spot. Who's there? Show yourself. I can't understand the others, but I can still understand. Hello, Gao Yao. Lin Pingzi looked completely bewildered and mumbled something incoherently. When Alice communicates with them, the multiverse building automatically translates the language into a language they can understand, but the others cannot translate. Lin Pingzi couldn't understand English. The man with the baseball bat and the man with the crowbar came out, raising their hands high. Hey bro, relax. Where in Jao can one understand English? I can't understand Chinese. As the two descended the stairs, Lin Pingzi heard a noise behind him and quickly swung his sword back, pressing it against the axe-wielding man's neck. The axe-wielding man was so frightened that he dropped the axe and raised his hands. Hey, man! Relax yourself. Brother Gao, what are they saying? I can't understand a word they're saying. I don't understand either. I don't speak English. The man with the crowbar was glad he hadn't attacked immediately. Their reaction was too fast. Even if the three of them had rushed out, they would probably have been killed. I can speak a little bit of Chinese. We didn't mean anything bad. Please, don't hurt us. Lin Pingzi understood this time and sheathed his sword. Are you here looking for firearms too? The man with the crowbar paused for a moment, as if pondering what Lin Pingzi was saying. Gun, steel. Yes, gun. Brother Gao, what does he mean? Steel. The man with the crowbar hesitated for a moment, then extended his thumb and forefinger. Bayou. Oh, a gun. He's talking about a gun. He's here to find a gun too. Gao Yao never lowered his sword. He had witnessed too much of human nature, and he had not forgotten Alice's warning. Lin Pingzi asked, "Did you find the gun?" The man with the crowbar glanced at the warehouse and shook his head. No gun. He said there are no guns. Does that mean we're not going to make the trip? Brother Lin, go check ahead. Good. Lin Pingzi walked forward, while Gao Yao moved his sword to make the three of them stand together. Gao Yao stared at the three men and walked to the warehouse door. He had just seen one of the men glance in this direction, and as he stared at the three men, he reached out to push open the storeroom door. The three black men exchanged glances and gripped their weapons tighter. The moment the door opens, the zombies will definitely attack the man, and that will be their chance. Gao Yao stared at the three of them, seemingly sensing tension in their eyes. There might actually be firearms in this room. He pushed open the door, glanced inside, and a bloodied and mangled face instantly squeezed out from the crack in the door. At the same time, the man with the crowbar and the man with the baseball bat rushed over, while the man with the axe picked up the axe and followed behind them. Gao Yao was startled by the zombie and instinctively tried to raise his sword, but the distance was too close. The zombie pounced on Gao Yao, and two more zombies rushed out from behind and pinned Gao Yao down. The baseball bat man stood frozen in place, waving his baseball bat, while the crowbar man slipped into the room. Inside the room, rows of guns were laid out, and countless gleaming bullets were scattered around the boxes. Grenades, flashbangs, smoke grenades, all kinds of pistols, rifles, and submachine guns. We've struck it rich. He quickly reached for a pistol and began loading it. Gao Yao was pinned down by three zombies, and a terrible, foul stench wafted up from him. He had several bloody scratches on his body from the zombies, but fortunately they didn't bite him. He channeled his inner strength and unleashed his full power. Three zombies were sent flying by the blow, and one of them landed next to the baseball bat man. The baseball bat user's first reaction wasn't to retaliate, but to run. But the zombie bit his leg, and then an axe chopped down on the zombie's head until it was smashed to pieces. Gao Yao also stood up, his face grim. He picked up his sword and chopped off the zombie's head with 2 strokes. Just as he was about to kill the 2 black men as well, a gun was pressed against his forehead. In the back room of the weapon shop, the man with the baseball bat was rolling on the ground, clutching his leg and howling in pain. "Help me! I've been bitten, help me!" The axe-wielding man glanced at the crowbar-wielding man, who nodded, and then chopped off the baseball bat-wielding man's head with an axe. This is a human being, not a zombie. Blood splattered everywhere, covering the walls, Gao Yao, and the 2 black men. Gao Yao was completely stunned. He killed his comrade without warning? Is this what the apocalypse is like? No wonder Alice warned them to be careful of the survivors. Unfortunately, she still fell for it herself. As expected, people's hearts are unpredictable. Compared to this place, the imperial court is like paradise. At least no one will suddenly come up and hit you with an axe. Gao Yao was momentarily panicked when someone pointed a gun at his head, but he quickly recovered. He could have left this world at any time without firing a shot. Moreover, Lin Pingzi has arrived. A sword aura shot out from the side, severing the arm holding the gun from the crowbar man before he could react. Then, Gao Yao's longsword swayed slightly, and the crowbar man's last remaining arm and 2 legs were severed from his body. He almost killed me. How could I possibly let him go? Brother Gao, are you alright? Gao Yao looked extremely pale. He had almost died. He wasn't killed by zombies, but he was almost killed by other human survivors. I should have killed them immediately. The man with the crowbar cried out in pain, and Gao Yao plunged the sword into his mouth, shredding his tongue. The axe-wielding man was completely stunned by what he saw. What was going on? Just a moment ago, we were clearly in the lead. How did the situation suddenly reverse? The axe-wielding man turned to run, but a sword aura shot out from Lin Pingzi's hand. The axe-wielding man felt dizzy and then saw a familiar figure holding an axe. isn't that me? Then everything went black and he lost consciousness. Lin Pingzi frowned as he looked at the wounds on Gao Yao's body. Brother Gao, you got scratched? Okay, I'll take these guns and head back now. You'll have to figure out the rest of the place on your own. You can indeed stay in the Resident Evil world for 3 days the first time you enter, but if you leave halfway through, you cannot come back in. Lin Pingzi sighed. If he had been the one left behind, he would have been in a similar situation to Gao Yao, probably getting scratched as well. Most importantly, Gao Yao is still unable to unleash his sword energy, and who knows, both of them might be doomed. They were so close to being wiped out. This world is too dangerous. From now on, any survivors we encounter should be killed on sight. Alright, I'll give you half of the heavenly coins then. Gao Yao shook his head. It's alright, no rush. Your evil repelling sword manual has been a great help to me. I'm not short of heavenly coins lately, so you can keep them for yourself. You can also take the heavenly coins for these guns. He has taken an elixir of immortality, and his lifespan is at least 2,000 years. Moreover, his world is not dangerous, unlike Lin Pingzi's, which is extremely dangerous and where one's life could be in danger at any moment. Lin Pingzi was stunned for a moment. Brother Gao, no way, how can I take your heavenly coins? It's nothing. You should focus on improving your skills first. Consider it a loan from me. You pack your weapons first, I'm going out for a bit. Gao Yao, carrying the crowbar, left without waiting for Lin Pingzi's reply. Lin Pingzi looked at Gao Yao gratefully. It was worth having recognized him as an elder brother. Gao Yao walked to the entrance of the weapon shop, opened the door, and threw the crowbar-wielding man next to the zombies in the distance. Smelling the blood, the zombies swarmed around and began to devour the man with the crowbar. Gao Yao stood there expressionless, watching. Several zombies, smelling the blood on Gao Yao, came closer and had their heads chopped off by him with a few sword strokes. Gao Yao only turned and left after the crowbar man was completely dead. When Lin Pingzi returned to the warehouse, he had already finished. These firearms don't need to be brought back to the Myriad Realms Tower. They don't need to be carried on their person, as they can't carry them all anyway. They can just scan them with the Myriad Realms token to confirm ownership. Brother Gao, it's all done. Alright, cough cough, I'll head back to the Myriad Realms Tower now. I'm feeling a bit unwell. Alright, see you at the Myriad Realms Tower. See you at the Myriad Realms Tower. Gao Yao took out the Myriad Realms token and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he had arrived at the Myriad Realms Tower. Ha, you're injured? From a zombie scratch? Yaming's voice came to Gao Yao's ears, and Gao Yao looked at Yaming and nodded. Yaming waved his hand, and a white light appeared on Gao Yao's body. He immediately felt the uncomfortable feeling in his body disappear. Immortal, Lin Pingzi and I have made some gains that we would like to exchange. Okay. With a wave of his hand, Gao Yao conjured some firearms in the air. Gao Yao and Lin Pingzi acted together, and the ownership of the items belonged to the two of them. Yaming glanced at them and saw all sorts of pistols, submachine guns, rifles, and various grenades. There are many varieties, but not many in quantity. There are only about 10 of each type of firearm, and some have fewer than 10. There are more grenades, about 30 of each type. Pistols are generally 1 Zushin coin each, submachine guns and rifles are 2 Zushin coins each, grenades are 10 Zushin coins each, and other auxiliary grenades are 20 Zushin coins each, totaling approximately 870 Zushin coins. 870 celestial coins have been transferred to your Myriad Realms token. How do you feel about the Resident Evil world? Chaos. Disgusting. And the wickedness of human nature. Oh, you've encountered survivors. Gao Yao touched his temple, the spot where the gun had been pointed at him earlier. Yes, I almost died from being shot. Yaming glanced at Gao Yao. After all, he was born in a peaceful world. Even though he later encountered ancient court struggles, it was still far inferior to the world of Resident Evil. Unless you stay in your own world forever, you'll experience these things sooner or later. It's not a bad thing to encounter them now. Thank you for your guidance, Immortal. Gao knew Yaming's meaning. Unless he stayed in the mythical world and lived as a eunuch for 2,000 years, he would inevitably encounter these things sooner or later. In the world of Resident Evil, Lin Pingzi watched as the guns in front of him suddenly disappeared, knowing that the transaction was complete, so he did not stay there any longer. He also needs to go to other places to look for firearms. If he can gather 1,000 heavenly coins here and buy a blood bodhi, his strength will skyrocket. Only then can he escape danger and move freely in the world of swordsmen, instead of staying in fear and anxiety on Mount Hua right now. Without Gao Yao, Lin Pingzi could freely use his lightness skill, and his movement speed became extremely fast. He took the map Gao Yao had given him and arrived at the second weapon shop a dozen minutes later. However, he did not go in directly. Instead, he found a place to recover his internal energy first, and only entered the weapon shop after his internal energy had recovered. Unfortunately, they weren't very lucky and didn't find a single weapon. Meanwhile, Alice and Nirong Fu also found a means of transportation. Nirong Fu stared blankly at the two-wheeled thing in front of him. Could this thing travel 1,000 miles a day? Alice patted the motorcycle and said confidently, let alone traveling 1,000 miles a day, it can travel 1,000 kilometers a day if there's enough fuel. I'll teach you how to ride it. She searched for a long time before finding these two motorcycles, and also found several cans of gasoline. Fortunately, they are not too far from the protective umbrella. At a speed of 300 kilometers per hour, they should be able to get there in a day and a night. Nirong Fu frowned as he looked at the motorcycle, finding it hard to believe that such a two-wheeled steel vehicle could go so fast. Half an hour later, Nirong Fu excitedly sped along the highway on his motorcycle, experiencing a top speed of 300 kilometers per hour that he had never felt before. This feels so amazing. If it weren't for his image, he would have shouted it out. Alice watched as Nirong Fu, dressed in ancient white robes and wearing a helmet, had his hair disheveled and floating in the air due to the strong wind. The scene looked awkward no matter how she looked at it. Nirong Fu's carriage sped up, and the feeling of the wind hitting his body was really nice. An hour later, Nirong Fu still felt it was very novel. 2 hours later, Nirong Fu looked at the scenery flashing by and felt that the speed was really fast. 3 hours later, Nirong Fu wondered to himself why they hadn't arrived yet, and how much longer it would take. 4 hours later, Nirong Fu was somewhat numb, and the novelty of the motorcycle had completely worn off. 5 hours later, Nirong Fu was speechless. 5 hours had already passed. 6 hours later, damn it, when will we arrive? 7 hours later, damn it. I'm the young master of the Nirong family, why do I have to suffer like this? 8 hours later, it shut down. Everyone was numb from the wind. Nirong Fu stopped at what looked like a small toll booth, his face grim. Alice, standing nearby, watched Nirong Fu's expression and chuckled inwardly. This is nothing. It will take another 10 hours or so to get to the Umbrella Corporation's territory. However, taking a break in the middle is not a bad idea. Just as they entered the small toll booth to rest, satellites in the sky spotted Alice. Thousands of kilometers away, on a flat area, there was a house surrounded by barbed wire, and thousands of zombies were wrapped around the wire in layers. The zombies smelled the scent of blood and tried to get inside the barbed wire fence. Next to the house was a huge pit filled with corpses. The corpses all looked exactly alike, wearing red dresses and having golden hair. If Alice were here, she would definitely feel her scalp tingling, because all these corpses look just like her. This house looks like an ordinary house, both from the outside and the inside. In reality, there is a protective umbrella company base hundreds of meters long directly beneath this house. And this just happens to be the destination that Alice and Nirong Fu were aiming for. Inside the base, a staff member hurriedly reported to the base's director, Dr. Isaacs. Doctor, we have discovered Alice, and a very special person. A hint of joy appeared on Dr. Isaacs's face. Had he finally found Alice? He has been experimenting with Alice's DNA in hopes of obtaining zombies that obey his commands. Unfortunately, they kept failing. Perhaps capturing Alice could solve everything. A very special person? How special? Could someone be as special as Alice? The staff member hesitated for a moment, then said, in fact, he may be even more special than Alice, because I compared faces from all over the world in our database and there was no data for this person. Oh? Some people may not be in our database. It's normal for one or two to slip through the net. However, the abilities he has displayed seem a bit too powerful, even more powerful than Alice's. Dr. Isaacs's pupils contracted, and he quickly asked, what did you say? More powerful than Alice? Is it a new antibody? Take me to see it. Dr. Isaacs saw in the video how Nirong Fu killed zombies. With a flick of his hand, he could punch a hole in a zombie's head. It really is a new antibody. Grab him. Grab Alice. I want them both. He immediately contacted his superior, Albert Wesker. Wesker's holographic projection appeared, looking at the doctor. Are you sure it's her? 62% of the time, we can't let her get away this time. She has been evading satellite tracking for many years, how can you be sure you can catch her? I've already mobilized the remaining satellites, everything is under our control. I can organize a special forces team within an hour, and she won't detect our surveillance. Moreover, I discovered that Alice has an antibody by her side. His abilities are also very strong. Wesker became interested upon hearing this, especially after watching the video. Okay, I'll arrange a squad for you. Dr. Isaacs smiled slightly and turned to leave. Half an hour later, 2 helicopters took off from the base, one of which had a container hanging under it. On the other side, after resting for a while, Nirong Fu and Alice were about to leave when they heard the roar of a car engine in the distance. Alice and Nirong Fu turned to look, and several cars, accompanied by dust, came from a distance on another road, their noisy engines making an unusually loud noise in the empty wilderness. Fortunately, there were almost no zombies around. If I were running around like this in the city, I would be surrounded sooner or later. Nirong Fu glanced at Alice. Survivors? Do you want to talk to them? Alice hesitated for a moment. She knew that Umbrella had been looking for her. She was with Nirong Fu because he was powerful, and being with ordinary people would be tantamount to killing them. No, let's just leave. Nirong Fu nodded, walked to the motorcycle, got on, and left with Alice. Carlos stared at Alice as she walked away, his expression momentarily blank. He then asked Claire, who was standing nearby, "Was that Alice just now? I didn't see wrong, did I?" Claire nodded, she had seen it too. "That's right, it's Alice. Why did she run away when she saw us? How did she know it was us?" "That's right. We're going over there anyway, let's catch up." "Good." Carlos, who had originally planned to rest at the toll booth, quickly told the convoy behind him, and then the group chased after Alice. But no matter how fast their car went, it couldn't match the speed of a motorcycle, especially since Alice and her companion had turned the engine up to its maximum. Alice and Nirong Fu had no idea that someone was following them. They had already left the people behind far behind. After driving for half an hour, the two saw a white shipping container lying across the road ahead. Nirong Fu and Alice exchanged a glance, then slowly reduced their speed, intending to go around them from the side. Alice had a bad feeling as she looked at the containers, especially as she got closer. The closer she got to the container, the more familiar the things inside seemed. When they were still 10 meters away, the container suddenly opened, and several zombies rushed out and jumped towards Alice and Nirong Fu. Alice pushed off the bike with all her might, launching herself into the air. As she did a somersault, she drew a pistol from her legs and fired 2 shots, blowing the heads off the approaching zombies. Nirong Fu calmly raised his hand and slapped the zombie away, then rode his motorcycle away into the distance. Motorcycles are still useful. In this desolate wilderness, how will we get to the Umbrella Corporation without a motorcycle? Be careful, the Umbrella Corporation must have discovered us. This must have been their doing. Who else could be so ruthless as Umbrella Corporation to have a container full of zombies? Alice also noticed that these zombies all wore the same clothes and had strong resistance to attacks, so she guessed they were specially modified zombies. She raised her gun and fired continuously at the zombies, but they were indeed difficult to deal with. The blows had almost no effect on the body. At most, they would pause for a moment before charging forward again. The bullets were quickly used up, but there were still plenty of zombies. The shipping containers seemed to be from the depths of hell, constantly spewing out zombies. In just a short while, dozens had appeared, and more were still appearing. Alice tucked the gun back into her thigh, took out 2 Nepalese cookery knives from her waist, twirled them, and charged directly at the zombie. With a single swing, she plunged one of the knives into the zombie's head. He then kicked the zombie over and drew his military knife, swinging it at another zombie. Not far from here, behind a slope, a helicopter is parked, and there is a small tent next to it. Inside the tent, Dr. Isaacs watched Alice's fluid movements with a slight smile, as if he were seeing his most outstanding work. She was truly remarkable. After she dies, you must act quickly and collect a blood sample before her blood cools down. No problem. As for the other goal, it would be best to survive, but it doesn't matter if we don't. Yes, sir. Has the satellite arrived? Arrive. Then let's make her stop. At Dr. Isaacs's command, the staff clicked away on their computers, connecting to the satellite. The next second, the umbrella symbol appeared in Alice's eyes, and she froze on the spot as if her computer had crashed. Alice stopped, but the zombies around her didn't stop and lunged at her neck. At that moment, a white figure jumped out from behind the container, holding a long sword in his hand, and moved gracefully among the zombies. None of the zombies even touched him. He was so fast that he left a blur and arrived beside Alice in the blink of an eye. He twirled his longsword, then shook off the blood from the blade before sheathing it at his waist. At the same time, the heads of all the zombies in the area fell off, and more than a dozen headless corpses fell to the ground. Nirong Fu, dressed in white with flowing long hair, looked like a refined gentleman, yet he instantly dealt with more than a dozen zombies. This stark contrast left everyone at Umbrella Corporation stunned. The staff member turned to look at Dr. Isaacs. These zombies didn't seem to be able to do anything to them. Dr. Isaacs frowned. He had seen Nirong Fu kill zombies before, but he didn't expect Nirong Fu to be this powerful. The dozen or so zombies were killed almost instantly, which was more effective than soldiers with guns. This made him even more determined to capture Nirong Fu. Catch him. You must catch him, I want him alive. Nirong Fu frowned as he looked at Alice, seemingly noticing that something was wrong with her. Alice? Alice was extremely anxious at this moment. She was conscious and could see everything around her, but she just couldn't control her body. Damn it, Umbrella Corporation must have done something. Nirong Fu looked at the shipping container next to him, where zombies were still being dumped out. He wondered how many zombies were inside that container. Let's deal with these zombies first. Nirong Fu drew his longsword and charged towards the horde of zombies. His white robes fluttered as he wielded his sword, severing the heads of every zombie he passed through. Before long, layers of corpses lay on the ground, and no more zombies appeared inside the container. Nearly 100 zombies had their heads chopped off. Nirongfu stood on top of the container, his clothes spotless, gently fanning himself with a folding fan as he stared at Alice, who remained motionless in place. What's wrong with this guy? After all, they are all from the Myriad Realms building. He can't just leave Alice there unattended. If something goes wrong, she might not be able to enter the Resident Evil world. At the Umbrella Corporation's temporary camp, everyone stared in shock at Dr. Isaacs. Was this the kind of person they could capture? Dr. Isaacs also frowned, pondering how to proceed with the next step. No matter how strong this guy is, can he really stop a bullet? Take a team of security personnel and go up there to capture him alive. Remember, don't get too close to him. As long as he's alive, that's all that matters. What about the convoy behind? Take them away before they arrive. Nirongfu walked up to Alice, waved his hand in front of her eyes, and sighed helplessly. Alice was even more helpless. She wanted to break free from the control, but she couldn't. Suddenly, Nirongfu felt a deadly sense of crisis and tilted his head back. A small crater was blown open in the ground not far away. Nirongfu's expression changed drastically, and he pulled Alice to hide behind a container. On the distant slope, the sniper lowered his rifle in shock. Fuck, how is this possible? Did you guys see that? He actually dodged a sniper bullet. Should we fight this kind of person? The captain beside him shouted sternly. Shut up. Who the hell told you to shoot in the head? Shoot in the legs. I'll give you the location, then you can shoot. This stupid guy has someone listening in on him, and he still dares to talk nonsense. The captain pressed his earpiece. Dr. Isaacs, the other side is hiding behind the containers. We need their location. The staff member glanced at Dr. Isaacs and nodded after receiving permission. Receive. The staff member pressed a few buttons on the computer, and the scene in front of Alice appeared on the screen. Nirongfu was touching his hair with a grim expression. I dodged the sniper rifle, but a strand of my hair was blown away. After the captain obtained the location, he told the sniper the location, and the sniper began aiming again. Aim the crosshair at a specific point on the container, 50 centimeters above the ground, and fire. Nirongfu's face was extremely pale. He had almost died. Without a sound or even seeing anyone, I almost got beaten to death. Is this what firearms are? He was somewhat dissatisfied with the high price the Myriad Realms Tower charged for firearms before, but now he knows that these firearms are indeed very powerful. If you're not prepared, even a cultivator at the innate realm will die from firearms, and this thing only costs 2 heavenly coins. It's too cheap. He looked at his trouser leg, which was now a little dirty because he had accidentally brushed against a zombie when he hid behind the container. He lifted his leg, about to straighten his trousers, when he heard the sound of a bullet whizzing through a container. The bullet flew past Nirongfu's feet and into the body of a nearby zombie, cleaving it in two and splattering blood everywhere. Nirongfu's white clothes were instantly stained with a layer of blackish red, and cold sweat poured down his forehead. He had no time to worry about the clothes at that moment, and quickly left his original position to move behind Alice. No sooner had he left than another bullet struck the spot where he had just been standing. Nirongfu was starting to think about leaving this world. Firearms were too dangerous. He still hasn't seen where the person is, he only knows their general location. The first time he encountered firearms, they gave him a rude awakening. The goosebumps on his skin hadn't gone away yet, and he was terrified that a bullet might suddenly shoot him dead. He dared not stay in one place and paced back and forth behind the containers. Alice didn't react. He had no idea what was going on, where the other party was, how they found him, or how they attacked him. I used to want to cause trouble for the Umbrella Corporation, but now I think it's good enough that they're not bothering me. Alice, can you hear me? What do we do now? It seems like they know my location. Nirongfu was getting anxious. He hadn't restored his kingdom yet, and he couldn't die here. If Alice doesn't react soon, he's going back to the Myriad Realms Tower. We can't let him get involved too. Alice was extremely anxious at this moment, and her telekinesis began to fluctuate wildly, with the Umbrella Corporation logo appearing in her eyes from time to time. At that moment, a sniper not far away once again aimed at the container and fired a shot. The moment Nirongfu heard the sound, a feeling of death descended upon him. The next second, a sniper bullet pierced through the container and appeared in front of Nirongfu. The bullet hovered in the air as if blocked by an inexplicable force, then lost its kinetic energy and fell to the ground. Then a powerful, invisible force instantly blew the container away. Alice waved her hand, and the container flew into the distance. He's over there. Take me in charge over there. I'll take the bullets for you. If Yaming were here, he would find that Alice, who was only at the second level before, has now broken through to the third level. Nirongfu nodded, a fierce glint in his eyes. Being constantly beaten was not his style. He grabbed Alice's hand, channeled his inner energy, and used his lightness skill to run towards the container. In the makeshift camp, Dr. Isaacs was shocked to see Alice escape from control. What happened? I don't know. there's something wrong with the satellite. Control Alice. Immediately. The special operations team in the distance nearly popped their eyes out when they saw the container flying over. Holy shit! Get out of the way! Get out of the way quickly! The group scrambled to avoid the containers, and when they looked up again, Nirongfu and his companion were less than 100 meters away. Fire freely. Hold nothing back. They had all witnessed the strength of these two, and to hold back would be tantamount to courting death. The entire Special Forces team picked up their submachine guns and began firing at Nirongfu. Nirongfu had anticipated this, so instead of charging in a straight line, he used a serpentine maneuver. A few bullets came flying by, but they were easily dodged. The Special Forces captain lay prone on the sand, aimed at Nirongfu, and began firing a body length in front of him, trying to block Nirongfu's movement. Nirongfu sensed danger and hesitated. Charge! I can hold them off. Recalling what had happened before, Nirongfu did not hesitate and continued to charge forward. The Special Forces captain saw that Nirongfu did not dodge and a smile appeared on his lips. He was bound to be shot. This is his experience from many years of playing with guns. Snake-like movements can only deal with those who are new to guns, but they are useless against him. Before he could even begin to celebrate, he was stunned by what he saw in the distance. The bullets that were fired actually hovered in front of Nirongfu, a scene even more shocking than when Nirongfu dodged the bullets before. The Special Forces captain had a bad feeling. If things continued like this, they would definitely be able to break through. At that time, he remembered the fate of those zombies before, and with a single swing of his sword, their heads flew off. Fuck! He slammed his fist on the ground and said to his teammates beside him, "Retreat! Fight and retreat simultaneously. Dr. Isaacs, we may not be able to stop them. We need to request an evacuation." Dr. Isaacs? The captain patted his headset, and his teammate next to him sighed. "Captain, stop shouting. The helicopter has already started. The doctor is probably preparing to evacuate." The captain looked back and saw that the helicopter next to the temporary camp had indeed started up. He also saw a familiar person walking towards the helicopter. Who else could it be but Dr. Isaacs? Fuck! Retreat! Before he could finish speaking, the captain's head flew off into the air, and before his teammates could even grieve, several other heads also flew off. Blood gushed out and spilled onto the sand, adding a splash of color to the monotonous yellow desert. Nirongfu wiped the blood off his sword and coldly looked at the corpses around him. These are the guys who almost killed him just now. Ever since he encountered the Myriad Realms Tower, he has become arrogant and doesn't take anything seriously. He believed himself to be the chosen one, capable of easily solving any problem, and destined to reach the pinnacle. But today's battle taught him a lesson. Never underestimate your enemy, no matter where they are. The myriad worlds possess all sorts of endless methods. Even a child could wield a powerful weapon and kill themselves. Arrogance comes at a price. Be careful and cautious, and you'll survive. He looked at the helicopter in the distance and asked Alice, who was standing next to him, "What is that?" "A helicopter. They're trying to escape." Nirongfu snorted coldly. "If you can't beat someone, you think you can just run away? It's not that easy." The helicopters had begun to take off, but they were still far apart. Nirongfu was about to pull Alice over, but Alice shook her head and looked at the sniper rifle to the side. "It's too late." She picked up the sniper rifle next to her and began aiming at the helicopter. Nirongfu glanced at the temporary camp in the distance, hesitated for a moment, and then stood next to Alice. Bayou! A sniper rifle with a silencer fired a shot, and the helicopter pilot's head exploded in the distance, splattering blood all over Dr. Isaacs's face. The helicopter began to spin, and Dr. Isaacs, who was standing nearby, turned green with fright and quickly removed the pilot's hand from the control panel. But it was too late, the helicopter had already flipped over. Dr. Isaacs had no choice but to jump out of the helicopter. Fortunately, it wasn't very high, and the sand on the ground cushioned the impact, so his leg only suffered a minor fracture. He's incredibly regretful now. He should have known better than to come. Boom! The explosion rang out, and the aftershock sent Dr. Isaacs flying. His head was buzzing, and he looked somewhat dazed. The next second, a head landed in front of him, and he instantly snapped back to reality. "Don't do it, Alice." With a gun pointed at Dr. Isaacs's forehead, and looking at Alice so close to him, he no longer felt the joy he had at the beginning. "Tell me a reason why I won't kill you. I can tell you the secrets of the Umbrella Corporation." Before he could finish speaking, Dr. Isaacs saw the umbrella symbol in his eyes and froze on the spot. Before Alice and Nirongfu could react, Dr. Isaacs's head exploded like a watermelon falling to the ground. Neither of them had time to react before they were drenched in blood, their faces and mouths covered in it. The two were stunned. They were certain that Dr. Isaacs's head hadn't been blown apart by an external force. If an attack were to approach, the two of them would definitely be able to sense it. But there was nothing there, and his head just exploded. "Pa, it's Umbrella Corporation. This guy has a bomb in his head." He doesn't even spare his own people, he's utterly depraved. Pa, pa, pa. Umbrella Corporation, I, Nurong Fu, will remember you. Suddenly, a tremendous sense of impending death gripped Nurong Fu's mind. Alice seemed to sense something as well, noticing a small black dot rapidly approaching in the sky. Her expression changed, and she shouted at Nurong Fu, "Return to the Myriad Realms Tower immediately." After saying that, she took out the Myriad Realms token and disappeared from the spot. Nurong Fu was stunned for a moment, his expression changed drastically, and he took out the Myriad Realms token and disappeared into the Resident Evil world. In the distance, Carlos's convoy was moving slowly forward. Alice and the others were driving too fast to keep up. Carlos patted his pockets and asked the person next to him, "Are there any cigarettes left?" The black man standing nearby clutched his pocket and shook his head. "There is none left." Carlos glared at him and reached into his pocket to pull out a cigarette. "What's this? Look at you, so stingy. I'll give you one back next time I find one." He put a cigarette in his mouth, about to light it. With a loud boom, a huge shockwave accompanied by a blast of air shattered the car windows instantly. A huge flame appeared in the distance, and thick black smoke rose into the air. "Fuck! Missile! Stop the car! Everyone, lie down!" Inside the Myriad Realms Tower, Nurong Fu and Alice appeared, their faces and bodies covered in blood. What was that just now? Nurong Fu spoke with lingering fear. The feeling of death he had just experienced was truly terrifying, as if he had already stepped one foot into an abyss. Alice sighed. "It must have been a missile from the Umbrella Corporation. Sorry, Nurong Fu, we came back empty-handed." Nurong Fu shook his head. It wasn't that he gained nothing, at least he learned about the importance of mindset. "I was lucky this time I didn't die. If I don't change my ways, I don't know if I'll be able to survive next time." "Oh? You encountered a missile. That's interesting. Tell me about it." Ye Ming looked helpless. He wondered if Bai Yao's appearance had exhausted all his luck. There were quite a few people who came today, but unfortunately, they were not strong. The total transaction amount in these few hours was not even 100 heavenly coins. Chen Zhen from the world of Fist of Fury, Wang Feiheng from the world of Wang Feiheng, Huo Yuanjia from the world of Huo Yuanjia, Bruce Lee from the legend of Bruce Lee, and Feng Yuxia from the world of Kung Fu Jungle. The 5 people's secret manuals are all first-tier manuals, and together they cost less than 100 heavenly coins. They were all at the first level of strength. The first 4 were alright, as they were all righteous people. But this Feng Yuxiu, I don't know if he had something wrong with his head, was calling him an immortal while wanting to exchange a few blows with him. Despite having the rules of the Myriad Realms Tower in mind, he still attacked himself. Ye Ming didn't tolerate him and kicked him out directly. Nurong Fu glanced at Alice and said to Ye Ming, "My lord, may Alice tell you that I'm feeling a little unwell? He used to be such a handsome young man, but now he's covered in blood, smelly, disgusting, and ugly." Ye Ming nodded, and Nurong Fu bowed before disappearing. Alice was also very upset, but there was nothing she could do. She didn't dare to go back immediately and decided to wait a while. She told Ye Ming about her and Nurong Fu's experiences, from the zombies in the container to the final missile. These parts overlap with the original plot to some extent, but the differences are significant. For example, in the original storyline, Dr. Isaacs escaped, was injected with the T-virus and turned into a monster, and fought a great battle with Alice. However, the reality is that wanting to reveal Umbrella Corporation's secrets has detonated a bomb in his mind. Dr. Isaacs is a clone, so it's normal for him to have a bomb in his head. The Alice before him was actually a clone, but she herself was unaware of it. Alice stayed there for an hour before leaving. No sooner had she left than 2 people appeared in the vortex, one after the other. The former carried a sword, dressed in flowing white robes, exuding the air of a chivalrous knight. The latter also carried a sword, dressed in flowing white robes, and his chivalrous demeanor was no less than that of the former. Of course, we should ignore the plaster on his head for now. "I am Ximen Chiwixu, and I greet the immortal." Ximen Chiwixu bowed respectfully, and the swordsman behind him frowned, which was somewhat amusing. "Ximen Chiwixu? You are Ximen Chiwixu." Ximen Chiwixu looked at the swordsman behind him. He wore white clothes with a red vertical stripe down the middle, and his hair was tied up with white paper. The funniest thing was that there was a plaster stuck to his temple. "I am Ximen Chiwixu. Do you know me?" "Humph, pretending. You think I've never seen Ximen Chiwixu? Ximen Chiwixu is nowhere near as handsome as you." Ximen Chiwixu was stunned. Was this a compliment or a criticism? "Who are you?" "I am Ye Gukin, Lord of Bayun City." The usually expressionless Ximen Chiwixu wore an incredulous expression as he looked Ye Gukin up and down, finding it hard to believe. "You're Ye Gukin?" "Yes. Absolutely the real deal. A sword comes from the west, a celestial being descends from the heavens. I am Ye Gukin, the Lord of White Cloud City." Ye Gukin held his head high, looking arrogant and haughty. Ximen Chiwixu's lips twitched slightly, somewhat speechless. If he hadn't just met Yegukin, he would have believed it. Yaming opened the two people's panels and looked at them carefully. It really was Ximen Chiwixu and Yegukin. Name, Ximen Chiwixu. Identity, Lu Xiaofeng in the legendary world. Strength, peak of acquired talent, second tier. Name, Yegukin. Identity, Lord of Bayun City in the world of the spy who loved me. Strength, peak second tier, tier 1. One is Ximen Chiwixu, a top master in the martial arts world, known as the Sword God. The other one is a comedic character from a comedy world, who only has the strength of a second-rate peak. No wonder he was captured by 00 Fa. These two people happen to be related, and even have a battle that everyone is familiar with. The decisive battle at the Forbidden City. The epic battle between Ximen Chiwixu and Yegukin. Now that Ximen Chiwixu has met Yegukin, it's uncertain whether he will still be able to face Yegukin from his own world. The situations in these two worlds are similar. Ximen Chiwixu is already a strong person in Lu Xiaofeng's world, but he is only at the peak of the acquired realm. Yegukin's strength is not high, but since he is the Lord of Bayan City, he can probably see the strength of others, and he is estimated to be between the first class and the acquired realm. Neither of these two worlds should be of much value, but they should be more valuable than the worlds of Chen Zhen and his group, since they are martial arts worlds. You're from different worlds, so there's no need to worry about appearances. Yegukin nodded and immediately ran to Yaming, adopting a fawning demeanor. Immortal, this is my celestial flying immortal sword technique. Celestial Immortal Ascension, second tier manual, value 11 heavenly coins. Yaming raised an eyebrow. It was actually a second tier manual. He had thought it was a first tier one. 11 heavenly coins. Immortal, may I exchange some gold and silver treasures? Can. Yegukin happily exchanged all 11 heavenly coins for gold and silver jewelry and left the Myriad Realms Tower, while Yaming, watching from the side, shook his head. Immortal, can the coins of the heavens help me find an opponent? Ximen Chiwixu looked at Yaming. He wasn't interested in those manuals or cultivation techniques. He just wanted to find an opponent. He had his own way of the sword, and that was enough for him. An opponent? What kind of opponent do you want? I have powerful people here, many stronger than you, some even capable of killing you with a single sword strike. Do you consider them opponents? Or are you looking for a swordsman who shares your passion for swords? Ximen Chiwixu was a little dumbfounded. Could someone kill him with a single sword strike? He was somewhat taken aback by Yaming's words, even though he was practically invincible in Lu Xiaofeng's world. However, he felt a long-lost surge of passion and excitement from Yaming's words. I need them all. Whether they are stronger than me or as invincible in swordsmanship as I am. Yes, there are many swordsmen in the Myriad Realms Tower. Some are stronger than you, and some are weaker. If you want to spar with them, you can find them, but you can't kill them. Ximen Chiwixu frowned. His sword was for killing, not for showing off. Yaming knew what Ximen Chiwixu was thinking. These are the rules. If you kill someone, someone else will kill you. How will you prove your swordsmanship then? There are countless sword techniques in the Myriad Realms. Don't you want to see them all? A look of longing appeared in Ximen Chiwixu's eyes. There were countless ways of swordsmanship. If he died before he could witness them all, it would be a great regret in his life. Okay. No killing. Yaming nodded. Besides, if you want to spar with others, you need to get their consent. I won't force anyone. I understand. Ximen Chiwixu reached out, and some secret manuals appeared in his hand. They were all second-tier sword technique manuals, such as the Gale Swift Sword and the Thunder Swift Sword technique. There must be dozens of books in total. He didn't learn these sword techniques, but he had read them thoroughly. These sword techniques alone are worth 1,430 heavenly coins. In addition to this, Ximen Chiwixu had something unexpected in his possession. Sword Dao Insight, Tier 5 treasure. Absorbing it will enhance your understanding of the sword path and increase your sword proficiency. Value, 30,000 heavenly coins. Yaming's eyes nearly popped out when he saw this thing. The second level Ximen Chiwixu actually had the sword comprehension of the 5th level. In other words, even a 5th tier expert's understanding of swordsmanship can provide him with some assistance. That's way too exaggerated. He truly deserves the title of Sword God. If it weren't for the world's restrictions on him, he would probably have become a powerful figure in all realms long ago. A total of 31,430 heavenly coins. Ximen Chiwixu, you are the first genius I have ever seen, a true genius restricted by the world. Your world is probably only at the 3rd level, yet you have managed to comprehend the Sword Dao of the 5th level. I hope that one day I will see your name, Ximen Chiwixu, resound throughout the myriad worlds. Ximen Chiwixu remained expressionless, showing no emotional change even after being praised by the Immortal. His heart is filled only with the sword. Thank you, Immortal. I would like to purchase the Eclipse Sword Technique, the Murong Sword Technique, and the Jade Maiden Heart Sword Technique. These 3 sword techniques come from 3 different worlds. I wonder if they will be of any help to his swordsmanship. Eclipse sword technique costs 7,000 heavenly coins, Mirong sword technique costs 50 heavenly coins, Jade Maiden Heart Sutra sword technique costs 70 heavenly coins, for a total of 7,120 heavenly coins. There are 24,310 heavenly coins left. After obtaining the sword technique, Ximen Chuixu's mind was clearly no longer on this matter. He was eager to go back and learn about the sword techniques of other worlds, and Ye Ming did not stop him. Next comes Ye Ming's favorite moment, the moment of harvest. Ximen Chuixu traded 31,430 Zhuxian coins, and he received 2/10, which is 6,286 Zhuxian coins. This wave of gains has been very fruitful. Leaving aside Ye Guken's previous income of 11 heavenly coins, we will also temporarily set aside the income from the 5 ordinary worlds during the day. Adding to the firearms traded when Gao Yao left the Resident Evil world, along with 870 heavenly coins, he obtained 174 heavenly coins. Ye Ming originally had 23,491 heavenly coins, and with the heavenly coins he obtained from these transactions, Ye Ming's heavenly coins just reached 30,000. Name: Ye Ming. Myriad Realms Tower Level 2. Realm, Peak of the 3rd Tier. Celestial Coins, 30,000. Cultivation Technique, Saitama Style Limit Breaking Cultivation Method, 3rd Level. Connecting Worlds, Jade Dynasty, Demigods and Semi-Devils, Ip Man, The Myth, Storm Riders, The Return of the Condor Heroes, Swordsman, Lord of War, Resident Evil, The Legend of Lu Xiaofeng, Forbidden City Cop. Traded items: Saitama Style Limit Breaking Cultivation Method, Profound Ghostly Path, First Layer, Sword Deo Enlightenment, Perfect T-Virus Bloodline, Blood Bodhi, Severing Family Heart Method, Eclipse Sword Technique, Nineyan Manual, Lingbo Steps, Northern Darkness Divine Art. 30,000 celestial coins. It's a whole number. Ye Ming frowned. He had originally planned to spend some money, but he really didn't want to make any moves that were round numbers. Maybe it's OCD, but whole numbers look much better than zeros, don't they? He checked the time, it was almost dark. He was still planning to go and settle accounts with the Zhang family. The Zhang family, oblivious to his own mortality, sent people to kill him. He hated trouble, so he decided to eradicate the entire Zhang family. You want to kill me? I'll wipe out your whole family. That's perfectly reasonable, isn't it? Leshan City, the Zhang family estate, is a sprawling manor. There are several villas in a row, covering an area much larger than Ye Ming's manor. This is the true location of the Zhang family. There is also a Zhang family villa in the center of Leshan City, and Zhang family members are also there. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, Ye Ming chose to make his move at night. At this moment, inside the Zhang family manor, Master, the Gu family has started again. The Zhang family patriarch looked displeased. Did the Gu family really think he was afraid of them? Explain? What explanation do you want? Have you taken care of the tasks assigned during the day? The butler glanced at the sky outside. It was about time. We should set off immediately. Well, isn't the Gu family demanding an explanation? Hand over the new family members' bodies to them, that's their explanation. Yes, sir. And there's that guy, what was his name again? The pretty boy the Gu family was talking about. Ye Ming. Well, if the Gu family still asks, just throw his body over there in a few days. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the door was flung open with a bang, and 2 figures crashed down in front of the Zhang family head. The butler's eyelids twitched. Weren't these the 2 people he had arranged to be sent to the Mu family? The butler's phone rang, and he answered it. Butler, something terrible has happened. Someone has broken into the manor. Brothers, everyone. Useless. They've already come to the head of the family. Where were you before? I'll settle accounts with you after I've dealt with the intruders. The housekeeper hung up the phone and bowed slightly. Master, I'll go deal with the intruders first. The Zhang family head continued to look at the book in his hand, seemingly oblivious to the corpse in front of him, his expression remaining unchanged. The butler turned around, his face immediately darkening. A bunch of useless trash. If you had reported this earlier, you wouldn't have disturbed the master. The dignified Zhang family has actually been attacked at their doorstep. It's an utter disgrace. Even if those subordinates are useless, they are still ancient martial arts practitioners, and not just anyone can kill them. It must be the Gu family. Who else would dare to be so arrogant? A cruel glint flashed in the butler's eyes. He had made his decision. Everyone in the Gu family except for the eldest daughter would die. He possessed the strength of the late stage of Dark Force, making him arguably the strongest person besides the patriarch and the family head. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to sit in the position of steward. You should know that he was in charge of coordinating and arranging almost all the big and small matters of the Zhang family. He was second only to the emperor and above all others. As far as he knew, the strongest member of the Gu family who came to Leshan City was only at the early stage of Dark Force. It was impossible for the Gu family to send someone stronger to someone else's territory. Ideally, one of these intruders would be the eldest daughter of the Gu family, so he could torture her subordinates in front of her. It would be best to leave her with a lasting trauma. This is outrageous. Even the head of the Gu family didn't dare to send his men to attack the Zhang family directly. The housekeeper grew angrier the more he thought about it, wishing he could grind the intruder to dust. He walked to the door and finally saw the intruder's back. Contrary to his expectations, the intruder was actually just one person. Many people had already fallen around, but there was no blood in sight. Could it be that this guy didn't kill anyone? Unfortunately, even if you don't kill someone, just knocking them unconscious will still result in death. The Zhang family's authority cannot be offended. The intruder turned around, revealing a young and handsome face. It was actually Ye Ming. The butler was completely taken aback. He thought it was someone from the Gu family. How could it be Ye Ming? He had looked up Ye Ming's information, knew what Ye Ming looked like, and knew everything about Ye Ming. But isn't Ye Ming an ordinary person? A thought suddenly popped into the butler's mind. Ye Ming might have always been a family man. None of this is a coincidence, but a conspiracy by the Gu family against the Zhang family. The butler felt as if he had discovered a shocking secret. He narrowed his eyes, staring at Ye Ming in front of him. He would know once he took him down. Boy, you've got some nerve, daring to cause trouble at our Zhang family's house. Ye Ming turned around when he heard the sound and stretched his hands. He smashed everyone's throats. How to describe that feeling? It was so boring. No one can withstand even one of his moves. His strength, at the peak of the third rank, was beyond the ability of these martial artists who were barely considered first rank. They could all be killed in one move. Ye Ming felt the power of the Saitama-style limit-breaking cultivation method. Speed, strength, defense, and all other physical attributes have reached the peak of the third tier. The butler frowned, intending to teach this impolite young man a lesson. The next second, a figure appeared in front of the butler, startling him so much that he took several steps back and bumped into the door. Are you the head of the Zhang family? Ye Ming looked at the old man curiously. He didn't seem like it. The butler tried to remain calm, but his heart was in turmoil. That's incredibly fast. He didn't even see him clearly before the person was right in front of him. If Ye Ming wanted to attack me, would I have any power to resist? The butler's pupils constricted, and all the muscles in his body tensed, fearing that Ye Ming would suddenly make a move. I am the Zhang family's butler, I don't know. Before the butler could finish speaking, Ye Ming appeared in front of him and punched him in the throat. The butler's vision went black, and his only thought before dying was, this guy has no sportsmanship. He attacked me. What is the Zhang family patriarch nagging me about? The butler collapsed to the ground, and Ye Ming slowly walked into the house. At this moment, the Zhang family patriarch had already put down the book in his hand. The butler was already at the door and saw him fall. I don't know who you are, but I would be grateful if you would show mercy for the sake of my Zhang family's grandmaster Zhang Tian. Even the butler was instantly killed, and the Zhang family patriarch knew that he was no match for him either. His strength is greater than the butler's, but not by much. Ye Ming can kill the butler in an instant, and he can kill him in an instant as well. Zhang Tian? That's the man I'm looking for. Where is he? The voice came from beside the Zhang family patriarch, startling him. He looked closely and saw that Ye Ming, who was at the door, had disappeared and instead sat down on the sofa next to him. The Zhang family patriarch took a deep breath, his eyes filled with fear. No wonder the steward was powerless to fight back. That's incredibly fast. Could he be a martial artist who has mastered the transformation realm? This guy came to see Patriarch Zhang Tian. Could he be Patriarch's enemy? It's possible, otherwise why would such a powerful guy come knocking on our door? The Zhang family patriarch never took Ye Ming seriously. Even though he knew that Ye Ming had some connection with the Gu family, he never looked at any information about Ye Ming, including what he looked like. He thought Ye Ming was looking for trouble with the ancestor, and never considered the person in front of him to be Ye Ming. Sir, may I ask your name so that I can inform my ancestor? Ye Ming glanced at the Zhang family head. If he hadn't intended to eliminate them completely, he wouldn't have bothered talking to them and would have just killed them all. However, considering that the Zhang family still had a transformation realm expert, who wasn't very strong but would still be a threat if left alive, it was best to kill them both. 10 minutes. If he doesn't get here in 10 minutes, you're dead. The smile on the Zhang family patriarch's face froze instantly. He could tell that Ye Ming wasn't lying. If the patriarch couldn't get there in time, he really would die. Sir? The ancestor doesn't have a cell phone. If you want to find him, you can only go to the place where he is in seclusion. Ye Ming looked at the Zhang family head and asked directly, where? This is right behind the manor, but no one can get in without me, so, lead the way. The Zhang family patriarch was still trying to persuade Ye Ming to come in with him, but before he could finish speaking, Ye Ming agreed. This is truly an unexpected delight. Young people are still young, they don't know how dangerous the world can be. Ye Ming didn't even bother to care what schemes the Zhang family head might have, he just wanted to crush them. That's how invincible I am. A body at the peak of the third tier can even withstand bullets. A pistol shot would only leave a white mark on him. In the real world, apart from heavy weapons and specially designed armor-piercing bullets, nothing could kill him. If he really encounters those, he can directly enter the Myriad Realms Tower. At worst, we can just wait until the peak of the 4th tier before coming out. The Zhang family patriarch led Yaming toward the back of the manor, where there was an artificial hill and a small lake, a very beautiful sight. He arrived at the artificial hill, touched a spot, and a combination lock appeared. He manipulated it a couple of times, and the artificial mountain split open in the middle, revealing an elevator. Yaming could sense that there was indeed an aura below. The transformation realm ancestor mentioned by the Zhang family patriarch should be down there. Yaming walked to the Zhang family patriarch's side and punched him, shattering his throat. Before the Zhang family patriarch could react, he had already died tragically in the northwest. He died without ever knowing why Yaming came to the Zhang family or why he killed members of the Zhang family. He foolishly believed that Yaming was the enemy of the transformation realm ancestor, unaware that it was his stupid son who ruined the Zhang family's great foundation. Yaming entered the elevator. There was only one button inside. He pressed it and the door closed. The elevator slowly descended, and the doors opened after about a minute. Before me was a long corridor, at the end of which was a house. Yaming stepped out of the elevator, disappeared from the spot, and reappeared in front of the house. The mechanisms in the entire corridor finally came into play, and several machine guns appeared on the wall. However, Yaming had already left the corridor, and the machine guns retreated after failing to find the enemy. If it were anyone else, even a martial artist at the transformation realm, they would probably die here. The moment you step into the corridor, several machine guns fire back and forth. Even a master martial artist wouldn't survive. Unfortunately, they ran into Yaming. Yaming could sense that the person in the room had woken up, and their breathing was fluctuating. He probably sensed something was wrong from the authorities' reaction. Yaming ignored all that and kicked the door open. The people inside hadn't expected Yaming to be so fierce, kicking the door open and hurriedly trying to use their internal strength to push the door back. In fact, he clearly overestimated himself. The moment his hands touched the door, both his arms broke. The force was like hitting titanium alloy. On the contrary, the powerful force from the door directly entered his body, damaging his internal organs. Zhang Tian was sent flying, crashing into the wall and spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs. Yaming looked around the small room. There was only a bed, a table, and a small toilet. It was very basic. There were a few books on the table, and Yaming went over to take a look. It was just a few ancient martial arts manuals, probably only first-tier items, worth a few heavenly coins, which he had no interest in at all. He glanced at it and then looked away. You are a martial artist of the transformation realm from the Zhang family. Is there anyone in the Zhang family stronger than you? Zhang Tian was barely breathing at the moment, so he had no time to reply to Yaming's words. He was completely dumbfounded. He clearly didn't recognize the powerful figure in front of him, but the powerful figure kicked him half to death. What grudge could they possibly have? It must be those unfilial descendants. What a bastard! How dare he offend such a powerful expert? This is definitely a martial artist above the transformation realm. This is a legendary figure in the ancient martial arts world, and it hasn't appeared for hundreds of years. I never thought that my idiots would offend one of them. Zhang Tian got angrier and angrier, and he actually died of anger. Yaming was stunned when he sensed Zhang Tian's life force disappear, and then shook his head. Seriously, I didn't even make a move, and I'm already dead. Almost all of the Zhang family members are dead, except for that guy named Zhang Hao. He's the one who hired someone to kill me. Meanwhile, on the second floor of another villa belonging to the Zhang family, Zhang Hao was playing video games. He can't leave the Zhang family, doesn't want to cultivate, and women can't come in, so he can only play games. It's too early to go to sleep. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, and one of his men ran in. It's terrible, young master. Someone has broken in. We must get out of here quickly. Zhang Hao, his face contorted with rage, smashed the game controller into his subordinate's face. Who the hell let you in? Couldn't you knock? His subordinate slapped the controller away. He wouldn't have come to save this guy if the Zhang family hadn't done him a favor. Someone has broken into the manor. Zhang Hao looked impatient. Get out. If you barged in, go find someone to deal with it. What good are you coming to me? They're all dead. Zhang Hao was stunned for a moment. Dead? Someone came to the Zhang family to kill someone? This is outrageous. Damn it, who dares to kill someone in my Zhang family? Let's go, I want to see how he dies. Zhang Hao walked out wearing slippers, and his subordinate quickly said, Young master, we must leave quickly. Otherwise, we'll die. Zhang Hao shook his head dismissively. What are you afraid of? You're such a coward. This is the Zhang family. Someone will handle this. Do you think the martial artists of our Zhang family are just sitting around doing nothing? Young master, they're all dead. The martial artists are all dead. Zhang Hao frowned. Dead? Impossible. Where is the butler? How could the butler allow them all to die? The butler is dead too. Zhang Hao was shocked and panicked. His subordinates were speechless, he even considered turning around and leaving. Impossible. The steward is a master of the late stage of internal energy, even my father is only slightly stronger than him, how could he be dead? Not only is the butler dead, but the master is dead too. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. With a loud bang, the downstairs door was kicked open, and the subordinate's face turned pale as he sat down on the ground with a thud. We're doomed. He's here, we can't leave. We're all going to die. Master, I've done my best. Zhang Hao was startled and quickly looked downstairs. A familiar-looking man walked into the villa. The more Zhang Hao looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. Finally, he remembered, wasn't this Ye Ming? The guy who bought the house before. It seems he was grounded because of his own actions. The Gu family has some connection to him. Could it be that the Gu family has called? He quietly crouched down, suppressing his inner fear, and said to his subordinate beside him, "See that guy down there? He's just an ordinary person. If we grab him, we can live." His subordinate stared blankly at Zhang Hao, feeling increasingly like idiots. How stupid must I be to save such a brain-dead person? They even captured the people below? He saw with his own eyes that guy kill the Zhang family patriarch with one punch and then arrest him. Do you think I'm not living long enough? So you're Zhang Hao. The voice suddenly rang out beside them, startling them both. Ye Ming appeared beside them without them noticing, and Zhang Hao's eyes lit up when he saw this. His cultivation level wasn't very high, but he was still a Mingjing martial artist. For a martial artist with the clear mirror skill, dealing with an ordinary person wouldn't be a piece of cake, would it? This Ye Ming is simply an idiot. The Gu family isn't even around, yet he dares to come to my side. Zhang Hao lunged forward with incredible speed and agility. Then Ye Ming grabbed his neck and looked at his subordinate in surprise. Has this guy always been this brave? Zhang Hao could hardly believe it, but the immense force on his neck was making it hard for him to breathe. Quick, help me. His men stood by, too afraid to move. You must be Zhang Hao. You're very brave, at least braver than your father. Even your father didn't dare to lay a hand on me, but you actually dared to. As expected of someone who dared to order someone to kill me, you've earned my approval. Zhang Hao's eyes widened. What? He killed my father? Impossible. Isn't he just an ordinary person? So the Zhang family's current predicament is because of me? No, I can't die. I haven't enjoyed myself enough. I haven't become the head of the Zhang family yet. Yes, and there's also the ancestor. He's a transformation realm martial artist, he'll definitely be able to kill this guy. Zhang Hao kicked his legs with all his might, struggling desperately. Go down and join your father and your ancestor. I'll send the rest of the Zhang family down to find you later. Zhang Hao's struggles lessened. Was the ancestor also dead? Who exactly did he offend? He looked at Ye Ming, whose young and handsome face had now turned into a hideous demon. Is the Zhang family doomed? With this question lingering in his mind, Zhang Hao's neck was easily snapped, and he passed away as darkness enveloped him. Ye Ming casually tossed him aside and looked at the henchman on the ground. Are there any members of the Zhang family still alive? No, that's all. Oh, thank you. Ye Ming snapped the henchman's neck and walked out of the villa. This is the last villa in the manor, he has already cleaned up all the other villas. His commotion was quite significant. Aside from his die-hard loyalists and the Zhang family, those who were supposed to run away had already done so. If the rest of them don't run, they're just asking for death. Ye Ming simply sent them to the Western Paradise. The Zhang family members should have been killed enough. He stretched, destroyed all the surveillance equipment, and then leisurely left the Zhang family manor. Several tens of minutes later, Ye Ming returned to the gate of his manor, where Gu Qingcheng was waiting for him. Gu Qingcheng breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Ye Ming appear. Why did you run out? She was afraid that the Zhang family would act recklessly, so she decided to come over at night to protect Ye Ming. With her there, the Zhang family would definitely not dare to do anything wrong. Ye Ming opened the door and let Gu Qingcheng and her assistant in, saying in a calm tone, I'm going for a walk. It's been a bit dangerous outside lately, so I've been staying home since I have nothing to do. Ye Ming glanced at Gu Qingcheng, knowing she was talking about the Zhang family. It's alright, there's no danger anymore. Ye Ming sat down on the sofa, poured a glass of water for the two of them, and took a sip himself. Please have a seat, I need to go downstairs to take care of some things. Someone had come to the Myriad Realms Tower. He knew this when he was at the Zhang family manor, but he was dealing with the Zhang family members at the time and didn't pay any attention. Now that we're back, let's go take a look. Gu Qingcheng and her assistant nodded, and Ye Ming stood up and walked downstairs. Just then, the assistant's phone rang, and she went to the side to answer it. What? Are you sure? The assistant's shocked voice came over, attracting Gu Qingcheng's attention. What's wrong? The assistant came to Gu Qingcheng's side and whispered something to her. Miss, news just came that the Zhang family has been wiped out, everyone is dead. Gu Qingcheng was shocked. The Zhang family was gone? You have to understand that the Zhang family is about the same size as the Gu family. If someone can destroy the Zhang family, they can also destroy the Gu family. When did this happen? Based on my assessment, it should happen within an hour. Gu Qingcheng suddenly raised her head and looked at the place where Ye Ming had disappeared. Within an hour? She had been waiting outside Ye Ming's door for almost half an hour. Could it be Ye Ming? Impossible. An hour isn't even enough time for a round trip. The assistant's eyes darted around, glancing in Ye Ming's direction, and he whispered, Miss, today young Master Ye Ming sent a message to the Mu family, asking about the location of the Zhang family. Gu Qingcheng's eyes narrowed, and her hands trembled slightly. You mean, the family's guess is that it's young Master Ye Ming. Even if it's not him, they feel it's related to him. The head of the family wants Miss to communicate with young Master Ye Ming to see if she can take over the Zhang family's territory. Now all three families know about this, but no one dares to make a move. If we can get a definite answer from young Master Ye Ming, we can get a bigger share. Gu Qingcheng's eyes flickered slightly. To be honest, she didn't want to involve her relationship with Ye Ming in matters of interest. But since the Gu family had raised her, she had no choice but to nod. I understand. I'll talk to him when he comes up. Ye Ming walked into the second basement level, where two people were already waiting. Both were dressed in fine clothes and their demeanor suggested they were not ordinary people. One of them looked somewhat worried. When the two saw Ye Ming come down, they both stood up. Li Shaiman has met the immortal. Ying Zheng has met the immortal. Ye Ming raised an eyebrow. Emperor Taizong of Tang and Qin Shi Huang? These are heavyweight figures. Name, Li Shaiman. Identity, Emperor of the Tang dynasty in the world of heroes of Sui and Tang dynasties. Strength, none. Name, Ying Zheng. Identity, Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of Qin, in the Qin Empire world. Strength, none. Please have a seat. Judging from the situation, you two have already discussed things? Li Shaiman and Ying Zheng nodded, and Li Shaiman said with some emotion, I never expected to meet the first emperor here. It is truly my honor. Ying Zheng sighed. I never imagined that my lifelong fame, which swept across 6 kingdoms, would end with the downfall of the Qin dynasty due to eunuchs and the demise of the second emperor. I simply cannot accept it. He looked at Ye Ming, his fists clenched tightly. Immortal, may I ask if there is a way to achieve immortality in this world? I have not yet planted the Qin flag all over the world, how can I die? Ye Ming walked to the sofa and sat down unhurriedly. He had long anticipated Qin Shi Huang's question. Almost every Qin Shi Huang in every world wanted to live forever. If he really encountered an immortal, it would be strange if he didn't ask this question. The methods to achieve immortality certainly exist, and there are many of them. Qin Shi Huang smiled. Sure enough, it really was here. Ever since he entered and learned of the existence of the Myriad Realms Tower, he knew that there must be a way to achieve immortality. He can live forever. He wanted to unify the world, and Qin would not only not perish after 2 generations, but would last for thousands of generations, achieving unparalleled greatness. Thank you for your guidance, Immortal. I will exchange all of these items. With a wave of his hand, Qin Shi Huang conjured up a pile of gold and silver jewels. Ye Ming frowned. It seemed that the Myriad Realms Tower had said it would no longer accept gold. Ye Ming sensed something was wrong last time, and this time it was even more obvious. Why doesn't the Myriad Realms Tower accept gold and silver anymore? I wanted to ask you something last time. Some secret manuals can be bought for 1 tael of gold in your own world, and secret manuals can be exchanged for all heaven's coins, so why can't gold? Ding, the price of gold varies in each world, and in advanced worlds, one can turn stone into gold, so gold and other items are not accepted. Ye Ming thought about it for a moment, and it seemed to be true. At the beginning, Mirong Fu exchanged 100 taels of gold for 10 Zushin coins, which is roughly 10 taels of gold for 1 Zushin coin. 10 taels of gold is 500 grams. If 1 gram of gold is worth 400 yuan in reality, then 500 grams would be worth 200,000 yuan. However, 1 gun only costs 2 myriad realms, which can be exchanged for 400,000 in cash. But 400,000 could buy several guns. Gold can indeed easily disrupt the monetary system of the multiverse currency, which is why the Myriad Realms Tower does not accept gold. Ye Ming shook his head and said to Qin Shi Huang, I'm sorry, First Emperor, the Myriad Realms Tower does not accept gold and silver jewelry. You can exchange your gold and silver jewelry for other items, such as medicine, weapons, armor, etc. Qin Shi Huang frowned, and the gold and silver jewels in his hand disappeared. The smile on Li Shaiman's face also vanished. What emperors had the most of? Money. There's so much gold and silver treasure. So you don't want this thing? But thinking about it, it makes sense. After all, they are gods. What use would they have for such mortal things? Qin Shi Huang raised his hand again, and a pile of weapons and armor appeared. 5,000 sets of Qin-style weapons, Tier 1 items, value, 2,500 Zushin coins. 5,000 sets of Qin-style armor, Tier 1 items, value, 5,000 Zushin coins. Ye Ming glanced at it. 2 sets of weapons were worth 1 heavenly coin, and 1 set of armor was worth 1 heavenly coin, which was reasonable. Having weapons in your hands doesn't mean you have to know how to use them. Wearing armor only provides enough protection against someone at the early stage of Tier 1. After all, it was armor from the Qin state, so the quality was quite good. But with only 5,000 sets, surely Qin Shi Huang wouldn't have emptied his national treasury. It's a pity that Gao Yao is no longer the magistrate of the Imperial Carriage Office, otherwise he should have been able to obtain a lot of armor and weapons. With 7,500 heavenly coins, I suggest you buy 2 things. First, a world map. Second, a book on the 5,000-year history of China, including the entire Central Plains. The 2 together will cost 10 heavenly coins. These are the 2 new items Ye Ming just added. We're selling them as a package. 10 celestial coins are a great deal. Qin Shi Huang paused for a moment, then nodded. If I buy it, will I also get the secret to immortality? Ye Ming stretched out his hand, and a cultivation technique appeared. The Profound Path of Ghosts and Gods, first level, a 6-tier technique, incomplete. The ghost path is profound. Those who practice this technique are surrounded by layers of ghostly shadows, and their yin energy is overwhelming. Value, 42,000 heavenly coins. With cultivation techniques, living for thousands of years is no problem. With another reach, a sphere appeared. Perfect T-virus bloodline, Tier 4 bloodline. After use, one can be transformed into a T-virus bloodline, ignoring T-virus defenses, with all-around stat boosts, extremely strong recovery ability, and a chance to awaken psychic power. Use requires T-virus. Value, 9,000 All Heavens coins. With bloodline, living to 100 years old won't be a problem. With another reach, another secret manual appeared. The 8 Desolations and 6 Directions Supreme Technique, a 3rd-tier technique, causes one to revert to youth every 30 years. After reversion, the power returns to its original state. To restore the power, one must cultivate daily, with each day representing a year. Moreover, one must drink fresh blood at noon to cultivate. Value, 900 heavenly coins. A bunch of stubborn fools. You know more about demigods and semi-devils than Jin Yong himself. This can reverse aging 8 times, and allow one to live for about 200 years. These are the 3 for now. Which one do you choose? Or you can wait a few days or weeks, and there may be more advanced cultivation methods and treasures. For example, dragon essence that can make people immortal, or phoenix blood that can make people live forever. Qin Shi Huang hesitated. One option was too expensive, another seemed a bit inappropriate about altering bloodlines, and the third was even less desirable. Anyway, he's still young, he's just pacified the 6 kingdoms, and he's far from dying. Besides, as long as you don't blindly research immortality or eat random things, living for several decades is no problem, so there's no need to rush these few days. Alright, we'll listen to the immortal. No rush. I'll go back and gather more supplies and save up some heavenly coins. Then he looked at Li Shiman. Your Majesty, thank you for informing me. Please feel free to contact me if you require anything. Li Shiman smiled and said to Qin Shi Huang, I admire the first emperor. Even if I don't tell you, you'll find out sooner or later. If the Qin state needs anything, you can come to me. Qin Shi Huang looked at Li Shiman, and the two stared at each other, their eyes constantly clashing. Both were famous emperors, so naturally they didn't think they were inferior to other emperors. Qin Shi Huang suddenly smiled and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, as expected of Emperor Taizong of Tang, who ushered in the golden age of the Tang dynasty, I acknowledge your title as one of the greatest emperors of all time. After Qin Shi Huang had studied the 5,000 years of Chinese history, he had all the information in his mind. He then specifically looked up the descriptions of Li Shiman. There are not many emperors in history who are called the greatest emperor of all time, but Qin Shi Huang and Li Shiman are among them. Qin Shi Huang, Ying Zheng, conquered the 6 states, unified the country, established the imperial system, pacified the Bayou in the south, attacked the Xiongnu in the north, built the Great Wall, and standardized writing, currency, weights and measures, and cart tracks. Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shiman, streamlined government institutions, reformed the 3 departments and 6 ministries, ushered in the Zhenguan era of prosperity, expanded the territory, and was honored as Heavenly Khan. Qin Shi Huang cupped his hands in greeting to Ye Ming. Immortal, Ying Zheng will take his leave now. After Qin Shi Huang left, Ye Ming turned his attention to Li Shiman. Li Shiman hesitated at this moment. Unlike Qin Shi Huang, he could not produce so many weapons and armor. Qin Shi Huang had already unified the 6 kingdoms and was considered to be at peace. However, his Tang dynasty was not yet at that point, it had only just been stabilized, and there were still external enemies surrounding it. He absolutely could not bring out his weapons and armor. As an emperor, he had plenty of gold and silver jewelry, but it was clear that the Myriad Realms Tower didn't need those. He hesitated for a moment, then took out 10 sets of armor. He could afford to use that much. Immortal, I want to exchange the world map and the 5,000 years of Chinese history. Li Shimin was very curious about his title of Emperor of 1,000 Ages, which was extremely important for an emperor. As an emperor, who wouldn't want to be loved and respected by all the people? Moreover, the 5,000 years of Chinese history allows him to know about some future events, making it a necessity. Yaming nodded, put away the armor, and imprinted the world map and the 5,000 years of Chinese history into his mind. If you want to expand your territory and unify the world, you can buy the hot weapons of the future world. 2 heavenly coins for an AK and 100 bullets. With some practice, you can easily kill 70 or 80 people, let alone 100. Li Shimin's eyes widened suddenly. There are such powerful weapons? What kind of weapon is this AK? It's so powerful. Yaming waved his hand, and an AK appeared in the air. AK-74, a fully automatic assault rifle, capable of single-shot and burst fire, 5.45 mm caliber, effective range of 400 m, maximum lethal range of 1350 m, and maximum range of 3150 m. They were all incredibly stubborn, insisting that I had exaggerated. Shoot into vital areas, 1 shot, 1 kill, Li Shimin gasped. 3,150 meters? That means the enemy would be killed before they even saw him. An effective range of 400 meters is not bad. Immortal, I want to try 5 rounds. Yaming nodded, then waved his hand again, and a grenade appeared. Grenades, hand grenades, they explode over a wide area. Go back and try it yourself. Remember to throw them far away, and lie down afterward. 10 grenades for 1 heavenly coin. With a wave of his hand, Li Shimin conjured 11 sets of armor. I want 10. Li Shimin was so happy when he got the item that his mouth almost stretched to his ears. He immediately wanted to go back and try it out. Immortal, shall I go back and try it first? No rush, here's the instruction manual, the guns, and the grenades. Thank you, Immortal. How much are these in heavenly coins? No need, it's a gift. Thank you for your great kindness, Immortal. Yaming waved his hand, and Li Shimin left happily. In the world of Sui and Tang heroes, Li Shimin opened his eyes in the Imperial study and found the desk in front of him filled with AK-74s, bullets, and grenades. Li Shimin, his face beaming with excitement, shouted outside. Someone come here. A eunuch walked in and immediately knelt down. This servant greets your majesty. Get up. Go and summon Qin Shibao, Chang Yaojin, Yu Qigong, and Chang Sun Wuji to the training ground to see me. Also, find some people to take these weapons from my table. Here you go. The eunuch bowed his head and retreated, after which the imperial guards entered and took their weapons. Be gentle. Don't fall to the ground. Hold your butt and head, don't pull the trigger randomly. Don't point the gun at anyone. Half an hour later, on the training ground, Li Shimin, wearing a dragon robe, was repeatedly looking at an AK-74, cocking it repeatedly. After a while, Chang Yaojin and his companions arrived. Your Majesty, we pay our respects. Li Shimin waved his hand and said to the group, come quick. I've got some firearms here, take a look, try them out. Chang Yaojin's eyes lit up and he ran over, picked up the barrel of the AK-74, and swung it a few times. Your Majesty, what kind of garbage weapon is this? It's hard to catch, it's oddly shaped, and it's not comfortable to use against people. Besides, can this thing even cause effective damage? He gripped the gun barrel with both hands, swung it twice, shook his head, and tossed it aside. This is trash. It's so light, my axe is much better. Li Shimin glared at Chang Yaojin, thinking, even wild boars can't eat fine chaff. This is advanced weaponry that I got my hands on, what do you know? Qin Shibao smiled, picked up an AK-74 and fiddled with it, then grabbed the butt of the gun and thrust it forward. Haha, your Majesty is right. You know nothing. This weapon is meant to be used to stab forward. Didn't you see the hole in front? You must have put some spikes or something in the hole when you stab someone. It's strange and unusual, but it's very effective at catching people off guard. Li Shimin rolled his eyes and snatched the gun back. Yu Qigong examined the gun from all angles, but couldn't find anything wrong with it. This weapon is really strange. I don't see how to use it. It seems to have no other use besides stabbing, thrusting, and swinging. Li Shimin looked at Chang Sun Wuji, who glanced at the bullet beside him and had some thoughts in mind. This weapon should be a ranged weapon. I see that the thickness of the golden object next to it seems to be the same as the size of the weapon's mouth. It's probably something like a crossbow. The golden object is cone-shaped at the front, clearly designed for killing and piercing, somewhat similar to an arrow. So this strangely shaped weapon must be a bow, and this golden object is an arrow. As for how it is shot, I don't understand. Your Majesty, I wonder if I'm right. Before Li Shimin could speak, Chang Yaojin shouted loudly from the side. A bow and arrow? How could this be? This doesn't look like a bow and arrow at all, there's not even a string. It must be wrong. Li Shaiman looked at Chang Sun Wuji with admiration and clapped his hands. As expected of the Duke of Zhao. This is indeed a ranged weapon, but it's not a bow and arrow, it's called a spear. A gun. Your Majesty, do you think I, old Chang, am uncultured? Guns aren't like this. Other guns are all long and have a spearhead. What kind of gun is this? Chang Yaojin, how dare you be rude? Li Shaiman glared at Chang Yaojin, who was always making a fuss. This gun is not that kind of gun, this is, well, anyway, it's a ranged weapon, not a gun carried by soldiers. Let me demonstrate for you. Li Shaiman happily picked up the gun and told the others to do the same. He hadn't fired a shot, he was waiting for this moment. See this? Hold the gun like this, with the butt against your shoulder, one hand gripping the front, the other hand holding the grip, and your index finger on the trigger. Don't pull it. Chang Yaojin imitated him in a very convincing way, raising the gun in an odd pose with his index finger poised on the trigger. He glanced at Li Shaiman furtively, then pulled the trigger, but it wouldn't budge, he couldn't pull it even if he tried. Your Majesty, what kind of chicken is this? It seems impossible to pry it open. And why is it called a chicken? It doesn't look like a chicken at all. Li Shaiman was almost laughing in anger. This Chang Yaojin, he told him not to be stingy, but he insisted. Luckily, he hadn't opened the safety lock. Trigger. Trigger. It's not a chicken. Don't pry. If you pry again, you'll lose a year's salary. Chang Yaojin was startled and quickly let go. Then raise your gun, look through this sight and aim at the target in the distance. When I say fire, pull the trigger. Understand? The four men, each with a gun, assumed the positions as Li Shaiman had instructed. Now, look at the side of the gun, there's a small switch. Flip it up once. There's another switch next to it, flip that one too. Following Li Shaiman's instructions, the four men switched the AK-74 to single fire mode and then released the safety. Aim at the target. Then fire. Boom, 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 boom. The eunuch standing nearby was terrified when he heard the sound and opened his mouth to scream. Protect the Emperor. Protect the Emperor. Li Shaiman took 2 steps back with the gun in his hand, somewhat shocked. The recoil of this gun was truly immense. Before I knew it, I was actually backing up. He glanced at the 4 people beside him, who had all stepped back a little. It wasn't that they were weak, but rather that they hadn't expected any recoil. Step back, it's all right. The Imperial Guards who had rushed forward were ordered to retreat by Li Shaiman. The 4 men stared in shock at the guns in their hands. The sound was so loud it was almost deafening. It almost scared me half to death. What a treasure! Your Majesty, if this were on the battlefield, it would definitely give them a fright. Chang Yaojin felt as if he had discovered a new continent. He fiddled with his gun and turned to Li Shaiman, saying, Your Majesty, this. Li Shaiman was startled and immediately shouted, Don't point your gun at people. Qin Shibao, who was standing nearby, quickly raised the gun and snatched it away. Chang Yaojin, are you trying to assassinate His Majesty? Chang Yaojin was still completely bewildered, not knowing what had happened. The only thing about this weapon is that it's loud. Isn't it meant to scare people? What are you saying? I, Lao Cheng, am utterly loyal. How could I possibly assassinate His Majesty? Li Shaiman breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the gun being taken away. This weapon is too dangerous. Qin Shibao scolded. You idiot. Look at the target in front of you. Since everyone was a beginner, the target wasn't too far away, only about 10 meters. Despite the short distance, the group didn't hit the bullseye, but there was still a hole on the edge of the target. Chang Yaojin scratched his head, and when he saw the hole, he didn't react at first. It wasn't until Qin Shibao fired another shot at the target, leaving a hole in it, that Chang Yaojin understood what it meant. He broke out in a cold sweat immediately. Chang Yaojin immediately knelt down before Li Shaiman. If he had accidentally triggered the chicken earlier, the Emperor would probably be lying on the ground by now. Your Majesty, I deserve to die. I almost accidentally injured Your Majesty. Please punish me. Li Shaiman waved his hand. All right, get up. Ignorance is no excuse. I shouldn't have let you, you fool, come here. First, pull this button on the gun and put the safety on. Yeah, that's it. What do you guys think of this weapon? Chang Sun Wuji quickly asked. Good weapon. If it can make a hole in a target with one shot, it can definitely make a hole in a person too. I just don't know what its range is. Yu Qi Gong nodded. If it had a longer range, this weapon would be incredibly powerful. Chang Yaojin and Qin Shibao also looked at Li Shaiman excitedly. This weapon was incredibly powerful. Li Shaiman thought about the data Yeming had given him and then told the others about it. This weapon is called an AK-74, and its maximum range is 3,150 meters, which is more than 6 li. What? 6 miles. Chang Yaojin suddenly let out a howl, startling the others. Li Shaiman glared at Chang Yaojin, then said, However, the maximum killing range is only 1,350 meters, which is about 2.5 li, approximately 1.25 kilometers, and the effective range is only 400 meters, less than 1 li, approximately 0.5 kilometers, or about 250 paces. Shin Shibeo stroked his chin. Does effective range mean high power and accuracy within this range? In other words, it means you can hit the target within 250 paces as long as you aim? That's far superior to us archers. Ordinary archers are required to hit the target within 50 paces, and even the best marksman can only manage about 100 paces. This is practically a divine weapon. Chang Yaejin was so excited he almost jumped up. Your Majesty, please let me try. Li Shiman nodded, adjusted the gun in his hand, released the safety, and switched it to fully automatic mode. Take the gun and walk forward, stand 5 meters away from the target, then pull the trigger while aiming at the target and don't let go. This gun has a lot of recoil, so you need to press down on the muzzle to make sure the gun is aimed at the target. Chang Yaejin nodded, quickly took the gun, and pointed the muzzle at the ground. Your Majesty, rest assured, I didn't know the spear still had power, otherwise it wouldn't have made me retreat. Chang Yaejin took his gun and walked to a 0.5 meters from the target, then raised the gun. Li Shiman began by saying, this gun has 2 modes. One is single shot, which fires 1 bullet with each trigger pull. The other is burst fire, which can fire 30 bullets in a row. A bullet? Is that the golden object? Like an arrow? Firing 30 bullets in a row? The legendary Yuan Rong crossbow? Zudge repeating crossbow. Chang Yaejin pulled the trigger, and a series of explosions rang in his ears as the gun barrel began to move upwards. He quickly pressed down to stabilize the gun, but just as he stabilized it, he ran out of bullets. The surrounding Imperial guards and eunuchs all looked at this sight in surprise, wondering why it was so loud. When Chang Yaejin looked at the target, he saw that only half of it remained, the other half had turned into fragments and fallen to the ground. What a weapon! What a weapon! Your Majesty, why is this thing no longer working? It can't even shoot arrows out when we're trying to pry open this chicken. Out of bullets. It can only hold 30 bullets at a time. Once you've used up all 30, you'll need to reload. Li Shiman looked at the hand grenade beside him and picked one up. And this too, a hand grenade. He pulled out the fuse and then threw it out with force. A few seconds later, a boom was heard, and a hole was blasted in the ground, with dust flying everywhere. All 4 of them were startled, the sound was like thunder, and the damage was far too great. If you throw it next to someone, it'll blow them away. Alright, put these weapons away and come back to the Imperial study with me. Inside the Imperial study, Li Shiman looked at the 4 people before him and asked directly, what do you think of this weapon? Great. Excellent. With this, I can directly subdue the surrounding Turks. Your Majesty, these weapons can greatly help our warriors. If we had a few hundred of these weapons, it would be easy to pacify the Turks. This thing should be mass-produced. All 3 agreed that they wanted a lot, but only Chang Sun Wuji was still thinking about it. How did His Majesty obtain this weapon? Judging from its manufacturing process, it seems like something we couldn't produce. It's like iron but not iron, and its internal mechanisms are extremely sophisticated. I doubt that something like this could be mass-produced. Most importantly, this thing is too dangerous. Li Shiman nodded. After seeing the power of the firearm, he knew that it would definitely help him. But it was too powerful. You don't need to worry about where the weapons came from. I need you to send out your most trusted people to form a team, and then I will equip them with these weapons. Next, I need you to lead these people to unify the world. Not just the Central Plains, but the whole world. Ye Ming waited downstairs for a while, guessing that Li Shiman should return soon. That is indeed the case. Li Shiman returned, bringing with him 500 AK-74s, 1,000 hand grenades, and 10 pistols. 500 AKs cost 1,000 heavenly coins, 1,000 grenades cost 100 heavenly coins, and 10 pistols cost 10 heavenly coins, for a total of 1,110 heavenly coins. Li Shiman exchanged all of them for standard weapons and armor, from which Ye Ming obtained 222 heavenly coins. Adding to the 7,500 Zushin coins traded by Qin Shi Huang and the 21 Zushin coins traded by Li Shiman in the first transaction, Ye Ming obtained 1,504.2 Zushin coins. Originally there were 30,000 celestial coins, now there are a total of 31,504.2 celestial coins. After seeing Li Shiman off, Ye Ming was about to return to the first floor when the vortex began to fluctuate again. Ye Ming sighed and sat down again. A white woman with short hair, wearing a black leather jacket, emerged from the vortex. Ye Ming sensed an iron will and a trace of hatred in her eyes. Name, Selene. Identity, vampire from the underworld. Strength, peak of tier 2. The vampires in underworld are relatively weak, even though Selene is the female protagonist, she's not that strong. Underworld is a world of werewolves and vampires, who are constantly in conflict. Vampire tribes rule the underworld, while werewolves are at a disadvantage. Both sides wanted to eliminate the other, so the vampires secretly formed a group called the Deathwalkers, composed of elite vampire warriors, to produce werewolves on a large scale. Selene was one of them, and was known as the goddess of the moon. Selene was adopted by Victor, one of the vampire leaders, when she was a child. Victor not only granted her immortality, but also trained her to be more powerful than ordinary vampires. The vampires in this world are far inferior to those in other worlds. Even elite vampire warriors are still using guns to kill werewolves. In other aspects, they are the same as vampires in other worlds, such as needing to drink blood and having extremely long lifespans. They are even immortal. Werewolves are similar to werewolves in other worlds. They can not only transform into werewolf form, but also into wolf form. Before we even got the dragon essence and phoenix blood, we got the vampires first. This must be the first traded commodity that has been able to last a long time. Whether they can live forever is unknown, but living for thousands of years is certainly not a problem. Moreover, this is not like the immortality elixir of Jao, which only allows one to live for a limited time in their own world, but allows one to live for thousands of years in any world. I wonder if Qin Shi Huan would be tempted if he knew. Selene, please sit down. Selene's eyes scanned his surroundings as he tucked the two pistols in his hands into the holsters on his legs. Werewolves shouldn't have this ability, and the information in their minds. She raised her hand, and a phantom ball of light appeared in it. Vampire bloodline, third-tier bloodline. After fusion, it becomes a vampire with first-tier strength. It cannot appear in sunlight and needs to drink blood. Its strength and speed are greatly enhanced. After development, it can acquire memories through blood, transform into a bat, and survive for thousands of years through hibernation. Value 900 All Heavens coins. Ye Ming raised an eyebrow. He could live for 1,000 years, but he only had 900 heavenly coins? The Myriad Realms Tower? A vampire bloodline can live for thousands of years, and it only costs 900 heavenly coins. Ding! In the Myriad Realms, strength reigns supreme. Even if one can live for 10,000 years, one will still be killed if encountering a fourth-tier powerhouse. Therefore, vampire blood is considered a third-tier bloodline, and its price falls within the third-tier range. That makes some sense. No matter how long you live, your strength will only be so-so. You'll still die when you encounter a strong opponent. You have to survive first before you can live a long life. When Selene saw the ball of light in his hand, he finally believed it. She sat down on the sofa next to him and looked at Ye Ming with curiosity. I never expected the owner of the Myriad Realms Tower to be so ordinary. Well, at least he looks very ordinary. I want to trade this. Alright, 900 heavenly coins, this is the Myriad Realms token. Ye Ming handed the Myriad Realms token to Selene and looked her up and down. Selene and Alice are somewhat similar, both are strong women who look dashing and very cool. Selene hesitated for a moment, wondering what 900 celestial coins could buy. Is there anything that can quickly and perfectly suit my needs? Ye Ming thought about it for a moment. It was obviously unreliable to let her cultivate internal energy. Vampires also have power in their bodies, so it seemed that they couldn't learn internal energy. There would be a conflict. It's hard to say whether the blood Bodhi seed had any effect on her, but it probably did. After all, the blood Bodhi was formed from the blood of the fire Kylan dripping onto the ground, so it should contain a little bit of the blood Kylan's blood. It should be somewhat helpful for vampires to eat it, but it was clear that she didn't have enough celestial coins. I have one, but you don't have enough All Heavens coins. However, you can spend 500 All Heavens coins to buy a message from me. Selene nodded without hesitation. Okay, go ahead. The werewolves are looking for a doctor named Michael Corvin, a descendant of Alexander Corvinus and the only pure human who has not been corrupted. His blood confused the genes of werewolves and vampires, giving them a mixed bloodline of werewolves and vampires. Moreover, his blood can make vampires immune to sunlight. Selene suddenly stood up. A mixed bloodline of werewolf and vampire. No wonder the werewolf situation has been so strange lately. So that's why. And its ability to withstand sunlight is just amazing. Exchanging 500 heavenly coins for such important information is such a great deal. Thank you, By the way, can werewolf bloodlines be sold? Can. Selene hesitated for a moment and then asked, can that werewolf be sold? Ye Ming looked at Selene in surprise. Was this guy going to do human trafficking? Werewolves shouldn't be considered human, so they should be available for sale, right? There will definitely be all sorts of worlds in the future, with werewolves, elves, and orcs. There will definitely be them. If the werewolves were to be exposed, countless humanoid creatures would surely be sold. Ye Ming thought for a moment and shook his head. Human trafficking is not an option. Once this opening is made, the homes of countless humanoid species will be destroyed. No, we don't accept human trafficking. However, I can give you a general direction. Many worlds are relatively low level. Although werewolves are not very strong, they can still serve as bodyguards in low-level worlds. If you can subdue the entire werewolf tribe, you can start a werewolf security company or something similar, providing bodyguard services for a fee. Of course, the most important prerequisite is that you can control the werewolf and protect the safety of the others. Don't kill people before you can protect them. Seleni's eyes lit up. This idea was feasible. Werewolf security company? Wouldn't that provide a continuous supply of celestial coins? But controlling it is a difficult thing. You can know a person's face but not their heart, let alone werewolves, which are even more treacherous and cunning than humans. Selene pondered, her gaze gradually shifting towards Yaming. I've got an idea. Hey, can I partner with the Myriad Realms Tower? I'll provide the werewolves or vampires and run the security company, while the Myriad Realms Tower will keep the werewolves or vampires from attacking clients. We'll split the profits equally. No, we'll split them 30/70ths. Yaming looked at Selene with satisfaction. A very clever guy. He even knows to use the Myriad Realms Tower for assistance. The reason he mentioned the security company earlier was that he was waiting for Selene to contact him. Protecting the safety of traders is essential, which is difficult for Selene, but too easy for the Myriad Realms Tower. The Myriad Realms Tower itself has a contract system. Once a contract is signed after a transaction, the werewolf cannot harm the client. Although he can't use the multiverse currency he earns, it can encourage other people to spend. If they don't consume, how can they be motivated to continue acquiring valuable items for trade? The concept of a security company can give rise to so many things. In the lower world there are werewolves, in the higher world there are monsters, and in the highest world there are gods. It wouldn't be a problem to eventually create a three-realm security company. Heavenly Court Security Company, Western Paradise Security Company, Hell Security Company, there are too many to list. Future development trends. Sure, but you have to conquer the entire werewolf tribe first. We can talk about this after you've subdued the werewolf tribe. Selene smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll go back now and subdue the werewolf tribe as soon as possible. She hates the werewolf tribe so much that she wants to kill all the werewolves. However, when werewolves have value, it doesn't seem unreasonable to make them slaves for life. Sometimes living is more terrifying than dying. After Selene left, Yaming stretched. There shouldn't be anyone left. He yawned and went upstairs. Gu Qingchang and her assistant were still sitting on the sofa, chatting about something. Upon seeing Yaming arrive, the two stopped speaking and stared intently at him. The assistant's eyes held awe and curiosity, while Gu Qingchang's eyes were filled with nothing but curiosity. When did this guy become so amazing? The information the Gu family found didn't mention that Yaming was adopted, nor did it mention that Yaming had contact with anyone. How did he become so powerful? If it weren't for what happened with the Zhang family this time, she probably wouldn't have known that her childhood playmate was so amazing. Yaming stopped and touched his nose. Why are you all staring at me like that? Have I gotten even more handsome? Gu Qingchang burst out laughing, her laughter as bright and vivid as a flower suddenly blooming in spring, instantly illuminating everything around her. Yes, you've become even more handsome. Come here and sit next to your older sister. Gu Qingchang beckoned to Yaming with an incredibly seductive gesture. Yaming wasn't moved at all by Gu Qingchang's appearance. On the contrary, he felt a little intimidated. Even though he was already at the peak of the third rank, Gu Qingchang was only a first-rank martial artist. The reason he calls Gu Qingchang's sister is because she was a witch when she was young, and she was invincible in the orphanage. It has already left a shadow on Yaming. After hesitating for a moment, Yaming walked over and sat down next to Gu Qingchang. Gu Qingchang didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, Xiao Ya, are you involved in the Zhang family's affairs? A strange light flashed in Gu Qingchang's eyes. It really was this guy. Was it done by someone behind you? Tell me, who is behind you? Yaming scratched his head. The person behind him? There was no one behind me, I made it myself. It was just a few small karaomis, I cooked it up in no time. Gu Qingchang clearly didn't believe her and rolled her eyes. Bragging. But since you can't say, I won't ask. What are your plans for the Zhang family's territory? Are you going to take it over? Or, territory? I'm not a king or a tyrant, why would I need territory? You can take it if you want. Alright, then I'll thank you on behalf of the Gu family. I won't take your things for nothing, I'll have the Gu family give you some benefits later. Whatever, I don't care. By the way, there's a rockery in the Zhang family's backyard, and a path leads through it. There's also a dead body underneath. Let's deal with it together. Gu Qingchang paused for a moment, then nodded. She stood up, stretched, and showed off her curvaceous figure to the fullest. Then I'll be going now. I still need to go to the Zhang family's place. I originally wanted to come and protect you, but I was afraid the Zhang family would cause trouble. It seems I was overthinking it. Goodbye, Xiao Ya. As Yaming looked at her back, he seemed to see the little girl in the white dress standing in front of him again. Be careful on the road. If you encounter any problems, call me and I'll help you solve them. Gu Qingchang didn't speak, but a slight smile appeared on her lips. She waved and left the villa. After Gu Qingcheng left, Ye Ming didn't stay on the sofa. He washed up and went to sleep. Meanwhile, the Mu family also received news that the Zhang family had been wiped out. With dark circles under his eyes, the head of the Mu family finally breathed a sigh of relief and returned to his room. My guess was right, Ye Ming is no ordinary person. You made the right bet. I'll talk to my daughter about it tomorrow, and encourage her to spend more time with Ye Ming. I hope something might happen between them. The head of the Mu family felt his eyelids grow heavier and heavier, and he slowly drifted into a deep sleep. Besides the Mu family, who were constantly monitoring the Zhang family, the 4 major families all knew about this matter. After obtaining Ye Ming's permission, the Gu family began to take over everything related to the Zhang family. They weren't thinking of monopolizing it, they couldn't possibly eat such a large piece of cake, and no one else would allow them to. If the Gu family were to absorb all of the Zhang family's assets and territory, the other 2 families would then try to deal with the Gu family. If the 2 sides join forces, it will be counterproductive. After overcoming numerous difficulties, the Gu family finally arrived at their room at the foot of the artificial hill in the Zhang family's backyard. Gu Qingcheng and an old man entered the room together and saw Zhang Tian lying on the ground. Zhang Tian, Gu Qingcheng asked the old man beside her curiously. Ancestor, do you know him? Yes, I know him. He was the patriarch of the Zhang family, and like me, he was a transformation realm martial artist. I came here because I was afraid Zhang Tian would attack you, but I didn't expect him to be dead. It seems that Ye Ming's background is even more powerful than I imagined. There are no signs of a struggle here, it feels like Zhang Tian was killed in one move. Gu Qingcheng was shocked. A martial artist at the transformation realm was killed in one move? Wasn't the transformation realm the most powerful being in the ancient martial arts world? Ancestor, are there any realms beyond the transformation realm? The old man thought for a moment and nodded. There should be. I only know one expert of that level. Do you know why the Dragon Group can manage the entire ancient martial arts world? It's because they have a martial artist above the transformation realm, and only the Dragon Group and the entire Dragon Kingdom has a martial artist of that level. However, it seems a second one has appeared now. In a certain world, beneath an ancient castle, a man dressed in a black robe and cloak is looking through a photograph. The photo shows a group of students wearing robes. These students are not very old, only about 10 years old. Their robes looked somewhat like student uniforms, and they looked quite nice. The school uniform was black with a red collar and a golden lion emblem embroidered on the chest. The most amazing thing is that the people in the photos actually move, just like in a video. The man's gaze remained fixed on one of the bespectacled men, who had a lightning bolt-shaped scar on his forehead. He seemed to see a familiar figure through those eyes. He missed that person so much. The man reached out and touched the boy with glasses eyes. If only she were still here. Ding! Fated one, you have been chosen by the Myriad Realms Tower. Do you wish to enter the Myriad Realms Tower? A strange sound suddenly rang in his ears. The man picked up a black stick from the side and stood up, his eyes sharply scanning his surroundings. He raised the wooden stick and swung it, and white light emanated from the tip of the stick. Apparition. Appearing immediately, a beam of light swept across the small room, but still no one appeared. The man frowned, he couldn't believe he was hallucinating. He clearly heard something about the Myriad Realms Tower just now. Should we enter the Myriad Realms Tower? Is it some new magic? After a moment's thought, whether out of confidence in his own abilities or something else, he accepted the invitation and vanished from the spot in an instant. Inside the villa, Ye Ming stretched and got out of bed. It's another new day. Wash up and eat. It's a pity Gu Qingcheng didn't come, there's no breakfast. One drawback of the Saitama-style limit-breaking training method has emerged: you need to eat. You'll get hungry if you don't eat. If it were any other cultivation method, even internal energy cultivation, one could go without food for several days. But after only one night, Ye Ming was already hungry. Ye Ming then remembered that he hadn't eaten dinner last night. This is such a hassle. Should we hire a nanny? This delivery takes way too long. Okay, I'll just order one. After ordering takeout, Ye Ming walked downstairs. On the second basement level, a tall, slender man with straight hair, sallow skin, and a large hooked nose, dressed in a black robe, was examining the shelves. Name: Severus Snape. Identity: Professor of Potions at Hogwarts in the Harry Potter world. Strength: Late Stage 4. Snape, Potions Professor. Half-Blood Prince. He's considered one of the second best fighters in the Harry Potter world. Aside from a few top-tier fighters like Grindelwald, Voldemort, and Dumbledore, no one should be able to reliably defeat him. This is a big client. The Harry Potter world is a magical world where those with magical talent can attend magic schools, while those without are muggles who have no idea of the existence of the magical world. Snape, on the other hand, was the renowned potions professor at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He knew most of the spells in the Harry Potter world and could even develop his own. In addition, he is also a potion master who can concoct all kinds of magical potions. It seems like my little brother from Yao is recovering. Potions in the magical world should be able to restore severed limbs, but it seems Gao Yao has only just finished practicing the evil repelling sword manual. If my little brother recovers, will the evil repelling sword manual still be useful? The world of Harry Potter is full of amazing things, all sorts of strange and wonderful creatures, and magic with all kinds of effects. This transaction might just raise the level of the Myriad Realms Tower to level 3. Professor Snape, please have a seat. Snape was still processing the information in his head when he realized that the world he lived in was just one of countless worlds. Internal energy cultivation, vampires, werewolves, they actually exist. And vampires can actually live for thousands of years. Voldemort's rampages were all for the sake of immortality, yet he actually found hope here. If Voldemort knew, he would definitely go crazy. I wonder if Lily can be resurrected here. He walked to the sofa and sat down with a feeling of unease. Is it possible to resurrect the dead here? Ming greatly admired Professor Snape's love. The woman he deeply loved was Lily Potter, the mother of the protagonist Harry Potter. Unfortunately, he didn't like her, had Harry Potter, and was killed by Voldemort. Snape was in great pain and transferred all his love for Lily to Harry Potter. Ming understood all of this, but he didn't quite understand the idea of reviving Lily. Lily is someone else's wife. Even if you were resurrected, she could never be with you. You resurrected Lily, but will you resurrect Harry Potter's father, James Potter? Lily knew that Snape could resurrect people, so she definitely hoped that Snape could resurrect James. So the question is, should we revive Jamie or not? If he's resurrected, the two can live happily ever after. If he's not, Lily will definitely harbor resentment, and could Snape tolerate that? In Ming's opinion, it would have been better not to revive Lily at all. You can be resurrected, but are you sure you've thought this through? Are you ready? Snape was not as happy as he had imagined after receiving the answer. Instead, he was tormented. What Ming could think of, he could certainly think of as well. And he thought about even more. Voldemort is still alive. If he knew Lily had been resurrected, he would definitely come after him. Lily might die again then, and I can't possibly deal with Voldemort right now. If I can't be resurrected here, maybe things will be easier for me? Snape let out a deep breath, momentarily at a loss for words. You don't need to rush, you can think about it slowly. Ming took out his phone and just then saw a message from Yu Yiren. Brother, do you have some time? I'd like to invite you to dinner. I don't have time, I'm quite busy lately. Ming decisively refused. He was still busy with matters concerning the Myriad Realms Tower. What was the point of eating? What a load of rubbish. The vortex in the room began to fluctuate. Ming raised an eyebrow, knowing that someone else was coming. He put his phone away and looked at the vortex. A boy dressed in a pure white kimono and dark blue pants appeared. He looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. The back of his kimono featured a small emblem, and dark gray armguards covered his forearms, extending to his palms. A purple rope sash was tied around his waist, with a sword inserted there. His expression was extremely cold, as if someone owed him thousands of dollars. Ming raised an eyebrow when he saw the familiar attire. This guy must be from that world. Coincidentally, he has a slight resemblance to the Harry Potter world. Unsurprisingly, this is yet another relatively advanced world. A great start. Double happiness. Looks like I should be able to reach level 3 today without any problem. Shangjing City, the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. A meeting is being held in a conference room to discuss the massacre of the Zhang family. Photos of the Zhang family's interior were projected onto the screen, one after another. The Zhang family, one of the 4 great ancient martial arts families in the south, was wiped out last night. Everyone in the family died. The few who escaped only knew that someone went to the Zhang family, but they didn't see who it was. Or rather, none of those who saw the murderer escaped, they all died in the Zhang family. What are your thoughts on this? The man sitting in the main seat frowned and sighed helplessly. This hasn't happened in China for many years. A knight-errant uses his martial arts to break the law. Since the establishment of the Dragon Group, it has suppressed all the powerful families and sects with swift and decisive measures. Who would dare to wipe out another family now? This is utterly lawless. What grudge could lead to the killing of so many people? We must severely punish the murderers, otherwise how can our Dragon Group control the other ancient martial arts practitioners? How audacious! The Zhang family is a major force in the ancient martial arts world, and they can be wiped out so easily. Will they try to wipe out our Dragon Group someday? Not only must we deal with it, but we must also catch the murderer as soon as possible and give the rest of the martial arts community an explanation. Exactly. Otherwise, our Dragon Group's prestige will be completely destroyed, and what if others follow suit? The Dragon Kingdom cannot be in chaos. The leader of the Dragon Group frowned deeply. Did he not know this? Of course he knows. If the problem were that simple, he wouldn't be holding this meeting, he would have just sent people to arrest them. The suspect has been narrowed down to the forces behind this young man named Yaming. Now that you've made up your mind, just arrest them. What are you hesitating for? What force dares to oppose our dragon group? Capture this young man and make those people from that force come out and give us an explanation. Yeah, what era are we living in? Do you still think that knowing a little bit of ancient martial arts makes you invincible? The leader of the dragon group gently tapped the table and opened another photograph. The Zhang family's grandmaster of Transformation Realm is also dead. Judging from the situation at the scene, he was killed instantly. So it is highly likely that the force behind Yaming has a powerhouse above Transformation Realm. Everyone fell silent immediately, looking at each other. Well, I think we should talk to them first and find out what happened. Ahem, I think arresting them directly is a bit inappropriate. I've heard about the Zhang family's situation. They often deal with ordinary people, but they just don't leave any evidence. Perhaps they made things difficult for you first, so you took action. Communication is key. It would be even better if this senior could join the dragon group. An old man with a full head of white hair snorted and slammed his hand on the table. A bunch of cowards. Who cares if he's above the Transformation Realm? Doesn't our dragon group have experts above the Transformation Realm? He killed dozens of people. He should be arrested. No matter how strong he is, can he withstand bullets or missiles? We are an official organization, representing the government, representing the Dragon Nation. If we back down, what will others think of our dragon group? Team leader, they're too scared to go, so I'll go. This old man will lead the team to Leshan City, and we'll bring that guy back even if it kills us. The leader of the dragon group glanced at the others, and everyone lowered their heads, except for the old man who was speaking, who kept his head up. Old Lee is right. You've all been living peaceful lives for too long and have lost your fighting spirit. The dragon group's authority and prestige were built with the blood of our predecessors when it was first established. Now, someone wants to challenge the dragon group's authority, which is absolutely not allowed. The higher UPS are already aware of this matter and have decided to send martial artists above the Transformation Realm and the Dragon Group to Leshan City to thoroughly investigate the whole affair. At the same time, the Leshan military region will also dispatch a special forces unit as a precaution. Elderly, I'll trouble you to lead the team this time. You should go to Leshan City first to get a feel for the specific situation. That senior will go directly to Leshan City. Oldly stood up and nodded. I will definitely find out everything. In a villa in Leshan City, Gu Qingchang was reviewing the documents in her hands. The documents are full of evidence of the Zhang family's crimes. Before the Zhang family was still around, many people dared not offend them. But now that the Zhang family is all dead, the Gu family quickly gathered evidence of the Zhang family's crimes from all sides after taking control. I just received news that the Dragon Group will arrive in Leshan City this afternoon, and I estimate that their first stop will be to find us and ask about the situation. The Gu family patriarch came downstairs. He had come to deal with Zhang Tian, but Zhang Tian was already dead, so he had made a wasted trip. However, he was very curious about Yaming and stayed in Leshan City for the time being, wanting to meet Yaming. I have gathered all the evidence against the Zhang family. None of those who died were innocent. With this information, the Dragon Group won't make things difficult for Xiao Ye. After all, he has seniors above the Transformation Realm behind him. This incident has a significant impact on the ancient martial arts world, and the Dragon Group's reaction was exactly what Gu Qingcheng had anticipated. So she immediately began to use the Gu family's resources to collect evidence of the Zhang family's crimes. From the head of the household to the security guards, none of them were clean, they all had lives on their hands. With this information, Yaming's situation became much easier to handle. To put it nicely, he's helping the ancient martial arts world rid itself of a cancer. The old ancestor looked at Gu Qingcheng with satisfaction. This girl not only had good talent in martial arts, but was also very smart. They previously brought a lot of prestige to the Gu family, and now they forged a connection with a powerful force above the Transformation Realm. They're practically the Gu family's lucky star. Qingcheng, what's your relationship with this Yaming like? Yaming is quite strong, and with the support of his powerful backers, he is an excellent marriage prospect. Gu Qingcheng remained silent. She had anticipated this scene. Everyone says she's the eldest daughter of the Gu family, but she herself doesn't forget that she's just an adopted orphan, not a member of the Gu family. Children from such prominent families, especially women, often become victims of their families. Gu Qingcheng had long been prepared, but she never expected to run into Xiao Ye. If she had to choose, Xiao would be a good option. That's great, he and I went to the same orphanage. He's always treated me like an older sister. The ancestor nodded. Qingcheng, as you know, the ancestor is old and nearing the end. If the ancestor really dies, the Gu family will probably be wiped out as well. I won't force you to do anything, but considering that the Gu family has taken care of you, I hope that one day you can help the Gu family. Gu Qingcheng was stunned for a moment. She originally thought that the ancestor would order her to get close to Yaming and then get along well with him. Ancestor, I am a member of the Gu family, of course I will help the Gu family. Don't worry. Yaming Manor, second basement level. Name Uchiha Suzuki. Identity Uchiha clan member in the Naruto world. Strength, Tier 3. It really is Uchiha Suzuki, get ready to die. Naruto is one of the 3 most popular shonen anime in the past. The main training system within it is based on chakra, and those who can practice ninjutsu are called ninjas. Most ninjutsu are elemental techniques, somewhat like elemental magic, which is why Yaming said that the Naruto world and the Harry Potter world are somewhat similar. However, magic in the Harry Potter world is more civilian-oriented, with not many offensive spells. There are so many offensive ninjutsu in Naruto, far more powerful than in the Harry Potter world. Yaming would call the elemental jutsu of Naruto battle magic. Almost all of them are used in combat. Of course, besides combat, there are many other ninjutsu with other effects, such as the summoning jutsu, which allows you to form a contract with a summoning beast and summon it. For example, the 8 gates technique, after opening all 8 gates, one kick could easily kill a 5th tier character from the Naruto world. For example, illusions can hypnotize and control others. Of course, the most powerful technique is the one that many people need. Resurrection. A necromancy technique called impure world reincarnation can summon the soul of a long-dead person back to the world of the living and revive them in physical form. It extracts a certain amount of the deceased's body tissue, uses the body of a living person as a container for the deceased soul, and then summons the deceased soul from the underworld to the mortal world. The soul of the deceased attaches itself to a container and covers the body of the living with dust, thus transforming the deceased into their former appearance. Moreover, this resurrection grants immortality, but unfortunately, it can be controlled by the caster, although this control can be broken. This is considered an incomplete resurrection spell, but when combined with another spell, it can achieve a complete resurrection. Heretical technique, reincarnation and heavenly life. Users of the Rinnegan can use it to summon Yama from the underworld to the mortal realm, and release the souls of the dead from Yama's mouth, allowing them to be resurrected in the mortal realm. This is a perfect resurrection spell, but it may not work in some worlds. Because some worlds do not have a Yama, nor do they have places like the underworld or hell, the souls of the dead cannot be resurrected using these 2 techniques after they have dissipated. The third resurrection technique, the self-resurrection technique, uses all of one's own chakra as a medium to transfer life force to the deceased. This ninjutsu can be used on the living or the dead. If used on the dead, the caster's chakra will transform the soul of the deceased until the caster dies. A life for a life. Of course, this technique also has drawbacks, it requires physical strength. After all, this technique only transfers life force, it doesn't restore the body or flesh. Nevertheless, these techniques are already very powerful. In Yaming's opinion, the Naruto world is even more valuable than the Harry Potter world. Uchiha Suzuki, sit down. Suzuki glanced at Yaming and thought he was unremarkable. Was this another sage besides the Sage of 6 Paths? It doesn't look very good, it looks fake. All these supposed myriad worlds are just illusions. Watch as I break your illusion. Suzuki's eyes widened, and 2-3 Tomo Sharingan appeared, but he couldn't see anything. The chakra in his body and the power in his eyes were like stagnant water. He could only barely unleash 3 Tomo, the rest of his power was suppressed. Yaming opened his mouth, then sighed. Oh, what a pity. The next second, Suzuki flew into the vortex and disappeared. We can't use force against the Myriad Realms Tower. If force is used, they will be expelled. He probably won't be back until tomorrow. However, this is in line with Suzuki's personality. The Uchiha clan is arrogant and conceited, believing in nothing but his Sharingan. Furthermore, given the variety of genjutsu in the Naruto world, it's entirely possible to create such an illusion and stuff information into one's mind. With both factors combined, it seemed inevitable that Suzuki would take action. What a pity, I can only trade with him tomorrow. Rules are rules, and no one can break them. Unless this rule is abolished, anyone who makes a move will still be expelled. Professor Snape watched Suzuki fly away in surprise, feeling somewhat relieved that he hadn't intervened. Master, let me make the trade first. I wonder how many heavenly coins these spells are worth. Avada Kedavra, a 5th tier spell. After casting, it emits a dazzling green light. The cursed victim will die instantly once their internal energy cannot resist the spell's energy, usually without leaving a trace. Spell Avada Kedavra. Value 50,000 celestial coins. Heart-piercing curse, a 5th tier spell, can cause excruciating pain, worse than death. Prolonged use will drive the user insane, and continuous use will lead to death from spasms. Spell Heart-piercing bone cutting. Value 30,000 celestial coins. Soul-stealing curse, a 5th tier spell. The person afflicted by the curse will experience a blank mind, followed by an overwhelming sense of bliss. The cursed individual will obey the caster's commands and do anything. Incantation, soul away. Value, 35,000 celestial coins. Leech of Mind, a 4th tier spell. It allows you to look directly at the target and read their emotions and memories. Spell, Leech of Mind. Value, 7,000 celestial coins. Brain Closure, a 4th tier spell, seals the brain to resist magical invasion and influence. Value, 9,000 celestial coins. Apparition/Phantom Manifestation, a 5th tier spell, spatial teleportation. Concentrate your consciousness on the target, thinking that you must move to the target location, and then cast the spell to teleport. Breaking through space requires extremely strong magic power. Insufficient magic power may result in a part of your body being teleported away. Note, the spatial strength varies from world to world. The more powerful the world, the more difficult it is to break through space. Value, 90,000 celestial coins. Pure-blooded Wizard Bloodline, 5th tier bloodline. After fusion, it can cultivate magic power and use magic. Value, 50,000 All Heavens coins. Ming was overjoyed as he looked at the long, densely packed list of exchanges. Professor Snape, you are such a kind person. There are 5 items for trade at the 5th tier, the 3 unforgivable curses, the Wizard's Bloodline, and the Apparition spell, with the Apparition spell surprisingly fetching the highest price. What surprised him most was the Apparition spell, not because its rank was too high, but because it was too low. Teleportation. Spatial movement. Ming thought it would be at least a 7th tier magic, but it was only a 5th tier. Was it because the restrictions were too great? Possibly. It requires powerful magic, familiarity with the place, and concentration. Most importantly, note the warning, the spatial dimensions in each world are different, some are very weak, and some are very strong. Apparition is only at the 5th level, so it can probably only break through world spaces at or below the 5th level. Moreover, the Avada Kedavra curse is not a death curse. One can resist it with the body's energy, and only if one cannot resist it will one die. This demonstrates the differences between the myriad worlds. An ability that is invincible in one world may not be effective in another. Moreover, while the Avada Kedavra curse looks powerful, it may not be effective against people from other worlds. Just the act of raising a hand could be enough for a level 5 expert to rush up to you and punch you. No matter how powerful the magic is, it still has to hit the target. After all, a wizard's body is still very fragile. Being approached is almost the same as being dead. 5 5th tier spells, 45 4th tier spells, 71 3rd tier spells, 103 2nd tier spells, and 154 1st tier spells, totaling 543,200 heavenly coins. Ming took a deep breath. 540,000 heavenly coins. That's more than all the previous transactions combined. He raised his hand and handed the token of all realms to Snape. This is the Myriad Realms token. All the heavenly coins are inside. You can use the Myriad Realms token to return to the Myriad Realms Tower. Snape nodded, but his mood didn't improve much. I'd like to ask, how many heavenly coins would be needed for resurrection? There are 3 ways to resurrect a person. The first is to cultivate a technique that can resurrect people yourself, which is quite difficult and time-consuming, and the price is estimated to be. Uchiha Sasuke is at the 3rd rank. Judging from his attire and age, he should have been around when he first left Konoha. His Konoha headband is gone, so it must have been after the Valley of the End battle. Sasuke back then probably didn't even have cage-level strength. Based on this calculation, the cage level and super cage level are estimated to be at the 5th rank, while the 6 paths level is unclear whether it is at the 5th or 6th rank. Satsuki's strength is most likely at the 6th rank. In addition, given the unique nature of the Outer Path Reincarnation Heavenly Life technique, its price is estimated to be at least at the peak of the 5th tier, if not the 6th tier. For the peak of the 5th tier, 90,000 heavenly coins should be enough. For the 6th tier, it's hard to say, as the difference between 100,000 and 990,000 heavenly coins is quite large. In addition, the Sharingan will definitely be needed, and to cultivate it to the Rinnegan stage, Ashura and Indra's Chakra will also be required, so 540,000 heavenly coins probably won't be enough. I estimate you'll need to save up 1 million heavenly coins, and it will take a very long time to do that. The second method is to find a trader who has learned this technique and have him revive the person for you through a transaction. It will be faster and the price will definitely be much cheaper. The third method is to use rare and precious materials that can directly revive people, or divine objects that can grant wishes to revive people. The price will definitely be more expensive than the first 2. Snape nodded thoughtfully. Not enough money? That's good, otherwise I'd be agonizing over it. Okay, thank you for letting me know. I'd like to buy some things. I don't want vampire blood, can I just have a little bit of blood? Vampires also exist in the Harry Potter world, but there is a clear difference between them. At the very least, vampires in the Harry Potter world do not have such long lifespans. He wanted to study why vampires in the underworld could live for so long, and maybe even create a new potion. Just a little blood? Bloodline isn't blood, where am I supposed to get some blood from you? Wait a minute, I'll call someone with vampire blood for you. Snape's words gave Ye Ming some inspiration. Blood can be traded too. Vampire blood, werewolf blood, monster blood, fire unicorn blood, Snape's potions, alchemy, Orochimaru's human research, etc., can all be used. Selene could easily kill a werewolf, but how much blood would that waste? Ye Ming sent a message to Selene's multiverse token through the multiverse tower, awaiting her arrival. Vampire blood and werewolf blood will be available soon. Are you researching potions? Here are some medicinal herbs, see if you need them. A bunch of afterimages appeared in Ye Ming's hand, with the blood bodhi at the very front. Blood bodhi, a 4th-tier treasure, slowly formed from drops of Fire Kylan's blood on the ground, can increase internal strength by 30 years. Value, 1,000 heavenly coins. Millennial He Xiao Wu, a 2nd-tier treasure, value, 99 Zushin coins. Millennial Ginseng, Tier 2 treasure, value, 99 heavenly coins. Snape saw all sorts of medicinal herbs and readily accepted them all. I want them all. 3,000 celestial coins. Snape nodded. That's a real bargain. In the underworld universe, Selene, dressed in leather, raises her dual pistols and unleashes a barrage of fire at a man in black. Then, with a flash, she appeared in front of the man, drew the dagger from her waist, and swung it down. The man roared, his body rapidly growing taller, tearing through his clothes to reveal a werewolf with gray fur. The werewolf saw Selene charging at him and swung his giant claws. Selene flashed behind the werewolf and plunged her dagger directly into the werewolf's head. Then he dodged to create distance and used his dual pistols to leave gun holes in the werewolf's body. Not long after, the werewolf collapsed to the ground. An ordinary werewolf could never be a match for an elite vampire like her. After killing the werewolf, she put away her gun and was about to collect the werewolf's body when she suddenly sensed the unusual activity of the Myriad Realms token. She took out the Myriad Realms token and received Ye Ming's message. There's a deal here that you might be interested in. Take a little werewolf blood with you. Selene blinked, looked at the werewolf not far away, walked directly to it, picked it up, and disappeared from the spot. In the Myriad Realms tower, Selene walked out carrying the werewolf's corpse. Ye Ming frowned when he saw this. With a wave of his hand, the werewolf's corpse rapidly shrank, appearing in a small bubble. Snape raised an eyebrow as he looked at the werewolf's corpse. This werewolf was different from the werewolves in his own world. Is he the one who wants to make a deal with me? Ye Ming nodded and introduced it to her. This is Professor Snape from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in the Harry Potter world. He wants to buy some vampire blood to research potions. Selene looked at Snape with some surprise. A professor at the Magic Academy? Then he must know magic. That thing actually exists. Snape, this is Selene, the vampire warrior from the underworld. Selene and Snape were both the type who spoke very little and were very aloof. How much do you want? 100 ml. Is that enough? Almost. Without saying a word, Selene pulled out a dagger and slashed his own arm. Blood gushed out, but fortunately, the dripping blood did not fall to the ground. Instead, it floated in the air. As expected of a vampire warrior, ruthless to werewolves, but even more ruthless to himself. Soon, 100 ml of blood came out. Selene controlled the wound and helped it heal. A clump of blood, each 100 ml long, floated in front of Snape. How much will it cost, including the werewolf? Selene looked at Ye Ming, indicating that she would listen to Ye Ming. Ye Ming smacked his lips. These two really made a decisive deal. The transaction was completed in less than 20 words. Let me see how much this 100 ml of vampire blood and werewolf blood is worth. 100 ml of 2nd-tier vampire blood, 2nd-tier material, value, 1 all heavens coin. 2nd-tier werewolf corpse, 2nd-tier item, value, 50 heavenly coins. A total of 60 heavenly coins. With a wave of his hand, Ye Ming sent 51 all-world coins into Selene's all-world token, and then 51 all-world coins were transferred from Snape's all-world token. Vampire blood is very cheap, even though it's only tier 2, it only costs 1 celestial coin. But thinking about it, it makes sense. A 2nd-tier werewolf corpse only costs 50 heavenly coins, but a werewolf's body contains far more than 5,000 ml of blood. The human body contains 4,000-5,000 ml of fluid, and werewolves are much stronger and taller than humans. Oh, right, I almost forgot. Ye Ming tapped the werewolf, and a ball of light emerged from its body. Werewolf bloodline, 2nd-tier bloodline. After fusion, one becomes a werewolf, increasing strength and agility, but becoming prone to losing rationality. On the night of a full moon, one will be forcibly transformed into a werewolf. Value 80 heavenly coins. The werewolf bloodline is not a 2nd-tier bloodline, but rather that this werewolf's bloodline is only 2nd-tier. Unlike Selene, whose strength is only at the 2nd level, her bloodline level is at the 3rd level, but she has not fully developed it. This werewolf only has a second-tier bloodline, and even after development, it will still only reach the second-tier strength. However, further development will take time. However, werewolf corpses, when refined into puppets, directly grant them second-tier strength. Furthermore, they can be used in potions and alchemy, making them a second-tier material. Therefore, their price is similar to that of bloodlines. The 80 heavenly coins have been sent. It's a pity that Selene exchanged 500 heavenly coins for some information before, otherwise she could have bought the blood booty. However, she was still quite happy because she had discovered another path to wealth. The werewolf's corpse can actually be sold for 50 heavenly coins. She's killed so many werewolves before, and it's all been a waste. At this moment, she actually felt a pang of regret, thinking that her previous actions had been such a waste. Hey op, if there's nothing else, I'm going back to killing werewolves. Go! After getting the items, Snape didn't linger. He needed to go back and study potions to continue storing the coins of the gods. After the two left, Ming could no longer contain his joy, and the corners of his mouth gradually turned up. Ha 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 ha. 540,000 heavenly coins. 540,000. The only pity is that we are still a little short of the 1 million transaction amount. All the previous transactions added up to just over 230,000, and even with this 540,000, it's only 770,000. We're still 230,000 short. However, once Uchiha Sasuke arrives tomorrow, we should be able to reach a transaction volume of 1 million. Level 3 is just around the corner. My own heavenly coins have also increased significantly. Last night, Selene traded 900 celestial coins, and with the 131 celestial coins she just traded, she has a total of 1031 celestial coins. She has obtained 2/10, which is 206.2 celestial coins. These are all minor details. The main issue is Professor Snape's deal. 543,200 celestial coins. 2/10 is 108,640 heavenly coins. 100,000 celestial coins. He previously had only 31,504.2 myriad realms coins, which he had acquired through more than 10 transactions. Now, he had earned more than 3 times that amount in a single transaction. High-level worlds are so much better. Ming opened his panel, and the number of heavenly coins had directly exceeded 6 figures. Name, Ming. Myriad Realms Tower Level 2. Realm, Peak of the 3rd Tier. Celestial Coins, 140,350.4. Cultivation Technique, Saitama Style Limit Breaking Cultivation Method, 3rd Level. Connecting Worlds, Jade Dynasty, Harry Potter, Naruto, Underworld, Demigods and Semi-Devils, Ip Man, The Myth, Storm Riders, The Return of the Condor Heroes, Swordsman, Lord of War, Resident Evil, The Legend of Lu Xiaofeng, Forbidden City Cop. Traded items Saitama Style Limit Breaking Cultivation Method, Profound Ghostly Path, 1st Level, Apparition, Avada Kedavra, Sword Deo Insights, Perfect T-Virus Bloodline, Blood Bodhi, Severing Family Heart Sutra, Eclipse Sword Technique, 9-Yin Manual, Lingbo Steps, Northern Darkness Divine Art. That's 140,000 celestial coins. Should we upgrade? It would be a shame to keep so many heavenly coins unused. The 4th level of the Saitama Style Limit Breaking Cultivation Method requires 10,000 heavenly coins, and you need 100,000 heavenly coins. After completing the cultivation, you will become a peak 4th tier expert. However, I might only have a little over 40,000 heavenly coins left. If Uchiha Sasuke comes tomorrow, he'll definitely reach level 3. His Sharingan bloodline should be at the 5th or 6th rank, and with Indra's bloodline, it'll probably be close too. Moreover, he possesses quite a few ninjutsu techniques. Should we wait until tomorrow to upgrade, or upgrade today? Ming's main problem was that he wasn't sure about this exclusive cultivation technique. If he knew the consumption of the exclusive cultivation technique, he might be able to make a better choice. Myriad Realms Tower, give us a sneak peek. What is this exclusive cultivation technique, and how many heavenly coins does it require? Ding, it has been detected that the host is about to upgrade to level 3. The number of heavenly coins has exceeded 100,000, meeting the relevant conditions. The host will be informed of the details of the exclusive cultivation technique in advance. Ding! This exclusive cultivation technique is prepared for you by the Myriad Realms Tower. It's closely related to the Myriad Realms Tower. The more diverse the Myriad Realms Tower's trading offerings, the stronger you become. Specifically, cultivating this technique at the current stage will incorporate the characteristics of all techniques within the Myriad Realms Tower. Its price is 100 times that of a top-tier technique of the same level. It's directly infused, requiring no further cultivation. More and more people are joining later, making trading very easy. Don't be alarmed by the number of participants. Ming's face gradually brightened, and he was so excited he almost jumped up, but when he heard the price, his face turned black. 100 times that of a top-tier cultivation technique of the same level? Does that mean that reaching the peak of the 3rd tier would require 100,000 heavenly coins? No wonder they only talk about it when you have more than 100,000 heavenly coins. This is outrageous. However, is this one, which contains all the characteristics of the cultivation techniques within the Myriad Realms Tower, the same as he imagined? Myriad Realms Tower, does this mean that if I spend 100,000 heavenly coins to become a peak 3rd-tier cultivator, I will possess all the cultivation techniques and characteristics within the Myriad Realms Tower, including internal energy, true chi, chakra, and magic power? Ding, yes. If you cultivate the exclusive technique, the energy within your body will be converted into exclusive energy, allowing you to unleash all the abilities available within the Myriad Realms Tower, including but not limited to martial arts, lightness skills, spells, incantations, ninjutsu, and bloodline power. The more traded items the Myriad Realms Tower has, the more abilities the Tower Master will possess. Newly acquired traded item abilities will be automatically added to the exclusive technique the moment you enter the Myriad Realms Tower, without requiring any additional payment. However, please note that you will only possess the characteristics of the technique at your current strength. Ya Ming took a deep breath. This is pretty impressive. If he cultivates the exclusive 3rd-tier technique, it's equivalent to cultivating all the techniques of the Myriad Realms Tower to the 3rd tier, possessing all abilities at the 3rd tier and below. He will have the lifespan of a vampire, which can last for thousands of years, the ability to manipulate souls using the Tongxian Ghost God record, the ability to cast magic and ninjutsu, and the ability to use various martial arts. Moreover, you don't need to spend money to learn these skills anymore. If I were to learn all these abilities, 100,000 heavenly coins would definitely not be enough. However, once you cultivate the exclusive technique, you can learn them all. Once he incorporates all the cultivation techniques from all realms into the Myriad Realms Tower, he will be cultivating all the cultivation techniques from all realms simultaneously. This is truly worthy of being the exclusive technique of the Lord of the Myriad Realms Tower. It's a perfect match. But these techniques don't have any drawbacks, right? The Myriad Realms Tower, what are its drawbacks? For example, vampires need to drink blood, werewolves transform under the full moon, Saitama-style training makes you hungry, and if I get a devil fruit in the future, will I still be afraid of seawater? Ding, none of them exist. All the shortcomings will be optimized, and only the advantages will be retained. Ya Ming nodded. That's acceptable. This exclusive cultivation technique sounds very tempting. It's just too expensive. Can you make it cheaper? Ding, the exclusive cultivation technique is not mandatory. You may continue to cultivate the Saitama-style limit-breaking cultivation method. Not cultivating? That's impossible. I definitely need to practice the exclusive cultivation technique. 100 times the price. Breaking through to the 4th tier requires 1 million heavenly coins. Ya Ming stroked his chin. What if they cultivated together later? For example, if you're cultivating at the 4th level, does 1 million heavenly coins include the abilities from the first 3 levels? Wouldn't that save heavenly coins? Ding! This exclusive cultivation technique requires you to cultivate it layer by layer. You cannot cultivate the next level until you have cultivated the previous one. Depend on dog system. It's so dark. But cultivation? I definitely need to cultivate. I just hope there will be a quick way to make money in the Myriad Realms Tower. Let's have more level 4 traders. As for the 140,000 heavenly coins, let's keep them and start cultivating the exclusive technique tomorrow when we reach level 3. Ya Ming shook his head in thought, when the vortex rippled and a woman walked out. The woman was dressed in pink, with long, flowing hair that was gently tied up with a simple jade hairpin. A few stray strands of hair fell casually across her forehead, adding to her gentle and graceful appearance. Her face was beautiful and refined, her eyebrows and eyes held a gentle tenderness like autumn water, and her eyes were bright and clear. At this moment, she looked somewhat uneasy and nervous. Her first reaction upon seeing Ya Ming was to kneel down. Ya Ming raised his hand, and a force rose beneath her knees, preventing her from kneeling. No need to kneel. Come and sit down. This humble woman, Zhang Yuyan, greets the immortal. I can just stand here. Zhang Yuyan, the villain who killed so many people that all that remained of the entire series was the title? In the entire world of Little Fish and Flower Without Flaws, only Little Fish and Flower Without Flaws remain after the killing. Name, Zhang Yuyan. Identity, Zhang family's illegitimate daughter in the world of Little Fish and Flower Without Flaws. Strength, none. As everyone knows, the world of Little Fish and Flower Without Flaws is also known as the Legend of Zhang Yuyan, and the legendary Zhang Yuyan is the stunningly beautiful woman in front of us. Ya Ming didn't know how to evaluate Zhang Yuyan. Zhang Yuyan endured numerous hardships and grievances, even being sold into a brothel. Her stepmother humiliated her in every way, and her friends abandoned her, leading her to become ruthless and go on a killing spree. Aside from Xiao Yuer and Hua Wuqi, she practically conquered the entire world, transforming from a courtesan into an empress. She was stunningly beautiful, yet intelligent, vicious, vindictive, and ungrateful. Ya Ming didn't know whether it was her nature or a series of events that had driven her to that point. As the saying goes, don't advise others to be kind if you haven't experienced their suffering yourself. Ye Ming hasn't experienced those things, so he's not qualified to comment on her. Fortunately, judging from Zhang Yuyan's current appearance, she should not have started to suffer yet. Don't be shy, please have a seat. Zhang Yuyan was somewhat frightened and dared not refuse again. She walked shakily to the sofa and lightly touched half of her buttocks on it. So, you haven't gone to see your old man yet? Reporting to the immortal, my daughter plans to set off tomorrow to find my father. Ye Ming stroked his chin and leaned back on the sofa. If she goes to see her father tomorrow, won't she end up being sold into a brothel and beginning her suffering? A ripple appeared in the vortex beside them, and another beautiful woman emerged. She was tall and slender, her green dress trailing on the ground, her figure graceful, her waist slim, and she held a long sword in her hand. Gao Yuan version. She was elegant and beautiful, with large eyes that seemed to be full of tenderness. This is a beauty whose looks are no less than Zhang Yuyan's. Did I stumble upon a den of beauties today? Name, Zhou Xiruo. Identity, leader of the Ime sect in the world of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Strength, Tier 2. Zhou Xiruo? Another female boss who has turned evil. However, Zhang Yuyan hasn't started to turn evil yet, while Zhou Xiruo should have already finished turning evil. He's already the leader of the Ime sect. Zhou Xiruo, the leader of the Ime sect, greets the immortal. Zhou Xiruo bowed respectfully, a slight ripple stirring within her heart. There are actually immortals in this world. Master, I will definitely carry forward the Ime sect and make it the #1 sect in the Central Plains. Zhou Xiruo, please sit down. Zhou Xiruo nodded and walked to the sofa. Zhang Yuyan saw Zhou Xiruo and quickly stood up. This humble woman, Zhang Yuyan, greets sect leader Zhou. Zhang Yuyan had heard of the Ime sect, a martial arts sect, but she never expected that its leader would be so young. Zhou Xiruo nodded. In the past, she might have chatted with Zhang Yuyan for a bit, but after experiencing so much, she only wanted to fulfill her master's wish, and nothing else mattered, including that man. The man who caused her heartache and whom she could never forget. Zhang Yuyan, sit down. Zhou Xiruo is not the leader of the Ime sect in your world, she is from another world. I know your situation, but after you come to the Myriad Realms Tower, your life trajectory will be completely changed, and becoming a strong person is only a matter of time. Zhang Yuyan sat on the sofa, a look of surprise on her face. Immortal, will I find my father? Ye Ming sighed. Yes, I will, but I will encounter many hardships. Are you sure you want to go to him? Ye Ming didn't want those hardships to befall Zhang Yuyan. She was already a destined person of the Myriad Realms Tower, and he couldn't let her suffer so much. Yuyan only has her father left in this world. I don't know what else I can do but look for him. Zhang Yuyan's eyes darkened, and she lowered her head. She knew all too well how difficult it was, but she had no other choice. We can't stay in brothels all the time. Her mother was a prostitute. When her mother was alive, everything was fine, but now that her mother is gone, staying in the brothel is not a good thing. Zhou Xiruo glanced at Zhang Yuyan. She was even more miserable than Zhang Yuyan. Both her parents had died, and she was sent to the Ime sect at a young age. Afterwards, she went through many things, especially Zhang Wuji's break with her. She believed that she must be the most miserable woman in the world. Do you know that if you go to find your father, you will be sold to a brothel? Although you will be rescued by a man, you will fall in love with someone you shouldn't, and eventually become enemies. After finding your father, you will be harassed and humiliated by your stepmother. Everything you experience will change your personality drastically. Even so, do you still want to find your father? Before Zhang Yuyan could react, Zhou Xiruo's body trembled. Isn't that describing her? Falling in love with the wrong person can lead to a bitter feud. However, this girl suffered far more hardships than she did. Whether it was because of a similar experience or something else, Zhou Xiruo's eyes held a hint of inexplicable emotion. Zhang Yuyan looked at Ye Ming with a blank expression, not knowing what to do for a moment. Sold into a brothel? She grew up in a brothel, so of course she knew what it was like there. The thought of what she would have to go through if she were sold to a brothel sent chills down her spine. After finding her father, she was still humiliated by her stepmother? Then why would I even bother looking for my father? But where else could she go if she didn't look for her father? Zhou Xiruo saw the bewildered look in Zhang Yuyan's eyes and her heart skipped a beat. There was a time when she too had that kind of gaze. Your name is Zhang Yuyan, right? Zhang Yuyan shifted her gaze to Zhou Xiruo, who nodded blankly. If you have nowhere else to go, then come with me from now on. Zhang Yuyan's unfocused gaze gradually sharpened as she looked at Zhou Xiruo in surprise. Ye Ming raised an eyebrow, not expecting Zhou Xiruo to sympathize with Zhang Yuyan. However, their experiences are quite similar in some ways, so it's understandable that they resonate with each other. Sect leader Zhou? I'm a bit older than you, just call me Sister Xiruo. My experiences are somewhat similar to yours, except I've already gone through them, while you're lucky you haven't. Since we've met here, it must be fate. If you don't mind, you can join the Ime sect. Only by becoming strong can you avoid being bullied. Yaming was happy to see the two help each other, but he didn't know if people from other worlds could stay in another world for a long time. The Tower of Myriad Realms. Ding, it's working. That's fine. It wouldn't be bad to let Zhang Yuyan follow Zhou's Hiruo. Once she has the strength, she can return to her own world. But if both of them enter the world of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, won't they ruin the whole world? Zhang Yuyan was somewhat tempted, but she knew she couldn't make the decision herself. Thank you, Sect Leader Zhou, but we live in different worlds. Ming suddenly spoke up. As long as Zhou's Hiruo allows it, you can go to her world after you sign the agreement, and you can return to your own world when you are strong enough. Zhou's Hiruo, if you've thought it through, tell me what you need to add to the agreement. If there's nothing to add, then sign it. Ming waved his hand, and two agreements appeared in front of Zhou's Hiruo and Zhang Yuyan. The agreement was simple, it allowed Zhang Yuyan to enter Zhou's Hiruo's world. Zhou's Hiruo is no longer the innocent girl she used to be, there are now some added elements to her character. For example, one cannot take the initiative to attack, nor can one intentionally cause any casualties in the world of Yaishan. She made a simple plan to ensure that Zhang Yuyan wouldn't cause trouble once she entered her world before signing the agreement. Zhang Yuyan signed the contract without hesitation, without giving it much thought or asking about Zhou's Hiruo's situation. No wonder she was sold into a brothel. You're still too naive. Sisters Hiruo, thank you. It's alright, just focus on your training. Once you're strong enough, no one will be able to bully you. Then Zhou's Hiruo looked at Ming, raised her hand, and a pile of secret manuals appeared. Immortal, I wish to exchange for these secret manuals. Ime 9 Yang Skill, Second Tier Manual, Value, 30 Heavenly Coins. Ime Sword Technique, Second Tier Manual, Value, 20 Heavenly Coins. Golden Peak Cotton Palm, Second Tier Secret Manual, Value, 20 Heavenly Coins. Snowflake Piercing Cloud Palm, Tier 2 Manual, Value, 40 Heavenly Coins. The 18 Subduing Dragon Palms have been recorded. 9 Yin White Bone Claw, already included. 9 Yin Internal Skill has been recorded. A total of 110 Heavenly Coins. The rest of the martial arts manuals have already been collected and are no longer needed. Zhou's Hiruo was stunned for a moment. It had already been recorded? Does the immortal mean that top-tier martial arts techniques like the 18 Subduing Dragon Palms have already been redeemed? Yes, Nirong Fu has exchanged them all. In fact, he has exchanged almost all the secret manuals. The reason why the Ime sect skills have not been exchanged is because your Ime sect was established later, and many of your martial arts are derived from other martial arts, so the price is not very high. Ming had mentioned before that once Nirong Fu made his exchange, most of the martial arts manuals in the entire martial arts world became useless, and those who followed could only accept their bad luck. Nirong Fu? Zhou's Hiruo thought to herself, a slightly unpleasant impression forming in her mind of this guy named Nirong Fu. They're leaving absolutely no way for future generations to survive. Yes, Nirong Fu, he was probably a figure from 300 or 400 years ago in your world. His world is very similar to your world, for example. The 18 Subduing Dragon Palms were passed down from that time. However, it seems that he defeated all the powerful figures in the Central Plains and seized all the martial arts in the Central Plains. Zhou's Hiruo's eyes widened. Snatched it. All factions? That's a ruthless person. That means even top-tier secret manuals can't be exchanged. Senior Nirong Fu, you're too ruthless. I understand, Immortal. Will my 110 heavenly coins be enough to increase my strength? Ming thought for a moment. There were many ways to improve his strength, but Zhou's Hiruo had too few heavenly coins. It seems like having werewolf blood might be acceptable, but Zhou's Hiruo would definitely not agree. After much thought, she realized that her 110 heavenly coins were definitely not enough to improve her strength. But there must be ways to increase lethality. Ming waved his hand, and a pistol appeared. A firearm, 1 heavenly coin each, with 100 bullets. It will kill anyone it hits. For a martial artist who has acquired skills, it is difficult to dodge unless there are special circumstances. Even if a martial artist who has acquired skills does not know the use of this thing, a shot to the head can kill them. With 110 heavenly coins, you can buy 100 pistols and definitely be able to roam the martial arts world freely. Besides pistols, we also have axe. Within 400 meters, as long as you've practiced your shooting, you can fire 50 axe at once and wipe out even a Xiantian. Since martial arts can't help, let's use firearms. After dealing with the other sects with firearms, obtaining the secret manuals and exchanging them for heavenly coins, wouldn't it be easy to improve one's martial arts skills? Well, once these two leave, call over Gao Yao, Nirong Fu, and other people from the martial arts world. One wants to raid Qin Shi Huang's tomb, and the other wants to restore his kingdom. With this thing, it's like divine assistance. A look of shock flashed across Zhou's Hiruo's eyes. She had heard of the innate realm, but had never seen it. In her eyes, Xiantian was an invincible being who could defeat anyone in the world, yet he was defeated by this tiny hidden weapon. But these are the words of an immortal, how could they be false? Immortal, I'd like to take 10 of these pistols first, and then I'll test their effectiveness when I get back. Sure, just a heads up, besides cultivation techniques and manuals, pills, medicinal herbs, and divine weapons can all be traded. Whether Mirong Fu forgot or not, he bought up all of Shaolin's scriptures and traded them all, but he didn't trade the formula for the great rejuvenation pill. Whether it was because he didn't get it, or for some other reason, Ye Ming didn't know. However, the great rejuvenating pill is not only found in the world of demigods and semi-devils, it also appears in the Return of the Condor Heroes, the Smiling, Proud Wanderer, and the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. It can be found in almost any martial arts world of the Shaolin school. Ye Ming knew about this, but he didn't say anything, wanting to see who would think of it first and sell it to the Myriad Realms Tower. In a mythical world, in a luxurious mansion, Gao Yao sat in his study, looking at the treasure box in front of him, lost in thought. So many days have passed, if Kui Wenzi is still alive, he should be arriving soon. He was no longer the clueless cook he once was. The years he spent in the palace had transformed him into a shrewd and calculating man. He took the treasure box with him partly because he thought he could sell it and break the cycle of reincarnation. Secondly, he thought that Kui Wenzi would definitely come looking for him. If he takes the box, he won't put it back. In the future, he and Yi Xiaochuan won't be able to return to 2,000 years ago because they won't see the box. If he didn't go back 2,000 years, then where did he come from now? He didn't know, but there was one person who should have known, Kui Wenzi. The most important thing to live to 2,000 years from now is the elixir of immortality. Kui Wenzi just happened to make the elixir of immortality and gave it to Yi Xiaochuan. What a coincidence! Gao Yao put the treasure box on the table down, picked up the sword beside him, and planned to go out to practice his swordsmanship. But as soon as he stepped outside, he sensed something was wrong. Someone come here. Gao Yao called out to his servants, but no one appeared. As expected, a problem arose. Gao Yao's eyes flickered, as if he had guessed something. Kui Wenzi, oh, you knew it was me? Kui Wenzi walked out from the side, her brows slightly furrowed. Why did a problem occur this time, especially after so many cycles of reincarnation? When Gao Yao saw Kui Wenzi, a slight smile appeared on his lips. So it was you who orchestrated all of this. Is my being here also related to you? Kui Wenzi frowned as he looked at Gao Yao, completely baffled as to what had happened. In order not to damage the world as much as possible, he took a deep breath and asked, "Where's the treasure box? Hand it over." Gao Yao drew his sword, flashed forward, and slashed at Kui Wenzi. Kui Wenzi snorted coldly, and Gao Yao instantly felt a force fixing him in place. "Gao Yao, you'd better behave and hand over the treasure box, or don't blame me for being impolite." Gao Yao's expression remained unchanged, but his heart was in turmoil. What was going on? Isn't this world just an ordinary world? Why does this power exist? Internal energy cultivation doesn't have this effect, so is it some kind of immortal cultivation technique? Is this Kui Wenzi a cultivator? But why doesn't he just take action? Is he unable? Or afraid? You can have the treasure box, but you have to give me the elixir of immortality. Didn't you already eat? Why do you want more? Never mind that. Give me the pills and the formula. Impossible. Don't force me to kill you. Gao Yao's body trembled, and he silently called upon the Myriad Realms token. After discovering that he could return to the Myriad Realms Tower at any time, he felt more confident. Then kill me. Otherwise, even if you take the treasure box back, I'll still snatch it back. A murderous glint flashed in Kui Wenzi's eyes, but he held back. He took out a bottle of pills and a piece of paper from his pocket. Gao Yao, I don't care if you know anything or not, you'd better stick to the original path. If anything goes wrong with this cycle of reincarnation, I'll make you wish you were dead. Reincarnation? There was definitely a problem. Gao Yao nodded. As long as you meet my requirements, I won't do anything reckless. All right, here's what you wanted. Give me the treasure box. Gao Yao suddenly felt that his body could move again. He took the elixir of immortality and the piece of paper. The paper contained the method for making the elixir of immortality, the essence of black wind, the powder of celestial stars, and 1,000-year-old ginseng could be used to refine it. Inside the elixir bottle was a black elixir, the elixir of immortality. He's eaten it before, and it's exactly the same as this one. Gao Yao's eyes flickered for a moment, then he went into the study, took the treasure box in his hand, and disappeared from the spot. Inside the Myriad Realms Tower, Gao Yao emerged from the vortex, clutching a treasure box. Gao Yao greets the immortal. Immortal, Kui Wenzi has come to see me. Ye Ming pointed to the sofa, gesturing for Gao Yao to sit down and speak. Immortal, that Kui Wenzi doesn't seem to be an ordinary person. I was about to make a move, but he just snorted and I was frozen in place, unable to move. Ye Ming raised an eyebrow. Kui Wenzi was no ordinary person. It can even freeze people in place, it's a bit like a cultivator. Did Kui Wenzi cultivate immortality? Is the mythological world not the ordinary world? The time-traveling situation of the treasure box is indeed not simple. Gao Yao took out the recipe and the elixir of immortality, and placed them together with the treasure box. This is the formula and elixir of immortality that I obtained from him. He also said some strange things to me, telling me to follow the original path. If there is a problem with the cycle of reincarnation, I will be unable to live or die. Gao Yao is really confused. I hope the immortal can give me some guidance. Ye Ming glanced at the treasure box and the other two items, and information appeared on his mind. The elixir of immortality, a tier 1 item, is refined from the longevity goo mother and son. The son goo provides powerful vitality and coexists with the host. If the mother goo survives, the son goo will live forever. If the mother goo dies, the son goo will die. If the son goo cannot sense the mother goo for a long time, it will also slowly die. Note, after possessing the mother goo, the rank will be raised to tier 7. Value, 1 celestial coin. A single sheet of paper is not recommended for recycling. An immortal mother-child goo poison. 7th rank. Holy crap. Is the mythological world really that amazing? Who is this Kui Wenzi? He can refine pills using 7th order goo worms. The mother goo must be inside the meteorite in Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum. No wonder the elixir of immortality lost its effect after the meteorite shattered. That's why. The mother goo died, so the offspring goo in the elixir of immortality also died. The elixir of immortality is useful in the mythological world, but it is useless in other worlds, unless the offspring can also sense the mother goo in other worlds. Or it would be useful to bring the mother goo here as well. I thought the mythological world was an ordinary world, but I never expected it to be a high-level world. There are also tier 7 items. That shouldn't be happening. He looked at the treasure box again, and the information reappeared. The treasure box is the core of the mythical world. If it is traded, the entire spacetime of the mythical world will collapse and all humans will die. Trading is prohibited. Myriad Realms Tower, what level of item is in this treasure box? Ding, the poster's permissions are insufficient. Please upgrade your level. Ye Ming raised an eyebrow, his heart skipping a beat. Tier 8 item. Or is it rank 8 or higher? Items of tier 7 and below have all appeared, but tier 8 items have never appeared. Therefore, this item is of rank 8 or higher. Ye Ming was a little puzzled. This was the first time that an item was prohibited from being traded. Could it be that the Myriad Realms Tower didn't have enough heavenly coins? Myriad Realms Tower, you can't be unable to afford this item, which is why you've banned its trade, right? 8th tier items cost hundreds of millions of heavenly coins. I can understand if you don't have it, but you can just say so. Ding, master, there's no need to use provocation. The Myriad Realms Tower is a place for doing business. It doesn't interfere in the struggles of other worlds, much less destroy them. Ye Ming blinked, feeling like the Myriad Realms Tower was talking nonsense. Why do I feel like the multiverse building has been interfering in the struggle all along? Putting aside everything else, isn't the entry of people into the bio world a direct attack on the Umbrella Corporation? Ding, that's a transaction. The Myriad Realms Tower only sends people into different worlds through transactions. What the people inside do is none of the Myriad Realms Tower's business. However, if the treasure box is traded, the mythical world will be directly destroyed. The Myriad Realms Tower forbids the destruction of worlds. After all that talk, the point is not to destroy the world. Going around in circles like that, it would have been better to just say it directly. Ye Ming looked at Gao Yao with pity. The guy was so pitiful. The fate of the mythical world is pitiful enough, but after finally obtaining the elixir of immortality, it only costs 1 celestial coin. The Qin Shi Huang mausoleum cannot be moved, nor can the meteorite, otherwise, Kui Wenzi would probably have taken action. Besides this core element, the most indispensable element in the mythological world is the goo worm from Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum. Moreover, Kui Wenzi demanded that he follow the original path, and he would stop him from doing anything out of line. This completely ruined Gao Yao's life. He had no access to the heavenly coins, no way to obtain them, and someone was constantly watching him. Breaking this deadlock will be difficult, unless Gao Yao cultivates to the 7th level or above. Otherwise, Kui Wenzi will always be a menace. But without the heavenly coins, how did he cultivate to the 7th level? Gao Yao also saw the introduction to the elixir of immortality, and the thought that he had actually eaten a goo worm made him feel disgusted. He also saw the word 7th rank. As one of the first people to enter the Myriad Realms Tower, he roughly knew the concept of the 7th rank. Maybe it's invincible. One punch and the world is destroyed. He fell silent for a moment. It seemed he had no choice but to return the treasure box. Gao Yao, there are now 3 ways to resolve your predicament. First, cultivate. After reaching the 7th or 8th level, then go and settle accounts with Kui Wenzi. Second, when an 8th tier trader appears in the Myriad Realms Tower, you should ask them to make a move. Third, do as Kui Wenza says, ignore these things, and continue the cycle after 2000. It's up to you to choose. Ye Ming sighed, feeling sorry for Gao Yao. Gao Yao took a deep breath and a smile appeared on his face. Gao Yao was able to rise from a eunuch to the highest position, becoming the revered Zhao Gao. Now, I can cultivate step by step to become the strongest. Only children make choices, I want them all. I'll do as Kui Wenza says first, then cultivate slowly while waiting for the appearance of an 8th-tier traitor. Ye Ming gave Gao Yao an approving look, thinking, he truly deserves to be someone who can create legends. In Ye Ming's view, not only is the world Gao Yao lives in called mythology, but Gao Yao's experiences are also a kind of mythology. Good, keep your mindset. There might be level 8 traders within a few months, then you can trade with them. In Ye Ming's opinion, trading with an 8th level trader was the most reliable option, since those with higher cultivation levels didn't have that many heavenly coins. But you can use other types of transactions. The mythological world might be a 7th or 8th order world, and there would definitely be 8th order powerhouses who would be interested. Who knows, if Gao can get through this period, he might actually become very rich later. He's already lived in the mythical world for 60 years, a few more months won't make a difference. I was originally planning to recommend some firearms to Gao Yao to help him open the Qin Shi Huang mausoleum, but now it seems it's useless. Thank you, Immortal. I'll take my leave now. Okay, go ahead. Gao Yao turned and left. He didn't trade the longevity pill, he figured he might as well keep the one heavenly coin for himself. Ye Ming shook his head, stood up, and was about to leave when the vortex rippled. Another new person has arrived. She has a tall figure, long hair that falls over her shoulders, and cute hair clips on her head. Her pale purple dress accentuated her curvaceous figure. She's another stunning beauty, even more beautiful than Zhang Yuyan and Zhou Xiruo. There seem to be a lot of beautiful women among today's traders. Name, Bibi Dong. Identity, genius of the Spirit Hall in the Deluo continent world. Strength, level 70 Soul Emperor, Tier 4. Bibi Dong? Deluo continent? A world that's hard to describe in a few words. Deluo continent is a world of martial spirits, where there is no magic or martial arts, but there are wondrous martial spirits. Ordinary people can awaken their martial soul at the age of 6 with the help of soul masters from the Spirit Hall. Martial spirits can be animals, plants, or objects. They can assist people in their daily lives and can also be used for cultivation and combat. Martial spirits are amazing, but also incredibly weak. A force of 108,000 jin can easily defeat even the most powerful title Deluo. Don't be fooled by the weight of 108,000 jin. You should know that in some worlds, the first realm to reach the limit of strength can have a force of 100,000 jin. One is a power that even the world's strongest cannot withstand, and the other is the power of the world's first realm. It's easy to imagine that Deluo continent is actually a low-level martial arts world disguised as a fantasy world. No, low-level martial arts is too much, let's go with mid-level martial arts. It's probably similar to the world of stormy clouds. Besides the uniqueness of the world itself, the protagonist of that world is also very special. As the saying goes, it's better to be Xiao Yan's underling than Tang San's brother. This Tang San refers to Tang San from the Deluo continent world. His behavior is simply outrageous. When you're weak, you call others boss. But when you're strong and have a high status, you start calling them by their names. The village uncle took such good care of Tang San, but was driven away just because he said something bad about Tang San's father. While the Spirit Hall is considered an evil force, ordinary people cannot awaken their spirits without it. They tried to stop the Spirit Hall from killing spirit beasts, but ended up killing them even more ruthlessly themselves. Moreover, Tang San is a time traveler, and the reason for his time travel is that he sneaked into the inner sect and secretly learned their ultimate skills. Well, this protagonist is very pure, so pure that he doesn't seem like a righteous person. The most disgusting thing was putting a chastity belt on his daughter. It really disgusted Ye Ming. I can understand feeling sorry for my daughter, but this action is absolutely inhuman. Bibi Dong doesn't look very old, so she probably hasn't become the Pope of the Spirit Hall yet. I wonder if she has experienced that incident. Level 70, haven't broken through to Soul Saint yet, might not have encountered it yet, but probably soon. Bibi Dong met Yu Xiao Gang when she was young, and the two fell in love after a long period of contact. However, her master, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, in order to prevent her from leaving the Spirit Hall, insulted her and caused her to give birth to a daughter. Not only that, he also threatened Bibi Dong that if she did not separate from Yu Xiao Gang, he would kill Yu Xiao Gang. Poor Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong, sit down. Bibi Dong blinked and sat down to the side. The person in front of her was definitely a god. She didn't dare to do anything reckless, and sat obediently on the sofa, blinking her eyes as if they could speak. The current Bibi Dong is not yet the Pope who will later dominate the Deluo continent. She doesn't possess that overwhelming aura or the presence of an empress. On the contrary, she has the vigor of youth, is quirky and clever, and exudes youthful energy. What a pity. Bibi Dong looked at Ye Ming with curiosity, never expecting that a god would look like this. She recalled the information in her mind, raised her hand, and a pile of items appeared. Martial Soul Bloodline, 5th Order Bloodline, can be fused to awaken a martial soul. Value, 15,000 heavenly coins. Martial Soul Death Spider Emperor, 4th Tier Martial Soul, Soul Rings, yellow, purple, 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 black, black, black. After fusion, you can directly obtain this martial soul and its soul skills. Note, the martial soul will disappear after the transaction. Value, 6,000 heavenly coins. Martial Soul, Soul Devouring Spider Emperor, Tier 2 Martial Soul, Soul Rings, black, black. Upon fusion, you can directly obtain this martial soul and its soul skills. Note, the martial soul will disappear after the transaction. Value, 65 heavenly coins. Soul Power Cultivation Method, 4th Order Cultivation Method, can increase soul power. Value, 2,000 heavenly coins. Ye Ming raised his hand and took the Martial Soul Bloodline and Soul Power Cultivation Method, but not the other two, knowing that Bibi Dong would definitely not sell them. Besides the Soul Power Cultivation Method, there are some other techniques, all of which are unique to martial souls and are not very expensive. The other cultivation techniques are also not very valuable. All the tradable items combined only amount to 20,000 celestial coins. I thought Bibi Dong, as the next Pope of the Spirit Hall, would have a lot of things, but this is all I have. But thinking about it, it makes sense. In Duluo continent, the main focus is on cultivating martial souls, and most people's martial souls are different. Apart from improving soul power and using rare and precious materials, the rest of the time is spent researching one's own martial soul. Therefore, it has great limitations, and the techniques are practically worthless. But if even martial spirits can be traded, then there must be so many things in this world that can be traded. Everyone has a martial spirit, and countless martial spirits can be traded. Ye Ming took out the Myriad Realms token, tossed it lightly, and it flew to Bibi Dong's side. Your second spirit only has 2 spirit rings. Is your body unable to handle it? Bibi Dong was still in shock when she took the Myriad Realms token and looked at Ye Ming. She could understand that martial spirits and bloodlines could be traded, but she never expected that martial spirits could be traded too. Doesn't this mean that the god in front of us can strip away our martial spirit with a wave of his hand? That's terrifying. All her strength lies in her martial spirit. Without it, what difference is there between her and an ordinary person? Reporting to the divine being, twin martial souls have 2 martial souls, but the number of spirit rings exceeds that of ordinary spirit masters, causing the attribute amplification to be too great for the body to bear. Therefore, I only found 2 spirit rings. After solving this problem, I will look for the rest of the spirit rings. Ye Ming nodded. Despite having the cultivation of a soul emperor, Bibi Dong's body was very weak and she was not at all at the 4th level. His entire strength comes from the amplification of his martial spirit, making him somewhat like a mage. The only difference is that mages cast spells from a distance, while soul masters become stronger while casting spells before attacking. Here are cultivation techniques from other worlds. After you cultivate them, you can improve your physical strength, and then you can complete the soul rings for your second martial soul. Bibi Dong's eyes lit up, a technique to enhance physical strength. Such a thing doesn't exist in my world. After all, twin martial souls are rare, and very few people have this concern. My lord, do you have any recommendations? This book, The Broken Family Heart Sutra, is a 4th tier secret manual. It costs 9,000 heavenly coins and can improve your physical strength. Add a blood bodhi to increase your internal energy by 30 years. Internal energy cultivation strengthens chi and blood, resulting in abundant chi and vigorous spirit and a strong body. This in itself improves various aspects of physical fitness and, of course, also enhances physical strength. The most powerful internal skill at this stage is the Severing Family Heart Sutra. Add a blood bodhi seed, and you can quickly get started. Bibi Dong nodded and directly bought the Broken Family Heart Sutra and the blood bodhi. The purpose of the heavenly coins was to enhance her own strength. Only with greater strength can one acquire more items and exchange them for more heavenly coins. There's another piece of news, 10,000 heavenly coins, do you want them? Bibi Dong blinked. 10,000 heavenly coins? She only had 10,000 heavenly coins left. What a cruel god. He didn't even leave me a single celestial coin. Bibi Dong gritted her teeth and nodded. Want? Ye Ming pretended not to see Bibi Dong's look. This news was worth 10,000 heavenly coins. Your teacher Chien Sunji found out about your relationship with Yu Xiaogang. I don't know if he asked you about it. You are a genius of the spirit hall with twin spirits. He will not allow you to have a relationship with men outside, especially Yu Xiaogang. He will not let you leave the spirit hall. And you really like Yu Xiaogang. You were even willing to leave the spirit hall to be with him, and you even told Chien Sunji. So, he cast an illusion on you to make you give up, then humiliated you, forced you to leave Yu Xiaogang, and finally gave birth to a daughter. Bibi Dong suddenly stood up, no longer caring about Ye Ming's divine status, and loudly retorted, "Impossible! The teacher wouldn't do that." Qian Sunji was the person Bibi Dong respected most, and she couldn't possibly listen to the words of this unknown deity and doubt her teacher. Ye Ming knew Bibi Dong would react this way, so he gestured for her to sit down. "Don't worry, whether you believe it or not is your business. Since you've made the transaction, I'll tell you the news. Whether you believe it or not, or whether you verify it yourself, is up to you. Don't interrupt me. You will encounter a man named Tang Hao. Because the Spirit Hall killed his wife, the 100,000-year-old Spirit Beast Blue Silver Emperor, he has always been against the Spirit Hall. Although you have the opportunity to kill Qian Sunji because of Tang Hao's son will eventually kill you. When you and Chrysanthemum Demon Deluo go to the Star Do Great Forest to hunt soul beasts, you will kill a 100,000-year-old soul beast, the Soft Bone Rabbit. Her daughter will also seek revenge on you, and in the end, she will be with Tang Hao's son. I've said everything I needed to say. Believe it or not, it's up to you." Because the price he asked for this time was relatively high, Ye Ming told Bibi Dong about most of the things in the Deluo world. However, judging from Bibi Dong's expression, she might not believe it in the short term. Bibi Dong's expression was uncertain, she didn't believe Ye Ming's words. But what is Ye Ming trying to achieve by saying all this? He could easily have done something to himself and his teacher, there was no need for all this trouble. But she couldn't believe that her teacher, the person she respected most, would do such a thing. Bibi Dong's eyes flickered, but she didn't say anything more. "Thank you for informing me, God. Bibi Dong has departed now." Ye Ming waved his hand, saying that Bibi Dong was just confused for a moment and would gradually understand later. Bibi Dong should know Qian Sunji better than he does. However, I didn't expect that Bibi Dong was so young, and that Tang San was still decades away from appearing. Decades later, Bibi Dong will probably be able to easily defeat a first-level god in the Deluo world. Bibi Dong traded 20,000 Zushin coins this time, and she got 4,000 Zushin coins from it. It's alright, not a lot. This is nowhere near as good as the 100,000 I earned from a single transaction before. Adding the 110 heavenly coins from the previous Joe's Hiruo transaction, he gained 22 heavenly coins, and his data was updated again. Name, Ye Ming. Myriad Realms Tower Level 2. Realm, Peak of the 3rd Tier. Celestial Coins, 144,372.4. Cultivation Technique, Saitama Style Limit Breaking Cultivation Method, 3rd Level. Connecting Worlds, Deluo Continent, Jade Dynasty, Harry Potter, Naruto, Underworld, Demigods and Semi-Devils, Ip Man, The Myth, Storm Riders, The Return of the Condor Heroes, Swordsman, Lord of War, Resident Evil, The Legend of Lu Xiaofeng, Forbidden City Cop. Traded items Saitama Style Limit Breaking Cultivation Method, Profound Ghostly Path, First Layer, Apparition, Avada Kedavra, Sordeo Insights, Perfect T-Virus Bloodline, Martial Soul Bloodline, Blood Bodhi, Severing Family Heart Method, Eclipse Sword Technique, Nine-Yin Manual, Lingbo Steps, Northern Darkness Divine Art. The transaction amount is 230,000, and we are still 210,000 short of the target amount. After that, we can upgrade. The 10,000 heavenly coins for selling the information still hadn't reached Ye Ming's hands, and Ye Ming was about to ask about it. Ye Ming didn't want to ask, but many people were asking, "Where are my 10,000 heavenly coins? I could accept a few thousand or a few hundred before, but this time it's 10,000. Ding, the Myriad Realms Tower is about to be upgraded to level 3. Would you like to learn about some information about the upgrade in advance? There's no need to hesitate, of course we'll choose yes. Yes. Ding, the following new permissions will be unlocked at level 3 of the Myriad Realms Tower. 1. Myriad Realms Tower Treasury, 10,000 celestial coins and previous celestial coins have been deposited into the treasury. 2. Exclusive cultivation techniques. 3. World permissions. 4. Myriad Realms Tower facilities. Oh, it's not dark at all. I thought it was. As long as it's not black. He knew about the exclusive cultivation technique, but what did the others mean? What is the World Authority? What are the multiverse building facilities? What you've said is as good as saying nothing at all. Ding, insufficient permissions. Please upgrade the Myriad Realms Tower to level 3 to learn more. If I could reach level 3 immediately, would I need to ask you for prior information? In the world of Deluo Continent, Bibi Dong appeared inside the Spirit Hall. She looked at the blood bodhi in her hand and put it away. Now is not the time to take it, we'll wait until I go into seclusion to discuss it. She left her room, intending to find Yu Xiao Gang, but was stopped by Qian Sunji shortly after she left. Where are you going? Bibi Dong looked at Qian Sunji, recalling the words Ye Ming had said before. She shook her head, how could she doubt her teacher? Teacher, I need to go out for a bit. Qian Sunji's face was extremely pale. Without beating around the bush, he asked directly, are you going to see Yu Xiao Gang? What's going on between you two? Have you fallen for him? Bibi Dong blushed. How did the teacher find out? This was like being caught dating by her parents. Teacher, I'm somewhat interested in Yu Xiaogang. Although he's not extremely powerful, he possesses a wisdom that others don't have. Snort. Qian Sunji snorted coldly, interrupting Bibi Dong. You're a genius from the spirit hall, and you even have twin spirits. How could you fall for an outsider? Especially someone from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan. Don't you know the situation between our spirit hall and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan? You're not allowed to go see Yu Xiaogang anymore, cut off all contact with him. Bibi Dong's body trembled, and Ye Ming's words resurfaced in her mind. He will cast an illusion on you to make you give up, then humiliate you, force you to leave Yu Xiaogang, and finally give birth to a daughter. Everything is exactly as Ye Ming said. Is the teacher really going to do this? She saw madness in Qian Sunji's eyes, a determination to do anything to achieve his goals. If he truly spoke his mind, saying that he would stay with Yu Xiaogang even if it meant leaving the spirit hall, then his teacher might actually do it. For the first time, Bibi Dong felt like a stranger to her teacher. Am I just a tool of the spirit hall? Can't I have freedom? Her eyes dimmed, and she lowered her head as she spoke. Teacher, I understand. I will break off contact with Yu Xiaogang and focus on my cultivation to make the spirit hall even stronger. Teacher, I'm going to cultivate. Qian Sunji didn't notice Bibi Dong's gaze, he was still pondering something. Okay, don't let the teacher down. Don't worry, teacher, I won't let you down. Bibi Dong turned and left. Qian Sunji looked at her graceful figure and murmured to himself. Don't push me. The geniuses of the spirit hall cannot be left to wander outside. After returning to her room, Bibi Dong sat at the table, looking dejected. I never imagined my teacher was really that kind of person. She closed her eyes, and 2 lines of clear tears fell down her face. She had always regarded Qian Sunji as her father, but Qian Sunji only saw her as a tool to revitalize the spirit hall. This was something she found hard to accept. Bibi Dong was sad for a long time, but she cheered herself up again. Everything comes down to strength. As long as I'm strong enough, I can do whatever I want. Inside the Myriad Realms building, Ye Ming stretched and stood up. Before I knew it, it was noon, and I felt like I hadn't done anything yet. Fortunately, Ye Ming was smart. When he ordered takeout in the morning, he ordered takeout for lunch as well. All he needs to do now is heat up the takeout. Sai, a dignified peak 3rd-tier martial artist, can only eat takeout. Troublesome. Once I start practicing my exclusive cultivation technique tomorrow, I won't be hungry anymore. Ye Ming went upstairs to get his takeout when the doorbell rang. Upon closer inspection, Gu Qingchang and her assistant had arrived. He opened the door and welcomed the two inside. I might as well just give you the password, then you can come in whenever you want. Gu Qingchang rolled her eyes. How lazy is she? The assistant next to him was carrying a bunch of boxes and placed them on the dining table. You haven't eaten, have you? I ordered takeout. Ye Ming's eyes lit up. Perfect, he didn't have to cook. I haven't eaten yet. What delicious food is there? The assistant said politely. Young Master Ye Ming, this is for ordering. We have Buddha jumps over the wall, bird's nest chicken soup, shark fin and crab soup, and abalone stewed with pearl vegetables. Wow, that's quite a feast. Ye Ming quickly followed his assistant to open the bag, and a fragrant aroma immediately wafted out. Wow, that's pretty luxurious. Do you usually eat this kind of food? Gu Qingchang went into the kitchen and took out bowls and chopsticks. I bought this especially for you, eat it while it's hot. The 3 of them sat down and began to enjoy the delicious food. Gu Qingchang ladled a bowl of soup for Ye Ming and casually asked, why do you stay at home all day and never go out? Ye Ming took the soup, blew on it, and scooped up a spoonful. So fresh and moist. Why would I go out? I'm not short of money. It's so comfortable staying at home. Gu Qingchang knew that Ye Ming would go downstairs every day, probably to practice his martial arts, so she didn't ask any further questions. The dragon group might come tomorrow. Ye Ming was eating his meal, completely ignoring what Gu Qingchang was saying. Dragon group? What's that? What do they want with me? Gu Qingchang picked up a piece of food, put it in her mouth, and looked very elegant. On the contrary, Ye Ming held the bowl and kept shoveling food into his mouth. The Dragon Group is a national ancient martial arts organization responsible for supervising ancient martial arts families and sects. The people behind you wiped out the Jiang family, and they've come to investigate. Gu Qingchang glanced at Ye Ming out of the corner of her eye, but Ye Ming didn't react at all, continuing to pick at his food and eat as usual. With food in his mouth, Ye Ming said without any politeness, forget about the Dragon Group or the Tiger Group, don't come looking for trouble. I don't have time to deal with them. Gu Qingchang put down her chopsticks and looked at Ye Ming. The Dragon Group is different, it represents the country. Our Gu family has already reported the Jiang family's matter to the Dragon Group, and they won't make things difficult for you. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, only the Dragon Group has a martial artist above the transformation realm behind them. This time, he came in person because he wants to meet the powerful figure behind you. Ye Ming asked with some curiosity. The Dragon Group is so powerful, how come the Zhang family is still so arrogant? They dare to kill people at the drop of a hat? The Zhang family has been rampant for quite some time now. In fact, every ancient martial arts family has a lot of influence within its own sphere of influence, and they have connections with high-ranking officials and the underworld. It's just that there aren't many like the Zhang family. The Zhang family is known for its ruthless style. If the Dragon Group dares to investigate, they will kill all the people who know the truth. As long as there is no evidence, the Dragon Group can't do anything about it. The Dragon Group doesn't sound very impressive. It carries the name of a country, but it's actually useless. That's not entirely true. Before the Dragon Group appeared, when firearms weren't advanced enough, ancient martial arts families were like feudal lords, able to do whatever they wanted. It wasn't until the Dragon Group appeared and eliminated all the evildoers that we have what we have now. But there are always people who think that ancient martial artists are superior, and there's more than one of them. You mean someone is opposing the Dragon Group? I suppose so. Some ancient martial arts families and sects want special privileges, but the country won't grant them, so they keep an eye on the Dragon Group. After all, the Dragon Group is a national organization, and they need evidence to take action. If they dare to take action without evidence, the entire ancient martial arts world will know. All the ancient martial arts forces will oppose it, because no one wants to be suddenly wiped out by the Dragon Group without any explanation. To put it bluntly, it's still too weak. That's one way to put it. Ancient martial arts practitioners scattered throughout the city can cause far more damage than firearms. Besides, while the Dragon Group is strong, it's not strong enough to resist the entire ancient martial arts world. Then quite a few ordinary people must die every year because of ancient martial arts practitioners. Gu Qingchang remained silent, which was taken as tacit agreement. So what's going on this time? This villa. The owner of this villa had no idea about the ancient martial arts family. He tried to show off at a banquet and ended up ruining all of his businesses. The only thing he could still control was this villa. After selling it, he planned to flee the country. Since you bought the villa, Zhang Hao thought you were provoking him, since people in the upper circles already knew about it. After finishing the last bite of rice and the soup, Ye Ming put down his chopsticks. This shows just how arrogant the ancient martial arts families have become. This Dragon Group is truly trash. Let them go back to where they came from and don't bother me. Gu Qingchang was somewhat surprised. Were the people behind Ye Ming so powerful that they didn't even put the Dragon Group in their eyes? Okay, I'll think of a way and let them know. Ye Ming glanced at Gu Qingchang before realizing that he had made things difficult for her. She seems to be caught in a difficult position, between the Dragon Group and the Gu family. Have you finished eating? Gu Qingchang rolled her eyes at Ye Ming. Which eye of yours saw me eat? I only picked up a bite of food. However, she understood what Ye Ming meant and stood up. I'm done eating. Ye Ming stood up and walked upstairs. Follow me. Gu Qingchang followed Ye Ming upstairs and into a guest room. Ye Ming closed the door, placed one hand on Gu Qingchang's forehead, and directly transmitted the Duan Clan Heart Sutra into her mind. At the same time, he also transmitted a martial art and a lightness skill to her. He knows all the cultivation techniques of the Myriad Realms Tower, and if he wants to cultivate, he can do so directly. But with the heavenly coins, one can skip cultivation and directly reach perfection, so what's the point of cultivation then? If it were a cultivation technique, it would probably take 10 days to half a month to get the basics, but now, it's only been 3 days and I've already reached the peak of the 3rd level. Gu Qingchang was astonished to find the cultivation technique in her mind. It seemed to be a legendary internal energy cultivation method. Then Ye Ming gave her a blood bodhi seed and said to her, "Here, eat it while you're cultivating. Then get rid of that trashy Dragon Group, don't let them bother me." Gu Qingchang blinked, feeling a little dizzy. Even if she had the internal energy cultivation method, it would take her several years to achieve results. How could she possibly appease the Dragon Group? But before she could speak, Ye Ming left. Ye Ming sensed that someone had entered the Myriad Realms Tower. Gu Qingchang opened her mouth, carefully sensing the cultivation technique in her mind, and was shocked. It's truly an internal martial arts technique, with an extremely high potential. According to the content of the mental cultivation method, as long as you get to the basics, your strength will be stronger than your previous self. Moreover, it seems that one can break through to the transformation realm after completing the 1st level of the internal energy cultivation method. Unparalleled internal energy cultivation manual. It seems Ye Ming's background is much more powerful than she imagined. There really are martial artists in the world who cultivate internal energy. She took a deep breath, sat on the bed, swallowed the blood bodhi in her hand, and began to cultivate according to the internal energy cultivation method. The energy of the blood bodhi, along with the internal energy cultivation method, instantly transformed into internal force and began to circulate in the meridians. The powerful energy made her face turn red, and she could only keep increasing the speed of her operation. Gu Qingchen's strength began to rise rapidly, from third rate to second rate to first rate, and then directly broke through to the acquired martial artist level. Even after breaking through to the acquired realm, the blood bodhi still possessed a great deal of energy, which gradually enhanced Gu Qingchen's strength. After Ye Ming left the room, he said to his assistant who was still eating, "Don't go up and disturb her, she's cultivating." "Yes, young Master Ye Ming." Ye Ming nodded, went down to the second basement level, and met his new destined person. This time, the person destined for us is not a woman, but a man, a very ordinary man. He had an ordinary appearance and dark skin, resembling a farmer. Dressed in simple clothes, you couldn't tell who she was at all. He was looking around at the display case, wondering what kind of place this was. Although he had some information in his mind, he was still somewhat skeptical due to his naturally suspicious nature. Such a magical place must be the cave dwelling of some ancient master. Upon seeing Ye Ming appear, the man immediately bowed respectfully and slowly retreated as he did so. Li Feiyo greets Senior. Name, Han Li. Identity, a rogue cultivator in the world of mortal cultivation. Strength, Qi refining level 9, 4th tier. Han Li. Han Bao Bao. Han Li, the one who kills and sets fires like Li Feiyu, and saves people from suffering like Han Tianzun. This is a huge world. It's the most powerful world in all of existence right now. The world of a record of a mortal's journey to immortality includes the immortal realm, the spirit realm, and the immortal cultivation realm. His strength ranges from that of an ordinary cultivator to a top-tier immortal in the immortal realm. His power is absolutely formidable. Han Li happens to be the protagonist of the novel A Record of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. He is cautious by nature, never acts without a profit, keeps a low profile, is flexible and adaptable, doesn't care about saving face, doesn't try to be a hero, is meticulous, resilient, decisive and ruthless, and knows when to advance and retreat. These personality traits combine to shape Han Li's journey of cultivation as an ordinary person. He was born with 4 pseudo-spiritual roots. His aptitude was extremely poor, even belonging to the low-level aptitude that prevented him from establishing a foundation. But he managed to become the Dao ancestor of the immortal realm by taking drugs using the little green bottle. Of course, his ability to survive to the end in the dog-eat-dog world of cultivation is also due to his cautious nature. Whenever something happens, he skillfully retreats behind the crowd. For example, right now, Ye Ming could clearly see him slowly retreating. Han Li, please sit down. Han Li remained expressionless and took 2 steps back. Senior, my name is Li Feiyu, not Han Li. Ye Ming was amused. This guy was unbelievable. I already told him his name was Han Li, and he still called himself Li Feiyu. Alright, whatever you like, sit down. Senior, what business do you have with me? Don't you already know this in your mind? This is the Myriad Realms Tower, a place for trading. Here's what we'll do. If you don't believe me, you can return to your own world from the vortex. Han Li cupped his hands in a gesture of respect. Thank you, Senior. Having received Ye Ming's permission, Han Li quickly ran into the vortex and disappeared. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in the woods. He had heard about traces of cultivators in Jiawan City, so he came to search for them, but unexpectedly, he heard the sound of the Myriad Realms Tower on the way. Han Li looked around, but there was no one there. Could the information in his mind be true? The Myriad Realms Tower, which stands above all the heavens and myriad realms. Han Li pondered for a moment. The senior didn't seem to have any ill intentions, and some things in the Myriad Realms Tower were indeed unlike anything in this world. He found a place where he wouldn't be discovered by others, and then entered the Myriad Realms building once again. Ye Ming smiled when he saw Han Li emerge from the vortex. I believe it now. Han Li bowed again, his body slightly bent. Thank you for your understanding, Senior. Ye Ming waved his hand and pointed to the sofa. Sit down. Caution is a good thing. In the cultivation world, if you're not careful, you'll die quickly. Han Li glanced at the sofa, looked it over, and after finding it to be just an ordinary item, sat down. Then, following the memory in his mind, he raised his hand. Changchun Gong, a 4th-tier cultivation technique, a cultivation method for immortality, with a total of 12 levels, corresponding to the 12 levels of Qi refining. Value, 5,000 Zushin coins. Flying Sword Talisman, a 4th-tier talisman left by a Foundation Establishment cultivator, capable of unleashing Foundation Establishment attacks. Value, 8,000 heavenly coins. Comprehension of Alchemy, 4th-order comprehension. With the pill formula, one can refine pills for the Qi refining stage. Value, 2,000 heavenly coins. Wind Control Technique, a 4th-tier spell. After use, the user will feel as light as a swallow and can easily leap several meters. Value, 3,000 heavenly coins. Heavenly Eye Technique, a 4th-tier spell, used to observe whether the opponent possesses magical power. It is an auxiliary spell for those with profound magical power. Value, 1,000 heavenly coins. Fireball spell, a 4th tier spell, releases fireballs to attack enemies. The flames contain high temperatures, which can instantly melt even steel weapons. Value 7,000 heavenly coins. Mechanism Stabilization Talisman Crafting Method, Tier 4 item, can create talismans that can immobilize people. Value 5,000 celestial coins. Object Manipulation Technique, 4th order spell, value 3,000 celestial coins. Luoyan Bulletin, a 3rd tier secret manual, value 800 Zushin coins. Blinking Sword Technique, Tier 3 manual, value 800 heavenly coins. Corpse Worm Pill Recipe, Tier 3 pill formula, worm eggs prepared using secret methods. Without an antidote within a year, they will hatch and devour the internal organs of the human body. Value 500 heavenly coins. Yellow Dragon Pill Recipe, a 4th order pill formula. It can enhance the cultivation of chi refining cultivators and also has the effect of strengthening the foundation and nourishing the vital energy. Value 5,000 heavenly coins. Golden Marrow Pill Formula, 4th order pill formula. It can enhance the cultivation of chi refining cultivators and also has the effect of strengthening the foundation and nourishing the source. Value 5,000 heavenly coins. Nourishing Essence Pill Formula, 4th order formula, a miraculous medicine with remarkable effects on both internal and external injuries, which can greatly reduce the severity of injuries and save lives. Value 7,000 heavenly coins. Ascension Token, a 4th tier item. Holding the token allows you to join the cultivation sect Yellow Maple Valley. Value 1,000 heavenly coins. Han Li's most numerous possessions were not cultivation techniques and spells, but rather pill formulas. These pill formulas include 3rd and 4th tier ones, formulas for the light spirit powder that can cure all poisons, formulas for the entangling incense silk that can poison people, formulas for the 7 poisons water, formulas for the lingering incense pill that can repel mosquitoes, and so on. Besides the prescriptions, there were also many corresponding elixirs. Nourishing Essence Pills *10, 4th tier pills, value 5,000 heavenly coins. There were also a few of the other types of pills. Yaming discovered that the price of a single pill was generally 10 pills for one item of the same rank. Aside from pills and formulas, there were very few cultivation techniques or weapons. Most importantly, it's the little green bottle, even the palm-sized bottle doesn't have it. You should know that the heavenly bottle is a top-tier magic treasure in the immortal realm, the first Qian-Tian artifact born from chaos. Even without the artifact spirit, the heavenly bottle's grade is probably still very high. Unfortunately, Han Li was too cautious and didn't take it out. The other magical artifacts, such as the soul guiding bell, were not brought out. Are you going to trade all of these? A few pills aren't necessary. Once the pills are traded, they're gone, but the pill formulas remain. We should keep a few. Han Li cancelled some items and chose to trade the rest. 77,000 heavenly coins, this is the Myriad Realms token. Han Li accepted the Myriad Realms token, and several items he had seen before flashed through his mind. Senior, I would like to ask for some other items: Blood Bodhi, Eclipse Sword Technique, a pistol, 10 grenades, insights into swordsmanship, and may I purchase some information from you? Yaming raised an eyebrow and sat up slightly. Han Li was the first trader to request a change of information. I have to say, this guy's mind works really fast. He raised his hand, and the Blood Bodhi and Eclipse Sword Technique floated over. Blood Bodhi 1,000 heavenly coins, Eclipse Sword Technique 7,500 heavenly coins, Pistol 1 heavenly coin, Hand Grenade 1 heavenly coin, Sword Deo Enlightenment 30,000 heavenly coins. Transaction information, okay, what do you want to know? Han Li accepted the Blood Bodhi and the Eclipse Sword Technique. The Blood Bodhi could enhance internal energy, and he wanted to try to see if he could enhance his magical power. He chose the Eclipse Sword Technique because he currently has relatively few offensive methods, and having an additional sword technique would be helpful for self-defense. Needless to say, pistols and grenades are for retaliating when things happen. Senior, I am new to the world of cultivation and there is much I do not understand. Please explain it to me. I am willing to exchange 30,000 heavenly coins for the information. Wow, 30,000. Yaming glanced at Han Li. No wonder this guy was able to survive in the cultivation world. The most important thing was his personality and courage. Alright, since you want to know, I'll tell you. Let's talk about the cultivation realms first. There are 12 levels of Qi refining, then foundation establishment, then core formation, then nascent soul. The nascent soul cultivator is considered the patriarch of each sect. Above the nascent soul is deity transformation. After deity transformation, it's no longer suitable to stay in this cultivation world. You need to ascend to the spirit realm. After foundation establishment, each realm is divided into 3 stages: upper, middle, and lower. Foundation establishment allows one to live for 200 years, golden core for 500 years, nascent soul for 1,000 years, and deity transformation for 2,000 years. Han Li's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Foundation establishment cultivators can live to be 200 years old. A 2,000-year-old nascent soul cultivator. To have lived this long, cultivating immortality is about becoming an immortal, which naturally leads to a longer lifespan. The legend of mortal cultivation is a standard cultivation world, with the most complete collection of all kinds of rare and precious materials, elixirs, and magical treasures. Of course, you are in the kingdom of the Tianese cultivation realm, which has 7 major and minor cultivation sects, including the Hidden Moon sect, Yellow Maple Valley, Spirit Beast Mountain, Pure Void sect, Blade Transformation Valley, Heavenly Palace Fortress, and Giant Sword sect. You have an ascension token. With it, you can join Yellow Maple Valley and also receive a foundation establishment pill. Besides the 7 sects, the neighboring Tianluo kingdom also has the 6 demonic sects: Qianhuan sect, Yuling sect, Moyan sect, Tianxia sect, Hehuan sect, and Guiling sect. 10 years from now, the 6 sects will attack the 7 schools, starting a war between good and evil, with the demonic sect emerging victorious. However, that's a long time from now. Now that you've entered the Myriad Realms Tower, you might be able to crush the demonic sect in 10 years. Ye Ming did not accept Han Li's ascension token. If he accepted Han Li, where would he go? He would have no choice but to wander around. Nothing beats being a cultivator in a sect, where you get all the cultivation techniques and such. Han Li had just seen the ascension order and nodded. As for the invasion by the demonic cult, it's still too early to say. Senior, what is this foundation establishment pill? Foundation building pills can help you advance to the foundation building stage. You need them, and you'll need to prepare many, as your aptitude is very poor. Han Li was taken aback. Was his aptitude really that bad? To become a cultivator, one must have spiritual roots. Spiritual roots have attributes such as metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. You have a pseudo-spiritual root of 4 elements. Generally speaking, a pseudo-spiritual root can only be cultivated to the 3rd or 4th level of qi refining. However, you broke through this limitation by taking medicine. Han Li's expression remained unchanged, but his heart skipped a beat and he felt a sudden jolt. Does the other party know about my little green bottle? Recalling the events of just now, if the other party really wanted to know about the little green bottle, it would be a piece of cake. Senior is too kind. With the help of my master, I learned a bit of alchemy. I just happened to have some materials and took some pills. Ye Ming smiled and looked at Han Li teasingly. Very good, keep it up. Don't tell anyone about the little green bottle. That magic treasure fell from the immortal realm. If anyone finds out, you'll die a horrible death. Han Li suddenly looked up, his heart filled with turmoil. Something from the celestial realm. Does the senior know the origin of the little green bottle? Now that he already knows about the little green bottle, there's no point in me hiding it anymore. Of course I know. If you want to know, you can find out too. Han Li's pupils contracted slightly. After thinking for a moment, he raised his hand, and a phantom image of a small green bottle appeared. Heavenly Bottle, a 7th-tier magic treasure, the first Qian-Tian artifact born from chaos, lost from the immortal realm to the cultivation world. Its spirit is lost, and its level has dropped. It can accelerate the growth of spiritual value. Value 9,999,999 heavenly coins. Ye Ming narrowed his eyes and straightened up. 9.99 million celestial coins, you can upgrade simply by trading your own currency. Unfortunately, Han Li will not make a deal. He sighed and leaned back on the sofa. As you can see, the heavenly bottle fell from the immortal realm. It's a magical treasure that even the immortal realm covets. You know its function: absorbing moonlight to accelerate the growth of spiritual energy. Do you want to trade? Han Li was tense all over, fearing that Ye Ming would kill him and steal his treasure at any moment. Compared to the little green bottle, life is definitely more important. At that moment, Ye Ming didn't think too much about it. He simply asked the Myriad Realms Tower a question. The Myriad Realms Tower, what do you think if Han Li gives me this deal, and then I sell it to him? Ding, nesting dolls are prohibited. If detected once, the sales revenue required for the upgrade will increase according to the price of the nesting doll items. It definitely didn't work. Well, Ye Ming glanced at Han Li, who looked somewhat nervous and seemed restless, as if he was about to run away at any moment. Alright, don't be nervous. The transaction in the Myriad Realms Tower is a matter of mutual consent. I won't force you to do it if you're not willing. Han Li finally breathed a sigh of relief, his tense body relaxed a little, but his eyes still kept glancing at the vortex beside him. Ye Ming smiled and shook his head, taking 30,000 heavenly coins from Han Li's Myriad Realms token. Instantly, Han Li's Myriad Realms token was left with only 8,498 heavenly coins. More than 70,000 heavenly coins were spent in an instant, leaving only a little over 8,000. Alright, I've taken the heavenly coins. If you don't need anything else to buy, you can leave now. Seeing how restless Han Li looked, it would be better to let him go back. Once he realizes he's harmless, he'll come back to make the deal. It is said that Han Li was rich in the cultivation world because of the 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs. He was hesitant to sell them, afraid of being discovered. With the Myriad Realms Tower, wouldn't we have no worries at all? Get rich by relying on thousand-year-old medicinal herbs? Upon hearing Ye Ming's words, Han Li immediately stood up. Thank you, Senior. I will take my leave now. Without saying a word, Han Li headed towards the vortex at an incredible speed. If he could use magic here, he would have used the Luoyan step and the wind control technique to travel together. After returning to his own world, Han Li finally breathed a sigh of relief. I never imagined that the little green bottle was so valuable. It was actually a magical treasure from the celestial realm. His heart was pounding, and his face was flushed. He, a cultivator who had just entered the world of cultivation, actually obtained a magical treasure that even the immortals longed for. Breathe in, breathe in, breathe in. Han Li was breathing heavily, trying to calm himself down. It took him a long time to recover. He stretched out his hand, in which lay a red blood Bodhi seed. In his mind, there was not only the Eclipse sword technique, but also a sword Deo insight waiting to be used. This place is a desolate wilderness, and cultivation here is somewhat dangerous. We'll digest these things once we find a safe place. Han Li stood up, packed his things, and walked outside. Inside the Myriad Realms Tower, Ye Ming sighed as the 9.99 million heavenly coins worth of goods slipped away before his eyes. Fortunately, the transaction amount was not small, 77,000 heavenly coins, of which he took 2/10, or 15,400 heavenly coins. The transaction volume of 210,000 has been increased by more than 70,000, and there is still 140,000 short of upgrading to level 3. If we're lucky, we might not even have to wait for Uchiha Suzuki to come tomorrow. We could level up today. We're really lucky today. Several level 4 traders have come. They're all incredibly impressive. Who knows who's next? In a hotel in the world of Resident Evil, Lin Pingzi threw the guns behind him on the ground, looking at the various weapons in the living room, feeling extremely satisfied. That's enough, it's time to go back. He noticed that there seemed to be many more well-equipped people in the city, and he didn't know what they were looking for. I encountered this once this morning. Luckily, I ran fast, or I would have been killed. Lin Pingzi took out the Myriad Realms token and disappeared from the spot. Inside the Myriad Realms building, Lin Pingzi emerged from the vortex and saw Ye Ming on the sofa. An immortal. Ye Ming looked Lin Pingzi up and down. He was covered in blood, his clothes were black, and he smelled terrible. It was easy to imagine how many zombies he had killed. He waved his hand, and a stream of water enveloped Lin Pingzi, washing him clean. Then a gust of wind swept in and dispersed all the smells. Please sit down. Lin Pingzi raised his hand to look at himself, sniffed, and his face turned slightly red. Thank you, immortal. It's alright, how much benefit would there be in the Resident Evil world? A smile appeared on Lin Pingzi's face. He raised his hand, and a bunch of gun phantoms appeared. The profits are excellent. Immortal, please take a look. 500 fully automatic rifles, 100 rounds of ammunition, Tier 1 items, 1,000 heavenly coins. 300 pistols, 100 bullets, Tier 1 items, 300 heavenly coins. 1,000 hand grenades, Tier 1 items, 100 heavenly coins. 50 rocket launchers, Tier 1 items, 450 heavenly coins. There are quite a few firearms now, which is indeed a good profit for Lin Pingzi. The returns are indeed good, 1,850 celestial coins. Immortal, I would like to keep a pistol, 10 grenades, and a blood Bodhi. 848 heavenly coins. Blood Bodhi. Here you go. Lin Pingzi accepted the blood Bodhi, his body trembling. Blood Bodhi, finally got it. Where can I take blood Bodhi? I definitely can't go back to my own world. What if that old Gayu Buckin comes in while I'm breaking through? Wouldn't I be wasting my life? Jao? Sure, I'll contact Brother Gao. Immortal, may I travel to the world of Jao? Ye Ming frowned slightly, pondering in his mind, go to the world of Jao? Gao Yao is probably still being watched by Kui Wenzi. If someone suddenly leaves, Gao Yao might not survive, but Lin Pingzi will definitely die. That won't work. There's something wrong with the world in Jao. If you go in, something bad might happen. Lin Pingzi was shocked. Wasn't Brother Gao's world just a world of ordinary people? He didn't even have martial arts skills, so how could he be in danger? No, Brother Gao said he seems to have traveled through time and could live for thousands of years. Immortal, what about Brother Gao? Is he alright? He's fine, don't worry. Ye Ming said quietly, even if you die, he won't die. Lin Pingzi sighed. He was most familiar with Gao Yao, but not with the others. Entering other worlds was too difficult, so he decided to go back to the Resident Evil world. Immortal, then I'll go to the Resident Evil world for a day and break through my current level. Alright, 100 heavenly coins. Lin Pingzi reluctantly gave up 100 heavenly coins and returned to the Resident Evil world once again. Instead of immediately going into seclusion, he planned to return to the place where the group had parted ways earlier. He wanted to see if he could find Duan Lang and find a safer place to go into seclusion beside him. The people in the city seemed to be looking for them, they mustn't let them find out. Lin Pingzi leaped across the rooftop and quickly approached the place where the group had separated. Just as he was about to go down to search the surrounding buildings, a violent explosion suddenly occurred below. After the explosion, there was a burst of gunfire, seemingly from the same group of people. The surrounding zombies were all attracted by the loud noise, and hordes of them rushed toward the building from which the sound came. Suddenly, a red flash appeared, accompanied by a huge roar. The wall of a building was blasted to pieces, dust flew everywhere, and debris flew everywhere. The red streak didn't stop after piercing the wall, it crashed straight into a small building across the street. Before Lin Pingzi's shocked eyes, the small building began to collapse, turning into ruins with a loud rumble. That's sword energy. Lin Pingzi's brain completely shut down. He had never seen such powerful sword energy before. A tall building was gone just like that. The zombies in the surrounding blocks were alerted and rushed towards the location. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a young man emerged from the hole in the wall, holding a sword in his hand, surrounded by wisps of black mist. It's Duan Lang. When Lin Pingzi saw the black aura beside Duan Lang, a sense of fear suddenly rose in his heart, and his whole body began to tremble. He sensed a very evil aura. Duan Lang raised his head and glanced at Lin Pingzi, the crimson color in his eyes fading. Is this guy Lin Pingzi from the Myriad Realms Tower? The roars of the zombies interrupted his thoughts. He looked down at the swarming zombies, his eyes filled with nothing but a dark mass of heads. Just as I was beginning to understand the profound path of ghosts and gods, I needed a large number of souls, and you delivered yourselves right to my doorstep. A crimson glint flashed in Duan Lang's eyes, and he actually jumped directly into the horde of zombies. Then, sword light surged from all directions, slicing zombies and buildings in half. Lin Pingzi felt a chill run down his spine and quickly tried to hide in the distance. The buildings behind them kept collapsing, attracting zombies from half the city, as well as the Umbrella Corporation. Inside the Umbrella Corporation's base, Wesker stared in shock at the scene, while those around him gaped in astonishment. Is this something a human could do? They sent out a team of elite soldiers, equipped with the most advanced firearms, to find the person, but this guy killed them instantly with a single strike. Is this also a variant of the T-virus? That's way too strong. Alice? She's nothing but trash compared to him. Wesker fell silent for a moment. He wanted to grab the man, but he didn't know how. We must get our hands on this power. Send out the Avengers, send out a few more teams, ranged attacks, don't get close to him. In the city, Lin Pingzi watched as Duan Lang displayed his divine power, leveling buildings within 100 meters. All the zombies, whether it was thousands or tens of thousands, were killed by Duan Lang. Limbs and torsos were scattered everywhere, and blood had stained the ground black and red. Gradually, the number of zombies decreased, and all the zombies in the surrounding area were killed. Duan Lang flung his sword, blood spurting out, then sheathed the sword and began to form hand seals. He understands the ways of ghosts and gods, absorbs souls, and cultivates them into the way of ghosts, and commands ghosts to perform various supernatural powers. Soul-devouring technique. Duan Lang formed hand seals, his inner power surging, and streams of black energy poured out from the dead zombies, rushing madly towards Duan Lang. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lang was enveloped by black mist, which turned him into a black cocoon. Lin Pingzi felt a chill run down his spine and his whole body was covered in goosebumps. He suddenly felt that coming to find Duan Lang was a mistake. Duan Lang's current aura is terrifying. Should we leave? Will he misunderstand if I leave him? If he gets angry, he won't do anything to me, right? Many people are confused about the levels, so let me explain. The following content is still 2,000 words. Tier 1 third rate, second rate, first rate, manifest strength, hidden strength, transformation strength, soul warrior, soul master, great soul master. Second stage acquired, core formation embracing the core, soul venerable. Third tier innate, comma. I originally wanted to merge the first 3 levels into one level, since I was born at the first level. However, the heavenly coins were difficult to allocate, as too many realms were crowded together, so I divided them into 3 levels. Fourth tier, refining essence into chi refining and foundation building, grandmaster, undying upon reaching the divine realm, celestial being, jade purity, chi refining to golden core, soul king, chi refining levels 1 to 3, soul emperor, chi refining levels 4 to 6, soul saint, chi refining levels 6 to 9, soul deluo, chi refining levels 9 to 12, title deluo, chi refining perfection, third tier god, early foundation building, second tier god, mid foundation building, first tier god, late foundation building. Fifth stage, chi refining to spirit, golden core and nascent soul astral projection, upper clarity, golden core to nascent soul, divine king, initial golden core. Sixth stage, refining the spirit to return to emptiness, dividing the spirit, transforming the spirit, refining emptiness, returning to emptiness and penetrating emptiness, uniting the body, uniting with the Deo, taking, early stage of refining the spirit to return to emptiness. 7th rank, refining emptiness and merging with the Deo, transcending tribulation, and ascending to the great ascension, Saatama, strength will increase. The process of becoming an immortal at the 7th rank or above will be written later. The 7th rank is calculated based on the explosion of a star. The order of rank within the same order is not important. That's about it. Feel free to leave a comment if you have any questions. Since every world is different, there will definitely be issues with the comparison of strength. The ranking is roughly based on attack power. As long as there are no major problems, I won't change it. If there are major problems, you can tag me. If there are many more novel worlds in the future, such as Shrouding the Heavens, Battle Through the Heavens, and Devouring, you can also use this to match your strength. If it's close enough, I will adopt it directly. The following is the main text of 2000 words Just as Lin Pingzi was about to leave, the black mist slowly dissipated, revealing Duan Lang's figure. No wonder in some novels, righteous characters can recognize members of the demonic sect as soon as they see them. That's way too obvious. Even a fool could see that. At this moment, Duan Lang was surrounded by rings of black energy, which looked extremely eerie. As Duan Lang walked towards Lin Pingzi became increasingly terrified, and he seemed to hear wailing sounds in his ears. The black mist beside Duan Lang occasionally transformed into human figures, trying to rush out from beside him. Lin Pingzi swallowed hard and unconsciously took a step back. Senior Duan Lang, I am Lin Pingzi. We met at the Myriad Realms Tower. Yes, I know. Is there something you need? Under Duan Lang's gaze, Lin Pingzi broke out in a cold sweat. The evil pressure was too strong for him to bear. I exchanged a blood body in the Myriad Realms Tower, and I want to go into seclusion, so, okay, come with me. You can go into seclusion in the house next to me. Duan Lang instantly understood what Lin Pingzi wanted to do. He had done the same thing before, going into seclusion in the world of the Return of the Condor Heroes. It seems this guy is in a dangerous situation even in his own world. I'm going into seclusion anyway, so I'll keep an eye on him while I'm at it. Duan Lang didn't mean to scare Lin Pingzi, rather, he couldn't retract the black aura surrounding him because there were too many souls, and he was losing control of them. He urgently needs to find a place to seclude himself and completely refine these souls. Otherwise he will suffer a backlash. It has to be said that cultivating the profound ghost and god records is perfect for this world. The more souls you obtain from the record of mysterious ghosts and gods, the stronger those souls become, and the faster your strength will increase. Although there are no powerful souls here, there are many ordinary souls. He just absorbed tens of thousands of souls and directly broke through the 3rd level of the profound ghost god record. With just a little more consolidation, his cultivation level in immortality will catch up with his cultivation level in martial arts. Duan Lang walked away into the distance, and Lin Pingzi finally breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his brow. That's terrifying. It felt like countless wronged souls were whispering in my ear, and my mind was about to explode. He watched Duan Lang's figure and slowly followed. After Duan Lang found the room where he was in seclusion, Lin Pingzi entered the room next door. The two did not exchange a single word. Duan Lang was about to lose control, while Lin Pingzi dared not utter a sound. Lin Pingzi found a seat, took out the blood bodhi seed, and sat down. You buckin, master, wait for me, I'll be right back. In some unknown world, a series of loud banging sounds came from a prison with a row of thick iron gates, high walls, and barbed wire. The ground shook like an earthquake, and the sound was like a barrage of bullets. Huge iron windows and iron doors, the room was pitch black, and you could see nothing but hear the booming sound of strong winds. 2 armed police officers guarded the gate, seemingly accustomed to the situation inside. Inside the room, a middle-aged man with half a foot of black hair was swinging his fist. When he inhaled, his hair stood up as if he had been electrocuted, and when he exhaled, it went down again. His hands and feet were shackled, and he was dragging 2 basketball-sized shot puts on his feet. A powerful aura emanated from him, and each punch was like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing. Suddenly, he heard a sound in his ear. Ding! Fated one, you have been chosen by the Myriad Realms Tower. Do you wish to enter the Myriad Realms Tower? Who? He turned around abruptly, his eyes flashing with a sharp light as he surveyed his surroundings. Nobody here? It's such a small cell, no one could spot it at a glance, and the only 2 entrances are the door and the window. Neither of them had any problems. The Multiverse Tower? Interesting. Let's enter. Inside the Myriad Realms building, a middle-aged man emerged from the vortex. Upon sensing the information in his mind, he began to tremble with excitement. Ha ha ha, myriad realms. Doesn't that mean there are endless opponents? Yaming looked at the man who was acting crazy and pulled up his information. Name, B.A. Liming. Identity, King of Martial Arts in the world of Dragon and Snake Romance. Strength, Peak Dan Jin, 2nd tier. The world of Dragon and Snake Chronicles, although it is a low-level martial arts world, is still the pinnacle of low-level martial arts worlds. They also cultivate internal strength, including manifest strength, hidden strength, transformative strength, elixir strength, and powerful strength, as well as the highest realm of breaking through the void and achieving indestructibility. The last one, breaking the void, wasn't actually breaking the void, but it still demonstrated considerable strength. Ming Jin's punch exploded with a bang, a sound that was priceless. A single punch with hidden power can feel like 1,000 pounds, as strong as a horse. A punch with the power of neutralizing force weighs 1,500 Jin, and the whole body is filled with hidden strength. Not even a feather can be added, nor can a fly land. Dan Jin, also known as Bao Dan, is a technique that uses the mind to control qi and blood, breaking the limits of the human body. It involves a force of over 1,000 Jin in a single movement, a lunge that can cover 20 steps, and the stamina of a 7 or 8 horse. Gang Jin, with its inner force penetrating the body and its outer force bursting forth, tearing apart the air currents, possesses power rarely seen in the world, at least in the ordinary world. The final breakthrough to the void reveals that the indestructible god can perfectly control his body, allowing him to live to over 100 years old without diminishing his physical strength. The most important thing is that this god is not the ethereal Jade Emperor or Lao Zi in the heavens, but rather the many sensitive and subtle acupoints in the body. These sensitive acupoints govern the operation of the human body, just like the gods who control all things in heaven and earth. By breaking through the void, one can see the gods. Understand each acupoint and its function to adjust your body to its optimal state. The cultivation system in this world is limited by the world itself, otherwise, it wouldn't be so weak. However, although the world restricts them, every strong person has their own fist intent, which is something that some high-level martial arts worlds do not have. Fortunately, decades later, the legend of the dragon and the snake will come into contact with extraterrestrial civilizations and develop into the Star River era, where each of the powerful figures will become one of the strongest in the universe. And this B.A. Liming happens to be one of the strongest among them, known as the King of Martial Arts. Unfortunately, he never had any rivals, so he spent 30 years in prison. Although he looks like a middle-aged man, he is actually an old man. B.A. Liming looked at Yaming with eagerness in his eyes, wanting to challenge Yaming. Young people, why don't we? Yaming raised his hand and pointed, and an irresistible force instantly pressed B.A. Liming to the ground. B.A. Liming is a martial arts fanatic. He won't sit down and talk to you properly unless you beat him into submission. All he can think about is fighting. B.A. Liming tried desperately to resist, but to no avail. His face turned red and he was unable to stand up. In the end, he could only sigh. Alright, senior, let me go. Yaming waved his hand, withdrawing his power. He didn't care about B.A. Liming calling him young man. He had heard all sorts of titles, and he didn't mind as long as it wasn't excessive. B.A. Liming stood up, his face full of helplessness. What he wanted was a brutal, hand-to-hand combat, not this kind of crushing, immobile fight. It was simply boring. B.A. Liming dusted off non-existent dust and sat down on the sofa next to him. Senior, are there any masters of martial arts in the Myriad Realms Tower? A master of boxing? It seems like there's no one here who's a master of boxing. Ip Man and his group used fists, but with that kind of strength, B.A. Liming could kill them with one punch. Apart from these few guys, nobody else uses their fists. Although Saitama was there before, he entered the Myriad Realms Tower as a perk, not as a normal trader, and therefore could not enter the Myriad Realms Tower. Moreover, Saitama's strength is such that, let alone Baraiman, even if everyone in the world stood together, they wouldn't be enough for Saitama to defeat with a single punch. Not for now. There are those who use swords and those who use magic, but the few who use fists are no match for you. However, there are quite a few boxing techniques, you can take a look. B.A. Liming claims to be proficient in all kinds of boxing techniques, but those are just ordinary boxing techniques. How can they compare to the boxing techniques of other worlds? As for cultivation techniques, B.A. Liming would definitely not learn them. In the world of Dragon and Snake Chronicles, each master has their own martial intent and their own path. They will only continue on that path and will not change their methods. B.A. Liming nodded. Fist techniques are fine too. Let's see how the fist techniques are from other worlds. He raised his hand, and a pile of secret manuals appeared. Fragrant Elephant Crossing the River, a third-tier secret manual, value 200 heavenly coins. Great Vajra Wheel Fist, Tier 3 manual, value 300 heavenly coins. Tiger Roar Golden Bell Cover, Tier 3 secret manual, value 150 heavenly coins. Dragon's Roar Iron Shirt, a third-tier manual, valued at 100 heavenly coins. The manuals in B.A. Liming's possession were almost all fist techniques, mostly second and first tiers. Despite having hundreds of manuals, the price wasn't very high, only 3,800 Zushin coins. Of course, that's not all, there are other things too. Comprehension of the Way of Fist, Tier 5 item. After use, you will gain comprehension of the Way of Fist, master fist techniques, and have a chance to comprehend your own fist intent. Value, 50,000 heavenly coins. As expected, his understanding of fist fighting, like Ximen Shiwixu's understanding of sword fighting, was at the 5th level, but the price difference was 20,000 heavenly coins. Ximen Shiwixu's swordsmanship is strong, but he lacks sword intent, it's purely technique. His understanding of the sword and the way of the sword would not be difficult for him if it weren't for the limitations of the world. As a top expert in the dragon and snake world, B.A. Liming's fist intent, the Emperor Stardrifts, the world rebels, is simply fierce. Don't underestimate him just because he's only at the 2nd tier. If a 3rd tier expert were to fight him in the same room, they would probably be killed if he got close. It is important to know that after the arrival of the Star River era, B.A. Liming became a top-tier cosmic powerhouse, a powerhouse who transcended the realm. What is the state of transcendence? It is true omniscience and omnipotence, the invincible supreme state that arises from nothing, which cannot be spoken of, thought of, discussed, reached, obtained, guarded, present, dwelled in, retained, come from, go from, be destroyed, or be emptied. In short, it was extremely powerful, so powerful that Yaming didn't even know what level of power it should be. It's hard to say whether it's good or bad that such a powerful person entered the Myriad Realms Tower when he was still weak. It should be a good thing, right? Perhaps he can leave Earth ahead of time and enter the Star Sea, a world that is in no way inferior to the legend of mortal cultivation. So Yaming's luck today was really good, extremely good. That'll be 53,800 heavenly coins in total. Do you want the fist technique? Want? With a wave of his hand, all the secret manuals of boxing appeared in front of B.A. Liming. What about subduing demon fist, Vidra fist, sky-splitting divine fist, stone-gripping fist, tiger-taming fist, arhat fist, a whole bunch of fist techniques manuals? Although most of them were 2nd tier and very few were 3rd tier, they were martial arts from different worlds, so B.A. Liming accepted them all. I'll take them all. A total of 7,000 heavenly coins, transferred. After receiving the boxing manual, B.A. Liming's face lit up with joy, and he immediately stood up. Senior, I'm going back to study the fist techniques now. If any powerful practitioners use these techniques, please call me. Yaming nodded. What a martial arts fanatic. All I could think about was fists, nothing else. After B.A. Liming left, Yaming began to tally up his gains. Of the 53,800 Zushin coins traded, 2/10 were 10,760 Zushin coins. Adding the 15,400 Zushin coins obtained from Han Li's previous transaction, and the 370 Zushin coins obtained from Lin Pingzi's transaction, the total is 26,530 Zushin coins. Name, Yaming. Myriad Realms Tower Level 2. Realm, Peak of the 3rd tier. Celestial coins, 170,902.4. Cultivation technique, Saitama style limit breaking cultivation method, 3rd level. Connecting Worlds, a record of a mortal's journey to immortality, dragon and snake romance, Deluo continent, Jade dynasty, Harry Potter, Naruto, Underworld, demigods and semi-devils, Ip Man, The Myth, Storm Riders, The Return of the Condor Heroes, Swordsman, Lord of War, Resident Evil, The Legend of Lu Xiaofeng, Forbidden City Cop. Traded items, Saitama style limit breaking cultivation method, Profound Ghostly Path, 1st level, Everlasting Spring skill, Fist Deo Insights, Apparition, Avada Kedavra Curse, Sword Deo Insights, Perfect T-Virus Bloodline, Martial Soul Bloodline, Blood Bodhi, Severing Family Heart Method, Eclipse Sword Technique, Nine-Yin Manual, Lingbo Steps, Northern Darkness Divine Skill. The number of heavenly coins has already reached 170,000, and it will soon reach 200,000. It's really getting faster and faster as time goes on. At first, each transaction was only a few dozen or a few hundred, and I was extremely excited if I made over 1,000. Now, I can easily make tens of thousands. Professor Snape's trades, in particular, were absolutely amazing. The transaction amount for upgrading the Myriad Realms Tower to level 3 is 1 million, and now we are only 110,000 short. If you're quick, you can upgrade tonight. If you're slow, you'll definitely upgrade tomorrow. Yaming stood up and paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. To be honest, he would prefer to upgrade tonight. After upgrading, not only would new features be available, but his commission might also increase to 30%. When Uchiha Suzuki comes to trade again tomorrow, he will be able to obtain even more heavenly coins. For example, in Professor Snape's deal, if the Myriad Realms Tower were at level 3, he could have obtained an extra 50,000 heavenly coins. 50,000. Yaming pondered, hoping to gather the 110,000 heavenly coins by tonight. But who can come up with a transaction amount of 110,000 celestial coins? Yuri is one of them. Once his weapons arrive, he should be able to make up some of the deal value. Duan Lang should be able to do it too. but he's currently in the Resident Evil world and has already redeemed everything he has. Professor Snape is a bit difficult. I've already redeemed all his spells and such, and I can't gather the rest of the items in a short time. His spells are practically equivalent to all the spells in the magical world of the Eagle Kingdom, and he probably doesn't have many potions in his possession either. Hanley faces a challenge unless he enters the market, but given his personality, he wouldn't trade his magical artifacts. Unless he accelerates the growth of the spiritual herb, it's unknown how many heavenly coins a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb is worth. Another one is by AO. That girl hasn't appeared since she came once. If she were here, she could easily gather 110,000 heavenly coins by taking some things from the Ghost King sect. Yeah, Ming stroked his chin. Let's do it one by one. First, call him Yuri. Hasn't he always wanted magic? He sent a message to Yuri's multiverse token, awaiting his arrival. Not long after, Yuri emerged from the vortex. God, is there magic? Yeah, Ming waved his hand, and all the magic appeared in front of Yuri. This is magic, but you need to have wizard blood first. A sphere rose from the magic, a testament to the wizard's bloodline. Pure-blooded wizard, 5th tier bloodline. After fusion with other bloodlines, one can cultivate magical power and use magic. Value, 50,000 celestial coins. Yuri's eyes lit up. Pure-blooded wizard blood. Wasn't this exactly what he wanted? I've been learning about Chinese culture lately, and it's incredibly difficult. The wizard is still the best fit for me. However, it's a bit expensive, costing 50,000 heavenly coins. Fortunately, a shipment arrived today, and with a wave of his hand, all sorts of weapons appeared. 10,000 fully automatic rifles, tier 1 items, value 20,000 heavenly coins. 10,000 pistols, tier 1 items, value 10,000 heavenly coins. 100,000 hand grenades, tier 1 item, value 10,000 heavenly coins. 2,000 rocket launchers, tier 1 items, value 10,000 heavenly coins. 100,000 auxiliary grenades, flash, smoke, stun, tier 1 items, 5,000 celestial coins. 100 tanks, tier 2 items, value 3,000 heavenly coins. 60 infantry fighting vehicles, with machine guns, tier 1 items, value 300 celestial coins. 10 helicopters, each with 2 missiles, tier 3 items, value 3,000 heavenly coins. As expected of an arms dealer, he has a real ton of weapons. More than 20,000 guns of all kinds, 200,000 bullets of all kinds, and even 100 tanks and 10 helicopters. 61,300 heavenly coins. Yuri shook his head with a wry smile. He had spent all his money to buy these weapons, and in the end, the all heavens coins he got were only enough to buy the bloodline of a pure-blooded wizard. It seems I need to expand my business scope when I get back. With magic, I might be able to unify the world. No, that won't work. The Dragon Kingdom can't be unified. Perhaps we can cooperate with the Dragon Kingdom to unify the world, and have the Dragon Kingdom mobilize the world to help manufacture weapons. It just so happens that things aren't very peaceful in the Dragon Kingdom lately, and they're probably in need of help. However, we should inquire about the situation in China when the time comes, so as not to help the wrong person. God, I want pure blood wizard blood, and a magic wand. I can't afford level 5 spells, so I'll buy a few level 4 ones. Do you have any recommendations, God? Wizard bloodline costs 50,000 celestial coins, a wand costs 1,000 celestial coins, and for a 4th tier spell, I recommend Legilimency for 7,000 celestial coins. It allows you to see other people's memories and emotions, helping you complete transactions more effectively and increasing your survival rate. You have 3,300 celestial coins left. Armor costs 1,000 celestial coins, a defensive spell that can withstand bullets, and an auxiliary spell like Exterminate for 2,000 celestial coins. If you have extra celestial coins, you can get Shattered Bones, but Shattered Bones is quite expensive. I suggest you focus on defense first, but you can use firearms for offense. Yuri's world is just an ordinary world with no special powers, only firearms. With armor protecting him, he won't die even if a grenade falls nearby, and he can easily withstand bullets. This spell is essential. Yaming felt that the ability to search and know should be helpful to him, as it would allow him to know what others were thinking, gain an advantage in transactions, and also detect if anyone wanted to harm him. The attack spell is optional, but considering all factors, most people use firearms, and one weapon is enough. The other side has no weapons, but you do, you're guaranteed to win. If he had enough All Heavens coins, Yaming would have recommended the Unforgivable Curse to him. One for controlling people, one for torturing people, and one for killing people. That would be enough for him. Yuri pondered. These spells were all pretty good, except for one thing, there wasn't an offensive spell. He wants to be a wizard, so he definitely wants an attack spell. Who wouldn't want to use magic to attack others if they were a magician? However, after looking at it carefully, God's recommendation did indeed seem to be the best recommendation. Survival is the most important thing. These spells have completely boosted his safety level. As for attack spells, well, I'll talk about that next time. I'm still too poor. Alright, let's do as God says. Let's exchange the remaining 300 celestial coins for gold and jewelry. He's almost out of money and has no more to buy weapons. Ming waved his hand, and bloodlines and spells entered his mind. The magic wand landed in his hand, and as for gold and jewels, they would appear before him later. Yuri was overjoyed to receive the wand and waved it around. Unlike the Harry Potter world, where wands need to be chosen, here you can use a wand as soon as you get it in the multiverse building. The pure blood wizard's bloodline carries a trace of magic, and he needs to go back and train before he can unleash a spell. God, I'm leaving now. Oh, by the way, God, I'm planning to help the Dragon Kingdom unify the world, what do you think? Ming raised an eyebrow. Good lad, you're getting the hang of it. It widened the road. Sure, consider this modern history book a gift from me. Yuri smiled, she had guessed correctly. Okay, God. I'll go back and figure something out as soon as possible. After Yuri left, Ming smiled. Yuri's 61,300 celestial coins, after a 20% cut, amount to 12,260 celestial coins. A total of 60,000 Zushin coins were traded, but 50,000 Zushin coins are still needed. Victory is just around the corner. Who should we contact next? Han Li? Bai Yao? Just as Ming was pondering, the vortex rippled, and Li Shaiman stepped out. Immortal, I want to buy some weapons. 500 axe, 5,000 hand grenades, and any other firearms? Even a tiny mosquito is still meat. We just happen to have some new weapons, rocket launchers, tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, and helicopters. A rocket launcher fires rockets that can be aimed, shoot farther and deal more damage than a hand grenade, and is relatively easy to operate. Infantry fighting vehicle, this might be a bit difficult to operate. It has machine guns on it. You can think of it as a combination of a horse-drawn carriage with 10 axes on it. It's much faster than a horse-drawn carriage, about 200 kilometers per hour. Tanks are even more difficult to operate and explain. You can think of them as mobile fortresses, their ammunition can destroy city gates instantly. Currently, no one should be able to withstand this weapon. Helicopters can fly and carry 2 missiles. Each missile has a range of hundreds to thousands of kilometers and a huge attack range, but they are very difficult to operate. You would probably have a hard time learning how to operate them. When Li Shaiman came before, he received information about kilometers and hours. Hearing about so many powerful weapons, his mouth dropped open. He swallowed hard, then pondered what kind of weapon he needed. You can ask for several infantry fighting vehicles, and the carriage should not be difficult to drive. Let's have one for the tank and see how to use it. As for the helicopter, it can still fly, but the immortal said it was difficult to learn, so he didn't want it for now. That immortal, I want another 100 bazookas, 20 infantry fighting vehicles, and 1 tank. Okay, 500 AK, 5,000 grenades, 3,000 heavenly coins, 100 bazookas or 500 heavenly coins, 20 infantry fighting vehicles or 100 heavenly coins, and 1 tank is 30 heavenly coins. A total of 3,630 heavenly coins. Li Shaiman raised his hand, and 3,630 sets of armor appeared. Ming waved his hand and disappeared. The operating manual and the weapon are together, you can read it yourself, and it will not be the time when you can find a trader in the modern world and let him train you. Li Shaiman nodded, and then asked, Immortal, I saw in the book that there seems to be a lot of grain seeds, and I want to buy some. Grain seeds? 10 heavenly coins, hybrid rice seeds, and seeds of various high-yielding grains. Wanja building is a place of fair trade, there is no such thing as selling low and buying high, and there is a fixed price for everything in grade. It is not because of the lack of food in ancient times that the price of grain will be raised to sky-high prices. Li Shaiman bowed solemnly and did not get up for a long time. Li Shaiman, for the people of the Tang dynasty, thank you for your great kindness. I will announce to the world that everyone will worship your incense tablet. Ming waved his hand. What did he want that thing for? It was useless. No, I don't need anyone to worship me. Li Shaiman only traded 3,640 heavenly coins, which was far from 50,000. The world of killing immortals, the Ghost King is within the section. Baguio looked excited, and finally had a cultivation technique. Although her father had taught her the records of mysterious ghosts and gods before, it was too vicious, and she didn't want to practice. It just so happened that her mother wanted to take her back to Huki Mountain, and the process was a bit tortuous, but in the end she returned to the Fox Clan and got the Fox Clan's exercises. She herself is a combination of man and demon, so she can practice both human and demon exercises. Moreover, her father also gave her a magic weapon. She raised her hand, and there was an extra bracelet on her hand, with a small flower emitting a faint white light, which was a magic weapon specially refined for her by her father. The original work was practiced by the Ghost King. In addition, she also went to the exercise pavilion in the past 2 days and watched some exercises, which should help that brother. If it weren't for my brother, my mother and I might have died. If you have a favor, you must repay it. Baguio took out the order of all worlds and disappeared in place. In the Wanja building, as soon as Li Shimon left on the front foot, Baguio appeared on the back foot. Brother, Baguio came to see you. Baguio jumped out of the whirlpool with a smile on her face. Ming saw Baguio's eyes light up and stood up. I was thinking about how to talk to Baguio, but I didn't expect her to come over. Little sister Baguio, long time no see. Is it a long time? Isn't it only a few days? Ming laughed and touched Baguio's head. Baguio's face turned red, but she didn't dodge. Then Ming pointed to the sofa and said to her, "Come, sit down, are you out of danger?" Thank you for your things." "No thanks, it's just a normal transaction." "Of course I want to thank you, my brother saved my life and my mother's life, so in order to thank my brother, I brought a lot of things that can be traded." Baguio sat on the sofa, raised her hand, and a bunch of things appeared. The first volume of the Nine-Tailed Heavenly Code, 5th Order Exercises, value 30,000 heavenly coins. Demon Flame Knife, 4th Order Magic Weapon, value 6,000 heavenly coins. Black Sword, 4th Order Magic Weapon, value 5,000 heavenly coins. 10,000 Ghost Banner, 4th Order Magic Weapon, value 8,000 heavenly coins. Soul Search Technique, the 4th Order Secret Technique, can search for souls of people who have no ability to resist, and the soul search will die after using it. Value 5,000 heavenly coins. Soul Burning Technique, the 4th Order Secret Technique, burns one's own soul and bursts out with strength that far exceeds the current realm. Value 6,000 celestial coins. Soul Control Technique, 4th Order Secret Technique, can control the opponent's soul, the stronger the strength, the weaker the effect. Value 9,000 heavenly coins. Soul Extermination Technique, 4th Order Secret Technique, Divine Soul Attack, exterminate the opponent's divine soul. If the opponent's divine soul is strong, your own divine soul will also be injured, or even bitten back, and the soul will be scattered on the spot. Value 9,999 heavenly coins. There is only one volume of the Nine Tails Heavenly Code, and it is estimated that you will have to complete the first volume to get the second volume. The price is a little lower than that of the Tongxian Ghost Sect, but it is normal, after all, it is the practice of the Ghost King Sect. I have never heard of this Nine Tails Heavenly Code. It should be the exclusive technique of the Fox Clan. Among the 3 magic weapons, the sword is ordinary, but this 10,000 Ghost Banner is a bit interesting. Isn't the magic weapon for storing ghosts just right to use in the world of Resident Evil? Baguio's 4 secret techniques are all related to the soul, one is more ruthless than the other. Soul Search, Burning Soul, Soul Control, Soul Destroying, plus the name of the previous magic weapon. Should I say it, the name of this Ghost King Sect demonic Deo is well deserved. It's all about playing with the soul. The righteous path does not destroy him, who will destroy him? Ming's eyes narrowed, and his heart was ecstatic. Enough. 50,000 heavenly coins are enough. Regardless of whether it is a magic technique or not, the Wanja building can be upgraded. Not only is it enough, but it also exceeds a lot of heavenly coins. It can't be wasted, you have to be careful. Ming first accepted the first volume of the Nine Tails Heavenly Code, Soul Control Technique, and Soul Search Technique, Black Sword, 49,000 things, and the transaction amount has already exceeded 1 million. Wanja Building Upgrade. Ding, Wanja Building is being upgraded. Please check the upgraded features in an hour. I will receive the rest of the 3/10 of the commission, otherwise I will wait an hour to receive it. Ding, yes, the 3rd level Wanja Building commission is 3/10. Okay. Ming's eyes looked at Baguio more and more kindly, and all my problems were solved at once. 78,999 heavenly coins. Thank you, little sister Baguio, my brother is very happy. Baguio looked at Ming's appearance, knowing that she must have helped him, and a bright smile appeared on her face. It's good if my brother likes it, but it's a pity that my father happened to come, otherwise I would have been able to write it down a lot. Children can be taught. Look at Baguio, how worry-free, will take the initiative to find something to trade. I was so moved. Next time, I'll prepare something delicious for you. No, the Ghost King Sect has delicious food. That's different, food from other worlds. Baguio's eyes lit up. From another world? Then thank you, brother. It's okay. You should start cultivating soon, these things may be useful to you. Ming raised his hand, and 2 pill bottles appeared. Huanglong Pill, a 4th Order elixir, Qi training monks can improve their cultivation by taking it, and it also has the effect of consolidating the foundation and cultivating the essence. Value 300 celestial coins. Golden Marrow Pill, 4th Order elixir, Qi training monks can improve their cultivation when they take it, and it also has the effect of consolidating the foundation and cultivating the essence. Value 300 celestial coins. These 2 bottles of elixirs are other elixirs of the immortal cultivation world, which can improve your current cultivation. Baguio looked at it curiously and took out a yellow dragon pill. She was certain that such a elixir did not exist in her world. As the young master of the Ghost King sect, she must have cultivation pills to take, but she had never seen this kind of pill before. Take it back and let your father take a look. Okay, I'll take it. Do you have any items from other worlds? With a wave of his hand, Ye Ming brought up everything that Hanli had traded earlier. Changchun Gong, a 4th-tier cultivation technique, a cultivation method for immortality, with a total of 12 levels, corresponding to the 12 levels of qi refining. Value, 5,000 Zushin coins. Comprehension of alchemy, 4th order comprehension. With the pill formula, one can refine pills for the qi refining stage. Value, 2,000 heavenly coins. Wind control technique, 4th-tier spell, value, 3,000 heavenly coins. Heavenly Eye technique, 4th order spell, value, 1,000 heavenly coins. Fireball spell, 4th-tier spell, value, 7,000 heavenly coins. The method for creating a mind-stabilizing talisman, a 4th-tier item, valued at 5,000 heavenly coins. Object manipulation technique, 4th order spell, value, 3,000 celestial coins. Corpse worm pill recipe, tier 3 pill formula, value, 500 heavenly coins. Yellow dragon pill recipe, 4th order pill formula, value, 5,000 heavenly coins. Golden marrow pill recipe, 4th order pill formula, value, 5,000 heavenly coins. Nourishing essence pill recipe, 4th order pill recipe, value, 7,000 heavenly coins. Baiao blinked and waved her little hand. I want them all. 77,000 celestial coins. Last time, Baiao had 41,000 heavenly coins left. With this time 78,999 heavenly coins, she has a total of 119,999 heavenly coins. After spending 77,000 celestial coins, 42,999 celestial coins remain. That's incredibly extravagant. With a wave of his hand, he directly spent over 70,000 heavenly coins. After obtaining the items, Baiao did not stay long and returned to the Ghost King sect. She studied the everlasting spring technique carefully and found that it seemed to be quite different from the techniques in this world. After thinking for a moment, Baiao decided to tell her father about it. I can fully utilize the resources of the Ghost King sect to obtain a large amount of heavenly coins, and perhaps even make the Ghost King sect the strongest section. Daddy will be very happy then. Baiao picked up the medicine bottle and skipped towards the Ghost King's location. In the main hall of the Ghost King sect, the Ghost King was giving instructions to the 4 holy envoys. These 4 holy envoys are Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird Yuji, and Black Tortoise. My lord, I have already checked the 6 Fox Cave. There is only the aura of that bald monk Pu Kong around. There is no one else. Either the other party is stronger than me, or the other party has a magic weapon to cover up his aura. The Ghost King waved his hand. Since this mysterious person saved Yaoer and Xiao Qi, he is my benefactor, Ghost King. Since he is unwilling to sacrifice himself, then we will not investigate him further. But those bald monks from Tianyan Temple dared to attack my wife and daughters while I was away. This debt won't be settled so easily. A fierce glint flashed in the Ghost King's eyes, and black mist appeared around him. If it weren't for that mysterious man, his daughter and wife might have died there. How could he bear it? He will make Pukong pay the price. Xinglong and the others exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Taking over Tianyan Temple won't be easy. If the Ghost King sect makes a move, the other righteous sects will inevitably follow suit, and it could easily turn into a war between good and evil. Father! Baiao leaped into the main hall, and the Ghost King quickly withdrew the black aura surrounding him. Yaoer, come to Daddy's hug. The 4 holy envoys quietly withdrew, leaving the space to Baiao and the Ghost King. The Ghost King looked at Baiao with affection. Such a lovely daughter, she was almost killed by that bald monk Pukong. Tianyan Temple, you will definitely pay the price. Baiao snuggled into the Ghost King's arms and said with a grin, Father, I have something to tell you. The Ghost King gazed at Baiao with doting eyes. Go ahead, Father is listening. Baiao's eyes darted around as she looked around. The Ghost King raised an eyebrow, raised his hand, and a light shield appeared, enveloping the 2 of them. Speak, no one but the 2 of us can hear you. Are you going to tell me about the mysterious person who saved you? Baiao looked up in surprise at the Ghost King. Oh, Daddy, you know. The Ghost King was quite pleased with himself. Looking at his daughter's adoring eyes, he felt as sweet as if he had been coated with honey. Of course, your father is the sect master of the Ghost King sect. Baiao blinked, thinking her father didn't know. So father also knows about the Myriad Realms Tower. The Ghost King was somewhat curious. The Myriad Realms Tower? What kind of power was that? He'd never heard of it. Oh, what kind of power is this Myriad Realms Tower? Did the people who saved you come from the Myriad Realms Tower? Baiao stepped out of the Ghost King's embrace, put her hands on her hips, and said smugly, I knew it. Father, how could you possibly know about the Myriad Realms Tower? Father, what I want to tell you is the Myriad Realms Tower. Before I entered the Myriad Realms Tower, changed, that's why I was able to save Mother. At first, the Ghost King didn't take it seriously, thinking that this Myriad Realms Tower was probably just some small force from somewhere. But when he heard that Baiao had actually given the Xiangui Shen Lu to the other party, his brows furrowed immediately. The martial arts techniques of each sect are generally top secret and cannot be passed on. Even if the people from the Myriad Realms Tower save Baiao and Ziokai, they cannot take the Ghost King sect's cultivation techniques. As for the claim of roaming the Myriad Realms, that's pure nonsense. The Ghost King sighed. He couldn't blame Baiao, after all, she was still young. Saiyu, how could you give such an important thing as the Tongxian Ghost and God record to someone else? You've probably been tricked. Baiao knew her father didn't believe her, so she took out the pill and handed it to him. I didn't believe it at first either, so I went to the Myriad Realms Tower again today and exchanged some things. This pill is from another world. The Ghost King's expression was rather unpleasant. No wonder he saw this girl in the Cultivation Techniques Pavilion today, he never used to go there. Moreover, 3 magical artifacts are missing. Could they have all been given to that guy? They even tricked our Ghost King sect into coming here. They're practically asking for death. The Ghost King picked up the elixir bottle, opened it, and found that it was indeed a type of elixir he had never seen before, but this did not prove anything. Many people have achieved innovation in elixirs. I've never seen this pill before, it might be a newly developed one. Baiao frowned, her father didn't believe her. And this? I also got cultivation techniques and spells from other worlds. Baiao used the wind control technique, a relatively simple spell. Although she hadn't practiced it for very long, she still possessed a little bit of magical power. The Ghost King shook his head after looking at it. There were many similar spells, and it wasn't anything special. Baiao got angry and still didn't believe it. She took out the Changchun Gong and the method for making mind-stabilizing talismans that she had prepared in advance and threw them onto the Ghost King. Baiao doesn't like father anymore. She doesn't even believe me. I'm going to tell Mother. The Ghost King's repeated denials made Baiao uncomfortable, so she turned and left. The Ghost King did not stop him, but simply sighed, picked up the cultivation manual from the ground, and glanced at it casually. That one glance made his pupils shrink sharply. There's something wrong with this technique. Changchun Gong? The operation of this technique is very strange. The Ghost King then picked up several other spells, all of which operated in ways he had never seen before. Could there really be a multiverse building? How could it be possible to be above all the heavens in myriad realms? The Ghost King's expression shifted unpredictably as he left the main hall and found Baiao in Xiao Kai's room. Yaoer, where did these things come from? Baiao was complaining to Xiao Kai that the Ghost King didn't believe her. When she saw the Ghost King coming to ask her a question, she turned her head away. Didn't you not believe it? The Ghost King shook his head with a wry smile and walked to Baiao's side. It's father's fault. Tell me about the Myriad Realms Tower again. When did you meet the people from the Myriad Realms Tower? Baiao turned her head away. I went to the Myriad Realms Tower today and exchanged these things. Today? The Ghost King glanced at Xiao Qi, who shook his head in surprise. Baiao stayed here all day and never left the Ghost King sect. You've been within the sect all day, how did you end up at the Myriad Realms Tower? Baiao took out the Myriad Realms token and held it in her hand. Thanks to this, the Myriad Realms token, we can enter the Myriad Realms Tower. The Ghost King was stunned. Baiao had nothing in her hands, so where did this token of Myriad Realms come from? Seeing the Ghost King's strange look, Baiao seemed to know something and picked up the Myriad Realms token, waving it around. Can't you see it? The Ghost King shook his head and reached into Baiao's hand, but there was nothing there. Where is this Myriad Realms Tower? Tell me about what's inside. Baiao explained the general situation, and the Ghost King fell into deep thought. The Myriad Realms Tower stands above all realms, containing countless worlds, including ordinary worlds, martial arts worlds, and cultivation worlds. Xiao Qi suddenly spoke up. My lord, this matter may be true. I'm certain that Yaoer was always by my side before, and then suddenly there was food and medicine to heal my wounds. Especially that blood bodhi, it has the aura of a Kylan, a fire-type Kylan. But as far as I know, there shouldn't be any fire Kylans left in the world. Moreover, the aura of this Kylan is very strange, it doesn't seem like a spirit beast, it's extremely irritable. The Ghost King nodded and stood up. Okay, I understand. I need to think about it. This is too strange, it's beyond my understanding of the world. He patted Baiao's head and said to her, Father misunderstood Yaoer, and father apologizes to you. However, this matter is too shocking, so you must not tell anyone else. Baiao nodded. She wasn't stupid, she wouldn't talk nonsense. The Ghost King turned and left, his mind a complete mess, utterly confused. Inside the Myriad Realms building, Ming paced back and forth in the villa, anxiously waiting for the Myriad Realms building to complete its upgrade. He never imagined that an hour could be so long. Ding, the Myriad Realms Tower has been upgraded and is now at level 3. Do you want to learn about the new features? Yes. Ye Ming was overjoyed, the upgrade was finally complete. Ding. The level 3 functions of the Myriad Realms Tower have been upgraded as follows. 1. The commission on each completed transaction has increased from 20% to 30%. 2. 3 new traders can now join simultaneously. 3. Myriad Realms tokens, consuming celestial coins, can now add communication functions, allowing traders to add each other and communicate across worlds. 4. The Tower Master's novice period has ended, and the prices of all items for sale have increased by 10%. 5. The maximum strength of traders visiting the Myriad Realms Tower has been increased to Tier 5. First, the commission increased, which was expected, and it was also expected by the 3 traders. The upgrade of this multiverse token was quite unexpected. The multiverse token can communicate across worlds, which is a good and very practical function. Of course, the first 3 features combined didn't have as much impact on him as the 4th feature. The Myriad Realms Tower has finally figured it out. Buying and selling at a single price is a real benefit. It turns out that the Tower Master was just a newbie after all this time. Now that the beginner period is over, the price has gone up. That's a good thing. The feature that allows traders to advance to level 5 is extremely useful. It not only represents an increase in trading volume, but also signifies that the world of traders will become stronger in the future. The old features are already so impressive, he's starting to look forward to the new ones. Ding! The following new functions have been unlocked at level 3 of the Myriad Realms Tower. 1. Myriad Realms Tower Treasury. For every transaction completed by a destined person, regardless of whether it is a transaction with the Tower Master or not, even if it is a transaction between destined persons, 10% of the transaction amount will be deposited into the Myriad Realms Tower Treasury. All transactions between the host and destined persons will be deposited into the Myriad Realms Tower Treasury. The current treasury balance is 53,300 heavenly coins. The Myriad Realms Tower Treasury can only be used for Myriad Realms Tower facilities and cannot be used for cultivation techniques. Ye Ming's eyes widened. Was the Myriad Realms Tower giving out freebies? The 10% price increase was actually for myself. Even if they don't trade through themselves, the 10% bonus will still end up in their own pockets. That's pretty impressive. It's a pity it can't be used in cultivation techniques. The 53,300 heavenly coins are from the news of Duan Lang receiving 5,000 heavenly coins, Xiao Long receiving 100 heavenly coins, Selene receiving 500 heavenly coins, Bibi Dong receiving 10,000 heavenly coins, and Hanli receiving 30,000 heavenly coins. The last 7,700 heavenly coins is 10% of Bai Yao's last transaction. The Myriad Realms Tower even included this. What a generous company. Ye Ming didn't know what the facilities in the Myriad Realms building were, but he felt that this might be the biggest change to the Myriad Realms building. Ding! Second, exclusive cultivation technique. The host can spend 100 times the price of a top-tier cultivation technique of the same level to cultivate an exclusive cultivation technique. After cultivation, the exclusive cultivation technique will be directly perfected at the current level. After cultivating the exclusive cultivation technique, the host's internal energy will be transformed into the Myriad Realms Tower's exclusive energy, possessing the abilities of all traded items within the Myriad Realms Tower, including but not limited to internal energy, cultivation techniques, bloodlines, spells, magic, insights, lifespan, etc. Moreover, the abilities of traded items of the same level acquired later will be directly integrated into the exclusive cultivation technique without requiring secondary expenditure. The exclusive cultivation technique must be cultivated layer by layer and cannot be skipped. Needless to say, Ye Ming had been longing for a unique cultivation technique for a long time. I've saved up over 100,000 heavenly coins but haven't used them. I'm just waiting for my exclusive cultivation technique. He can directly cultivate his exclusive technique to the peak of the 3rd tier, and after cultivating it, he will have all the abilities of the 3rd tier. Lifespan alone could be extended by several hundred years. He knows everything: telekinesis, the 18 subduing dragon palms, magic, spells. It's expensive, but it's absolutely worth it. Cultivating one cultivation technique is equivalent to cultivating all the cultivation techniques in the Myriad Realms. This is seriously high class. Ding! 3. World permissions. The permission to connect the Myriad Realms Tower to the upgraded world has been activated. 1. When a trader's alteration of the current world reaches 100% of the original world's progress, the Tower Master can enter the current world. 2. World upgrade. Breaking through the current world's limits will upgrade the world. A Tier 1 world upgrade rewards 10,000 celestial coins. Each subsequent tier increase in world rank multiplies the reward tenfold. Upgrade conditions include having at least one person in the current world who surpasses the limit, 10 people who reach the limit, and the remaining powerhouses receiving a tenfold increase for each subsequent tier. Upon seeing the world access permissions, Ye Ming gasped in shock. If you want to enter the world, all you need to do is change the world by 100%, which doesn't seem too difficult. This dimensional upgrade feature is pretty impressive. No wonder there are so many low-level worlds. It turns out the Myriad Realms Tower was waiting here all along. It actually managed to upgrade the trader world it was connected to. Each upgrade grants a large amount of heavenly coins as a reward. The world tier refers to the tier of the strongest being in that world. The strongest in the world of Ip Man is at the first level, which is the first level world. The strongest beings in the world of Tian Long Ba Bulletin are at the third rank, so it is a third rank world. For a world to be upgraded, it needs a powerful being who surpasses the limit. Taking a third tier world as an example, a third tier powerhouse is the limit, and surpassing the limit means reaching the fourth tier. In other words, it takes 1 tier 4 martial artist, 10 tier 3 martial artists, 100 tier 2 martial artists, and 1000 tier 1 martial artists for this world to be upgraded from a tier 3 world to a tier 4 world, with a reward of 1 million heavenly coins. Similarly, the same applies to upgrading to a tier 5 world. It requires 1 tier 6 powerhouse, 10 tier 5 powerhouses, 100 tier 4 powerhouses, 1000 tier 3 powerhouses, 10,000 tier 2 powerhouses, and 100,000 tier 1 powerhouses to upgrade, with a reward of 100 million heavenly coins. The higher you go, the harder it is to upgrade, especially to upgrade to the 7th tier world, which requires 10 million units of 1 tier to upgrade. However, the rewards after upgrading are very considerable. The rewards for upgrading from Tier 1 to Tier 6 are 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, 100 million, and 1 billion heavenly coins, respectively. Especially for lower level worlds, ascension is not very difficult. Ip Man only needs to break through to the 2nd tier himself and cultivate 10 first tier experts to be promoted to the 2nd tier world and be rewarded with 10,000 heavenly coins. In this way, even in low level worlds, you can obtain enough heavenly coins. If there's a truly powerful figure, they might even be able to upgrade the world from Tier 1 to Tier 7. This feature is a godsend for low-level worlds. This is only the third new feature, there's one last one to come. Ding! 4. Myriad Realms Building Facilities. Facilities can be activated by spending funds from the tower owner's treasury. 10% of the profits from these facilities will go into the Myriad Realms Building Treasury. The Myriad Realms Building Facilities include the following. 1. Task Pavilion. The host or trader posts a task, and upon completion of the task, a predetermined commission, namely Zushin coin, can be obtained. 2. Pill Pavilion. With a pill recipe, you can put in the materials to refine pills yourself, or you can deduce the pill recipe from the pill. Each use requires heavenly coins. Note, the Myriad Realms Tower will make a copy of the pill recipe derived from it. 3. Artifact Pavilion. With an artifact formula, you can put in materials to craft weapons, armor, magic treasures, etc. You can also reverse engineer artifact formulas from artifacts. Each use requires heavenly coins. Note, the reverse engineered artifact formula will be copied by the Myriad Realms Tower. 4. Herb Pavilion. Herbs can be cultivated. Consuming celestial coins can change the flow of time. The current fastest flow is 1 day/1000 years. 5. Monster Pavilion, where you can cultivate monsters and tame beasts. You can consume heavenly coins to change the flow rate and quickly breed and cultivate them. The fastest flow rate is currently 1 day/100 years. 6. Bloodline Pavilion. You can consume heavenly coins to upgrade your own bloodline level and the bloodline level of demonic beasts. 7. Enlightenment Pavilion, where you can consume heavenly coins to improve your enlightenment. 8. Cultivation Technique Pavilion. You can consume heavenly coins to improve your cultivation techniques and correct their flaws. 9. Battle Pavilion. You can consume heavenly coins to condense the phantom of your opponent for a challenge. You will not die. 10. Array Pavilion. Knowing the array formula, you can put materials in to automatically generate an array plate and array diagram. You can also reverse the array formula from the array plate. Each use requires heavenly coins. Note, the array formula reversed will be copied by the Myriad Realms building. Note that the initial opening price for each facility is the same, 100,000 celestial coins. However, the price of the next facility increases tenfold after each facility is opened. The Mission Pavilion opens automatically and is not included in this price range. Yan Ming was completely dumbfounded. These facilities are absolutely amazing. Aside from the Quest Pavilion, which seems rather ordinary, everything else is amazing. Alchemy, weapon crafting, formations, talismans, all-around manufacturing capabilities. Herbs can actually be cultivated 1,000 years a day. Isn't that more amazing than the little green bottle? The heavenly bottle? A heavenly bottle without a spirit? Even dogs wouldn't want that. Enhance your bloodline, improve your comprehension, improve your skills, and improve your combat prowess. This is the true Myriad Realms building. Omnipotent. But why does it cost 100,000 celestial coins to activate just one facility? That's so expensive. I'm having trouble making a decision. Fortunately, the Quest Pavilion opened automatically. If the Quest Pavilion hadn't opened, he definitely wouldn't have opened it on his own. Wouldn't it be better to get a big screen and use a computer as a task platform, saving 100,000 heavenly coins? After much deliberation, Ye Ming decided to activate the Future Pavilion first. Future Pavilion, as the name suggests, is a pavilion about the future. Of course, not all of the future, but the future of their world, mainly revolving around the future of the world's protagonist. After spending celestial coins, you can see the future of your world in the Future Pavilion. This facility is absolutely necessary for everyone who wouldn't want to know what their future holds. I know part of the future, but not very clearly, and it's not comprehensive enough. Most importantly, all of Future Pavilion's profits will go into the landlord's treasury, not just 10%. Perhaps the Myriad Realms Tower is afraid that it won't open the Future Pavilion and will instead trade via messages. There is a line of smaller text after Future Pavilion, which reveals that regardless of whether Future Pavilion is open or not, transactions must be conducted according to the system's listed price in the future. All the extra money I earned before was a benefit from the Myriad Realms Tower. Therefore, let's open the Future Pavilion. Myriad Realms Tower, open the Future Pavilion. Ding, the Lord's Vault does not have enough heavenly coins to open. Ye Ming's face fell, and he instantly became unhappy. Forgot that he only had a little over 50,000 heavenly coins, not enough to activate any of the facilities. I'm speechless. Your own heavenly coins and the heavenly coins in the Lord's treasury cannot be used together, each has its own purpose. Since the facilities can't be activated, it seems I'll have to cultivate my own unique techniques for now. Previously, I had a total of 170,902.4 heavenly coins, plus 12,260 heavenly coins obtained from the Yuri transaction, and 728 heavenly coins obtained from the Li Shaiman transaction. Of the 78,999 heavenly coins traded by Baeo, 49,000 heavenly coins were split as 2/10, leaving 9,800 heavenly coins. The remaining 29,999 heavenly coins will be divided into 3 parts, amounting to 8,999.7 heavenly coins. The total amount of all heavenly coins is 202,690.1 heavenly coins. We've surpassed 200,000 celestial coins. Name, Ye Ming. Myriad Realms Tower Level 3. Realm, Peak of the 3rd Tier. Celestial coins, 202,690.1. Ops Vault, 53,300 celestial coins. Facilities in the Myriad Realms Tower, none. Cultivation Technique, Saitama Style Limit Breaking Cultivation Method, 3rd Level. Connecting Worlds, A Record of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality, Legend of the Dragon and Snake, Deluo Continent, Jade Dynasty, Harry Potter, Naruto, Underworld, Demigods and Semi-Devils, Ip Man, The Myth, Storm Riders, The Return of the Condor Heroes, Swordsman, Lord of War, Resident Evil, The Legend of Lu Xiaofeng, Forbidden City Cop. Traded items, Saitama Style Limit Breaking Cultivation Method, Profound Ghostly Path, 1st Level, Everlasting Spring Skill, Fist Deo Insights, Apparition, Avada Kedavra Curse, Sword Deo Insights, Perfect T-Virus Bloodline, Martial Soul Bloodline, Blood Bodhi, Severing Family Heart Method, Eclipse Sword Technique, Nine-Yin Manual, Lingbo Steps, Northern Darkness Divine Skill. Ye Ming sat cross-legged on the sofa. He had already collected enough heavenly coins to cultivate his exclusive technique. Without hesitation, he disappeared from the spot. Myriad Realms Tower, cultivate your exclusive techniques, all 3 levels at once. Ding, 111,000 heavenly coins consumed, starting to cultivate the first 3 levels of the exclusive cultivation technique. A powerful force surged from Ye Ming's body. This force was hazy and gray, like chaos, flowing within Ye Ming's body. It flowed slowly not only in his meridians, but also in his blood, skin, and cells, constantly strengthening Ye Ming's body and spirit. This was different from his previous practice of the Saitama Style Limit Breaking Cultivation Method. He felt it much more clearly now. Not only could he see inside his body, but he could also release his mental energy to perceive the surrounding environment, just as if he were seeing it with his own eyes. He saw Gu Qingchang upstairs about to finish her seclusion, he saw his assistant playing on her phone downstairs, and he saw ants crawling in the yard. This feeling is absolutely amazing. That's not all. What struck him most was that he felt like he had become younger. The cells are cheering, jumping for joy, and becoming more active. The skin becomes firmer and more resilient. He slowly opened his eyes only after his body was filled with this energy. The 3rd level of the exclusive cultivation technique is complete. Ye Ming's eyes were incredibly deep, as if they contained a whole world within them, captivating all who looked into them. Having cultivated his own unique techniques, he can be said to have developed in every aspect: strength, physique, defense, spirit, capable of both melee and ranged combat. 111,000 heavenly coins have been consumed, leaving 91,690.1 heavenly coins, which is 90,000. Ye Ming's panel also changed directly. Name, Ye Ming. Myriad Realms Tower Level 3. Realm, peak of the third tier. Celestial coins, 91,690.1. Ops Vault, 53,300 celestial coins. Facilities in the Myriad Realms Tower, none. Cultivation technique, third level of exclusive cultivation technique. Connecting worlds, a record of a mortal's journey to immortality, Legend of the Dragon and Snake, Deluo Continent, Jade Dynasty, Harry Potter, Naruto, Underworld, Demigods and Semi-Devils, Ip Man, The Myth, Storm Riders, The Return of the Condor Heroes, Swordsman, Lord of War, Resident Evil, The Legend of Lu Xiaofeng, Forbidden City Cop. Traded items, Saitama style limit breaking cultivation method, Profound Ghostly Path, first level, Everlasting Spring skill, Fist Deo Insights, Apparition, Avada Kedavra Curse, Sword Deo Insights, Perfect T-Virus Bloodline, Martial Soul Bloodline, Blood Bodhi, Severing Family Heart Method, Eclipse Sword Technique, Nine-Yin Manual, Lingbo Steps, Northern Darkness Divine Skill. Although he was still at the peak of the third tier, he felt that he could easily defeat 100 of his previous selves. It's not that I'm not strong enough, but that I'm not well-rounded enough. Ming left the second underground level and entered the Myriad Realms building. The first floor of the Myriad Realms building remains unchanged, consisting of a street surrounded by various shops. It's likely that these shops will be opened up in the future, allowing traders to conduct business here. The newly opened Mission Pavilion is not on the first floor of the Myriad Realms building, but on the second floor. In fact, each attic occupies an entire floor. The second floor is the Mission Attic, and the next facility to open is the third floor. Ming looked at the shops in the center of the first floor, thought for a moment, and then erased all the names on the shops and changed them again. At the very center is the All Heavens Coin Exchange, where you can exchange items for All Heavens coins. There is also a trading function where traders can trade directly with each other. If one party sells an item, the other party has the right of first refusal to buy it, preventing it from being snatched away by others. He then rearranged the streets, creating a Y-shaped intersection and dividing them into 3 areas: Martial Arts Zone, Immortal Path Zone, and other areas. The martial arts area is full of martial arts related items, such as internal energy cultivation and martial arts techniques. The Immortal Path Zone is for immortal magic and cultivators. Other areas are about magic, soul power, technology, and the like. Each area has shops selling cultivation techniques, weapons, pills, and the like. Ming put all the items for trade into the corresponding shops. Looking at the newly renovated Myriad Realms building, Ming nodded in satisfaction and headed towards the second floor. Upon entering the second floor, a huge door comes into view, with the 3 gilded characters Mission Pavilion written on it. Pushing open the door, a large screen floated in the air, displaying a task leaderboard, but there was nothing on it. There was a counter at the bottom of the screen, which seemed to be a place to register for tasks, but there was no one there. He walked to the counter, took a quick look, and found it to be quite simple. Simply state the task you wish to post at the counter, along with the reward, and the Myriad Realms Tower will determine whether it is reasonable. Something like asking for a celestial weapon for 1 celestial coin is simply impossible to appear on the task list. As long as the rewards and tasks aren't too outrageous, the Myriad Realms Tower will deem them reasonable. If the task is deemed appropriate, it will be posted directly and appear on the task leaderboard. Others can choose to accept the task when they see it. They will receive a reward upon completion of the task, but 10% of the reward will be taken. This 10% is paid by the person who posted the task as a handling fee. Ming thought for a moment and then said, "Issuing a mission, go to the Resident Evil world and bring back Red Queen, then hand her over to me. Reward, 1,000 All Heavens coins." Ding, the target value of the task is greater than or equal to the reward. The task posting failed. Ming raised an eyebrow. The value of the Red Queen was actually over 1,000 heavenly coins, which was beyond Ming's expectations. Issuing a mission, go to the Resident Evil world, bring back Red Queen, and sell her to the Multiverse Tower. Reward, 1,000 Multiverse coins. Ding, the task has been successfully issued. Please provide more details about the task. Red Queen, the artificial intelligence of Umbrella Corporation, the protector of the Resident Evil world. Just get the motherboard. Ding, the task has been completed. Detailed information will be displayed after the task is accepted. Ming looked up, wondering how the screen was designed. It seemed that no matter where you looked up on the second floor, you could see the screen directly. The previously empty task list now has an additional task. The first part describes the task details, and the second part lists the rewards. It looks pretty good. Moreover, these tasks are not something that one person can take on and then disappear. Anyone can take on them. It just depends on who completes them first. At the same time, the Mission Pavilion also has a prohibition rule, or rather, the prohibition rule of the Myriad Realms building. Traders must not kill each other. They can fight, but they cannot kill or even trap each other. If there are disagreements, a duel is possible. The Myriad Realms building has a martial arts arena, which is divided into gambling duels and death matches. You can choose to wager for 0 All Heavens coins, or add a prize to the deathmatch. Although it's called a death match, those who die on the arena will still be resurrected in the Myriad Realms Tower. It's just to give traitors with grudges a place to vent. With Red Queen, Ye Ming could project her image onto the Myriad Realms building, and he could call upon her at any time if he had any problems. For example, having a staff member here would definitely be better. But the Myriad Realms Tower doesn't allow you to contact its staff. It's so annoying. Fortunately, there is artificial intelligence, which is quite good. It can be used as a staff member. After touring the Myriad Realms building, Ye Ming checked the situation of each world to see which one he could enter. He had long wanted to enter the world of traitors, but he just hadn't had the opportunity. Let's look at the first world, the world of Murong Fu's demigods and semi-devils. Saitama's One Punch Man world is not connected. Saitama entered the multiverse building through special methods and is not considered a normal traitor. The world of Tianlong Ba Bulletin, a third-tier world, with a world change rate of 50%. The world of Wind and Clouds, a fifth-order world, with a 1% change in world status. Ip Man world, first-order world, world change level 60%. Mythical world, incomplete world, world change rate 0%. Ye Ming was stunned when he saw the mythological world. What did this incomplete world mean? The Myriad Realms Tower, what does this incomplete world mean? Ding! The mythological world is not a complete world. Please explore the details yourself. Damn! That was a complete waste of breath. It's like saying nothing at all. Poor Jao, an incomplete world like this probably can't be upgraded. Sigh. Ye Ming continued reading. The world of the Return of the Condor Heroes, a second-tier world, with a world change rate of 70%. The world of King of War, a first-tier world, with a world change rate of 3%. The world of Swordsman, a second-tier world, with a world change rate of 10%. Resident Evil world, fourth-order world, world change level 1%. The world of Jade Dynasty, a sixth-order world, with a world change rate of 15%. Wait, the world of Jade Dynasty is so high, is it because they saved Baiao's mother? It's possible. If Baiao's mother hadn't died, the relationship between the Ghost King and Baiao would have been different, and many things that happened afterward might not have occurred. Little Fish and Flower Without Flaws, a second-order world, with a world change rate of 60%. Harry Potter world, fifth-order world, world change level 0%. Underworld, a third-tier world, with a 5% change in world status. Deluo Continent world, fifth-order world, world change level 20%. The world of Dragon and Snake Chronicles, a world of level 7 or above, has undergone a 1% change. The Legend of Mortal Cultivation, worlds of the 7th order and above, world change rate 0%. Rank 7 or higher. He could understand that the world of Mortal Cultivation was at least level 7, but he didn't expect that the world of Dragon and Snake Romance was also at least level 7. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Although the Star River era hasn't arrived yet, the powerful beings of the Star River are already here. But what does it mean that it's not displayed for level 7 and above? What's going on with the Myriad Realms Tower, above the 7th rank? Ding, the host's permissions are insufficient, information above the 7th rank will not be unlocked for the time being. Depend on. I've looked through all the worlds, but none of them are 100% complete. I can't go to any of them. Ye Ming sighed deeply, it was all within his expectations. After all, the Myriad Realms Tower has only been open for 3 days. Even if the flow of time is different, not much time has passed in the other worlds. The world of the Return of the Condor Heroes underwent the most significant changes, as Xiaolingnu was the female protagonist and she was with Yang Guo, so most of the original plot was altered. Secondly, there's Xiao Yuer and Hua Wuqi, since the biggest villains are no longer in the world, which is quite a big change. But Zhang Yuyan will still go back, and that will be when the biggest changes will happen. Ye Ming took a closer look at several worlds that were relatively complete, but they were all low-level martial arts worlds, which were not interesting at all. The changes in the high martial arts world are very small. After all, the world is too big and these traitors are too weak. Ye Ming arrived at the large plaza on the first floor of the Myriad Realms building and began to gather all the traitors. The Myriad Realms Tower has been almost completely renovated, so of course I have to tell everyone. Also, the prices of items have increased, so I definitely have to let them know. In the world of Resident Evil, Lin Pingzi looked out the window with utter boredom. He has been out of seclusion for a while now, and his strength has broken through to the peak of the acquired realm. This level of strength would allow him to easily defeat everyone in the world of swordsmen. But he dared not leave now. Duan Lang was in seclusion, and he should stay by his side to prevent someone from interrupting Duan Lang's cultivation and causing Duan Lang to blame him. Duan Lang was too powerful and too evil, he dared not offend him. Suddenly, the Myriad Realms token began to vibrate, and a message was sent. At the same time, the door to the next room opened, and Duan Lang walked out, the black aura around him completely gone. Lin Pingzi stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Young Master Duan. Duan Lang nodded and said, "Let's go back to the Myriad Realms Tower." Lin Pingzi nodded, and the two disappeared. Hundreds of kilometers away in a convoy, Alice suddenly froze, and Carlos, standing beside her, asked, "What's wrong, Alice?" "It's nothing. I'm just going out for a bit." Alice walked to a secluded spot, took out the token of Myriad Realms, and disappeared from the spot. In the world of Jade Dynasty, Baiao suddenly sat up and said to Xiaokai beside her, "Mother, it seems like my brother is calling me to the Myriad Realms Tower." Xiaokai's gaze sharpened, and he raised his hand, sending out a beam of white light that flew out of the window. "No rush, let's wait for your daddy to come." Baiao nodded and shook her head. Before long, the Ghost King entered through the door and looked at Baiao. "The Tower of Myriad Realms. Okay, I'm going to the Myriad Realms Tower now." "Good." The Ghost King wiped his eyes with his fingers and stared intently at Baiao. In the world of mortal cultivation, Hanli was chatting with his newly acquainted friend Wan Xiaoshan when he suddenly froze. "Fellow deist Wan, I have some matters to attend to. Brother Han, please make yourself at home." Hanli bowed and walked to the side, disappearing into a safe place far away from Wan Xiaoshan. In the world of Duluo continent, Bibi Dong was cultivating. She could feel that her internal energy was indeed improving her physical fitness, especially after consuming the blood bodhi. She felt that her physical abilities were even stronger than those of a titled Duluo. Suddenly, the Myriad Realms token trembled slightly, and Bibi Dong, sensing the message, disappeared from the spot. Gao Yao, Mirong Fu, Ip Man, Qin Shi Huang, Li Shaiman, Chen Zhen, Bruce Lee, Huo Yuanjia, Zhang Yuan, Little Dragon Girl, Zhou Xiruo, Selini, Baliming, and Ximen Chuexu all vanished the moment they received the message. On the first floor plaza of the Myriad Realms building, traders emerged from the vortex. Duan Lang raised an eyebrow upon seeing this scene. There were so many more people. "Before going to the Resident Evil world, I was the strongest, but now I can actually sense several other beings with the same aura as me." When Hanli entered and saw so many people, he frowned slightly, took a step back, and found a secluded corner, the one closest to the vortex, to stand down. His gaze swept over Duan Lang. This guy gave him the greatest sense of oppression, and he had a rather evil feeling. This guy was definitely a member of the demonic sect. Baiao stepped out of the whirlpool, her eyes lighting up. So many people. And so many beautiful ladies. Wait, that guy is cultivating the profound ghost and god path, isn't he? He actually mastered it so quickly. You should know that many people in the Ghost King sect have not even entered the first step of the profound ghost god path. She had only exchanged the secret manual for a few days, and someone had already entered the first step, and it seemed to be quite effective. She walked up to Duan Lang and looked him over curiously. "You cultivate the path of the profound ghosts and gods, don't you?" Upon hearing the sound, Duan Lang looked down and saw Baiao, who looked as cute as a porcelain doll. He wasn't yet the ruthless villain he would become later. Duan Lang smiled slightly and squatted down in front of Baiao. "Yes, little sister, how did you know?" If he remembered correctly, this little girl wasn't around when he bribed Xian Gui Shen Dao. Baiao raised her head slightly and said proudly, "Of course I know. The path of the profound ghosts and gods is a cultivation technique of our Ghost King sect." Duan Lang's body trembled. Their Ghost King sect? Was the record of mysterious ghosts and gods something this little girl traded for? After cultivating the Tongxian ghost and god path, he finally understood what immortal cultivation techniques were. Although he only had the first 3 levels, he was captivated by the various mysteries within them. "I never expected this little girl to be from the world of cultivation. So it was you who exchanged the Tongxian ghost god path. Then I must thank you. This technique is extremely powerful. Of course it's impressive. Our Ghost King sect is one of the top sects. Apart from the Azure Cloud sect, no one dares to fight us. But how did you cultivate so quickly? You've reached this level in just a few days. Most people know what's going on in the Resident Evil world, so there's nothing to hide. You didn't come that day, so you might not know, but a traitor opened up her world, the Resident Evil world, which is full of zombies and undead. They were infected by a virus, and although they were dead, their bodies were driven by the virus. Killing them would yield a large number of souls." Baiao nodded thoughtfully. She knew that the path of the profound ghosts and gods required the use of the soul for cultivation, which was why she had not cultivated it. "I never imagined there was such a world, full of the living dead. Killing them doesn't count as murder, and they still have souls. This is practically the holy land of the Ghost King sect. If Father knew there was such a place, he would be very excited, but it seems Father can't get in. What if I go in, grab a few, and bring them back? Can I enter the Resident Evil world? I want to bring a few back to the Ghost King sect to take a look." Duan Lang shook his head. Yaming had specifically said that it couldn't be taken to other worlds. The T-virus is too contagious. If cultivators are also human, and they get infected, they're doomed. "No, you'll have to find the immortal." He said before that the T-virus is extremely contagious, and anyone injured by it will turn into a zombie. If the virus leaks out, your world will become like the Resident Evil world, overrun with zombies. Bai Ao blinked. Zombies and undead were everywhere. That's dangerous. Then, never mind. Ya Ming glanced at the square, where the traders had gathered together and started chatting. Little Dragon Girl, BB Dong, Joe's Hiruo, Zhang Yuan, Selene, and Alice gathered together and were chatting. All of them were top-tier beauties, and their group together attracted a lot of attention. Ximen Chuixiu, Feng Yuxiu, and B.A. Limingsai darted back and forth among everyone, seemingly looking for a strong person to fight. Lin Pingzi, Gao Yao, and Mirong Fu chatted with each other about their recent situations next to Duanlang, while Yurui went to chat with each of the small teams for a while to foster relationships with everyone. Ip Man, Chen Zhen, Bruce Lee, Huo Yuanjia, and Wang Fei Hong gathered together to talk about the situation in their own worlds. Snape stood out from the crowd, his aloof demeanor drawing no one to approach him. Han Li stood alone in the innermost corner, surveying his surroundings. Hey, where's Yegukin? Yegukin from Forbidden City Cop, everyone else except him came. Where did he go? Myriad Realms Tower, hasn't Yegukin received the message? Ding, Yegukin threw away the Myriad Realms token after exchanging the gold and returning to his own world. After testing, he has given up his identity as a traitor. Ya Ming was speechless. He was so speechless that he opened the door to speechlessness. He was speechless to the core. This immense wealth was thrown away by someone. No wonder he's a character from the comedy world, it's truly hilarious. Now that Yegukin is no longer considered a traitor, everyone is present. Ya Ming looked at the many traitors, clapped his hands, and everyone immediately fell silent and looked at Ya Ming. Welcome to the Myriad Realms Tower. This should be the first time all traitors have gathered here. You can get to know each other, it might be helpful in the future. I called you all here because there are a few things I need to tell you. The Myriad Realms Tower has been open for some time now. You are all fortunate to have caught up with the trial operation period of the Myriad Realms Tower. However, I regret to inform you that the Myriad Realms Tower will officially begin operation from now on. The selling price of all items in the Myriad Realms Tower will be increased by 10%, but the buyback price will remain unchanged. For example, the Blood Bodhi was previously bought for 1,000 heavenly coins and sold for 1,000 heavenly coins in the Myriad Realms Tower. Now it is bought for 1,000 heavenly coins and sold for 1,100 heavenly coins. Ya Ming paused for a moment, waiting for everyone's reaction. Yuri was the first to speak. Thank God for his mercy in only raising the price by 10%. In my world, the rarer the item, the higher the price increase. I've seen profits of hundreds or even thousands of times. God only wants 10%. After Yuri spoke, the others followed suit. The Myriad Realms Tower provided us with a platform for trading with each other, and the commission rate is normal, 10% is very reasonable. I was wondering before, if the immortals buy and sell at the original price, aren't they losing money? Turns out it's just a trial operation. Merchants buy low and sell high, it's perfectly normal. But we're really lucky to have entered the Myriad Realms Tower so early and enjoyed the benefits for a while. Immortal, is there anything else besides this? These are all minor matters. Yes, we can't just enjoy these benefits for nothing. I think we should increase them. Seeing that no one objected, Ya Ming smiled and gestured for them to pause. Since you have no objections, I'll move on to the second matter. Each of you has a multiverse token. You can now spend 100 multiverse coins to activate the multiverse token's communication function. After adding each other as friends, you can communicate across worlds. Upon hearing this, many people showed excitement on their faces. This feature is great. Brother Gao, let's add each other as friends. I don't have any heavenly coins. No problem, I have it. Here you go, Brother Gao. 100 heavenly coins. On the other side, after Bai Ao finished talking with Duanlang, she went to find Xiaolanu and the others. Since they were all girls, they all stood together. Sisters, let's add each other as friends. Bibi Dong nodded, she really liked Bai Ao, this adorable little girl. Little Dragon Girl and Selene added Bai Ao as well. Only Joe's Hiruo and Zhang Yuan were a little embarrassed because they didn't have enough All Heavens coins to activate the communication function. Joe's Hiruo only had 100 heavenly coins in total. She wasted more than 10 heavenly coins to teach Zhang Yuan the martial arts, so she didn't have enough for 100 heavenly coins at all. Moreover, using it on the Myriad Realms token is clearly a waste, and Zhang Yuan doesn't even have a single heavenly coin. Bai Ao blinked, as if she knew what was going on, and directly transferred 1,000 Zushin coins to Joe's Hiruo and Zhang Yuan respectively. After thinking for a moment, she also transferred 1,000 heavenly coins to Selene, Little Dragon Girl, Bibi Dong, and Alice. Bai Ao smiled and said to the several pretty ladies, "My dear sisters, this is a small gift to mark our first meeting." Bibi Dong's eyes narrowed. Among them, besides Bai Ao, she was the richest, but she couldn't bring herself to give away 6,000 heavenly coins. That's such a waste. Sister Baeo, this is too much. I can't accept it. The others were tempted, but they all shook their heads. What was the point of taking money from a child? Little dragon girl, yes, Sister Baeo, we appreciate your kindness. But it's too much. Selene, thank you, but you should keep it for yourself. Zhang Yuyan, no, I can't take your things. Zhou Xiruo, okay. Thank you. I'll pay you back later. All eyes were on Zhou Xiruo, who, having been corrupted by evil, didn't care much about these things. So what if she's a kid? She can casually pull out 6,000 heavenly coins. She doesn't need those heavenly coins at all, but she needs it now. She remembered this kindness and would repay it in the future. Sisters Xiruo, this. Take it, Yu Yan. Just remember Bai Yao's kindness. We can repay it when we have it in the future. We are indeed short of heavenly coins right now. Zhang Yuyan wasn't the great demon she would become later. She was a little shy and felt bad about taking things from a child. Bai Yao nodded, looking at Zhou Xiruo with new respect. Who would complain about having too much money? Everyone wants it, but how many people can be like Zhou Xiruo? Sisters, please accept this. Don't you like me? Don't you want to be my friend? The group exchanged glances, accepted the heavenly coins, and added each other as friends. On the other side, Chen Zhen, Feng Yuxiu, Wang Fiheng, Bruce Lee, and Huo Yuanjia were also broke. Among them, only Ip Man had money, but IP Man's money was all given to him by Yu Rui. How could he dare to give money to others? Fortunately, Yuri rushed back and transferred 100 celestial coins to each of them. We're all from the ordinary world, so we should help each other. I'll cover the cost of activating the multiverse token. Let's be friends. Thank you, Bruce Lee, will remember it. Feng Yuxiu, if you encounter any danger, you can come to me. After adding several of his friends, Eurydice ran over to Professor Snape's side. Professor, can we add each other as friends? I have some questions about spells, and I wonder if I could ask you for advice. Snape stared at Yuri. Had this guy bought wizard blood? Yuri broke out in a cold sweat under the professor's gaze. He felt that this professor was a bit strict, and he had a feeling of seeing his own teacher. Good. Hanli stood in the corner, looking around after activating the Myriad Realms token, unsure of whose friend he should add. This is a good opportunity to expand relationships. Unlike their own world, the Myriad Realms tower is completely safe, as they have no way to go there. Moreover, he had previously seen a demonic cultivation manual, which indicated that there must be people from a cultivation world here, and it would be best to establish contact with them, but he didn't know who that person was. Just as Hanli was feeling worried, Yurui came over. He was like a social butterfly, having been everywhere and learned a lot about the situation. He had even added those beautiful women as friends. I am Li Feiyu, and I greet you, fellow deist. Hanli bowed, which surprised Yurui. He had recently been studying Chinese culture, and it seemed that only in the world of cultivation would people address each other as fellow deist. He quickly returned the greeting in the same manner as Hanli, and then struck up a conversation. Li Feiyu, fellow deist, I am Yurui. How about we add each other as friends so we can communicate with each other if we have any questions in the future? All right. I haven't been in the Myriad Realms Tower for long, and there are many things I don't understand. I'll have to trouble fellow deist Yurui. No trouble at all. How about I introduce you to these people? Yuri knew how powerful the cultivation world was, so he spoke to Hanli with some obsequiousness. Then I'll have to trouble you, fellow deist. No trouble at all. This is, that is, he is, she is. Thank you, fellow deist. You're welcome. Fellow deist Li Feiyu, you can ask me anything about the Myriad Realms Tower. I'm one of the earlier ones here. After saying goodbye to Yurui, Hanli walked towards Bai Yao. Bai Yao was surrounded by women, and all of them were extremely beautiful, which made Hanli hesitate. However, in order to have a better chance of surviving in the cultivation world, it is essential to add Bai Yao, a friend from the cultivation world, as a friend. Hanli walked to Bai Yao's side and bowed, saying, I am Li Feiyu, greetings to fellow deist Bai Yao. Bai Yao turned her head to look at Hanli, and then realized who he was. As one of only 2 cultivation worlds in the Myriad Realms Tower, Bai Yao is also very interested in Hanli's world. Bai Yao of the Ghost King sect greets fellow deist. The women around him fell silent, looking at Hanli with curious eyes. Fellow deist Bai Yao, may I add you as a friend? Very well. I am quite curious about your world, fellow deist. However, I am a member of the demonic sect. Bai Yao tentatively said that in the world of Jade Dynasty, the righteous and the demonic are irreconcilable, to the point that they almost fight to the death whenever they meet. She bought everything Hanli owned, which didn't seem like a method used by the demonic path. I am new to the world of cultivation and do not know much about the righteous and demonic paths. However, judging from your behavior just now, you do not seem to be on the demonic path at all. Perhaps the demonic path is not as others say. Hanli stood in the corner for two reasons: firstly, to make it easier to escape, and secondly, to observe everyone. He had learned about the situation of most people. Bai Ao smiled slightly. So what if it's the demonic path? There are good people in the demonic path, and there are bad people in the righteous path. Then let's add each other as friends. It seems that the power system in your world is different from ours. I've never even heard of the chi refining technique before. Hanli knew that Bai Ao was trying to find out about his world, but what did it matter if she told others? It didn't matter anyway, since she couldn't go to his world. Then let me briefly tell you about the cultivation situation in the cultivation world. As soon as Hanli finished speaking, almost everyone around them fell silent, looking at them as if they wanted to learn about the world of cultivation. Even Selene and Snape, who had no idea what the cultivation world was, looked at Hanli with curiosity. Hanli felt somewhat uncomfortable seeing so many people staring at him. In the cultivation world I live in, the realms are divided into chi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, and deity transformation. One can live to be 200 years old at foundation establishment, 500 years old at golden core, 1000 years old at nascent soul, and 2000 years old at deity transformation. Qin Shi Huan, standing in the crowd, had his pupils shrink. 2000 years old. Is this what the immortals were talking about when they talked about cultivating immortality? The people around were also incredibly shocked that he could live for so long. Even Bai Ao was somewhat surprised. Her lifespan seemed to have increased a bit too much. My world isn't that detailed. It's mainly divided into three major realms, which, according to the Tongxian Ghost God Path, are the Jade Profound Realm, the Upper Profound Realm, and the Supreme Profound Realm, allowing one to live for 200, 400, and 700 years respectively. Compared to your world, it seems quite inferior. Hanli nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that Bai Yao's world wasn't that powerful, allowing her to live for 700 years. Even nascent soul cultivators lived longer than them. However, strength cannot be measured by lifespan. One may have a short lifespan but be very strong. In the cultivation world I live in, the strongest person can only reach the nascent soul stage. To go further, one needs to ascend to the upper realm, where they can continue to improve their strength. As for the division of power in the upper realm, I'm not too clear about that. Bai Ao was stunned for a moment. There was an upper realm? Although the concept of transcending tribulations and ascending to immortality has always existed in the world of Jade Dynasty, it has only been a rumor, and it has never been witnessed in all these years. Even the powerful King Yun sect patriarch, King Yi, did not ascend to immortality and eventually died of old age. From this perspective, your world seems to be much more powerful than mine. We don't have an upper realm, or rather, even if we do, none of us have been able to touch it. Over the years, it seems that very few cultivators have reached the Tai Xian realm, let alone ascended to immortality. Bai Ao looked thoughtful as she gazed at Hanli, a thought popping into her mind: perhaps cultivating the techniques of their world could allow one to transcend tribulations and ascend to immortality? Fellow deus Li Fio, if you obtain cultivation techniques for later realms, perhaps we can make a trade. Hanli nodded. That's exactly what I was thinking. Ming watched as everyone chatted and got to know each other, and he didn't stop them. It was good for them to get to know each other, exchange information, and strengthen communication so that there would be more goods to trade in the future. It's likely that the Myriad Realms Tower shared the same idea, which is why they enabled the communication function of the Myriad Realms Order. After everyone had finished chatting, Ming then addressed the group. Okay, that's enough for now. You can talk privately afterwards, or you can chat after I've finished speaking. After finishing the second point, it's time for the third. Some of you may have already noticed that the first floor of the Myriad Realms building is different from before. I've divided the streets on the first floor into three areas: the martial arts area, the immortal arts area, and the other areas. The central location is the All Heavens Coin Exchange Center. You can exchange your items for All Heavens coins here, so you don't need to look for me anymore. You can explore the first floor on your own after I finish explaining. Now let's go to the second floor. Ming led everyone to the second floor, where they saw the large screen in the air. The second floor is the mission hall. You can post missions here and use all world coins as rewards. Anyone who wants to complete a mission can accept it and complete it. When posting a mission, the Myriad Realms Tower will charge a 10% handling fee. You can also post your own tasks. For example, you can post tasks here, such as what medicinal herbs you need for alchemy, what kind of cultivation technique you need, or if you need someone to protect you for a period of time. As long as the task reward and requirements are reasonable, you can post them. For example, it is impossible to post a task that requires 1 heavenly coin to find a 4th level expert to protect you for a year, so don't even think about it. I've already posted a mission, as you can all see. It involves going to the Resident Evil world to retrieve an AI called Red Queen. Bring it back and trade it with me for 1000 celestial coins. If you want these 1000 celestial coins, you can go to the counter to accept the mission. After accepting the mission, you'll see the mission details. Do what you can. Seeing that many people were eager to try, Ye Ming waved his hand. No need to rush, multiple people can accept the task, so don't worry about someone else taking it. However, I must solemnly state one point: the Myriad Realms Tower does not allow infighting. No matter what conflicts you have, killing is forbidden, not even burying someone alive. If discovered, all the Myriad Realms coins will be confiscated, the deceased will be resurrected, and the person will be permanently expelled from the Myriad Realms Tower. Don't think that no one will find out. As long as you keep coming to the Myriad Realms building, I will find out. Don't take any chances. Similarly, private trading within the world is prohibited. If you find it troublesome and want to trade directly with each other, come to the Myriad Realms Tower. There is a trading window at the All Heavens Coin Exchange Center, which charges a 10% handling fee. Private transactions would sever Ye Ming's roots. The source of the heavenly coins he needs for cultivating his techniques is the trading of goods. If someone bypasses the Myriad Realms Tower to trade privately, where will he get the heavenly coins? Everyone knew about these things, and no one stood up to object or show off their presence. You must understand that the Myriad Realms Tower is the most important opportunity for them. What are the heavenly coins? Without the Myriad Realms Tower, the heavenly coins are useless. Alright, now for the last and most important thing. Ye Ming raised his hand and waved it, and in a flash, everyone was back on the first floor plaza. This move completely stunned everyone. Listen up, all lower-level worlds. This is a perk for you. All those who are destined to enter the Myriad Realms Tower can use it to upgrade the level of their world. The Myriad Realms Tower not only doesn't charge you, but it will also give you rewards. Let me first explain your respective worlds. The world with the strongest being a Tier 1 is a Tier 1 world. The higher the tier of a world, the larger the world, the more powerful beings there are, and the higher the value of the items that can be traded. As for the specific world tier, you can check your own Myriad Realms token. Everyone took out their Myriad Realms tokens and checked the level of their own worlds. Tier 1, just as I expected. I'm also at level 1. Tier 3. My world is actually a Tier 3 world? Tier 5? I'm only a Soul Emperor and I'm already Tier 4, but the strongest is only Tier 5. My world is also at level 5. As expected, Xiong Ba is not a strong person at all. Bai Ao glanced at her Myriad Realms token. Her world was at the 6th level. She wondered what level fellow Deus Li Fio's world was. Han Li's expression remained unchanged, but he didn't know whether he was happy or unhappy inside, because his Myriad Realms token stated that the worlds were of the 7th rank or higher. The people around him he heard most often were only at the 5th rank. The difference was just too big. He glanced at Bai Ao. Her world level must be pretty high, right? Bai Ao happened to see him too and asked him a question. I am a 6th order world, and you? 7th rank or above. Bai Ao's eyes widened. Is it really that far apart? If it's 7th rank or higher, then it's 8th rank, right? It could also be the 9th or 10th rank. B.A. Liming looked up at Han Li with some confusion. Han Li was from the world of cultivation, and he could understand worlds above the 7th level. But why is my world also at level 7 or higher? I'm only at level 2. Is there something wrong with this? How come my world is also a world of level 7 or above? My world is just an ordinary modern world. Although martial arts are very strong, I don't think I'm strong enough to be that strong. All eyes immediately turned to B.A. Liming. This middle-aged man had always kept a low profile, but it turned out he was actually from a world of the 7th rank or higher. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Ye Ming looked at B.A. Liming. The world of Dragon and Snake Chronicles is indeed a world of level 7 or above. There are no level 7 or above experts on Earth, but there are many in the universe. You're not mistaken, your world is at least level 7. Just because your planet doesn't have it doesn't mean other planets don't. B.A. Liming's pupils contracted. Aliens. The poster means there are aliens, and even a cultivation civilization. I see. B.A. Liming's momentum surged up, but it vanished in less than a second. Sigh, so what? He can't leave his own planet and never get to see those cultivation civilizations. It's such a pity. Ximen Chuixu glanced at B.A. Liming and sensed the domineering fist intent emanating from him. Gao Yao was a little confused as he held his Myriad Realms token. He understood 1st order, 2nd order, and even 7th order and above, but what was the situation with this incomplete world? He hesitated for a moment and didn't speak. He knew that this incomplete world must be related to Kui Wenzi, and asking would be useless. Ye Ming glanced at Gao Yao, thinking he was going to ask, but surprisingly he didn't. If you don't ask, you don't need to explain yourself. Let's move on to the next part. Now that we know the rank of your world, I'm going to tell you how to improve your world's rank. If you want to upgrade your world, you need 1 strong person who surpasses the world's limit, 10 strong people who reach the world's limit, and then 10 times that number for each subsequent level. To upgrade a Tier 1 world to a Tier 2 world, you need 1 Tier 2 martial artist and 10 Tier 1 martial artists. To upgrade a Tier 2 world to a Tier 3 world, you need 1 Tier 3 martial artist, 10 Tier 2 martial artists, and 100 Tier 1 martial artists. The lower the rank of a world, the easier it is to upgrade. The higher the rank, the more difficult it is to upgrade. Of course, the higher the rank, the greater the reward. Upgrading from rank 1 to rank 2 rewards 10,000 heavenly coins, from rank 2 to rank 3 rewards 100,000 heavenly coins, and the reward increases tenfold for each higher rank. Upgrading from rank 6 to rank 7 rewards 1 billion heavenly coins. Everyone gasped in astonishment. 10 billion heavenly coins. How many zeros would that be? Of course, the reward for world upgrading is not only the heavenly coins. World upgrading also has benefits for your own world. For example, rare and precious materials will appear, and it will be easier for others to break through to higher realms. Therefore, the worlds of lower rank should seize this opportunity. As soon as Ye Ming finished speaking, Ye Wen spoke up. Immortal, does that mean my world can be upgraded? Ip Man had previously used the All Heavens coins given to him by Yuri to buy the blood bodhi. After consuming it, he had already become a post-heaven martial artist, which is the second level. It just so happens that his world is a first-order world, he is second-order, and the number of first-order powerhouses has exceeded 10. Ip Man himself was a first-level martial artist back then. There weren't many people with similar strength to him, but there were definitely at least 10. Great! Your world can be upgraded to a second-tier world. After this is over, you can stay behind. Once the upgrade is complete, you'll be rewarded with 10,000 celestial coins. Ip Man's body trembled. 10,000 heavenly coins. A huge sum of money. A huge sum of money. If I use these 10,000 heavenly coins to improve my strength, and then take on 10 more disciples and raise them to the second rank, wouldn't I have 100,000 heavenly coins by then? Everyone around looked at Ip Man with envy. The first tier world is really great. He can upgrade just like that, and he also gets 10,000 heavenly coins. Little Dragon Girl did the math and realized that she seemed to be able to level up as well. Immortal, can my world also be upgraded? Ye Ming looked at Xiaolingnu. There were many people in Xiaolingnu's world who had reached the acquired realm, but none of them had broken through to the innate realm. Just recently, Xiaolingnu broke through to the innate realm by consuming the blood bodhi, and she also has 10 martial artists at the acquired realm, not to mention a whole bunch of third-rate, second-rate, and first-rate martial artists, easily reaching 100. Yes, your world can be upgraded to a third-order world. You will stay here later as well. Everyone's eyes lit up even more. A second-tier world upgraded to a third-tier world, 100,000 heavenly coins. Unfortunately, apart from these two people, none of the other people's worlds have reached the conditions for upgrading. Either the world is too powerful and one's own strength is insufficient, or the world is too weak and there are no heavenly coins to improve one's own strength. Qin Shi Huang and Li Shaiman were extremely envious of this scene. 100,000 heavenly coins, 100,000 sets of armor. Neither of them dared to use so much armor directly. Chen Zhen and the others exchanged glances. They were all from the first-tier world, so upgrading shouldn't be too difficult for them. As long as I break through to the second tier, I can ascend to the world level. Yuri's eyes lit up. He instantly spotted a business opportunity. He wondered whether to do it secretly or to tell everyone and do it together. After much deliberation, Yuri decided to speak up. After all, he had almost run out of his multiverse coins, and there were some worlds that he couldn't handle. He figured it would be better to let everyone make money together and gain favors in return. Ahem. If I'm not very powerful in my own world and can't get any multiverse coins, can I ask my friends for help? For example, if I am in a first-order world, it might only take 1 blood bodhi and 1,000 heavenly coins to cultivate from the first to the second order. I don't have 1,000 heavenly coins right now. Can I borrow 1,000 heavenly coins from someone else and give them 3,000 heavenly coins after my world is upgraded? Or can I just ask them to help me upgrade my world and give them half of the reward? Yuri is indeed a smart man, Ye Ming thought to himself. He had just finished speaking when Yuri thought of a business opportunity. This is a win-win situation where both parties can earn heavenly coins. Anyway, they'll take a cut of the rewarded heavenly coins, so they can divide them however they want. Ye Ming won't get involved. Everyone looked at Yuri with new respect. This guy's mind works incredibly fast. Moreover, they might not necessarily tell anyone if it were them. Judging from this guy's appearance, he's doing someone a favor. Thank you for your guidance, fellow deist Yuri. Yuri had helped Hanli a lot before, so Hanli naturally wouldn't mind helping Yuri in return. After Hanli spoke, most people understood what was going on, and their eyes became very kind. Thank you for informing me, brother Yu. Thank you. Only a few people didn't understand what it meant, and Zhang Yuyan asked Zhou's Hiruo curiously. Sisters Hiruo, why are they thanking that man? He said it on purpose, to tell us that this is a way for traders with lower world ranks to quickly raise their world ranks. This way, both sides can get heavenly coins, and the items in the Myriad Realms Tower will also become more and more abundant. Zhang Yuyan looked thoughtful. This man looked strange, but he was quite smart. Ye Ming had said everything he needed to say. Now it was time to discuss the world's upgrade. Ip Man, little dragon girl, come here. The rest of you can do whatever you want. You can wander around the Myriad Realms Tower or go back to your own worlds. It's up to you. Little dragon girl and Ip Man walked towards Ye Ming, while the others did not disperse but stood still, wanting to see how to upgrade the world. To be honest, Ye Ming was completely baffled. How was he supposed to know how to upgrade a world? The Myriad Realms building, what should we do? Ding, let the traitor return to their own world and take out the Myriad Realms token. Ye Ming nodded and said to the two of them, just go back to your own world and take out the token of Myriad Realms. The two exchanged a glance and stepped into the vortex. In the world of Ip Man, after Ip Man returned to his own world, he immediately walked out of the room and took out the token of Myriad Realms. At that moment, a voice appeared in Ip Man's mind. Ding, shall we proceed with the world upgrade? Yes. Inside the Myriad Realms building, a voice also appeared in Ye Ming's mind. Ding, the Ip Man world has requested a world upgrade. Do you approve? Yes. Suddenly, the Myriad Realms token in Ip Man's hand floated up and flew higher and higher, radiating a dazzling light. Unfortunately, only Ip Man could see the light, the others saw nothing. As the light shone, Ip Man seemed to feel the air become fresher. In a martial arts gym far away from him, a man was hitting a wooden dummy. He was getting faster and faster until, with a crack, the wooden dummy was smashed. A glint of light flashed in his eyes. His kung fu had broken through to a new level. TNZ, dinner's ready. Good. The man withdrew his hand, turned and left, revealing a plaque hanging on the wall behind him that read Wing Chun. In the mountains and forests, countless trees seemed to have been nourished, and their withered yellow leaves began to turn green. Many animals seemed to sense something, jumping and running around happily, making joyful noises. Not long after, the token of Myriad Realms fell from the sky and landed in Ip Man's hand. Ip Man blinked, and that was it? The upgrade is complete. He disappeared from the spot and returned to the Myriad Realms building. In the world of the Return of the Condor Heroes, Xiaolongnu also took out the Myriad Realms token. After confirming the upgrade, the light of the Myriad Realms token instantly illuminated the entire ancient tomb. Then, ignoring the rocks in the underground tomb, the Myriad Realms token flew directly into the air. In Xiangyang City, Guo Jing immediately sensed something was wrong. The next moment, his internal energy began to circulate, and a burst of energy overturned everyone around him. Brother Jing. A glint flashed in Guo Jing's eyes. He lightly touched the ground with his toes and left the room, then struck out with his palm. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed throughout half of Xiangyang City, startling everyone. Huang Rong quickly came out and asked, Brother Jing, are you alright? Guo Jing shook his head, staring blankly at his hands. I'm fine, but it seems like I've broken through to a higher level. Huang Rong was shocked. This was a realm that even her father hadn't broken through. What? Brother Jing, you've broken through to the innate realm? Yes. I should have broken through to the innate realm. How did you suddenly break through? I thought something had happened. I don't know either. I had already reached the peak of the day after tomorrow realm, but I couldn't break through for a long time. Just now, a strange opportunity appeared, and I broke through. On Peach Blossom Island, Huang Yaeshi was playing the flute, his eyes closed, immersed in the melody of the rising tide of the blue sea. Wave after wave crashed higher and higher, making the people around dizzy and as if they were about to faint. They quickly retreated, not daring to get close. Suddenly, Huang Yaeshi opened his eyes, and the range of the Azure Sea Tide song suddenly doubled. Before they could react, everyone fainted on the spot. I've broken through. Ha ha ha. I've finally broken through. Old poisoner, I've finally beaten you to it. Little Dragon Girl was unaware that her world-level upgrade had caused many martial artists who had been at the peak of the acquired realm to break through to the innate realm. Previously, she and Yang Guo were considered the strongest in the world, but now someone will soon catch up with them. However, if Xiaolongnu breaks through to the 4th rank, it's probably not far off for the world of the Return of the Condor Heroes to be upgraded to a 4th rank world. Little Dragon Girl caught the token of Myriad Realms and then disappeared into the tomb. Inside the Myriad Realms tower, Ip Man and Little Dragon Girl emerged from the vortex one after the other. Ye Ming also received a notification in his mind. Ding! The Ip Man world has been upgraded from a 1st-tier world to a 2nd-tier world. The reward of 10,000 heavenly coins has been issued. The host has received 3/10, or 3,000 heavenly coins. Ding! The world of the Return of the Condor Heroes has been upgraded from a 2nd-tier world to a 3rd-tier world. The reward of 100,000 heavenly coins has been issued. The host has received 3/10, or 30,000 heavenly coins. Like any transaction, Ye Ming can take a cut of the rewards after the world is upgraded, and the heavenly coins he receives can be used to cultivate techniques. World Ip Man World. Destined person Ip Man. Order 2nd Order. World change level 97%. World: The Return of the Condor Heroes World. Destined person: Little Dragon Girl. Rank: 3rd rank. World change level: 95%. Not only has the rank been upgraded, but the degree of change in the world has also increased. That makes sense, the world's status has improved, and the world has changed enough. Congratulations, Ip Man and Little Dragon Girl, the All Heavens coins have been deposited into your Myriad Realms tokens. The people around were waiting to see how the world would be upgraded, but it ended before they saw anything. Yuri and the others surrounded Ip Man, while BB Dong and the others surrounded Little Dragon Girl. What's going on with the world upgrading so fast? Is it spectacular? I don't know. The Myriad Realms token flew into the sky, then glowed, and fell down after a while. I didn't feel anything special. Everyone was speechless, and then dispersed. Ip Man looked at Yurui and directly transferred 7,000 heavenly coins to him. I already had 4,000 celestial coins left unused, and now I've received another 10,000 celestial coins, so it's enough to repay Yuri's 6,000. Consider the extra 1,000 heavenly coins as interest. Mr. Yuri, thank you so much for your help. Without you, my world wouldn't have been upgraded. Yuri waved his hand, refusing the 7,000 heavenly coins, and instead returned them to him. Mr. Yeah, you're too kind. It's only right that we help each other out. I don't need the 7,000 heavenly coins. Could you please do me a favor? Ip Man nodded. Yuri had helped him during his most difficult time, and now that Yuri needed help, he was duty-bound to do so. Tell me. I'll definitely help you if it's in my way. Yuri smiled. Favors really do come in handy. What are 7,000 heavenly coins? There's plenty more to come. It's like this, I see that you have a good relationship with Chen Zhen and the others. Aren't they also from a first-order world? So I'd like to help them upgrade their world with you. I'll pay for the cultivation technique and the blood bodhi. We'll split the profits 30/70ths, you get 70% and I get 30%, okay? The return is actually very low. Upgrading to a Tier 1 world costs 10,000 heavenly coins. If half of that is given, it's 5,000. If the 5,000 heavenly coins are split 30/70ths, he can only get 1,500 heavenly coins. But a single blood bodhi costs 1,000 heavenly coins, not to mention you also need to buy cultivation techniques. Even so, Yuri was afraid that Ip Man wouldn't agree. After all, even without Yuri, Ip Man could still get those 5,000 heavenly coins without having to share them with anyone. Ip Man shook his head directly, and Yu Ruxin's heart sank. Yuri sighed inwardly. Sure enough, no one would want to do that. Why share this money with others when you can earn it all by yourself? He is, after all, a foreigner, not a Chinese citizen. If you go to them and talk to them, there is a chance of success, but it may not be very high. After all, interests are involved, and personal connections may not be of any use. Ip Man patted Yuri on the shoulder and said to him, Brother Yuri, you underestimate me, Ip Man. If it weren't for you, I might already be dead in my own world. How could I possibly split it 30/70ths with you? Let's split it 50/50ths. Including the multiverse coins we've contributed, we'll each take half. Come on, I'll take you to find Chen Zhen and the others. Yuri suddenly raised his head and looked at Ip Man in disbelief. A 50/50th split? That could add up to tens of thousands of celestial coins. Did Ip Man just give up like that? Is this the noble character of the Chinese people? It's truly moving. Brother, yeah, I can't thank you enough. On the other side, BB Dong looked at Zhou Xiruo and Zhang Yuan. Both of their worlds were second-tier worlds, so it should be relatively easy for them to advance to third-tier worlds. All that's needed is for someone to break through to the innate realm. Unfortunately, she had already lost the initiative, and even if she spoke up, the two of them would not agree. Zhou Xiruo looked at Baiao, a smile appearing on her lips. Sister Baiao, I didn't expect to be able to repay you so soon. After I break through to the innate realm, I will give you half of the heavenly coins. If she had to collect 1,000 heavenly coins on her own, who knows how long it would take. Now she has just enough. She can exchange it for a blood bodhi, and after breaking through to the innate realm, she will have 100,000 heavenly coins. Although giving Baiao 50,000 heavenly coins is a bit much, Baiao did help him after all, and she is from the cultivation world. Baiao shook her head. I don't want it. I already said it was a gift for you to meet my sister, how can I take it back? It's just a few tens of thousands of heavenly coins, I don't need it. Keep it to help other sisters. Maybe there will be other beautiful sisters later. A few tens of thousands of celestial coins. You don't need them. The girls were a little dizzy, that was tens of thousands. Tisk tisk, as expected of people from the cultivation world, they're so arrogant. Zhou Xiruo hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Alright, we'll do as my sister says. When there are sisters with Tier 1 or Tier 2 worlds in the future, I'll sponsor them for free so they can upgrade their own worlds. Me too, count me in. Zhang Yuan continued, saying that she had only just begun cultivating and even after consuming the blood bodhi, she was still unable to advance to the innate realm. Upgrading her own world would be quite difficult. Unless you eat 3 blood Bodhi seeds in a row. That's not necessarily a bad thing. Let's go buy some blood Bodhi seeds first, I reckon they'll be very popular. Not only did they realize this, but many others did as well, and they began heading towards the martial arts zone. Duan Lang did not go with them, but instead walked towards the Immortal Path district. He has already completed the first 3 levels of the Profound Ghostly Path, and he needs to purchase the subsequent levels. Upon arriving at the cultivation technique shop in the Immortal Path area, he saw the cultivation technique Tongxian Gishendao. In addition to Tongxian Gishendao, there were several other cultivation techniques, including Chanchun Gong and the first volume of Jue Tiandian. There are even more spells, such as fireballs and wind manipulation techniques. He planned to buy the first level of the Tongxian Ghost God Path first. He had 59,990 Zushin coins before, spent 12,600 Zushin coins to buy the first 3 levels, and now he still has 47,390 Zushin coins. He has already purchased 3 levels of the Tongxian Ghost God Path. The remaining 7 levels originally required 29,400 Zushin coins, but after a 10% price increase, they became 32,340 Zushin coins. Just as Duan Lang was about to buy them all, he suddenly caught a glimpse of several spells out of the corner of his eye. Soul Searching Technique, a 4th-tier secret technique, can search the soul of someone who has no ability to resist. The person whose soul is searched will die after the technique is used. Value, 5,500 heavenly coins. Soul Burning Technique, a 4th-tier secret technique, burns one's own soul to unleash power far exceeding one's current realm. Value, 6,600 heavenly coins. Soul Control Technique, a 4th-tier secret technique, can control the opponent's soul. The stronger the opponent, the weaker the effect. Value, 9,900 heavenly coins. Soul Annihilation Technique, a 4th-tier secret technique, is a soul attack that annihilates the opponent's soul. If the opponent's soul is powerful, one's own soul will also be injured or even backfired, resulting in the immediate destruction of one's soul. Value, 10,998.9 heavenly coins. His pupils contracted. These 4 techniques were definitely part of Baiao's trade, and they were techniques that matched the Tongxian Ghost and God Path. He hesitated for a moment, then bought the Soul Searching Technique and the Soul Control Technique, spending 15,400 heavenly coins, leaving him with 31,990 heavenly coins. Then he bought the 4th to 6th levels of the Tongxian Ghost God Path, which can be cultivated to the mid-stage of the 4th rank, requiring 13,860 Zushin coins. He had 18,130 heavenly coins left and decided to explore other places. With so many new things suddenly appearing, I should take a look first, lest I miss something. He left the cultivation techniques area and went to the weapons area. Once inside, he immediately saw what he wanted. The Banner of 10,000 Ghosts, a 4th-tier magic treasure, can absorb and refine ghosts, and be used to fight enemies. The ghosts can devour each other to create even more powerful ghost creatures. Value, 8,800 heavenly coins. Isn't this thing meant for him? The combination of the mysterious Ghost God Path, the Myriad Ghost Banner, and the Resident Evil world equals a demonic giant, doesn't it? We must take it. I bought it. Black Crow Sword, 4th-tier magic weapon, value, 5,500 heavenly coins. Should I take this? I am a swordsman, after all, having a good sword would be great. But I only have 9,330 heavenly coins left. Alternative. Let's look at the others. In the elixir section, there's the Yellow Dragon Pill? For improving cultivation? Wait, no, it's the pill formula, we're out of pills. What a pity. After circling around, Duan Lang returned to the cultivation technique area. He looked at the Heavenly Eye technique, which he had noticed earlier. Only 1,100 heavenly coins, I'll take it. Fireball spell? Too slow to cast. Forget it, I'll be hacked to death before the fireball even appears. Object manipulation? That exists in the Dao of spirits and gods, no way. The wind control technique? It can be combined with light footwork, that seems like a good idea. But the upper limit is a bit low, never mind. After looking around, he returned to the weapons section and bought the Black Crow Sword. His sword wasn't even considered a particularly good one in the world of Fen Jiayun, so he didn't cherish it at all. After buying the items, Duan Lang left the Immortal Path district. When I entered, I had 47,390 heavenly coins in my Myriad Realms token. After I came out, I only had 2,730 heavenly coins left. As expected, the heavenly coins are simply not enough. Duan Lang sighed, but Ye Ming was secretly overjoyed. Ding, Duan Lang purchased the Soul Searching Technique, costing 5,500 heavenly coins. The Lord's Treasury will take a 10% cut, 550 heavenly coins. Ding, Duan Lang purchased the Soul Control Technique, spending 9,900 heavenly coins. The Lord's Treasury will take a 10% cut, 990 heavenly coins. Duan Lang spent a total of 44,660 Zushin coins. After the landlord's treasury took a 10% cut, there were 4,466 Zushin coins left over. This 10% commission isn't very high, but it can be collected repeatedly. Moreover, this is just the beginning. In the martial arts section, the blood bodhi seeds are almost sold out. There were only 14 blood bodhis left. Baiao bought one to save her life, Snape bought one for research, Bibi Dong bought one to cultivate her internal energy, Ya Ming gave one to Gu Qingcheng, Hanli bought one, and Lin Pingzi bought one, leaving 8 blood bodhis. Now another group of people has arrived, all of them here to buy blood bodhi seeds. One for Chen Zhen, one for Feng Yuxiu, one for Huang Fiheng, one for Bruce Lee, one for Huo Yuanjia, and one for Zhou Xiruo. Once these 6 are sold, only 2 will remain. Xiaolangnu bought both of them at once, since she wasn't short of money. Zhang Yuyan hasn't bought the blood bodhi yet, planning to wait until Zhou Xiruo breaks through before upgrading the world of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. After the upgrade, you'll have 100,000 celestial coins. You can buy more then. With only a few heavenly coins left, Zhou Xiruo couldn't very well ask Baiao for more. With IP Man's sponsorship, Chen Zhen and the others each bought one, making the cultivation method even simpler, costing only a dozen or so heavenly coins per person. The cultivation techniques I bought for them were all low level, just enough to break through to the second tier. They were too embarrassed to ask for anything too expensive, so they said they could change it after the world was upgraded. They had all agreed that in return for IP Man's help in upgrading the world, they would give Ip Man half of the heavenly coins. Ip Man originally wanted to refuse, but apart from Feng Yuxiu, the others were all very firm in their stance, saying they would not accept help unless Ip Man accepted it. Left with no other choice, Ip Man had to agree. After they finished shopping, they all left the Myriad Realms building and went back to their own worlds to break through their limits. Ip Man saw that there were only 2 blood bodhi beads left, so he took them both. With 14,000 heavenly coins, 5,500 heavenly coins were spent on buying 5 blood bodhis, and after adding the cost of purchasing cultivation techniques for them, only 8,500 heavenly coins remained. With the remaining 8,500 heavenly coins, Ip Man decided to exchange them for firearms. The 9-yin manual, along with 2 blood bodhi stones, would be enough to achieve the innate realm. Ip Man and Yuri arrived in another area, at a place that sold firearms. 90% of these firearms were sold by Yuri. He knew each firearm very well and recommended them to Ip Man. After that, Ip Man acquired all the combat helicopters. Combat helicopters are primarily equipped with missiles and can serve a deterrent purpose. The 10 combat helicopters cost 3,300 celestial coins, and the rest of the celestial coins were exchanged for firearms, grenades, and some tanks. After finishing his meal, Ip Man also left the Myriad Realms building. He has already made contact with another faction in the Dragon Kingdom and, after communicating with the higher UPS, has established good relations. With these weapons, I believe life won't be so hard from now on. Unfortunately, these weapons are still not powerful enough. Watching Ip Man leave, Yuri sighed. There were rare and precious materials here that could accelerate the cultivation of internal energy, and pills that could accelerate the cultivation of immortality, but there was nothing that could accelerate the cultivation of wizards. He can only improve his magic power through slow cultivation. It will take him forever to break through to the second tier. Sigh. In the immortal realm, Qin Shi Huang entered right after Duan Lang left. Upon arriving at the training area, Qin Shi Huang's eyes lit up immediately when he saw the everlasting spring exercise. Changchun Gong, a 4th-tier cultivation technique, a cultivation method for immortality, with a total of 12 levels, corresponding to the 12 levels of Qi refining. Value, 5,500 Zushin coins. He directly exchanged 5,500 sets of armor, exchanged them for heavenly coins, and obtained the everlasting spring skill. It's a pity there are no elixirs to aid cultivation. However, after seeing the recipe for Huanglong Dan, he hesitated, unsure whether he should buy it. After all, these are medicinal herbs from the world of cultivation. They might not be found in the ordinary world. 5,500 celestial coins is no joke. That's 5,500 sets of armor. It's a pity that the prescription doesn't show the required medicinal herbs, otherwise I would know if my world has them. After much deliberation, Qin Shi Huang still did not buy the elixir formula, as it would be a waste without the necessary medicinal herbs. After obtaining the everlasting spring technique, Qin Shi Huang did not linger and left the Myriad Realms tower directly. Li Shiman was similar to Qin Shi Huang. No emperor could resist the temptation of immortality, so Li Shiman couldn't wait any longer and left after buying the everlasting spring elixir. At this moment, almost everyone in the Myriad Realms tower had left, leaving only Baiao, Xiaolangnu, and Hanli. Little Dragon Girl found Ye Ming and bowed respectfully. Little Dragon Girl greets the immortal and thanks the immortal for his grace. The immortal told me before that there was a deal between us. Ye Ming thought for a moment, but there were just too many things that had happened in the past few days, and he couldn't recall them all at the moment. Oh, the deal, I remember now. I was originally planning to make a fortune, but now there's nothing left to make. The Myriad Realms Tower has limited the price at which this information is sold, presumably because they are afraid Yaming won't open the future pavilion, so this information is no longer worth much. The price of items in the future pavilion is the price of top-tier items in the world at the time of entry. For example, if Xiaolangnu enters the Myriad Realms Tower as a second-tier world, her future price would be 100 heavenly coins. For just 100 heavenly coins, little dragon girl can learn about her future in the future pavilion. It's incredibly cheap. A third-tier world costs 1,000 heavenly coins, a fourth-tier world costs 10,000 heavenly coins, and a fifth-tier world costs 100,000 heavenly coins. Moreover, regardless of whether the future pavilion is unlocked or not, the price remains the same, and no extra heavenly coins will be charged. It's a place of serendipitous encounter. There's a valley to the northwest of a cave outside Xiangyang City, where the legacy of Dugu Kyobai is located. There's a giant eagle and a group of snakes inside. These snakes are called the Bodhi Chu snakes. This snake has a faint golden glow around its body, fleshy horns on its head, and is fast and difficult to catch. Its gall is deep purple, and eating it will make you feel refreshed and greatly increase your strength. You can raise some Bodhi serpents, someone should be willing to buy them. If you don't want to raise them, you can sell them directly to the Myriad Realms Tower. Little dragon girl nodded. This is a good product. It definitely has a big market. Thank you, Immortal. How many heavenly coins will this message cost? Yaming sighed. If it were before, he would definitely have asked for over 1,000 heavenly coins, but unfortunately he couldn't now. 50 celestial coins will suffice. Sword Valley is a place of significant opportunity for Yangguo, accounting for half of its future value, but it is only worth 50 heavenly coins. Little dragon girl was stunned for a moment. 50? That's so low? The previous 9-yen manual cost 100. That's too little. How about 5,000 heavenly coins? She doesn't lack heavenly coins right now. She only got 100,000 heavenly coins, and even after using some, she still has more than 50,000 left. Yaming shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't want it, but that he couldn't have it. 50 will do. On the other side, Hanli shook his head after browsing through all the areas. There was nothing he needed to buy. Bai Yao was in a similar situation. She had already bought everything Hanli owned. Bai Yao looked at Hanli, who hadn't bought anything, and suddenly asked, "What do you need? Perhaps I can go back to my father and get some, then sell it to you." Of course, I'm not talking about a private deal. Han Li's eyes lit up. This would work. Okay. I need some magical artifacts for self-defense, and they have to be ones that I can control. I'm only at the 7th level of Qi refining. Bai Ao nodded. Indeed, they needed some defensive magic items, otherwise, what would happen if they died? A defensive magic item? Okay, I'll go ask about it. Bai Ao walked towards the vortex and left the Myriad Realms Tower. As Xiaolangnu was about to leave, she saw Hanli and suddenly remembered something, so she walked over. Fellow deist Xiaolangnu, is there something you need? Little dragon girl nodded. I bought the Changchun Gong, but it seems that the Huanglong Dan is out of stock, so I would like to ask fellow deists to buy some pills. I see. However, you may be disappointed, fellow deist, as I do not have any extra pills on hand at the moment. Perhaps I should contact you again after I have refined some pills in a few days. All right. Thank you for your trouble, fellow deist. After making their agreement, Xiaolangnu did not linger and left the Myriad Realms Tower. After everyone had left, Hanli looked around and sighed before departing. Yaming was beaming with joy. Zhou Xiruo had spent 1,100 Zishan coins, Ye Wen had spent 14,000 Zishan coins, Xin Shuang had spent 5,500 Zishan coins, Li Shaiman had spent 5,500 Zishan coins, and Xiaolangnu had spent 5,500 Zishan coins, for a total of 31,600 Zishan coins. Yaming takes 10% of the transaction amount and puts it into the landlord's vault, which is 3,160 Zishan coins. Adding the 4,466 Zishan coins from Duanlang's previous transaction, the total is 7,626 Zishan coins. The 50 Zishan coins from the Xiaolong transaction message all belong to Yaming, plus the 1,000 Zishan coins spent on issuing the task. Yaming's treasury increased by 6676 Zishan coins this time, including 3 10% draws for the Changchun Gong alone. The more people buy, the more he earns. This is just the amount of heavenly coins added to the landlord's treasury. Yaming himself also obtained a lot of heavenly coins. Both Qin Shi Huang and Li Shaiman's 11,000 heavenly coins were traded in cash, with 3/10 of them being their own, amounting to 3,300 heavenly coins. With the addition of the 3,000 heavenly coins drawn from the upgrade of the Ip Man world and the 30,000 heavenly coins drawn from the upgrade of the Condor Heroes world, Yaming's heavenly coins have returned to over 100,000. Name, Yaming. Myriad Realms Tower Level 3. Realm, Peak of the 3rd Tier. Celestial Coins, 127,990.1. Ops Vault, 59,976 heavenly coins. Facilities in the Myriad Realms Tower, none. Cultivation technique, 3rd level of exclusive cultivation technique. Connecting worlds, a record of a mortal's journey to immortality, Legend of the Dragon and Snake, Deluo Continent, Jade Dynasty, Harry Potter, Naruto, Underworld, Demigods and Semi-Devils, Ip Man, The Myth, Storm Riders, The Return of the Condor Heroes, Swordsman, Lord of War, Resident Evil, The Legend of Lu Xiaofeng, Forbidden City Cop. Traded items, Saitama style limit-breaking cultivation method, Profound Ghostly Path, 1st level, Everlasting Spring skill, Fist Deo Insights, Apparition, Avada Kedavra Curse, Sword Deo Insights, Perfect T-Virus Bloodline, Martial Soul Bloodline, Blood Bodhi, Severing Family Heart Method, Eclipse Sword Technique, Nine Yin Manual, Lingbo Steps, Northern Darkness Divine Skill. What a fruitful day! Not only did the Myriad Realms Tower level up to level 3, but my heavenly coins also returned to over 100,000 after spending 100,000. Although it's still a ways off from 1 million, I feel like I'll be there soon. The original poster has nearly 60,000 heavenly coins in their vault, and only needs 40,000 more to unlock a new facility. The time to make money is when the new facilities open. With Future Pavilion, the future looks very promising. People in the 5th Order world need 100,000 heavenly coins to see their future, and they can obtain 100,000 heavenly coins from their own treasury. Unlocking the second facility requires 1 million celestial coins, and only 10 people from a Tier 5 world or 1 person from a Tier 6 world need to view their future. Moreover, to raise 100,000 heavenly coins, he would have to make a transaction. Of the 100,000 heavenly coins, 3/10 would go to Yaming himself, and for 10 people, that would be 300,000. To avoid confusion, let me explain, there are 2 types. One is Yaming's heavenly coins, which can only be used to upgrade cultivation techniques. This type of heavenly coins is only used when a trader exchanges their own items for heavenly coins. The second type is the Lord's Treasury, used within the Myriad Realms Tower to activate its facilities, issue quests, etc. This type of heavenly coins is the commission earned from other people buying and selling items within the Myriad Realms Tower and using its facilities. Overall, the Myriad Realms Tower has undergone a major update, and it will be even more interesting in the future. Yaming stretched and returned to the villa. Gu Qingchang and the other woman had already left, and food prepared for Yaming was placed on the table. After completing his exclusive cultivation technique, Yaming no longer felt hungry and his need for food was not high. But for the sake of satisfying your cravings, let's eat some. In the world of Jade Dynasty, the Ghost King's eyes gleamed with spiritual light as he stared intently at Bai Yao. "Father, I'm back." "Ghost King? What is that?" "They didn't move at all, so how did they get back?" The light in the Ghost King's eyes faded, and he swallowed hard. "Yaoer, did you go to the Myriad Realms Tower just now?" Bai Yao nodded, very happy. "Yeah, I also met a lot of beautiful older sisters. And I met Han Li, another person from the cultivation world. Their world is amazing, it's actually a world above the 7th level." The Ghost King took a deep breath. It seemed that this Myriad Realms Tower was most likely real. He hadn't sensed any fluctuations just now, so Bai Yao definitely hadn't been under a spell. He believed that no one had ever been able to cast a spell on his daughter in front of him, and he couldn't even tell. After much thought, there is only one extremely outrageous truth. That means the Myriad Realms Tower truly exists, transcending all the heavens and myriad realms. When Bai Yao entered, this world was put on hold. Or rather, the entire world has been slowed down by hundreds of billions of times. Either one of them proves how terrifying the Myriad Realms building is. However, this is also a great opportunity. The Ghost King was so excited that his body trembled slightly. Unifying the demonic path, no, unifying the world, was right before his eyes. He suppressed his excitement and began to communicate with Bai Yao, wanting to learn more about the Myriad Realms Tower. What does worlds of the 7th rank and above mean? Bai Yao snuggled into Xiao Kai's arms and said to the Ghost King. The author said that every world has a hierarchy, and the strongest in a 6th tier world is a 6th tier being. Our world is a 6th tier world. The Ghost King sat on the stool, too excited to stand. "Oh, according to the classification of the Myriad Realms Tower, I'm at the 6th level?" The Ghost King considered himself to be one of the world's top experts. Since the highest level in this world was the 6th rank, wasn't he already at the 6th rank? Bai Yao wrinkled her nose slightly and thought for a moment. It shouldn't be. I heard them say that after the 4th rank, there are many realm divisions for each rank. Father hasn't even cultivated to the Tai Xian level, so how could he be at the 6th rank? The Ghost King didn't feel offended, instead, his expression turned rather unpleasant. "That's right. I haven't even cultivated to the Tai Xian level yet. Saying I'm at the 6th level is probably an exaggeration. My peak Shang Xian strength is probably only at the 5th level. So the question is, who is the 6th tier powerhouse in this world? There are actually hidden top tier experts." He kept this information firmly in mind and planned to send someone to investigate it thoroughly later. Is Han Li's world that powerful? It's actually above the 7th rank? If the 6th rank is already too profound, then what is the 7th rank? And what is above the 7th rank? It seems that Han Li's world is anything but simple. Bao recalled the realms Han Li had mentioned, and how an avatar could live for 2,000 years. It was terrifying to even think about. They are incredibly powerful. Their cultivation levels are so refined, and it's said that cultivators at the nascent soul stage can live for 2,000 years. The Ghost King shuddered. 2,000 years. So long. What is the purpose of cultivation? Isn't it to achieve immortality? However, even the world-renowned King Yi ancestor lived for less than 1,000 years, but this world transformation cultivator, Han Li, actually lived for 2,000 years. Is this nascent soul realm the highest realm in his world? He can actually live to be 2,000 years old. Bao shook her head. No. Han Li said that after reaching the nascent soul stage, one must ascend to the upper realm to increase their strength. Ascension. The celestial realm. Ascend to immortality. Such legends have existed in this world, but they are ultimately just legends. Han Li's world actually has an immortal realm, a world far surpassing his own. The Ghost King's heart was filled with turmoil. If he cultivated the techniques of their world, could he also become an immortal? Yaoer, Han Li's world is very powerful. You can try to get on good terms with him. Father, I know, I've already told him, but he's only just entered the world of cultivation and doesn't have many cultivation techniques yet. He needs some defensive magic treasures. The Ghost King waved his hand and said, it's just a defensive magic weapon. The Ghost King's sect has plenty of those. Go and choose what you need later, including cultivation techniques and magic weapons. But don't touch some of the sect's most treasured magic weapons for now. Bao raised her hand and gave an okay sign. She learned this at the Myriad Realms Tower. Okay. No problem. There's one more thing. I met someone in the Myriad Realms Tower who cultivates the profound Ghost God Path, and he has already completed the 3rd level. The Ghost King was somewhat surprised. His Ghost King sect had many disciples, but even the fastest cultivators to reach the 3rd level or higher took several years. It seems like only a few days have passed since Bao first went to the Myriad Realms Tower. This person's talent is so good, he actually completed the 3rd level of cultivation in just a few days. No, that's not it. I learned about a special world from him. Well, maybe not that special. He cultivates in that world, which is why he's progressing so fast. The Ghost King was curious, what kind of world was so suitable for cultivating the profound path of ghosts and gods? Was it a world with a large number of mortals? Had he slaughtered countless mortals? There is a virus in this world called the T-virus, which has directly infected the entire world, turning many people into zombies. Zombies are a kind of living dead. They are dead people, but driven by the virus, and they will attack any living thing. As long as they hurt someone, they will infect that person and turn them into a zombie. That world is called the Resident Evil world. It seems there are billions of zombies. Zombies are people who have been infected and turned into zombies, so they still have souls. You can kill these zombies at will. The Ghost King's eyes lit up, almost glowing. Isn't this world designed for those who understand the mystical and supernatural? Billions of zombies. That's just too many. They can't kill them all, they simply can't kill them all. If the Ghost King sect were allowed to enter, their strength would definitely make them the #1 sect in the world. Yaoer, can we enter this world? Including the Myriad Realms Tower. Bao sighed. She had specifically asked beforehand, and everyone else was not allowed to enter, only she could. No, only those who have entered the Myriad Realms building can enter the Resident Evil world, and only I can enter the Myriad Realms building. The Ghost King was somewhat disappointed, but thankfully, it was his daughter who was able to enter the Myriad Realms Tower. If righteous people could enter, then the Ghost King sect would not be far from being destroyed. This Resident Evil world is indeed a good place. If we could get our hands on souls, it would be of great benefit to the Ghost King sect. Yaoer, since you can go to the Resident Evil world, why not bring back some zombies? Bao had already thought of this, but unfortunately, zombies couldn't be taken to other worlds. I'd like to too, but the original poster said that zombies from the Resident Evil world can't be taken out of the world, otherwise they'll infect other worlds. The Ghost King stroked his chin. Since he couldn't bring out the zombies, he could bring out something else. He doesn't want a zombie body, just its soul. Now these righteous sects are keeping a close watch on things. There's simply no place to kill anyone, and even if they did kill a few, they would be discovered. Moreover, killing too many people can easily trigger a war between good and evil. Fortunately, the soul from the Resident Evil world solved this problem. You can use the Myriad Souls banner to bring out some souls. If it really works, you can also buy up souls on a large scale. Since it's a multiverse, there might be more than one zombie world like this. We can buy some souls, you can decide on the price. We'll just provide more magical artifacts like the Myriad Soul banner to store souls. Upon hearing the Ghost King's suggestion, Bao's thoughts immediately began to wander. That's right. Since we can't bring the zombies out, why not just avoid them altogether? Anyway, what they lack are souls. When the time comes, they can just buy them by offering 10 souls for 1 heavenly coin, or 100 souls for 1 heavenly coin. Father, you're so clever. How come I didn't think of that before? But that would require a lot of heavenly coins and many other things. The Ghost King waved his hand. It's nothing at all. Their Ghost King sect is cultivators who specialize in crafting magical artifacts. They can just forge some trashy magic weapons and sell them. From now on, I'll have the weapon refiners and alchemists start refining like crazy and convert those into heavenly currency. By the way, tell me about the situation inside the Myriad Realms Tower, and I'll see which pills and magic weapons would be suitable for refining. Also, let's not rush to get Han Li's magic weapon. I'll forge a suitable one for him to ensure his survival and establish a long-term connection. Bai Ao nodded excitedly and took out the Myriad Realms token. I'll tell Han Li. Inside the Myriad Realms Tower, Duan Lang emerged from the vortex. Having returned to the world of Fen Jian, he gave some instructions and then came back here. He planned to go to the Resident Evil world to refine the remaining 2 layers of the Profound Ghost God Path, then refine the Myriad Ghost Banner, fill it with ghosts, and complete Ye Ming's mission along the way. He wasn't too concerned about the 1,000 heavenly coins reward, but since the task was issued by an immortal, completing it would definitely earn him the immortal's favor. When he returns from the Resident Evil world, his strength will be enough to control Wushuan City. That will be the time for him, Duan Lang, to become famous in the martial arts world. Duan Lang went up to the 2nd floor and accepted the task issued by Ye Ming. He had only been on the 2nd floor for a short time when Bibi Dong appeared. Her thoughts were similar to Duan Lang's. She didn't care about the 1,000 heavenly coins, but she really needed the Lord's favor. Snape appeared alongside Bibidon. The two exchanged a glance without speaking, and together accepted the mission. Apart from these 3, no one else came to accept the mission. After all, even if the loot is good, you have to be alive to get it. Mirong Fu knew that his 3rd-tier strength was insufficient, so he did not go. Only when he reached the 4th tier would he have a chance to obtain the Red Queen. There are only a few 4th-tier members in the Myriad Realms Tower: Duan Lang, Bibi Dong, Snape, and Han Li. After communicating with Wan Xiaoshan, Han Li learned that the Tainan small gathering was about to begin. This was his first market after entering the world of cultivation, and it was very important. He didn't want to miss it. The other 3 had nothing else to do, so they all came over. The 3 exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts. Since they all shared the same goal, they decided to see who was the most capable. In the world of Resident Evil, in a desolate city, a flash of white light appeared, and Duan Lang, Bibi Dong, and Snape appeared in a building. This is where Duan Lang previously secluded himself. He left from here, which is why he appeared here. Bibidon and Snape came in with him, so they were in the same position. Duan Lang glanced at the 2 of them. The mission information indicates that Red Queen is in Raccoon City. Should we go there together and then rely on our own abilities, or should we separate now? Although Bibi Dong had heard about how terrifying and disgusting zombies were, she hadn't actually seen one yet, so she wanted to see one first. Why don't we check the zombies first? Snape nodded. His thoughts were similar to Bibi Dong's: to see the zombies first. Duan Lang led the 2 onto the street. Because he had previously alerted half of the city's zombies and slaughtered them all, there were now only a few zombies left. The city wasn't particularly large to begin with, and this half of the city already has almost no zombies left. They walked down the street for a while, and Snape saw a shop nearby, raised an eyebrow, and went inside. This is a store. It's a mess, with all sorts of containers overturned on the floor, and everything is in disarray. Bibi Dong and Duan Lang followed Snape in and asked curiously, "What's going on here? We need to find a map. We don't know where Raccoon City is." Indeed, neither of them knew where Raccoon City was, they only knew the name. Fortunately, Snape was lucky and found a map. No survivors want maps, there's plenty of food and water around. Who would want a map? Duan Lang and Bibi Dong approached, but unfortunately, the text was all in English, which neither of them could read. Luckily, Snape knew English and pointed out the location of Raccoon City to them. "This is Raccoon City. We are here, about several thousand kilometers away." Snape walked out of the store with the map in his hand, looked around, and pointed in one direction. "It should be in this direction." In a nearby building, a zombie, perhaps having overheard something, ran out and, upon seeing Duan Lang and his companions, ran towards them. Bibi Dong's face turned green when she saw this scene. Half of the zombie's head was gone, and the skull was clearly visible, with maggots crawling inside. She almost threw up. The zombie was absolutely disgusting. A powerful aura emanated from Bibi Dong, 2 black spirit rings appeared on her body, and 3 pairs of dark green spider legs appeared behind her, suddenly thrusting out. First soul skill, Crescent Moon. A black spirit ring rose up, emitting a strong dark green light, and a green crescent beam shot out, slicing the zombie diagonally in half. The dark green crescent slash pierced through the zombie and struck the building, producing a booming sound and nearly slicing the entire wall open. Duan Lang pursed his lips upon seeing the attack, but said nothing. It's certainly gorgeous, but the damage, those who know. The roar attracted all the zombies in the surrounding buildings, and more zombies appeared. Snape took out his wand, looked at the approaching zombie, and gently swung the wand. Divine sharpness without a shadow. The heads of several approaching zombies instantly fell off, making Duan Lang's eyelids twitch. This strength is terrifying. I didn't feel anything before my head was severed. No, it's not that I didn't sense anything, there was a very sharp aura just now. An unseen attack? This guy is much stronger than that woman. Duan Lang drew his black crow sword, and several black sword energies flashed, causing all the zombies to be decapitated and fall to the ground. This black crow sword is really useful, it truly lives up to its reputation as a magic weapon. The black sword energy was released with just a burst of magic power, making it even more convenient than using sword energy manually. Then Duan Lang took out a black banner, injected some magic power into it, and several streams of black energy surged out from the zombies and flew into the 10,000 ghost banner. Snape glanced at the flag in Duan Lang's hand with surprise. Was that a spirit just now? It can actually absorb souls. This method is somewhat similar to that of the Death Eaters. Bibi Dong's face was the most unpleasant. These two people seemed to be stronger than her. If they acted together, she wouldn't have had a chance to complete the mission. Snape didn't want to proceed slowly with them, so he took the initiative to bring it up. Why don't we split up now and each rely on our own abilities? Good. Duan Lang nodded in agreement. Although Snape's strength was strange, he might not necessarily lose. Snape glanced at the map again and handed it to the two men. Here's the map, I've already memorized it. I'll be going now. Duan Lang took the map and was about to speak when a plume of black smoke billowed from Snape, enveloping him before rising into the sky and heading towards Raccoon City. He stared blankly at the black smoke in the sky, somewhat bewildered. How can this thing fly? Is magic really that powerful? It's also a fifth-order world, but I've never seen anything that can fly. It makes me look so stupid. Bibi Dong was also shocked. How did he fly? It doesn't make sense. Without an external soul bone or a martial soul, it actually flew away like that? The two looked at each other and fell silent. The other side can fly. By the time they get to Raccoon City, Snape will probably have already completed his mission. What's the point of playing this game? I'm done playing. Duan Lang handed the map to Bibi Dong. He wasn't planning on going on the mission, he'd stay here and kill zombies to improve his cultivation. Bibi Dong shook her head. What use is a map? Absolutely useless. I'm about to break through to Soul Saint, so I'll do it here. I can't let these 100 heavenly coins go to waste. She made up her mind that once she returned to the Spirit Hall, she would definitely get a flying spirit bone or spirit skill. Snape hadn't expected that his ability to fly would cause such a stir among the two of them, since even an ordinary wizard could fly with a flying broom. It's perfectly normal for powerful wizards not to fly with brooms. If he weren't unfamiliar with the area, he would have used apparition instead of having to fly there in such a miserable way. High in the sky, Snape moved forward rapidly, making everything on the ground appear as tiny dots. Several small dots on the ground in the far distance moved slowly forward. Snape's eyes narrowed, and he landed in that direction. If we could find someone who had been to Raccoon City, we might be able to learn about Raccoon City from their memories, and then we could apparate. Although the flight speed is fast, it will probably take several hours to reach Raccoon City. On the ground, Carlus's convoy moved slowly forward, while Alice pondered whether or not she should go and retrieve the Red Queen. No one knew the Red Queen better than her. She had once possessed the Red Queen, but had put it back because of the zombies. But Raccoon City was bombed by nuclear bombs, so the nuclear radiation should still be there. I might die as soon as I go in. Unlike others, she possessed internal energy that could protect her. As she was pondering, the vehicle suddenly shook, and a voice came from the walkie-talkie. Something is approaching from the sky. Be careful. Alice stuck her head out and looked up at the sky, where a black mist, seemingly from nowhere, was flying towards them from the air. After the T-virus infected the world, all sorts of monsters appeared, and this thing, being all black, definitely looks like a monster. But no one fired a shot, they were simply wary of the black fog. What if the black mist doesn't attack them, but their firing attracts the monster's attack instead? Everyone stared nervously at the black mist, their bodies trembling slightly. Alice glanced at Carlos beside her, then flipped herself onto the roof of the car and pulled out her gun. The black mist drew closer and closer until everyone could see that it was just a cloud of black mist. Alice frowned, and her telekinetic power spread out. Alice, it's Snape. Alice paused for a moment when she heard the voice echoing in her mind, then put away her gun. The black mist landed beside Alice and transformed into Snape, who was dressed in a black robe. The eyes of those around them nearly popped out of their sockets. The black mist had turned into a person. Holy crap! What the fuck? Professor Snape! we meet again. Snape nodded. As one of the few foreigners, Snape, Eurydice, Alice, and Selene all had friends. I didn't expect to run into you like this. I'm planning to go to Raccoon City. Have you ever been there? Alice nodded. Of course she had been there. No one knew the Red Queen's location better than she did. A hint of joy flashed in Snape's eyes. Knowing the location was good, they wouldn't have to fly for so long. How about we cooperate? I need your memories of Raccoon City. After the mission is completed, 1,000 celestial coins are yours. What do you say? Alice frowned. Memories of Raccoon City? That didn't sound so good. She shook her head. She couldn't become the Red Queen on her own, not to mention the nuclear radiation in Raccoon City. Raccoon City was bombed by a nuclear bomb. There is nuclear radiation inside. You will die if you go in. And you want my memories. It sounds a bit scary. The vehicle slowly came to a stop, and the survivors around stopped their cars and looked at Snape inside. Alice, are you all right? Do you know him? He's my friend, he needs to talk to me about something. Snape could have used legilimency to view Alice's memories directly, but he didn't. There was no need for it. Everyone in the Myriad Realms Tower has the opportunity to become a top-tier powerhouse in the future, so there's no need to offend them. The nuclear radiation mission information is there, so you don't need to worry about nuclear radiation. As for the memories, they're just a spell. You can present the memories you want to present without any harm. You can have the Myriad Realms Tower notarize it. This curse is harmless. Alice hesitated for a moment, but the notary office of the Myriad Realms Tower could indeed prove whether the spell was harmful or not. Okay, I believe you. I don't need the 1,000 heavenly coins, but I hope you can take me with you. Snape frowned. What was Alice doing there? Stealing something? He didn't think Alice could outmaneuver him. I have some questions for the Red Queen, so I'd like to come along. I know where the Red Queen is, I've had her motherboard before. Good. Upon hearing Alice's words, Snape agreed without hesitation. Snape raised his wand and tapped it lightly, and a white ball of light, like a crystal ball, appeared. Place your hand on it and recall that memory. Alice nodded, placed her hand above her head, and tried to recall everything in the hive. After overcoming numerous hardships and navigating the laser tunnel, they finally arrived in front of the Red Queen, removed the Red Queen's motherboard, and had no choice but to put it back. As Alice reminisces, her memories emerge from within the crystal ball-like orb of light. All right. Wait a moment, you and your friends say goodbye first. Snape picked up the ball of light and merged it into his body. Alice's memories immediately surfaced in his mind. He closed his eyes and began to reinforce his own vivid memory of the surrounding environment within Alice's memory. Alice jumped out of the car and said to Carlos, who was standing next to her, I need to leave with my friends for a while. Who is your friend? He can fly and turn into black smoke. He's a bit like a wizard. He is the wizard. Ha! Wizards really exist in this world? Well, I guess so. Okay, I'll head over now. See you again sometime. Okay. See you again someday. Snape opened his eyes, glanced at Alice beside him, and held out his wand. Armor protects you. Both Snape and Alice were encased in magical armor, which not only protected them from curses but also isolated them from other energies. He stretched out his arm toward Alice and said, Grab my arm. Alice was thrilled. Was this going to take her flying? She's never flown before. I'm getting a little excited just thinking about it. The next second, the two disappeared from the spot, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Alice felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, and she nearly lost her balance and fell to the ground. She paused for a moment, then realized that she seemed to be in a dark place. There were many zombies walking slowly nearby, who rushed over after she stumbled. Fluorescent flash. Freeze everyone. A bright light appeared, and Alice was able to see her surroundings clearly. Wasn't this the hive? And it's right where the Red Queen is. The surrounding zombies stood still, unable to move, as if under a spell. No, it's not just similar, it's like being under a spell. Torn apart. Professor Snape's voice rang out, and all the zombies instantly turned into 4 or 5 pieces, falling to the ground. Alice's pupils contracted sharply. Was this magic? That's a bit too much. With a wave of the wand and a single incantation, he died? Alice overestimated magic. Snape's spells were so powerful because these zombies were just ordinary people who had been transformed and had no energy to fight against the spells. If they had any energy at all, they wouldn't have all died, not a single one survived. Snape looked at the machine behind him. The Red Queen's motherboard should be there. Alice, we meet again. Suddenly, a little girl's voice appeared, and several beams of light shone through, revealing a little girl in red. Alice was somewhat surprised. Raccoon City had been bombed by nuclear weapons, but she didn't expect this base to be unharmed and still have power. Red Queen, tell me where the Umbrella Corporation's headquarters are, and whether there is a cure for the T-virus. I can't tell you the headquarters of Umbrella, but a cure for the T-virus hasn't been developed yet. You'd better leave here as soon as possible. Alice was about to say something when Snape suddenly spoke up. I don't know where the headquarters of the Umbrella Corporation you're looking for is, but there's another base down below us. Red Queen turned around and looked at Snape, her eyes swirling with data. Who are you? Snape? There's no one like you anywhere in the world. What were you using just now? According to the database, there's an 80% chance it's magic. Are you a wizard? But there shouldn't be any wizards in this world. Snape ignored Red Queen and instead looked at Alice. Do you have any other questions? Alice shook her head. The Red Queen was unwilling to disclose any information about the Umbrella Corporation, and the antidote for the T-virus had not yet been developed. Snape raised his wand, and Red Queen's motherboard flew out. After receiving the motherboard, Snape showed a rare smile. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. I got the item in no time. Professor Snape, could you help me get into the base below? I want to destroy the Umbrella Corporation's base, which has been conducting evil research. Moreover, it contains a large amount of scientific and technological data and a large number of weapons, which can be exchanged for All Heavens coins. Alice knew that righteousness alone wouldn't get Snape to help her, only the All Heavens coin was the most tangible thing. Snape hesitated for a moment. He wasn't particularly concerned about the All Heavens coins, he had quite a few, hundreds of thousands of them. However, since Alice had just helped him, he couldn't very well not help her back. Although he always has a cold face, he is not a cold person at heart. I'll go back to the Myriad Realms Tower first, complete the mission, and then come back. I spent 100 All Heavens coins to enter the Resident Evil world. I can leave as many times as I want within the same day without being charged again. All right. Thank you, Professor Snape. I'll wait for you here. Snape took out the token of all worlds and disappeared into the Resident Evil world. Inside the villa, Ming was still awake. He was excited, and the changes in the Myriad Realms building today filled him with anticipation for the future. Furthermore, after completing the third level of his exclusive cultivation technique, he not only felt neither hungry nor sleepy, meaning he didn't need to sleep at all. This ability to not need sleep is really great. I wish I had it. Ding, Severus Snape has completed the task you assigned and is submitting it. Ming suddenly sat up in bed. It was finished so quickly. He got dressed and went straight into the second floor of the Myriad Realms building. In the quest hall, next to the counter, Snape was standing when Ming appeared right next to him. Up. Ming nodded, looking at the motherboard in Snape's hand. Snape handed over the item, and Ming vanished without a trace. Red Queen Motherboard, Tier 4 Technology, Relatively Advanced Artificial Intelligence. Value, 1,000 Celestial Coins. The Red Queen Motherboard costs 1,000 Heavenly Coins, the mission costs 1,000 Heavenly Coins, for a total of 2,000 Heavenly Coins, which will be added to your Myriad Realms tokens. Snape got the things back so quickly, that's thoughtful of him. If you've thought it through and want to revive Lily, you can come here tomorrow. There's a world of traitors that has 3 ways to revive people, but the prerequisite for reviving people is having a body, or your world having something like the underworld or a soul. If I remember correctly, your world has souls, so resurrection shouldn't be a big problem. Snape's face lit up with joy, and he quickly bowed to thank Ming. It worked. I was the first to complete the original poster's task and gained the poster's favor. This news was incredibly useful to him. The original poster is saying that traitors have the ability to resurrect people, not that traitors have the ability to resurrect people. If we wait for the traitor to acquire the ability, who knows when that will take? But if we can talk to the traitor tomorrow and have him specifically go and acquire that ability, he might be able to revive Lily soon. Thank you, I understand. I'll come tomorrow. Thank you so much for your help. Ming waved his hand. Whatever, go ahead and get busy. Snape left the quest hall with a smile. Even though he hadn't decided whether to resurrect Lily or not, the thought of Lily being able to be resurrected made him very happy and excited. After watching Snape leave, Ming waved his hand, and Red Queen's motherboard appeared. The Myriad Realms Tower, understand? Ding, should I modify the Red Queen into a customer service representative of the Myriad Realms Tower and grant her the highest authority? Yes. Ding, renovation in progress, requires 100 heavenly coins from the Lord's treasury, do you agree? 100 celestial coins? That's so little. Agree. Ding, modification complete. As soon as Wanjolo finished speaking, a little girl appeared in front of Ming. Hello, this is the Red Queen, the AI customer service representative of the Myriad Realms Tower, at your service. Ming looked at the little girl in front of him and shook his head. She was no longer the Red Queen, so how could she still look like this? Her name should also be changed. Change your appearance to that of a Dragon Kingdom person, and change your name too. Don't call you Red Queen anymore. The attendants and maidens beside immortals are usually golden boys and jade girls, so calling you Jade Girl doesn't sound very good. How about I keep one character for you and call you Red Jade? Han Yu nodded and transformed into an extremely beautiful woman. According to the Chinese aesthetic standards, Minglong is too beautiful. She has fair skin, a pretty face, and long legs. She has all the characteristics of a beautiful woman. You can see all the features of a beautiful woman when you look at her. Lu Yifei, Bingbing, Yuan, Siling, and Yang Mi all look somewhat alike. Anyone who sees such a beautiful woman would be completely stunned. Ye Ming shook his head. This is the Myriad Realms Tower, a place for trading. Why would we need such a pretty customer service representative? He doesn't need beautiful women to stimulate other people's consumption. Does the Myriad Realms building need such a vulgar approach? Just be ordinary, like an ordinary Chinese person. Traders are here to trade, so don't attract too much of their attention. Your build should also be average. This time, Hong Yu transformed into an extremely ordinary person from the Dragon Kingdom, neither beautiful nor ugly, and unlikely to attract attention. Okay, that's it. When someone calls your name in the Myriad Realms building, just appear and answer their questions. At each shop and counter, when someone comes in, you can show up to introduce the products and help them complete the transaction. When new traders emerge, you also need to guide them. For worlds of Tier 4 and above, notify me to handle it. For worlds below Tier 4, you can arrange it yourself. Hong Yu nodded and raised her hand to give an OK sign. Yes, Master, Hong Yu understands. By the way, make a copy of all the information and technology in your mind and put it in the trading items. Okay, the T-virus data, artificial intelligence data, nuclear weapons and other thermal weapons data, and clone data have been added to the traded items. In the world of Resident Evil, Alice, panting heavily, returned to the room where the Red Queen was, covered in blood. Now she understood why the Umbrella Corporation hadn't sent anyone to retrieve the Red Queen. Knock knock knock. A violent bang came from outside the door. Alice quickly took 2 steps back. Why wasn't Professor Snape here yet? If she doesn't come soon, she'll be heading back to the Myriad Realms Tower. After Snape returned to the Tower of All Worlds, she wandered around the hive and discovered many monsters. Yes, it's a monster, not a zombie. Logically, with the hive so tightly sealed, no zombie should be able to get out or get in. But she overlooked one thing: nuclear radiation. After the nuclear radiation leaked, it seeped into the hive, and all the zombies mutated. The nuclear radiation here was also absorbed by the zombies and used as fuel for their evolution. These monsters were all strangely shaped, some looked like a large ball of flesh, and others like a skinny monkey. Some are incredibly powerful, and some are extremely fast. Fortunately, she had improved her strength beforehand and unleashed her psychic power, which allowed her to escape back. With a loud thud, a huge fist-shaped mark appeared on the door, denting it. Alice's expression changed, and just as she was about to leave with the token of all worlds, Professor Snape appeared. Snape had a smile on his face, which startled Alice. Professor Snape has always had a cold face, and this is the first time I've seen him smile. What good thing has happened to him? When Snape received the Red Queen's smile, he had his back to Alice, so Alice didn't see it at all. However, Alice has to say that Professor Snape looks better with a cold expression. Thump! The door was smashed and deformed, and a huge, muscular monster outside stretched out its 18 centimeters long hand and ripped the door off. Outside the door is the laser corridor, where all the monsters are crammed together, densely packed. Snape looked up, picked up his wand, and swung it. Divine sharpness without a shadow. An invisible blade flew past, cleaving all the monsters in half at the waist. Alice reminded her. Their regenerative abilities are amazing. I cut off their arms before, and they all recovered. Alice froze as soon as she finished speaking. None of the monsters recovered, their wounds continued to bleed. It's all right. Apart from special spells, no other method can heal this wound. It's a spell I created myself. Snape was in a good mood, so he explained it to Alice. Alice noticed that Snape seemed very happy, with a constant smile on his face and an extremely cheerful mood. This man, who usually only spoke a few words, had actually said so much. With another swipe of his wand, Snape sliced the still-living monster in 2, killing all the monsters so easily. Let's go, I'll take you to the base below. 100 meters below the hive, the Umbrella Corporation was in chaos. The Red Queen's sudden disappearance left them all bewildered. They had considered bringing her back, but the monsters were too powerful to retrieve. Since no one can get in anyway, let's just leave it there. But just now, the Red Queen suddenly disappeared. Fortunately, in addition to the Red Queen, the Umbrella Corporation also has a White Queen, otherwise all the systems would be in chaos. White Queen, have you found the Red Queen yet? The White Queen and the Red Queen look the same, except that the White Queen wears white clothes. The White Queen directly released a video of the Red Queen being removed, and Wesker's pupils constricted upon seeing it. Alice, who is this guy? How did they get into the hive? Bai said expressionlessly. We couldn't detect them, they suddenly appeared in the room. Based on database analysis, the man in the black robe should be a wizard. Wesker was filled with questions. A wizard? What a joke! Does he not know whether wizards exist in this world or not? The Umbrella Corporation is monitoring the entire world. Could this man also be a variant of the T-virus, like the man with the sword? They have discovered the hidden passage and are heading towards the base. Wesker's expression changed, and he quickly shouted, "Close the entrance and don't let them down." Shutting down. The intruder has forced their way in and entered the base. Security personnel are being dispatched to deal with the intruder. Before Wesker could even catch his breath, the White Queen's voice came again. All security personnel are dead, and the intruders are rapidly approaching. Scanning for intruders. The intruder's body has an unknown energy barrier that can withstand attacks from thermal weapons. Attacks with grenades, rockets, etc. are required. The intruder can release unknown energy attacks. Blocking method, none. Wesker took a deep breath. He knew he couldn't wait any longer. Awaken the higher UPS. Dr. Isaacs. It turns out that the previously deceased Isaacs was just a clone. In fact, all the high-ranking members of Umbrella Corporation had fallen into a deep sleep. They are waiting for the T-virus to sweep across the globe, waiting for Wesker to clean up the remaining survivors, and finally for all the Umbrella Corporation executives to wake up and take over this new world. At this moment, Professor Snape and Alice had arrived at the location of the high-level hibernation pod. Alice stared blankly at everything before her: familiar people, familiar names, and familiar faces. These are all high-ranking members of Umbrella Corporation. What are they doing here? And what about those who died before? Alice was a little confused. She hadn't been to the base where Dr. Isaacs, the clone, was located, and didn't know anything about clones. But what she was seeing was truly hard for her to accept. He even saw Isaacs's name, but the hibernation pod was already open and there was no one inside. Perhaps you could ask the Red Queen. Buying her would give you control over her. Snape reminded him that he wasn't interested in these secrets, he just wanted to finish quickly and return to the Tower of All Realms. He made up his mind, once he returned to the Myriad Realms Tower, he wouldn't leave again and would stay until tomorrow. Alice nodded. Yes, and the Red Queen too. They left the hibernation pod and came to a corridor. In the middle of the corridor was a sofa, on which sat Dr. Isaacs, whom he had already killed, with Wesker standing behind him. "You're still alive." Dr. Isaacs ignored Alice and looked at Snape instead. "Wizard? You're also a special infected individual resulting from a T-virus mutation?" As soon as he finished speaking, Isaacs shook his head again. "No, impossible. The T-virus can't mutate into something like witchcraft. I've undergone hundreds of T-virus enhancements. It can only enhance the physical body, at most awakening some telekinesis or something similar. It simply can't possess witchcraft." "Just who are you?" Alice was shocked. "Hundreds of T-virus enhancements. How is that possible? How strong is Isaacs now?" Isaac stood up. He wanted to see just how strong this guy really was. He vanished from the spot in a flash. Obstacles are numerous. Isaacs's figure suddenly became visible, and his speed slowed down considerably. Alice took 2 steps back in fright, as Isaacs had already come up beside her. Fortunately, Isaacs's target was Snape, otherwise she might have already been hit. When Isaac slowed down, he didn't panic. Instead, he smiled slightly. He had already realized that the wizard in front of him needed to use a wand to attack, and he only needed to dodge the wand's attacks. You have to understand that he can even calculate the trajectory of a bullet and dodge it, let alone the speed at which he raises his wand. Isaac saw Snape raise his wand, instantly judged the trajectory of the attack, and began to dodge in advance. Divine sharpness without a shadow. Isaacs was cut in two, his eyes filled with astonishment. He thought the wizard's wand attack was like a pistol, but how come this is an area of effect attack? Why didn't anyone tell him? I was careless. Fortunately, he also has super regenerative abilities. I won't fall for the same trick twice. Regeneration. With a roar, Isaac's upper body was severed, and the granulation tissue at the severed site began to swell. But it was no use, the newly grown granulation tissue was instantly severed by something and could not recover at all. There's a kind of magic about the wound, constantly cutting open the granulation tissue. How is this possible? Another divine strike, seemingly without a trace, and Isaacs died instantly on the spot. He died before he could even display his full strength. If he suddenly makes a move without all that talk, Snape will have a hard time dealing with him. Wesker's expression changed, and just as he was about to leave, a powerful energy exploded from his body, blasting him to pieces. Before he died, he heard Snape utter a spell. Crushed to pieces. Snape put away his wand. He was really startled when Isaacs rushed over. Luckily, he was prepared, or he would have been attacked. What should we do next? Snape glanced at Alice beside him. Alice saw the white figure, frowned, and suddenly remembered something. The Red Queen also has information about the Umbrella Corporation. Can she exchange this information for money again? Professor Snape, it suddenly dawned on me that the Red Queen seems to have information about this place, which may not be available for sale in the coins of the heavens. However, I can give you the White Queen, and you can exchange her for coins of the heavens. On their journey, the White Queen intercepted the two several times, which is how Alice learned of her existence. Alice thought about it again. Duan Lang seemed to have been killing zombies and searching for souls. With so many Umbrella Corporation people here, he must have killed quite a few souls. The souls of ordinary people should be stronger than those of zombies. Moreover, the top executives of these Umbrella Corporations may have been enhanced by the T-virus, making them quite powerful. Furthermore, we can sell the souls of the top executives of Umbrella Corporation to Duan Lang, and you can have all the heavenly coins. Snape paused for a moment, and to be honest, he really didn't care about all those all heavens coins. Let's split it in half. You go get Bai Ho, and I'll go find Duan Lang. Snape apparat and disappeared from the spot, reappearing at the location where he had just entered the Resident Evil world. He raised his wand and tapped it lightly, a beam of white light appeared and floated forward. Following the white light, Snape quickly found Duan Lang, who was studying the Dao of the mysterious ghosts and gods. Hey, Professor Snape, have you finished your task? It's done. I've come to you today to discuss something. Alice wants to kill the top executives of the Umbrella Corporation. There are many of them, and they are all modified humans. Don't you need their souls? Duan Lang's eyes lit up. He understood what Snape meant. Yes, but the Immortal said we can't trade privately. So I'll use the Myriad Ghost banner to collect the souls first, and then we'll trade at the Myriad Realms Tower. Let's set off now. But how do we get there? I can't fly. Snape raised his arm and said to him, just grab my arm. Duan Lang grabbed him, and in the next second, everything shifted, and a feeling of dizziness washed over him. He took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the discomfort in his body. Where is this? Underground Raccoon City. Duan Lang gasped in shock. Thousands of kilometers had passed in the blink of an eye. Magic is so powerful. No, this ability must have a flaw, otherwise wouldn't it be invincible? Just then, Alice walked over from the side, holding the white motherboard in her hand. Duan Lang, you've come. Where is he? Come with me. A few hours later, the three left the Resident Evil world, and the entire Umbrella underground base was engulfed in flames. Alice has no intention of keeping those Umbrella Corporation guys around, and as for world data, clones, and the like, Alice doesn't plan to get her hands on them. The Umbrella Corporation's headquarters are gone, but its branches remain, and the White Queen will not heed her orders. So it would be better to sell the White Queen. Inside the Myriad Realms Tower, the three appeared in the plaza and arrived at the location for exchanging heavenly coins. Hello, I am Hong Yu. Are you here to make a transaction? Hong Yu appeared in front of the three of them, startling them. Red Jade? Is this the Red Queen? Duan Lang raised his hand, and countless black wisps of energy surged forth. Within the black wisps of energy emerged human faces. If one looked closely, there was even a face that looked just like Alice's. 10 living souls, 4th tier item, the souls of living people with 4th tier strength, value, 5,000 heavenly coins. 50 living souls, tier 3 item, the souls of living people with tier 3 strength, value, 2,500 heavenly coins. 100 living souls, a 2nd tier item, the souls of living people with 2nd tier strength, value, 500 heavenly coins. A total of 8,000 celestial coins. After verification, the item belongs to Snape. The transaction fee is 10%. Please provide 8,800 celestial coins to complete the transaction. Duan Lang didn't have that many heavenly coins left. He had spent them all on buying things, and only had 2,730 heavenly coins left. He took out the few remaining blood Bodhi beads from his person. He had obtained a total of 30 blood Bodhi beads in Lingyun Cave. He gave one to Nai Feng, used 3 himself, sold 20, and had these 6 blood Bodhi beads left. All 6 blood Bodhi beads have been sold, but we're still short 70 heavenly coins, which is a bit awkward. At this point, Snape transferred 800 All-Star coins. Consider this 800 as payment for using your 10,000 Ghosts banner. We wouldn't have been able to bring it back without it. Good. Duan Lang spent 8,800 heavenly coins, leaving him with only 730 heavenly coins, but all the living souls were now his. Snape, who had received 8,800 All-Celestial coins, transferred 4,000 All-Celestial coins to Alice, a sum he didn't care about at all. He then took out the White Queen and sold it for 1,000 heavenly coins. After Duan Lang obtained the Soul of Life, he returned to the Resident Evil world, while Snape wandered around the multiverse building, leaving only Alice in the same place. Red Jade, I'd like to ask you some questions about the Umbrella Corporation in the Resident Evil universe. Red Jade looked at Alice. It knew Alice, its memories hadn't been erased. She knew everything about the Umbrella Corporation. Would you like to spend 8,000 celestial coins to obtain the relevant information? Alice's world is a 4th order world, and obtaining all the clues to the future requires 10,000 celestial coins. However, the reason why the Resident Evil world is like this is because of the Umbrella Corporation's doing. When Red Jade reveals the Umbrella Corporation's affairs, it is almost equivalent to telling Alice about the future. Alice paused for a moment, then realized what was happening. Now that Hongyu belongs to the Myriad Realms Tower, everything must be done according to the rules of the Myriad Realms Tower. She really does have 8,000 heavenly coins. She sold the T-Virus bloodline for 9,000 heavenly coins, and hasn't used it yet. Moreover, she had just received 4,000 heavenly coins, so she could afford to pay 8,000 more. Good. Messages being processed. Hongyu retrieved the White Queen's database, then integrated all the information about the Umbrella Corporation and projected it onto a screen in front of Alice. Half an hour later, Alice's body trembled slightly. She knows everything about the Resident Evil world. It's all a conspiracy by the Umbrella Corporation. These insane people actually released the T-Virus on their own initiative, just to kill everyone and take over the planet. Wesker's purpose is to wipe out all of humanity. Once all of humanity is dead, the Umbrella Corporation's higher UPS will take over the world. And I am nothing more than a clone of the higher UPS. The T-Virus was originally developed to cure that high-ranking official, but some people, blinded by greed, spread the T-Virus. However, they are all dead now, turned to ashes. All that's left is to eliminate the rest of Umbrella Corporation's branches. Ruby gave Alice the locations of each branch, especially her clones, the locations of thousands upon thousands of Alice clones. After receiving this news, Alice left. It was too much of a blow to her. On the second floor of the villa, Yaming had already fallen asleep. He was unaware that while he slept, the heavenly coins were slowly increasing on his own. The next morning, as soon as he woke up, he saw the changes on his screen. Name, Yaming. Myriad Realms Tower Level 3. Realm, Peak of the 3rd Tier. Celestial Coins, 132,790.1. Ops Vault, 68,756 Heavenly Coins. Multiverse Building Facilities, Mission Pavilion. Cultivation Technique, 3rd level of exclusive cultivation technique. Connecting Worlds, a record of a mortal's journey to immortality, Legend of the Dragon and Snake, Deluo Continent, Jade Dynasty, Harry Potter, Naruto, Underworld, Demigods and Semi-Devils, Ip Man, The Myth, Storm Riders, The Return of the Condor Heroes, Swordsman, Lord of War, Resident Evil, The Legend of Lu Xiaofeng, Forbidden City Cop. Traded items Saitama style limit-breaking cultivation method, Profound Ghostly Path, 1st level, Everlasting Spring Skill, Fist Deo Insights, Apparition, Avada Kedavra Curse, Sword Deo Insights, Perfect T-Virus Bloodline, Martial Soul Bloodline, Blood Bodhi, Severing Family Heart Method, Eclipse Sword Technique, Nine Yin Manual, Lingbo Steps, Northern Darkness Divine Skill. Both the heavenly coins and the Lord's treasury have increased? What's going on? He opened the Myriad Realms Tower and checked, only to find that so many transactions had taken place the previous night. The transaction involved 2,000 heavenly coins from the Red Queen and White Queen, 6,000 heavenly coins from Duanlang's 6 Blood Bodhis and 8,000 heavenly coins from the Soul, totaling 16,000 heavenly coins in trades. The commission of 30% of these trades amounted to 4,800 heavenly coins. The transaction between Duanlang and Snape was 8,800 All Heavens coins. With a 10% cut, that's 880 All Heavens coins. Subtracting the 100 All Heavens coins after Red's transformation, and adding the 8,000 All Heavens coins Alice used to buy the information, all of which went into the Lord's Vault, the Lord's Vault also increased by 8780 All Heavens coins. Although neither of the two increases was particularly large, the feeling of having your heavenly coins increase automatically after just one night of sleep without doing anything was incredibly satisfying. This is the difference between working hard to earn money and getting a salary, and staying at home doing nothing and getting a salary. Yaming quickly washed up and went down to the second basement level, where he saw Snape pacing back and forth in the room. Professor Snape, you're here early. Snape bowed to Yaming upon seeing him. I haven't left. I've been waiting here. Yaming raised an eyebrow and then realized that this guy was really anxious. He walked to the sofa, poured himself a glass of water, and drank it all in one gulp. Have you made up your mind? Or do you still want to resurrect Lily? Snape nodded, as if lost in thought. Life is a series of partings and encounters, a series of forgettings and beginnings. However, I failed to keep her or forget her. Memories are like a dull knife, slowly torturing my most painful nerves. Later in this long life, I could never see Lily again, and I realized that no matter how strong the wind is, it can't blow back the past. It was heartbreaking. What in this world is better than being willing, and what is more foolish than deceiving oneself? Yes, I've made up my mind. I want to resurrect Lily. As long as I can see her, I'm willing to do anything, no matter how she treats me. Yaming applauded Snape. Perhaps this was love. He didn't understand it, but he was deeply moved. What if Lily asked you to resurrect Harry Potter's father? Snape seemed much more relaxed after saying those words, leaning back on the sofa, his previous demeanor completely gone. If she wants me to resurrect James Potter, she'll have to gather the resources herself and collect enough All Heavens coins, otherwise I won't help her. I would give anything, even my life, to revive Lily, but James has nothing to do with me. Yaming nodded. That made sense. He had thought Snape would be like some cuckolded hero, doing whatever Lily told him to do. But shouldn't people have arrived by now? Why hasn't anyone come? Especially Uchiha Suzuki. He left the Myriad Realms building around this time yesterday. He should be able to get in now. Is this guy still hesitant to come in because he has doubts? Is it really that stupid? In the world of Naruto, Suzuki Uchiha heard that familiar voice again. Ding! Fated one, you have been chosen by the Myriad Realms Tower. Do you wish to enter the Myriad Realms Tower? Suzuki Uchiha's expression was unpredictable. It was the same voice from yesterday. After being kicked out of the outer building yesterday, he roughly knew what had happened. He pondered it for a day, and finally had to accept that it seemed he had overreacted. But isn't it normal for members of the Uchiha clan to awaken their Sharingan so easily? You can't blame him for that. Who would believe there's such a magical place in the world? If it's true that he's above all the heavens and realms, then perhaps I can quickly become stronger and kill that man. A hint of hatred flashed in Suzuki Uchiha's eyes. The thing he wanted most in his life was to kill that man with his own hands. The man who killed his entire family and clan. Uchiha Itaki. Just you wait. I'll come and kill you right away. Enter the Myriad Realms Tower. Inside the Myriad Realms Tower, Uchiha Suzuki emerged from the vortex. Snape was taken aback when he saw Uchiha Suzuki. Wasn't this the person who was expelled yesterday? He immediately realized that this guy was the traitor the original poster was talking about, the one with the resurrection method in the world. No wonder the original poster said that yesterday. It turns out he already knew. Snape's breathing quickened, and he involuntarily sat up straight, his eyes burning as he looked at Uchiha Suzuki. Suzuki looked at the host, apologized, and bowed. I'm so sorry, Lord. I offended you yesterday. Please forgive me. I'm willing to pay any price to make me stronger. Yaming thought this guy wasn't coming, but thankfully he did. Uchiha Suzuki, sit down. Yesterday's events are over, and you already know the rules, so I won't go into detail. I've already told you the way to become stronger, it's right there in your mind. Suzuki Uchiha nodded. He had spent the whole day studying it yesterday and had almost figured out the rules of the Myriad Realms Tower. He raised his hand, and a phantom image appeared in his palm. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, Tier 3 Ninjutsu, value, 300 heavenly coins. Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation, Tier 3 Ninjutsu, value, 800 heavenly coins. Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation, Tier 3 Ninjutsu, value, 800 heavenly coins. Lightning Release, Chidori, 4th Tier Ninjutsu, value, 2000 heavenly coins. Chakra Refining Method, 3rd Order Technique, value, 500 heavenly coins. Chakra Bloodline, 4th Tier Bloodline, can be fused to cultivate chakra through Chakra Refinement Method, value, 7000 heavenly coins. Sharingan Bloodline, 5th Tier Bloodline. After fusion, the Sharingan can be opened through intense mental stimulation. After the Mangekyo Sharingan is awakened, I techniques will appear. It can be upgraded to the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Value, 30,000 heavenly coins. Indra Chakra, 5th Tier Bloodline. After fusion, one can obtain the Indra Bloodline. One possesses extraordinary talent on the path of chakra and can stimulate the Mangekyo Sharingan to advance to the Rinnegan through the Azura Bloodline. Value, 70,000 heavenly coins. The various ninjutsu, almost all of them fire-based, suggest that this is not just Suzuki Uchiha's ninjutsu, but rather the ninjutsu of the entire Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan is skilled in fire-release ninjutsu, so they have a wide variety of fire-release techniques. There are more than 30 third-tier ninjutsu, including fire-style ninjutsu, as well as other types of ninjutsu and genjutsu. Just because Suzuki Uchiha doesn't practice them doesn't mean he's unaware of them. In addition to these, there are basic techniques such as the three-body technique. Although he doesn't have as many ninjutsu as Kakashi, he still has dozens of them in total. Although it was a little worse than I expected, it was still pretty good. 129,400 celestial coins. This is a Myriad Realms token. Yaming tossed the Myriad Realms token to Suzuki, who caught it and a hint of doubt flashed through his mind. He understands ninjutsu, chakra, and the Sharingan, but what is this Indra? My lord, what is this Indra bloodline? Why do I have Indra blood? Yaming recalled the matter of Indra and briefly mentioned it to Suzuki. Etsutsuki Indra was the eldest son of the Sage of Six Paths, Etsutsuki Higoromo, and Ashura's older brother. He was the progenitor of ninjutsu and also the founder of the Uchiha clan. Suzuki's pupils contracted, his heart filled with shock, and he muttered to himself. The Uchiha, the progenitor. Yes, he was born with the three-tomo Sharingan and can activate the complete Susanoo. His eyes are known as the Sage's eyes. Suzuki's pupils contracted once again. He was born with the three-tomo Sharingan. No wonder he was the son of the Sage of Six Paths. You have to know that he went through countless hardships to get the three-tomo Sharingan. I never imagined that I was actually a descendant of Indra. After Indra died, his chakra did not disappear, but instead possessed the body of a skilled ninja of his descendants, namely you. Suzuki was somewhat dazed. Had Indra's chakra possessed him? Am I an outstanding descendant of the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Itachi, do you see this? I am the best, you are not. Therefore, I am destined to defeat you. Thank you for your guidance, master. How can I quickly improve my strength? How to quickly improve your skills? That is a problem. He really didn't know how to quickly improve Suzuki's strength. Chakra is a combination of mental and physical power, and to improve chakra, one must improve the physical body. Internal energy cultivation and immortal cultivation techniques can both enhance the physical body. There's no way to improve mental strength for the time being, but Suzuki doesn't really need to improve his mental strength either, since he has Indra's chakra. There are many ways to improve your physical body, you can choose for yourself, but if you want to deal with Uchiha Itachi, the best and fastest way is to find a thug. Thugs? The reason why Uchiha Suzuki trains so hard and wants to become stronger is to kill Uchiha Itachi, isn't it? If you were to find someone else to kill Itachi Uchiha, why would you train so hard? No, I want to kill him myself. With a wave of his hand, all the major physical body internal energy cultivation manuals and the evergreen technique appeared in front of Uchiha Suzuki. These techniques can all improve your physical fitness. With a stronger body, you should be able to extract more chakra. Of course, you can also practice this. Apart from losing your hair, there are no major disadvantages. The main advantage is that it's fast. At this point, Ye Ming once again brought out his signature technique, the Saitama-style limit-breaking cultivation method. The Saitama-style limit-breaking training method enhances the body, making the body the strongest at every level, and the amount of chakra extracted at that time will probably be even greater. Ye Ming hesitated for a moment, then took out the wizard bloodline again. Or you could have a wizard bloodline. Wizards possess magic and strong mental power. Perhaps you could stimulate your Sharingan with your powerful mental power and awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. They say it requires immense stimulation and pain, but it's really just a matter of insufficient mental strength. If one is strong enough, one can directly stimulate the Sharingan to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. As for the claim that the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan requires transplanting a brother's Sharingan to break through, Ye Ming had not researched it and would not say much about it for the time being. However, it is absolutely possible for the Sharingan to evolve through mental stimulation. Ye Ming closed his eyes, then opened them again. His eyes instantly turned scarlet, and a tomo appeared in them. Having cultivated a unique technique, Ye Ming also gained the Sharingan from the moment Suzuki sold his Sharingan bloodline to the Myriad Realms Tower. In addition, the immense spiritual power generated by the combination of his various cultivation techniques instantly awakened his Sharingan, which became a one-tomo Sharingan. Suzuki could no longer sit still upon seeing the scene and stood up in shock. Sharingan. Ye Ming's Sharingan began to spin rapidly, faster and faster, and the number of tomo in the Sharingan also increased, 2 tomo, 3 tomo. When the Sharingan stopped, Ye Ming's Sharingan had become the 3-tomo Sharingan. Suzuki's head was buzzing. He had finally managed to unlock the 3-tomo gem, and the host had unlocked it in an instant. Is this really an illusion? How come the original poster has Sharingan? No, if the poster can sell Sharingan bloodline, of course they can use it too. Suzuki was in a state of utter confusion and completely dumbfounded. Ye Ming continued to stimulate it with his mental power, and the 3-tomo instantly turned into 3 windmills. After some experimentation, Ye Ming nodded, finally confirming that mental energy could indeed stimulate the Sharingan to advance. A powerful mental force constantly stimulates the Sharingan, allowing it to advance to a higher level. Hearing Ye Ming's words, Suzuki recovered and said with fervent eyes, I want this wizard bloodline. The Sharingan is the Uchiha clan's most powerful weapon, something Suzuki knows all too well. It's a pity that it's too difficult to advance. The wizard's constitution not only possesses magic power, but also powerful mental strength, and can even cultivate mental strength, which is exactly what he needs. Ye Ming raised his hand, and his wizard bloodline appeared. Pure-blooded wizard bloodline, 5th tier bloodline. After fusion, it can cultivate magic power and use magic. Value, 55,000 All Heavens coins. Suzuki did not hesitate and bought the bloodline directly. This man next to you is Professor Snape, he is a wizard. You can ask him if you need anything, and he also has something he wants to ask you. Snape had been waiting for so long, it was finally his turn. I am Severus Snape. From a magical world. I am Uchiha Suzuki, from a world of ninjas. Snape asked impatiently. Does your world have a curse to resurrect people? No, ninjutsu? You call yourselves ninjutsu, don't you? Suzuki Uchiha frowned. A ninjutsu to revive people? Is there really such a powerful ninjutsu? Well, I'm not quite sure either. Snape turned his gaze to Ye Ming, who immediately spoke. There are 3 techniques that can revive people. One is the summoning technique, in pure world reincarnation, which is a forbidden technique. Orochimaru knows it. The second heretical technique, Samsara of heavenly life, requires the Rinnegan, which you cannot yet do. The third is reincarnation of self, a forbidden technique of the Sand Village. Uchiha Sasuke was stunned for a moment. As expected of the Lord of the Tower, he actually understood his world better than he did. Professor Snape, do you want to resurrect people? Snape nodded, his eyes burning with fervor. Yes, I have someone I absolutely need to resurrect. Whether you learn the skill or help me resurrect them, I'll do anything you ask. Hearing this, Ye Ming shook his head. Snape must have lost his mind to say something like that. Isn't this blatantly handing over your weaknesses to others so they can take advantage of you? Sasuke Uchiha looked at Snape with not only fervor but also deep longing in his eyes. There was a time when he also thought about resurrecting his father, and resurrecting everyone. He could understand that feeling. I understand. I'm cooperating with Orochimaru now, and I'll get the impure world reincarnation technique. But I need you to teach me how to improve my mental strength. Once I've taken my revenge, I'll help you revive the people you want to revive. Good. Sasuke Uchiha's eyes flickered. He was a proud man, and he couldn't bring himself to use someone's weakness to blackmail them. But if it's for revenge, he's willing to give up everything, even his pride. During this period, you must buy me anything that I need to improve my strength, of course, when I don't have enough heavenly coins. Snape nodded, he had no shortage of the coins of the heavens. If I want to quickly improve my mental strength, it seems I need to find a way to concoct some special magic potions. I'm going back now to prepare some special potions. I'll contact you when I'm done. Alright, I'll figure out a way to get the summoning jutsu impure world reincarnation from Orochimaru now. Snape stood up, added Sasuke Uchiha as a friend, and hurriedly left. After Snape left, Sasuke Uchiha thought for a moment and looked at Ye Ming. I'd like to see what else I can redeem. Sure, go explore the Myriad Realms Tower by yourself. Ye Ming tapped the wall, and a door appeared. Sasuke walked over, pushed the door open, and entered the first floor of the Myriad Realms building. The three characters' Myriad Realms Tower hung high in the distance, emanating an incomparably powerful pressure. Sasuke quickly averted his gaze, not daring to look any longer. The longer he looked, the stronger the pressure became. Just from that one glance, he felt a stinging pain in his eyes. Hello, I am Hong Yu. Since this is your first time here, let me give you a brief introduction to the Myriad Realms Tower. The first floor of the Myriad Realms Tower is the trading area, divided into three sections: martial arts section, immortal arts section, and other sections. The chakra you cultivate belongs to the other section. Apart from martial arts and immortal arts, all other cultivation methods are in the other section. The second floor is the mission pavilion, where you can use heavenly coins to post missions. Other traders can accept missions and complete them to receive rewards. If you need anything else, just call my name. After speaking, Hong Yu disappeared without waiting for Sasuke's reaction. Sasuke glanced around, pursed his lips, and walked towards other areas. He wasn't too familiar with martial arts or immortality, he'd see later. Upon arriving in another district, the first shop was a martial arts manual shop. Sasuke glanced at it and saw that all sorts of martial arts manuals were available. The chakra training method he just exchanged is also in there, but he sold it for 7,000 heavenly coins, and now it's worth 7,700 heavenly coins. In addition, he also saw other cultivation methods, such as the Soul Power Cultivation Method. Soul Power Cultivation Method, Fourth Order Cultivation Method, can enhance soul power, requires martial soul bloodline. Value, 2,200 heavenly coins. There are only these two cultivation methods for now, and they're not very interesting. He's also not interested in martial spirits or anything like that. Next to the cultivation technique shop is the bloodline shop, which has a wider variety of items. The perfect T-Virus bloodline, martial spirit bloodline, werewolf bloodline, vampire bloodline, pure blood wizard bloodline, and the three bloodlines he just sold: Sharinan bloodline, Indra bloodline, and Chakra bloodline. One particular lineage particularly caught his attention: vampire bloodline, third-tier bloodline. After fusion, it becomes a vampire with first-tier strength. It cannot appear in sunlight and needs to drink blood. Its strength and speed are greatly enhanced. After development, it can acquire memories through blood, transform into a bat, and survive for thousands of years through hibernation. Value, 990 all heavens coins. Surviving for thousands of years? Sasuke's pupils contracted slightly. He had been with Orochimaru for some time and knew what Orochimaru was researching. If it was this thing, it would definitely attract Orochimaru's attention. This is a lifespan of several thousand years, which is far better than the illusory immortality that Orochimaru researched. But bloodline doesn't seem to be necessary, just a few drops of blood will suffice. Sasuke searched in other shops in other districts and found what he needed. 100 ml of second-tier vampire blood, second-tier material, value, 1.1 all heavens coins. After Selene made her deal with Snape last time, she realized that many people might be interested in vampire blood, so she released a lot of blood. Of course, it wasn't his own blood, but the blood of other vampires. She also used a lot of werewolf blood. Killing one would result in a lot of blood. Suzuki bought 100 ml directly and will give it to Orikimura drop by drop, which should last for a while. While Suzuki was browsing through the Myriad Realms building, Ming began to take stock of his gains. Of the 129,400 heavenly coins, I take 30%, which is 38,820 heavenly coins. Adding the remaining 132,790 heavenly coins, the total number of heavenly coins is 171,610, which is still a long way from 1 million heavenly coins. Suzuki purchased the bloodline of a pure-blooded wizard for 55,000 heavenly coins, with a 10% commission of 5,500 heavenly coins. Adding the 68,756 heavenly coins remaining in the Ops Vault, the total is 74,256 heavenly coins. It's about 25,000 more heavenly coins away from reaching 100,000. When the future pavilion opens, we'll be able to obtain even more heavenly coins. A slight smile appeared on Ming's face. He was somewhat looking forward to it. In a small town on a boundless continent in an unknown world. Inside the mansion, the young man stared angrily at the girl in the distance, his fists clenched tightly. Miss Nalan, for the sake of old Master Nalan, Xiao Yan would like to offer you a few words of advice. Fortunes change, and one should never underestimate a young man's potential. Nalan Yanran's body trembled, while the man sitting at the head of the table slammed his palms down on the table, splashing tea. Good saying. Never underestimate a young man's potential. My son, Xiao Zhan's son, is truly extraordinary. Nalan Yanran's stunningly beautiful face was now incredibly ugly as she spoke through gritted teeth. What right do you have to lecture me? You're just a piece of trash right now. I'll be waiting for you at the Yunlin sect in 3 years. If you can defeat me, I, Nalan Yanran, will be your slave for life, and you can call the shots. In less than 3 years, I won't have the slightest interest in you. I, this young master, hereby expel you from the Xiao family with your divorce certificate. Behind the Xiao family mountain, Xiao Yan sat calmly on the stone wall, looking at the distant monster mountain range. He held his head in his hands, biting his lip tightly, not caring that he was bleeding. Strength, real strength. Without strength, you are nothing. Ding! Fated one, you have been chosen by the Myriad Realms Tower. Do you wish to enter the Myriad Realms Tower? Xiao Yan heard a voice in his ear, and he suddenly raised his head, turned around, and searched around, but there was no one there. The old man in the ring was completely bewildered. He had been recovering for a while and was just about to speak when this kid discovered him. How is that possible? I don't think I've said anything yet. Xiao Yan recalled the voice he had just heard. The Myriad Realms Tower? Could it be some kind of serendipitous opportunity? Enter. Hee, little one. Inside the Myriad Realms Tower, Xiao Yan emerged from the vortex, a hint of confusion on his face. Why do I feel like I heard a sound just now? As Xiao Yan sensed the messages in his mind, he happily touched the ring on his hand. He looked around at the sofas and modern furniture. Everything seemed so familiar. Xiao Yan bowed to Ming and said respectfully, Xiao Yan greets the pavilion master. Upon hearing this familiar name, Ming's lips curled up slightly. It must be that guy. Name, Xiao Yan. Identity, son of the Xiao family patriarch in Wutan City, the world of battle through the heavens. Strength, battle chi level 3, tier 1. Sure enough, fortunes change every 30 years, and one should never underestimate the potential of a young man like Xiao Yan. The world of battle through the heavens is quite large. Moreover, there is an upper realm above battle through the heavens. The world of battle through the heavens is a fantasy world, somewhat similar to Deluo continent, but the difference in strength is enormous. There are probably hundreds of thousands of God King level powerhouses in the Deluo continent world and in the battle through the heavens world. It was just a tiny bit short. Xiao Yan happens to be the protagonist of the battle through the heavens world, the chosen one, and there is an old man in the ring on his hand. This old man was named Yao Chen, the #1 alchemist in Zhongzhou. Unfortunately, due to his disciples' betrayal, his body was destroyed and only his remnant soul remained. Although Xiao Yan is only at the first level and doesn't have anything valuable, Yao Chen is different. He was once a Pete Dozun powerhouse, possessing not only the Bone Spirit Cold Flame, ranked 11th on the Strange Flame ranking, but also pill formulas of various grades. The realms in the world of battle through the heavens are divided into Battle Chi, Battle Master, Great Battle Master, Battle Spirit, Battle King, Battle Emperor, Battle Sect Master, Battle Venerable, Battle Saint, and Battle Emperor. It's easy to imagine how strong Yao Chen was before. If Xiao Yan obtained Yao Chen's item, he could probably sell it for several million heavenly coins without much trouble. Of course, this is all predicated on Xiao Yan gaining Yao Chen's trust. Judging from Xiao Yan's strength, it's estimated that he's only just met Yao Lao, and it will take some time for the two of them to establish trust. The old doctor had already been betrayed, so he wouldn't trust others so easily now. Xiao Yan, please sit down. Xiao Yan nodded, sat down on the sofa, and then poured tea for Ye Ming. He transmigrated to the Dupo continent. In his previous life, he was in a world similar to Earth, so he still knew some basic social etiquette. After pouring the tea, Xiao Yan picked it up with both hands. Master, please have some tea. Ye Ming smiled. This kid was really interesting. He was the first person to pour tea for him. He took the tea and sipped it. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, never underestimate a young man's potential. Xiao Yan had just taken a sip of tea when he heard this and choked on it. Cough, cough, cough. He patted his chest, feeling incredibly embarrassed, as if he could dig a 3-bedroom apartment out of the ground with his toes. This statement was indeed quite good in the previous context, but now it sounds awkward and has a strong sense of childish immaturity. Fortunately, he's thick-skinned and recovered quickly. The words have been spoken, and the promises that must be kept must be kept. He was worried about how he would get into the Yunlin sect in 3 years, but now he's encountered such an incredible opportunity. In 3 years, he will crush the entire Yunlin sect. Please don't laugh at me. I was just saying that in a fit of anger. If I hadn't met you, I would probably have embarrassed myself again in 3 years. Ye Ming shook his head. Xiao Yan is a genius. A true genius. His Do Qi was merely absorbed by Yao Chen. Now that Yao Chen has awakened, he no longer needs to absorb Do Qi, and Xiao Yan's strength will increase rapidly. At 4 years old, one begins practicing Qi cultivation. At 10 years old, one reaches the 9th level of Do Qi, and at 11 years old, one condenses the 10th level of Do Qi to become a Do Jia fighter. This is still the speed at which he cultivates. Now, with the assistance of the Myriad Realms Tower, his strength will increase even faster. That's not necessarily true. It seems Xiao Yan hasn't met Yao Lao yet, but he probably will soon. There might be a surprise when you return to your own world. Surprise? Xiao Yan was a little confused. What kind of surprise could there be? Never mind, we'll find out when we get back. Let's make the trade first. Xiao Yan raised his hand, and a white light appeared in the air. Battle Qi cultivation method, first tier technique, value 5 heavenly coins. Ye Ming remained silent for a moment, then glanced at Xiao Yan. Is this the only one you can trade with? 5 heavenly coins. It's been a long time since I've encountered such a poor guy. The last one was Ip Man in Chen Zhen's group. Xiao Yan felt a little embarrassed, as he had not yet become a Do Jia. Only after becoming a Do Jia could he choose his own cultivation technique. He only has this one cultivation technique for fighting spirit, and it's only worth 5 heavenly coins. Looks like I'll have to ask my dad when I get back. Ye Ming glanced at the ring on Xiao Yan's hand and said to him, even the rings on your hands can be traded. Xiao Yan was stunned for a moment, looking at the ring in his hand. It was left to him by his mother. Could it be a treasure? With a thought, a black ring appeared on his hand, exactly the same as the one on his own. Bone Flame Ring, a 6th-tier item, a high-grade storage ring, containing the remnant soul of Yao Chen, a peak Dozun expert, as well as most of his relics. Value, 300,000 Zushin coins. Xiao Yan's eyes widened. 300,000. Holy crap. So much. Peak Dozun. What level of attainment is that? He had only ever heard of the Do Huang, which was already the highest level of power he knew. It seems like Dozun is even above Do Huang. Xiao Yan's heart began to race, and he became excited. 300,000 heavenly coins seemed like a lot, but he felt that a Dozun powerhouse would be more useful. Will this remnant soul possess me? Ye Ming shook his head. He knew that Xiao Yan most likely wouldn't sell it. By keeping Yao Chen, he could obtain more in the future. As the saying goes, having an elder in the family is like having a treasure. Xiao Yan fell silent upon seeing Ye Ming's actions, and only cautiously spoke after a long while. Can I not sell? Yes, the Myriad Realms Tower never forces transactions. Xiao Yan breathed a sigh of relief. He had almost thought he would have to sell it. I never expected that such a powerful expert was hidden inside this small ring. I need to think about how to make use of it. How can I awaken this remnant soul? They're awake. They're probably watching you. They'll definitely be looking for you within a day at the latest. This news was essentially a free gift to Xiao Yan. He'll see it soon enough once he leaves the Myriad Realms Tower. Xiao Yan nodded and stood up. He wanted to see what he could buy in the Myriad Realms Tower, but then he realized that he only had 5 heavenly coins, which wasn't enough to buy anything, so what was the point of looking? It would be so frustrating to see something you want but not be able to afford it. It would be better to find the Yao Chen first, try to get some benefits from him, and then deal with it after exchanging them for the heavenly coins. As for how to get along with each other, that requires careful consideration. He didn't know what kind of methods this Dozun had, so the information about the Myriad Realms Tower definitely couldn't be revealed, at least not at the beginning. If only we had leverage over that Dozun, or a way to restrain him. He blinked, looked at Ye Ming, and patted his head. How could I forget about the original poster? Maybe he knows? Hey, do you know who this Yao Chen is? If I can quickly establish a relationship with him, I might be able to get a lot of items to trade with. Xiao Yan wasn't stupid. The Myriad Realms Tower was a place for trading, so it would definitely want as many goods as possible. Ye Ming stroked his chin and looked at Xiao Yan. Transaction information? Xiao Yan only had 5 heavenly coins, not enough to make any trades. However, this information can be given to him for free. As long as he gets some of the old doctor's things, his own future pavilion might be established today. Yao Chen is an alchemist, once known as the #1 alchemy master. His pills and formulas must be extremely valuable. Let me briefly explain this medicinal dust to you. A hint of joy flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes, and he quickly poured tea for Ye Ming. Yao Chen, a peak Dozun expert, is the #1 alchemist in your world and is known as the Medicine Venerable. Ye Ming calmly uttered these words, yet they made Xiao Yan tremble all over, staring at Ye Ming in shock. The #1 alchemist on the continent. Alchemists are already rare and powerful enough. The #1 alchemist on the continent, wouldn't that be even more amazing? Fortunately, I didn't sell the bone flame ring. He's the #1 alchemist. With his assistance, my cultivation speed will definitely increase a lot. You should know about the Do Huang realm. After Do Huang comes Dozon, Dozun, Do Sheng, and Do Di, but there is no Do Di in your world yet. The Dozun is actually 2 realms above the Do Huang. After the Do Huang, there is a Dozone. Only after that comes the Battle Venerable. Yao Chen is at the peak of Dozun, a top-tier expert on the continent. He simply couldn't imagine what kind of powerful person that was. You should know that his father was only a Grand Do Master. But how could such a powerful figure end up like this? Ye Ming seemed to sense Xiao Yan's question and continued. It's a pity that I was careless in taking on a disciple, and was betrayed by him, leaving only this remnant soul. He had been inside the ring for many years, until he met you. His remnant soul wasn't very strong. His recovery was entirely due to the battle chi you've cultivated over the past few years. What? Xiao Yan stood up angrily. He had always thought it was his own fault, but he never expected that it was because Yao Chen was absorbing his do chi. So many years of humiliation had made him extremely angry. He took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed his anger. Sorry, I got a little excited. It's all right. Anyone in this position would be furious. If you want to cooperate with him, remember 2 things. First, his apprentice is named Han Feng, who is currently in the Black Corner region. If he finds out about Yao Chen, Han Feng will definitely find him and kill him. You can keep that as a backup plan. Ye Ming wasn't sure what would happen after Xiao Yan and Yao Chen told him about the Myriad Realms Tower, since the two hadn't experienced that much together and their relationship wasn't that close. Secondly, he is a remnant soul and definitely wants to restore his physical body. If it were up to you, it would probably take several years, but it won't take that long in the Myriad Realms Tower. If you use these 2 points well, you should be able to make a deal with him. This Yao Chen is not bad, but unfortunately he has poor judgment. He's a pitiful man. Xiao Yan took a deep breath and then bowed deeply. Thank you for your help, I will remember it forever. Ye Ming waved his hand, stop talking nonsense and hurry up and communicate with Yao Chen. To be honest, the Myriad Realms Tower is currently quite short of elixirs. If Xiao Yan were to conquer the entire battle through the Heavens world and use its power to refine pills, then the number of pills would truly be limitless. The power system in the battle through the Heavens world is just so-so, but the alchemy system is extremely powerful. There are also many kinds of elixirs. Furthermore, Xiao Yan is the future Dodi, making it easy for him to rule the entire Dupo world. Once Xiao Yan's cultivation is on the right track, we can talk to him about this. As soon as Xiao Yan returned to his own world, he heard a voice in his ear. Hee, little one, looks like you need some help. Hearing the voice beside him, Xiao Yan raised his hand and looked at the bone flame ring. Yes, I really need your help. Xiao Yan already knew from Ye Ming why his fighting spirit had disappeared, and now much of it had vanished. After all, getting angry is useless. On the contrary, with Yao Chen's help, the speed at which one's strength improves can be even faster. Yao Chen, inside the bone flame ring, looked at Xiao Yan with some surprise. Is this guy's soul perception really that strong? He discovered his position simply by saying one sentence. Do you even know who I am? You dare ask me to help you? Aren't you afraid I might be some kind of bad person? I know him, Yao Chen, the #1 alchemist on the continent. Yao Chen's soul trembled, so shocked that it almost dissipated. Yao Chen, still in the remnant of his soul, was filled with thoughts. How did Xiao Yan know his identity? Could it be one of Han Feng's men? Impossible. Xiao Yan was clearly just an ordinary person. He had always stayed with Xiao Yan and knew everything about him, starting with Xiao Yan's mother. He was asleep, but that doesn't mean he was completely unaware of what was happening outside. But how did Xiao Yan know about him? Yao Chen was in a state of utter confusion. He had originally intended to give this little guy a shock, but he never expected that this little guy would actually startle this old man. How did you know? Xiao Yan smiled slightly, but said through gritted teeth, I not only know that you are Yao Chen, but I also know that you absorbed my fighting spirit for 3 years and made me suffer insults for 3 years. Yao Chen didn't feel embarrassed at all he wanted to know was how this guy knew him. You knew about me all along? Xiao Yan fell silent for a moment, then decided to tell the whole story. You can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. At worst, if Yao Chen wants to do something, he can just sell the ring himself. 300,000 heavenly coins is a good deal. Xiao Yan refused to believe that Yao Chen could harm him in the Myriad Realms Tower. I only just learned about your situation. It's truly pitiful that a renowned alchemist from the #1 continent has fallen to this state because he took a beast as his apprentice. Yao Chen fell silent. Aside from Han Feng and Yu Gu, no one else should know about this. Could it be that Han Feng and Yu Gu have come looking for us? That's not right either. Neither of them knew they were dead, and if the two of them had come looking for them, they would have been captured and killed long ago. How could they still be here? Filled with doubt, Yao Chen couldn't help but ask aloud. You just found out? You shouldn't be that beast's person. How did you find out? A transparent, aged figure floated out of the ring and hovered in front of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan did not hesitate. Since he had already made up his mind, why should he look back and forth? Senior Yao Chen was once a Peak Dozun expert. Did he ever believe that there was another world above this one? Yao Chen nodded. Of course he knew that there were other worlds above the Dupo continent, and many Dode had gone to those worlds, which was why there were no Dode in the Dupo world now. You mean the upper realm, right? Many Dode have disappeared. There have been rumors that the world they went to is the upper realm. Xiao Yan was stunned. This world has an upper realm? I'm not talking about that world. Never mind, I can't explain it to you. I encountered an opportunity, a place called the Myriad Realms Tower, which is above all the heavens and myriad worlds. The Myriad Realms Tower has items from all the worlds, and as a person with a destiny, I can trade with them there. Your information is what I got from the Myriad Realms Tower. Yao Chen looked at Xiao Yan with suspicion. Was this guy just bragging? What about the Myriad Realms and Heavens? It's even above the Myriad Realms and Heavens. Even if such a place really exists, it's not something a little guy like you can get your hands on. But how did Xiao Yan know about my situation? Could there really be such a multiverse building? It sounds so fake. This sounds a bit unbelievable. If such a place really exists, why are you telling me about it? Xiao Yan sighed. He wanted to keep it to himself and not tell Yao Chen, but the problem was that he wouldn't get much for himself. If you keep dragging your feet, when will you ever improve your skills? The reason is simple. I already said that the Myriad Realms Tower is a place for trading. To trade with them, you need something. The currency of the Myriad Realms Tower is called the Heavenly Coins. You can only trade with Heavenly Coins, but I'm just a guy at the 3rd level of Battle Chi. What can I trade? Yao Chen looked enlightened. No wonder, so he wanted to get something out of me. Aren't you afraid I might do something? You know I'm a Peak Dozun. Xiao Yan made no attempt to hide his feelings, nodded, and said frankly, I'm scared. So if you make any move, I'll go into the Myriad Realms Tower and sell you out. Once you're there, you won't be able to cause me any trouble. Yao Chen was filled with doubt. Was this Myriad Realms Tower really that powerful? Take me inside the Myriad Realms Tower. If this Myriad Realms Tower really exists, then everything will be fine. Xiao Yan sighed and shook his head. I just came back from the Myriad Realms Tower. When I was there, the ring was on my hand. You probably can't get in, and even if you did, you wouldn't be able to sense the situation in the Myriad Realms Tower. Impossible. I've been watching you all day, right under my nose. When did you go to the Myriad Realms Tower? Just now, when I stood up and looked back, I received an invitation from the Myriad Realms Tower, and then I went to the Myriad Realms Tower. Yao Chen's heart skipped a beat as he recalled Xiao Yan's actions earlier. He had been wondering why Xiao Yan acted that way when no one was speaking. After a moment of silence, Yao Chen spoke. You said the Myriad Realms Tower is a place for trading, and it even transcends all the heavens and myriad realms, so it must contain things from many other worlds. Yes, a lot. I have a pill formula here that can be used to refine the bone-growing and blood-melting pill. Do you think you can use it to exchange for a pill formula that I've never seen before? A hint of joy flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes, and he immediately agreed. Okay, go ahead. Blood Essence Demon Fruit, Evergreen Spirit Vine, and Snow Bone Ginseng. As the top alchemist on the continent, he was certain that he knew almost all the pill formulas. If even he doesn't know, then it's impossible for a small family like the Xiao family to produce something like this. Yao Chen explained the necessary medicinal materials and refining methods to Xiao Yan one by one. The bone-growing and blood-melting pill was a high-grade 7th-rank pill, and Xiao Yan had never even heard of these medicinal materials. Even if he had the materials, he would not be able to refine it. This bone-growing and blood-melting pill can directly revive anyone who still has a breath left. It can bring the dead back to life and restore flesh and bones. Its effects are extremely powerful. Moreover, he needs this pill to revive.